Martial Peak Chapter 4357 to Chapter 4408. That said, Yang Kai still felt somewhat uneasy since, right now, no one knew what the proprietress' situation was. Old Bai's physical injuries had healed a lot thanks to his wood element power and the healing pills he had taken. All remaining issues need to be taken care of slowly. Right now, the greatest problem he faced was the instability of the small universe in his body, but that required the star-gathering universe pill to resolve. Leaving Yuhi to look after Old Bai, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Mo, inquiring about the situation. Shortly afterwards, Mo replied that the star-gathering universe pill was being refined. While she didn't know when it would be successfully completed, once the pill was ready, she would send it to Void Land immediately. Yang Kai stood on the top of a certain spirit peak after breaking off the transmission with Mo. Gazing at the sea of clouds, he sorted out his jumbled thoughts while his mind wandered. The proprietress was in trouble, and someone was trying to lure him out of Void Land, but in the face of this situation, he really did not have any good solution. Unless he acted like a shrinking turtle, he could not sit idly by. However, if he really did rush out of Void Land, his enemy's scheme would be successful. After a long contemplation, Yang Kai's gaze gradually hardened. His body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived outside of a great palace, which was protected by layers of arrays. Entry into this part of the Void Land was forbidden for any uninvited person. Even its open heaven realm masters had to go around this place. This couldn't be helped, because this was the place where Zhu Jiuyin cultivated in retreat. Facing this palace, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Senior, Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." There was no response. Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior, I need to see you urgently, please show yourself." Even after calling for her 3 times in a row, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond. Yang Kai felt very annoyed. Although there were barriers here, Zhu Jiuyin was incredibly powerful, so she certainly knew he was here. She must have also heard his voice, yet, she was not showing up. What did that mean? Ever since she came to Void Land, Zhu Jiuyin had been living in seclusion, except for the last time when the 100 Sects Alliance had come. Other than that time, she had basically not shown herself. Normally, since Zhu Jiuyin had taken such an attitude, Yang Kai would not impose himself on her. However, this time, since it was related to the safety of the proprietress, he had no choice but to risk offending her. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, its tip pointing forward. With a single thought, the 9 heavenly layers grand array roared to life, making the entire Void Land buzz. It had been 3 years since the last time the 9 heavenly layers grand array had been activated, so while the starlight strength gathered in such a short period of time was not much, it was enough to support Yang Kai to activate it at least once. The Azure Dragon Spear suddenly turned into a great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. The giant dragon stared at the palace's front door majestically, ready to pounce with its teeth and claws. "You dare to display such impudence, you brat." Zhu Jiuyin's voice boomed in Yang Kai's ears, and a slender figure entered his field of vision after the palace's restriction disappeared. Seeing her, Yang Kai hurriedly dispersed the power of the grand array and put away the Azure Dragon Spear. His action had made the great dragon disintegrated into thin air. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with annoyance. "What madness possessed you to do this, you smelly brat?" Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, and after taking a few sharp gasps for breath, he cupped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, senior, but the situation is urgent." Zhu Jiuyin looked at him suspiciously, and frowned when she saw him so disturbed. Last time, when the 100 Sects Alliance had come, Yang Kai was as steady as a mountain, and did not send any messages to her, asking for help, until the very last moment. It was only when the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly showed up that Zhu Jiuyin really took action. What could have happened this time for him to appear so disturbed? Faintly aware that the situation this time was probably not a small matter, Zhu Jiuyin softly snorted, "Come in and talk." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai followed Zhu Jiuyin into the palace after he cupped his fist. After the guest and the host were seated, Yang Kai looked around and saw no sign of Shanqing Luo. She was obviously cultivating in retreat. With Zhu Jiuyin, a divine spirit of the same lineage as her, personally teaching her, Shanqing Luo's future cultivation path was not something Yang Kai needed to worry about. So? What is it? Zhu Jiuyin proactively asked. Yang Kai organized his thoughts and told her briefly about what had happened to the proprietress. Zhu Jiuyin listened to him completely before she snorted, "What the hell did you do to provoke so many people to deal with you? Last time, it was the 100 Sex Alliance, and this time, it is clear that some group is targeting you. This queen and that old turtle are present in Void Land, which is why they are using that Lan Yu Rua as bait to lure you out. It is only because of your relationship with her. What Senior says is true. Someone is trying to lure me out." Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with amusement. "Since you know this, why don't you just not go out?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I have to go." Since the mastermind behind this had told Old Bai to go to Void Land and inform him, it was clear that his target was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not show up, the crisis that the proprietress was in would not be resolved. Furthermore, she would only be put into more danger. So, even though he knew that once he left Void Land, he would be stepping into a trap set by someone else, Yang Kai had to leap into it. Zhu Jiuyin looked up and down at him. "I didn't know you were so foolish till now." Yang Kai quickly replied, "Senior, please don't joke right now. This junior is feeling really anxious." Zhu Jiuyin laughed coldly. "What kind of bewitching soup did that woman feed you for you to even risk yourself to save her? Do you not know, if something happens to you, Luo will try to avenge you no matter what? With the inconsequential cultivation she has right now, it will be the same as impulsively jumping into death's embrace. Even so, she will still do it." Yang Kai said, "Proprietress has shown great kindness to me. Now that she is in trouble, I cannot sit idly by." Zhu Jiuyin snickered, "Fool." Suddenly, she frowned and squinted at Yang Kai. "What are you doing here talking to this queen then? I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about bothering this queen." Yang Kai said, "Since someone has set up such a trap, waiting for this junior to throw himself in, I naturally cannot go unprepared. In all of Void Land, I can only rely on you, Senior, so I hope Senior can accompany me. In your dreams." Zhu Jiuyin instantly snapped. "Senior, please don't forget that you are my protector. You have sworn an oath on your divine spirit source. If this junior dies during this trip, you will be breaching your oath." Zhu Jiuyin chuckled lightly and said, "Really? This queen seems to recall there being many clauses in that oath, such as this queen's protection not extending to situations in which you cause trouble outside yourself and get killed. Go ahead. This queen will wait for the good news here in Void Land. Once you die, this queen will be free. Just thinking about it certainly makes this queen feel happy." Yang Kai said miserably, "Senior, I was the one who brought you out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, out of that prisoner's cage. You can't just sit back and watch when I'm in trouble now. When those two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked you last time, didn't this queen help? This queen is your protector, not your nanny. If you want to go around courting death, this queen cannot stop you. Forget about this queen will never agree to accompany you." Zhu Jiuyin flicked her sleeve. Get out, don't show this queen your unlucky appearance. All it will do is bring misfortune." A strong force shoved Yang Kai, pushing him back. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "If Senior helps me this one time, ensuring that proprietress is safe and sound, then I will consider Senior to have fully fulfilled her oath. From then on, Senior will regain her freedom." Zhu Jiuyin's movements paused, and her beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at him. "Is what you're saying true?" Yang Kai grit his teeth and said, "I always mean what I say." Zhu Jiuyin was clearly moved. As long as she helped Yang Kai this time, she could be released from her oath, and for her, this was indeed a huge temptation. It would be a hassle for her to be a protector for 1,000 years, especially since this brat in front of her had a propensity for stirring up trouble. She would not have to help this brat clean up after every mess he made. But Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head after pondering for only a little while, and declared, "No. Absolutely not." Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "Why?" Zhu Jiuyin grunted, "Do you think a divine spirit is invincible? This queen's strength has not yet been fully restored, and last time, they already tested this queen's depths. They would have obviously taken this queen into consideration since they are targeting you. Perhaps the people targeting you have set up a terrifying trap outside, just waiting for this queen to step into it. After saying this, Zhu Jiuyin could not help but have a cold sweat, increasingly feeling a sense of an inexplicable crisis. I was almost deceived by your honeyed words, you damn brat. Zhu Jiuyin scolded furiously. Yang Kai also snarled angrily, Senior is so heartless, even refusing to grant this small favor. Is this what you call a small favor? Stop talking nonsense. You are asking this queen to gamble with her life. Fine then. Yang Kai ground his teeth angrily, since Senior is so unwilling to help, this junior will not force you. Just know that if this junior really dies on this trip, Luo'er will become a widow, and we will see if she forever resents you or not. Despicable little bastard. Zhu Jiuyin's face turned red with rage, get out. With a flick of her hand, she drove Yang Kai out of the palace, causing him to tumble through the air for a few breaths before he slowly stabilized himself. Glancing at the palace where Zhu Jiuyin lived, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh. Even though he had been arguing so passionately with her just now, he was in no position to blame Zhu Jiuyin for refusing his request. Zhu Jiuyin was right. Her existence was already known to them, and this time, she would definitely be taken into account and targeted. Even if Zhu Jiuyin accompanied him, the other party may have the means to deal with her. However, right now, in Void Land, she and Bai Shi were the strongest masters available. Yang Kai definitely needed their help to save the proprietress. After hitting a wall with Zhu Jiuyin, Yang Kai turned his head towards the Dragon Sun's peak. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and the old man Bai Shi sat facing each other with a chessboard in between them. They played in turns, and Yang Kai, who did not know how to play this game too well, was soon defeated. Xiaohong stood behind him, watching nervously and clenching her little fists from time to time, while Xiao He sat beside him, mindlessly giggling and drooling all over the place. Boy, you are a little unfocused today, no? Bai Shi said smilingly, and casually placed a piece. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at him and dropped the piece in his hand onto the board, saying, Senior, why do you ask? Void Land in its entirety was carried by Bai Shi on his back, thus, if he so desired, nothing in Void Land could escape his perception. Yang Kai had gone to Zhu Jiuyin's place and had almost made a big scene just a few moments earlier, thus, he did not believe that the old turtle had not noticed. Bai Shi laughed, you didn't come to this old master to vent the anger you feel towards that little spider, right? While saying that, he raised his hand to wipe the drool off the corner of Xiao Hei's mouth before stroking his head with a doting expression. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, this junior naturally dares not to, but the future is looking very dim. That is why I came to Senior this time, to ask for advice. Bai Shi slowly tidied up the pieces and gently said, this is an unsolvable game. This old master can't do anything about it, unless you learn from this old master. Saying so, he shrank his neck and made a very vivid action. And became a shrinking turtle. Yang Kai said with a dark face, Senior knows that is impossible. Then you'll have to go and die. Xiaohong looked towards Yang Kai nervously, tears welling up in her eyes. Is there really no advice Senior can give me? Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. Bai Shi sighed, this old master really cannot help much with this. This old master can still be of some use if something happens in your void territory, but this time, you have to travel far away. You know the size of this old master, I would never be able to pass through the territory gate unless I transform and shrink. But if I do that, your Void Land will definitely be torn apart. Do you want to give up on Void Land? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Void Land had hundreds of thousands of disciples living in it. If he really gave up on it, where would they go? But there would be no way to get through the territory gate to other great territories if Bai Shi didn't shrink himself first. So, from the beginning, Yang Kai didn't really expect Bai Shi to follow him with his real body. Senior, what about your embodiment? Yang Kai stared at him, not moving for a moment. Bai Shi replied, this old master's embodiment is able to borrow power only when it is in the vicinity of my true body. It cannot exert much strength when it is too far away. Outside this territory, it will at best be on par with a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Do you actually lack 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, when Bai Shi's embodiment had appeared, it easily blocked a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike, thus, Yang Kai had thought that the old man's embodiment was also extremely powerful. Now, he realized that the old man's embodiment was only able to do that by borrowing the power of his real body. If Baishi's embodiment was really only equivalent to a sixth-order open heaven realm master, its presence wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. Zhu Jiuyin had rejected him with no trace of politeness, and now, he could not even count on Baishi. Yang Kai felt his future looked completely bleak. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Does Senior know anything about the Shattered Heaven?" Baishi said, "I know a little bit about it. The Shattered Heaven formed a long time ago, even before this old master was born. Apparently, the birth of an innate supreme treasure triggered a bloody struggle amongst all the major cave heavens and paradises. It almost swept up the entire outer universe. That battle was fought for over 100 years. I don't even know how many high-rank open heaven realm masters fell in that accursed place. Several great territories were broken to pieces, and the Shattered Heaven was formed from their remnants. The cave heavens and paradises that took part severely damaged their foundations. Even after recuperating for countless years after that battle ended, they still haven't been able to recover completely. How could the current heritage of the cave heaven paradises even be compared to their former glory?" Yang Kai was startled. The Shattered Heaven was a result of a blood feud between the major cave heavens and paradises? Indeed. Baishi nodded. Apart from a battle between the cave heaven paradises, what else could lead to the death of so many high-rank open heaven realm masters in this world? It was enough to fill the Shattered Heaven with so many opportunities and dangers. This old master once traveled the Shattered Heaven when he was young, but I did not go too deep. So, the only advice this old master can give you about the Shattered Heaven is to be careful. This junior will remember. Yang Kai nodded. At the same time, he felt both guilty and touched. The proprietress also knew that it wouldn't be convenient for Yang Kai to go looking for a high-ranking element treasure by himself, thus, she took this matter into her own hands after they left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. However, even though she was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, finding a high-ranking element treasure would not be easy, with the Shattered Heaven as the only place she could think of. Although she knew it was dangerous, the proprietress still ventured into the Shattered Heaven boldly without any hesitation. Nothing would have happened to her if it wasn't for someone else's hidden scheme, but someone wanted to use her to lure Yang Kai away from Void Land, and that was what got her into this mess. Yang Kai also asked Baishi about what happened when he entered the Shattered Heaven, and Baishi told him everything he could. Unfortunately, he had only wandered around the outer edge, so Yang Kai did not really get much information. After half a day passed, Yang Kai got up to say goodbye. Xiaohong also stood up and said, "Young master, I will come with you." Over the past few years, she had learned to stop stuttering while speaking. Xiaohei sucked in his saliva and puffed out his chest, "I'm coming too." When Baishi heard them, he glared at them. "What are you two even capable of doing in a place like that right now? Be good and stay here with this old master." Xiaohong replied, "Xiaohei and I were brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by young master. We are only able to assume human form right now thanks to him giving us so many dragon blood pills. If it were not for young master, Xiaohei and I would still be living in that dark cage, trapped and ignorant of the world. Now that young master is in trouble, how can we ignore him? Since you can't go, Grandpa Turtle, Xiaohei and I will go." "Nonsense," Baishi rebuked. He had been alone for countless years, but luckily, now, he had two little babies who possessed dragon bloodlines like him to accompany him. He was happier and more comfortable than he had been in millennia, so how could he sit back and watch them walk into danger? Yang Kai rubbed Xiaohong's head. "I understand how you feel, but don't come to the Shattered Heaven with me. I survived the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so what's the Shattered Heaven to me? You stay here, at home. This young master will be right back." Xiaohong stubbornly replied, "No, no, no. I'm coming, I'm coming. If young master doesn't take us, Xiaohei and I will just secretly follow you by ourselves. We will live and die together with young master." Xiaohei nodded vigorously. "Yes, we will live and die together." Yang Kai was dumbfounded and looked at Baishi for help. Baishi's face turned black with anger. It took a while before he grit his teeth and spoke up, "Little girl. You should just say it. If you want this old master to help, just say it openly. Why do you have to beat around the bush like that?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Baishi opened his mouth and spat out something, and handed it to Yang Kai with some reluctance. "Take it." It may save your life at a critical moment. Yang Kai reached out and took it, while curiously asking, "What is this?" Bai Shi chuckled and said, "This was something this old master molted in my early years. It has been refined by this old master. All you need to do to activate it is pour your strength into it." Yang Kai looked carefully and found that the object in his hand was a tortoise shell that was the size of a palm, and immediately lit up with joy while thanking, "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai has witnessed how strong Bai Shi's defense was with his own eyes. Now that he had this tortoise shell refined by Bai Shi himself, Yang Kai had some capital to protect his life during this trip. He was only in the half-step open heaven realm, and although he could compete with a low-rank open heaven realm master if he used all his cards, if he encountered a high-rank open heaven realm master, he still did not have enough power to fight back. He did not need to fight and win in the shattered heaven this time. All he needed to do was protect himself. Right now, what Bai Shi gave him was akin to charcoal delivered in the frigid winter. Xiao Hong stepped forward and started shaking Bai Shi's arm with a smile. "I knew Grandpa Turtle was the best." Bai Shi said with a dark face, "Don't play these kinds of tricks. I shouldn't have let you see that thing last time. Little girls are really ungrateful wolves that can't be raised well, they always side with outsiders instead of their own family." Sullivan, talking about marriage, how the bride would marry into the groom's family. Xiao Hong placed her head on Bai Shi's arm and said coquettishly, "Grandpa Turtle, don't be angry, when Xiao Hong grows up and becomes stronger, she will be filial to you." At those words, Bai Shi smiled with great joy and comfort. Yang Kai kept his fist and said, "Senior, this junior still has things to do, so I shall leave first." After saying that, he turned around to leave. "Kid!" Bai Shi suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. "What's the matter, senior? If your life is truly in danger." Bai Shi looked solemn, and took a long time before continuing, "You might as well reveal your dragon heritage. If you do so, you may force your enemy to act cautiously, lest they incur dangerous consequences. But only expose it as a last resort. Even though the dragon clan is strong, it also has a lot of enemies, and it is very likely that exposing it will backfire as well." Yang Kai nodded to show that he understood. "This junior will remember." Yang Kai vaguely felt that Bai Shi's statement seemed to be somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that when he saved Mia Meng, she had said something similar to him. Bai Shi also had the same advice, so, it seems that the dragon clan may have truly made quite a few enemies in the 3,000 worlds. But still, Yang Kai had gained something that was personally shed and refined by Bai Shi, which was at least something. When he returned to the place old Bai was currently recuperating in, He spoke, "Young master, I have thought about it for a while and I think you shouldn't go to the shattered heaven. After Bai Chi recovers, I will go with him to save big sister Lan." Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, "If I don't show up, proprietress will never be able to escape from danger. This is a scheme purposefully aimed at me, and only I can resolve it. On the contrary, you shouldn't go. Proprietress is stronger than you, but the person behind this still managed to subdue her. It's easy to tell that your going won't help." Yuhi shook her head and replied, "Just like how young master has a reason to go, I also have a reason to go. Big sister Lan treats me like her true sister, and nurtured me from a young age. I've resented her for many years because of something in the past, but now, when she is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? Young master, you are not yet in the open heaven realm yet, you are risking your life going there for her, so how can I sit by and watch? Besides, the shattered heaven is full of dangers, so you must be accompanied by someone." No matter what he said, Yang Kai could not persuade Yuhi, so he could only give up and let out a sigh. "Good. This trip is dangerous, so it'll be just you, me, and old Bai." Yuhi said, "What about Mo Mei? Void Land needs someone to assume command, so Mo Mei can't leave. No one else needs to know. I will write a letter to her explaining the situation." This trip to the shattered heaven was not a problem that could be solved with numbers. Since the mastermind behind this wanted to lure him out of Void Land, they must be fully prepared. Void Land's current strength was most likely not worthy enough to be placed in front of their eyes. What's more, if they sent too many people, they would easily expose themselves. Thus, it would be easier for Yang Kai and the others to hide their movements if they embarked on this trip with only 3 people. Subconsciously, Yang Kai was not optimistic about the prospects of this trip. If he really did take all the major pillars of Void Land with him and something went wrong, Void Land would be finished. The hundreds of thousands of disciples would become homeless and displaced. On the contrary, if Mo May and the others stayed behind, even if something happened to him, with Void Land's current scale and the almost perfectly prospering Star City, Void Land would still have the power to continue to exist and develop. Yuhi pondered for a moment before gently nodding her head. Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing and gave her a few confidential instructions. A few days later, the star-gathering universe pill was finally refined. Mo May delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills recipe and the 10 portions of the world source liquid Yang Kai prepared to the alchemist in question, exchanging the star-gathering universe pill with them. Afterwards she returned to Void Land. Yuhi stood guard while Old Bai swallowed and refined the star-gathering universe pill. It took a whole day for his small universe, that had been endlessly shaking, to finally settle down. There was no longer any more risk of collapse, he just needed to slowly recuperate. With everything ready, Yang Kai set off, fearing that a long delay would only cause more problems. At the void dock, a large, rough-looking man strode forward while leading a group of people. The disciple who was guarding the dock came forward and bowed while cupping his fist. "Sir Wei, are you on your way out?" Although the person who had arrived was only a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the disciples guarding the dock recognized him because he was Wei Kai, from Great Moon Province, and they had been instructed by their superiors to take special care of him. It seemed that the sect master had some connections with Great Moon Province. Wei Kai chuckled, "Business is good these days, so I'm going back to the sect to pick up some supplies and deliver some profits. I'll have to bother you, fellow brothers. Sir Wei is too polite." The disciple nodded lightly and led a few other disciples to perform a casual inspection before waving them through. After leaving the dock, Wei Kai immediately summoned a boat and took several disciples from Great Moon Province aboard, speeding off into the distance. It was only half a day later that Wei Kai, who was in the cabin compartment, reached out and took a bag from his waist, whispering after patting it gently, "Sect Master Yang, we've already traveled for half a day." Once he was done, the mouth of the bag suddenly opened and 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were none other than Yang Kai, Yuhi, and Old Bai. Old Bai, who was still seriously injured, coughed. Yang Kai put the Faded Paths bag away and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Senior Wei." Wei Kai waved his hand. "Sect Master Yang is too polite. Void Land has been very kind to my Great Moon Province. What this Wei has done is nothing in comparison. It is hardly enough to return even one of the favors we owe." After a short pause, Wei Kai continued, "This Wei is a simple man. Although I don't know why Sect Master Yang is doing this, it is obvious he is going to do something big. If there is something that Great Moon Province can do, please feel free to ask." When Yang Kai suddenly approached Wei Kai and asked him to bring him out of Void Land quietly, the latter realized that the matter at hand was not simple. Void Land was Yang Kai's territory. If now, as Void Land sect master, he needed to conceal his whereabouts when he entered and left, it would mean he suspected that there were people both inside and outside of Void Land that were watching him, which made it necessary for him to act so secretively. How powerful was the enemy he was facing for him to still be so cautious even with Void Land's current strength? Great Moon Province was only a third-class great force and could not afford to get involved in such muddy waters, but Wei Kai was a man who believed deeply in repaying favors and grudges. He was willing to help even though he knew it would be extremely dangerous. Yang Kai said, "This junior appreciates Senior Wei's kind intentions, but others can't help me this time." "Many thanks." Wei Kai sighed. "In that case, Sect Master Yang must be careful not to let these wicked people's schemes succeed." He knew that this was Yang Kai's personal matter. Also, he wouldn't be able to help with his meager strength, so he didn't try to force the issue. Bidding farewell to Wei Kai, Yuhi summoned a small wooden shuttle and the trio headed straight towards the nearest territory gate. 2 days later, the territory gate came into sight. There were territory gates between all great territories, and when crossing one, a cultivator would be exposed to a strong pressure. If one tried to cross a territory gate with their physical body without having a cultivation of at least the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, they would face grave danger to their lives. If a cultivator under the mid-rank Open Heaven realm wanted to cross a territory gate, they had to use some type of flight-type artifact. Although Yuhi's wooden shuttle was not a high-grade artifact, it wasn't a low-quality item either. She also had a cultivation of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so it would not be a problem for them to pass through the territory gate. In a matter of breaths, the swirling territory gate was right in front of them, and the wooden shuttle rushed straight in. Even before the slight feeling of dizziness could pass, the three of them were already in another great territory. Before Xianxia had the time to check the situation around them, he heard Yuhi cry out, "Young master, look out." The next moment, a great sense of crisis overwhelmed them. Violent world force burst out, the wooden shuttle burst into pieces, sending Old Bai flying with a trail of blood behind him. Fresh damage was added to his already seriously injured body. Xianxia also felt uncomfortable, but he was well protected by Yuhi and did not suffer any kind of serious injury. Yuhi, on the other hand, was bleeding from the corner of her lips, and had obviously been wounded. Xianxia's face was instantly filled with rage. He could guess that his void land had to be littered with the prying eyes of outsiders, so he hid in the Fated Path's bag and asked Wei Kei to take him, Yuhi, and Old Bai out quietly. He did think that the road ahead would be thorny, but he never anticipated being intercepted as soon as they left void territory. The person who attacked was extremely decisive and had obviously determined that they would emerge from this territory gate, thus, the enemy did not hesitate to bombard them with their divine ability. Yuhi and Old Bai were caught unprepared, plus they had just passed through the territory gate and were still a little disoriented, leading to them suffering a big loss. Looking up, Xianxia saw two people, an old man and a young man, standing in the void. The old man had a crane-like face, and looked hearty, full of energy. Cold light flashed through the slits of his long and narrow eyes, as he squinted them. The young man looked like he was only a teenager, but the aura he was emitting showed that it was absolutely impossible for him to be a mere youth. Both the old man and the teenager were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. One of them was holding a wooden branch with lightning flashing out of it, while the other was carrying a copper rod, which looked rather out of place. The young man with the copper rod smiled at the three of them and fixed his gaze on Xianxia, before asking warmly, "Void lands Xianxia?" Xianxia shouted angrily, "It is this king." "Who are you? Announce your names." The young man smiled, "You're young, but your tone is filled with arrogance. On the other hand, although your strength is low, you have managed to stir up the entire 3,000 worlds, so you are qualified to know the name of this monarch." After saying so, he cupped his fist while holding the copper rod in a backhand grip, and declared, "Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, Xianxia." The old man, while holding the wooden branch behind his back and putting one hand on his chest, said indifferently, "Vice Union Master, Jiang Yunshan." "Heavenly Sword Union?" Xianxia raised his brow and said coldly, "Heavenly Sword Union has lost their Union Master not long ago, but two more have now popped up. Haven't you people had enough yet?" Xianxia chuckled, "You mean Kong Feng? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This monarch must thank you for killing that old dog, otherwise, how would this Shen have been able to become the current Union Master? Though, while I am thankful to you, I still have to take revenge. No matter what, Kong Feng was the previous Union Master, and he was killed at your hands. Since I am the new Union Master, I can't just ignore this slight. Therefore, I am here today to take your head. I advise you to not resist, otherwise it will be very unpleasant." Xianxia grunted, "Since I can kill a Kong Feng, I can naturally kill you. If you want to die, just try it." While speaking, he urgently sent a voice transmission to Yuhi, "Try to hold them back for a while, we can't win this fight so we need to find a way to escape." Two Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had come at once, and only Yuhi could contend with them. Old Bai was definitely no match for them, not to mention himself. It was a fight they would definitely lose. The only way for them to have any chance of survival was to use Xianxia's space secret techniques to escape. Yuhi understood and gave a nod. Xianxia laughed lightly, "You are truly a brat who doesn't fear the heavens. No wonder you dare to act like that. Come, let this monarch dig your heart out to see how big it really is." Saying so, the copper rod in his hand smashed down. Even though it was just the slash of a rod, it felt as if the whole world was crashing down. The terrifying world force tumbled down, making both the heavens and the earth shake. At the same time, Jiang Yunshan also struck with the wooden branch in his hand, which caused lightning to appear and turn into thousands of thunder swords, each thunder sword containing an abundant amount of world force. Old Bai roared with strong spirit. The power of the fifth order open heaven realm poured out, transforming into a sky of fist shadows which clashed with the thunder swords. Yuhi summoned a vase with several flower branches in it, each branch with a flower bud on it. She took out a flower branch and shook it. In an instant, flowers filled the sky, gently flying all over the place. Each flower petal was like the world's sharpest blade, able to cut even space. The main reason why there was a huge gap between the strength of a newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Master and an old Open Heaven Realm Master was the difference in accumulation in their small universes. There was also a huge difference in the quality of the artifacts that they possessed. Even if the artifacts one possessed before they advanced to the Open Heaven Realm was exceptional, they would not be useful after they broke through. The chasm between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was just too great, thus, one had to find someone to refine new artifacts or buy new ones that were suitable for their new Open Heaven Realm cultivation. Artifacts of the Open Heaven Realm were graded on the same scale as the Open Heaven Realm itself. Xianxia was something of an exception, as even though he had not advanced to the Open Heaven Realm yet, he had a powerful weapon like the Azure Dragon Spear in his hands. Thus, he need not pay much attention to this. However, after the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, Xianxia began paying closer attention to Open Heaven Realm artifacts. This couldn't be helped. There were too many new Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land, and their base strength couldn't be raised in a short period of time. After all, it took time to strengthen one's foundation. Thus, if he wanted to immediately raise their combat power, he had to use external means, like artifacts. When the 100 Sects Alliance attacked, Mo Mei was pitted against Luan Baifeng and ended up being completely outclassed. Of course, the biggest reason was because she had just broken through and her foundation was still unstable, but there was another matter as well, which was that she lacked suitable artifacts to assist her. Thus, she ended up having to use her bare hands to fight. If she had an artifact that suited her current cultivation at that time, the situation would have been much better. As such, after the Star City was rebuilt and developed, Xianxia asked Bian Yuqing to allocate a large amount of money to purchasing artifacts for Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, with the many spoils obtained after the battle, many of Voidland's new Open Heaven Realm Masters could now exert much greater power than they were able to at that time. The vase in Yuhi's hands was worth 40 million Open Heaven pills. It was an artifact meant for those in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. The artifacts used by Open Heaven Realm Masters were all capable of channeling and augmenting world force, which were incomparable to the artifacts used by cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm. Flower petals flew amidst the sky that was filled with flowers in the void, which made Shenliang and Jiang Yunshan lose all sense of direction. How could they find Xianxia and the others, when the only thing they could sense around them were colorful flower petals and chilling murderous intent? It was almost as if they were trapped in a sealed world. Hurriedly, both of them used secret techniques to try and break out of the trap, which caused shockwaves and endless rumbles to sound. "Let's go!" Xianxia shouted without hesitation when he saw that the two of them were trapped, immediately wrapping Yuhi and Old Bai in his space principles to escape. The next moment, Xianxia's expression changed greatly. The space around them seemed to have turned into a cage, locking them in place, making it impossible to flee. "We're trapped." Xianxia's face was gloomy. This feeling seemed familiar. Instantly, a person's figure popped up in his mind, which caused him to grit his teeth and shout, "Luan Baifeng!" When the 100 Sects Alliances invaded Void Land, Luan Baifeng had been there to help Kong Feng. This woman was extremely proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. If there was anyone that could seal a local region of space so quickly and quietly, it was her. When Kong Feng was captured, that woman resolutely fled. Xianxia thought she had gone back to Black Prison, but unexpectedly, she was here. In other words, this time, they were not facing off against 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but 3. He. Luan Baifeng's figure suddenly appeared, along with a charming laugh. She spoke while playfully looking at Xianxia. "Little boy, you have a good head on your shoulders. You could even guess that this queen was also here. Then, guess again, will you be able to leave alive this time?" Xianxia glared at her. "Luan Baifeng, my Void Land and your Black Prison have no grudges or enmity. Why do you keep coming to provoke trouble again and again?" Xianxia felt hatred surging within him. If it wasn't for this woman, he could have taken Yu-He and Old Bai away with his instantaneous movement. But this woman had sealed off that possibility, making him unable to escape with his space principles. Luan Baifeng flicked her jade-like finger and said with a smile, "We really do have no grievances, but this queen is short of her slaves and is very interested in your open heaven realm masters. How about this? Give me all the open heaven realm masters in your void land, then I will spare your life. How about it? In your dreams." Yang Kai ground his teeth and roared, "If I don't die today, I swear to crush your black prison one day." Luan Baifeng put her hands on her chest and delicately said, "I'm afraid of men with such big tempers." When the boundless rain of flower petals broke apart, two figures appeared. It was Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan, who were trapped by Yu-He before. Glancing at Luan Baifeng, Shen Liang snorted coldly and asked, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill them first." Luan Baifeng said smilingly, "This queen is a gentle woman. Although I am capable of bullying the weak, it is not something I am willing to do. Helping you trap them is the limit of what this queen will do this time. If you want to kill them, do it yourself, I'll just watch from the sidelines." Saying so, she actually took a few steps back. Shen Liang snorted coldly without worry and ordered, "You take care of Yu-He, this monarch will kill that brat." Jiang Yunshan replied, "Good." A thunderous beam of lightning headed towards Yu-He with a single swing of the branch in his hand. Right when he did so, Yang Kai shouted, "Zhu Jiuyin! Until when do you plan to wait?" As soon as Yang Kai said so, Shen Liang and the others' faces changed dramatically. Shen Liang, who was about to rush towards Yu-He, immediately assumed a defensive stance, his eyes darting around as he pushed his divine sense wildly. Luan Baifeng also froze while Jiang Yunshan directly summoned a defensive artifact to protect himself. Before the 100 sex alliances fought against Void Land, no one took Void Land seriously, and no one even considered the possibility that there could be two mature divine spirits hidden in this puny second-class force. After that battle though, Zhu Jiuyin's origins were made clear. Yang Kai left Void Land this time seemingly followed by only Yu-He and Bai Qi. However, who knew whether he had any hidden backup like Zhu Jiuyin or Bai Shi? The reason why Luan Baifeng did not attack just now was because she was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin was hiding nearby. Thus, as soon as they heard Yang Kai shout the name Zhu Jiuyin, the three of them acted as though they were facing a terrifying enemy. Taking this opportunity, Yu-He and Old Bai, who had been secretly instructed by Yang Kai, struck out in unison, targeting a certain spot in the void. After the raging world force exploded 3 times, the imprisoned space suddenly loosened. Although Luan Baifeng had set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking array here, it was not very solid as she had to act quickly. Thus, Yu-He and Old Bai could easily break through it by force. Luan Baifeng's pretty face turned red as she shouted, "It's a trick, stop them." Yang Kai turned his head around and sneered at her as he manipulated space principles once again. As long as he could escape from here, he was confident he would be able to get rid of Luan Baifeng and the others. When he first entered the 3000 worlds, he was able to escape from the proprietress. Now that his strength was far greater, it would not be difficult for him to use his space beacons and space principles to escape from Luan Baifeng and the others. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became odd as he looked behind Luan Baifeng in a daze. The next moment, his eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Old Bai said anxiously, "Go. What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his tense expression suddenly becoming completely relaxed. Luan Baifeng, however, shivered violently, because at that moment, a cold aura appeared behind her. It was as if a poisonous snake had climbed up to the back of her neck and gently hissed into her ear. "Your name is Luan Baifeng?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Luan Baifeng's body jolted, and the full might of her 6th order open heaven realm cultivation burst out along with a roar. She struck behind her with the back of her palm, which, though hurried, still contained all her strength. Whipping her head around at the same time, she saw the face of the person standing behind her. Charming and enchanting, the person's heavenly beauty could topple kingdoms. Even though Luan Baifeng was a woman herself, she could not help but be moved when she saw her. Divine Spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiuyin. This turned out to be a trick disguised as another trick. When she saw Yang Kai rushing to escape, she thought that the boy was just trying to distract her. However, who knew that Zhu Jiuyin was really nearby, and at some point had snuck up behind her. Facing Luan Baifeng's attack, Zhu Jiuyin just gently slapped away her palm. This casual slap held the power of a mature divine spirit though, and the sound of bones cracking rang out as Luan Baifeng was sent flying like a paper kite without a string. Fresh blood sprayed from her lips as she tumbled uncontrollably. A sixth-order open heaven master was as weak as a 3-year-old child in front of Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin did not pause. Her whole body seemed to not move at all, yet somehow still managed to catch up to Luan Baifeng. With a flip of her hair, each strand turned into a poisonous snake. There, a group of thousands of snakes opened their mouths, hissing endlessly as they bit towards Luan Baifeng. Xing. Ethereal music sounded at that moment, as if someone was plucking a zither in the void. Yang Kai did not know when, but a woman with a breathtakingly beautiful face had appeared. Her white arms and calves were exposed with a pinkish tinge dyeing them. She sat cross-legged in the void, a zither before her and a sweet smile on her face. With a single move of her delicate hand, sound waves that were visible to the naked eye turned into sharp knives, heading towards Jiang Yunshan. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and exclaimed with widened eyes, "Seen your sister Chu." In truth, he really did just shout Zhu Jiuyin's name to distract Luan Baifeng and the others to take advantage of their lapse in attention and create an opportunity to escape. Who knew that his words would be prophetic and Zhu Jiuyin would really appear? His cultivation had not yet reached such a state where his words would become law, whereby the world would follow it. Thus, Zhu Jiuyin had only shown up because she had been secretly following him to protect him. His attempt in deception not only fooled Luan Baifeng and the others, but also Zhu Jiuyin herself. When Yang Kai went to Zhu Jiuyin and asked for her help, she had firmly refused. He thought that she would really not assist him this time, so it was a pleasant surprise to learn she had actually followed him in secret. This warmed Yang Kai's heart. No matter what the reason may be, Zhu Jiuyin did follow him in the end. Not only did Zhu Jiuyin follow him, but Chu Huashang had also tagged along. Yinyang Cave Heaven had opened a Dao temple in Void Star City to attract young talents from all over the world to discuss the Dao. This Dao temple was the reason Chu Huashang had been present in Void Star City for the past few years. She had even visited Void Land numerous times. It was just that this time, Yang Kai had not informed her about this incident, and he did not know why she had come here with Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin was now equivalent to a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. With the two of them joining the battle, the roles of hunter and prey had instantly been flipped. The melody of the zither was soul-stirring, forcing Jiang Yunshan to retreat again and again. Jiang Yunshan was definitely stronger than Chu Huashang in terms of raw strength. After all, it had not been long since Chu Huashang had advanced to the Open Heaven Realm. Thus, even with the artifacts given to her by her sect, it would be difficult for her to make up for the gap brought by the difference in their foundation. However, when Zhu Jiuyin appeared, Jiang Yunshan was also momentarily distracted and had to divert part of his attention to monitor her. Thus, for a while, he was caught off guard and greatly affected by Chu Huashang's sound attack. Meanwhile, there was another enemy remaining, Xinliang, who was still watching. Yuhi decisively held a flower and swept it towards Xinliang. The flower petals filling the void trapped him again. Violent sounds came out of the storm of petals, but Xinliang was unable to escape in short order. The situation had been decided. If Heavenly Sword Union did not have backup, Xinliang and the others would not be able to turn the tide. However, Heavenly Sword Union was only a second-class great force. After Kong Feng's death, sending 2 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to set up an ambush here was already their limit. Even if they still had another master of such caliber, it was impossible for them to be here, since they still needed someone to assume command of their headquarters. Only if this ambush was part of a greater plot, where a stronger mastermind was waiting behind the scenes, could the situation be reversed, but that was unlikely. Since the mastermind was using the proprietress to lure Yang Kai to the Shattered Heaven, they must be planning to strike there. Xinliang and others were probably just the vanguard, sent to test Yang Kai's depths. In fact, Xinliang and others had already accomplished their mission, since at least Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang had been exposed. This news could naturally not be concealed from those plotting behind the scenes, giving them time to prepare. With so many unknowns though, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He continued to surge his space principles in case he needed to escape. In front of Zhu Jiuyin, Luan Baifeng was simply unable to fight back. In a matter of just 2 or 3 moves, she was severely wounded and was coughing up blood. Luan Baifeng was also a very decisive woman. Knowing that she was definitely not Zhu Jiuyin's opponent, and that a prolonged battle would lead to her death, she used a divine ability that Yang Kai had never seen before, and turned into a red beam of light, traveling thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Zhu Jiuyin didn't pursue her as a 6th-order open heaven realm master who was determined to flee was not so easy to kill. Not to mention, Zhu Jiuyin was also worried about possible ambushes lying in wait for her. Seeing that she couldn't kill Luan Baifeng in short order, she simply gave up and turned her gaze towards Xinliang. Xinliang felt so depressed that he almost spat out blood. Yuhi alone was enough to constrain him, so with Zhu Jiuyin joining in, how could he be their match? Even though he went all out to resist, he was surrounded by danger and was repeatedly walking along the edge of death. On the other hand, Jiang Yunshan, who was tied down by Chu Huashang, saw Luan Baifeng's escape and Xinliang's desperate situation and decisively attacked Chu Huashang with all his strength. Creating an opening, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. He knew that Xinliang, who was targeted by an existence like Zhu Jiuyin, was finished, and if he didn't leave, when Zhu Jiuyin was done dealing with Xinliang, he would be next. 2 of the 3 6th-order open heaven realm masters had fled immediately after Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang showed up. Xinliang also wanted to flee, but how could he manage to escape? Seeing his own vice-union master running faster than a rabbit from the corner of his eyes, he felt a mixture of grief and anger as his face turned ashen. Teetering on the brink of death, Xinliang cried out, "Spare my life, and from now on Heavenly Sword Union will follow only Void Land." Zhu Jiuyin's jade-like white hand latched onto the top of his head at that moment and a violent and unstable power emanated from within her palm. Turning her head to look towards Yang Kai, she silently asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Xinliang understood that his survival depended entirely on Yang Kai's thoughts, so how could he still care about their gap in cultivation and status? He hastily pleaded, "This Xin is willing to swear an oath on his martial heart. Please show mercy, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai was not moved and uttered only one word, "Kill." Xinliang's eyes widened as Zhu Jiuyin jade-like white hand clenched, and with a fierce twist, she directly wrenched his head off. The now headless body twitched a few times before it stopped moving. If he really wanted to subdue Xinliang, Yang Kai could use the loyalty list. After all, right now, the loyalty list only had 3 names on it, and there were still 6 pages left. Xinliang was a 6th-order open heaven realm master, thus, he could not resist the power of the loyalty list. The only thing Yang Kai had to do was make him leave his name and imprint on it, and Yang Kai would be able to control his life and death. Chen Tianfei, He He, and Yun Xinghua were all in this situation. Perhaps Xinliang really could be used to influence Heavenly Sword Union. However, Heavenly Sword Union had already attacked Yang Kai twice, so how could he let them off so easily? He had long been determined in his heart to someday eradicate Heavenly Sword Union from the 3,000 worlds. Naturally, when he was strong enough. Xinliang, the new Union Master, only held his position for 2 or 3 years before he was killed by Void Land. Including Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union had already lost 2 Union Masters at Void Land's hands. There was absolutely no way to resolve such a deep grudge. However, since Heavenly Sword Union was willing to be a blade in the hands of others, they should be prepared to be broken. And many thanks to Senior for rushing to my aid. Yang Kai hurriedly thanked Zhu Jiuyin while cupping his fist in gratitude. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly, "If it wasn't for Luor's incessant begging, do you think this queen would have come? This queen is only here for Luor's sake, so don't flatter yourself." Yes, it's Luor's good fortune that she is so valued by Senior. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, while smiling secretly in his heart. Shanqing Luo was currently in secluded retreat under Zhu Jiuyin's tutelage, so she knew nothing about outside events. How would she have gotten to know about Yang Kai's trip? Zhu Jiuyin's statement was clearly just a pretense. Yang Kai guessed that she was afraid Shanqing Luo would blame her if he fell prey to any accidents during this trip of his, which was why she secretly followed him here. Yang Kai did not reveal any such thoughts that flickered across his mind. but brat, don't forget about the conditions you promised before. This queen will help you this time. Whether you live or die, once this is over, you will consider this queen's oath fulfilled. This queen will regain her freedom either way. Naturally. Xianxia nodded sternly. Although this junior is young, he always means what he says. After this trip, senior will no longer be bound by anything. Zhu Jiuyin's expression cleared up a little. Seems you still have some sense. Xianxia turned to Chu Huashang next and asked with a sigh, Senior sister Chu, why did you come here too? Chu Huashang withdrew her zither and said with a smile, naturally, I had to come because you were in trouble. Junior brother Yang, you're really something. Why didn't you call me when you were short of hands? If Senior Zhu hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have even known that you had left Void Land. Xianxia realized that Chu Huashang was called by Zhu Jiuyin, and hesitantly said, with senior sister status. Chu Huashang smiled and said, I am only acting in my personal capacity on this trip. My actions have nothing to do with Yinyang Cave Heaven. While that sounded well and good, in the end, she was still a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven. After this trip, she would definitely be reprimanded by her sect. Perhaps it was precisely because of her identity that Zhu Jiuyin specifically invited her, because it would be more convenient to act if she took advantage of Chu Huashang's identity. Xianxia let out a slight sigh, forget it. No matter what happens next, you have my sincere thanks, senior sister. Chu Huashang pursed her lips and smiled, junior brother, you could pledge yourself to me if you're so moved. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted from the side, stop flirting. You were ambushed right after you exited Void territory, and there are undoubtedly many more dangers lying ahead. If you have enough time to profess your undying love, you may as well use it to think about how to overcome those dangers and defeat your enemies. Xianxia coughed lightly and said, since Senior has shown up, there should be no more difficulties along the way, unless they want to fight Senior to the death. Those people have already used Proprietress to lure me out of Void Land, so they will definitely try to finish me off in the Shattered Heaven. Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment and said, according to your speculations, we should be safe until we reach the Shattered Heaven? I believe so, but I can't be sure. In any case, it's better that we act carefully. Saying that is the same as saying nothing. Zhu Jiuyin gave him a blank look. Xianxia scratched his nose and said, no matter what, we should continue forward first. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. Yui's wooden shuttle had been broken in the battle, thus, Chu Huashang summoned her flight-type artifact. The small group entered the artifact, after which it zoomed ahead, following the universe chart's guidance. Even as they passed through one great territory after another, there were no further ambushes, just like Xianxia expected. Luan Baifeng and Jiang Yinshan had escaped from the previous battle, so the news that Zhu Jiuyin was accompanying Xianxia must have reached the ears of the people behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin's strength was close to that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so they would need more than 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to join hands to deal with her. As Xianxia had said, unless they wanted to fight against Zhu Jiuyin to the death, they wouldn't attack them easily. However, all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had cultivated for many, many years, so which one of them didn't cherish his or her own life? Who would want to fight with a divine spirit for nothing? However, Xianxia was clearly able to notice that someone was following and monitoring them, which was to be expected, thus, he did not pay attention to it. Now that his whereabouts had already been exposed, he simply prioritized reaching the Shattered Heaven, since no matter what, he would be exposed sooner or later when he arrived there anyway. After nearly 2 months since he had left Void Land, Xianxia finally arrived at the Shattered Heaven after passing through the last territory gate. Xianxia said hesitantly while looking straight ahead, is this the Shattered Heaven? As far as he could see, there was a vast region of shattered spirit provinces that were filled with many shops and people. Cultivators were coming and going in droves from this place. Xianxia originally thought that since the Shattered Heaven was filled with dangers, there wouldn't be too many people present, even including those who came to explore. But, contrary to his expectations, this place seemed very lively. While not as well organized or laid out as Void Star City, the level of activity in this patchwork-like area was no less. After 2 months of recuperation, Old Bai had somewhat recovered. Hearing Xianxia's words, he smiled and said, this is the Shattered Heaven, but we're still only in the outermost periphery. This place has been explored by countless people, so there will be no danger here. What's that about? Xianxia pointed to the Shattered Spirit Province. Where there are people, there will naturally be trade. This is essentially the Shattered Heavens Star City, an ungoverned place that is more chaotic than any other in the 3,000 worlds. People who come in and out of the Shattered Heaven need a place to rest and recuperate, and the people who come out of the Shattered Heaven's depths also need a place to sell the treasures they acquired, which is why this Star City came into being. Xianxia nodded lightly as he commented, "It's quite lively." Oldby replied, "It's naturally lively. There are many people killing others and stealing goods every day there." Understandable. Xianxia nodded, "Let's go and have a look." Oldby frowned and said, "We can always watch the liveliness later, but we don't know how Proprietress is doing right now. We should prioritize finding her." Xianxia, however, patted his shoulder and shook his head, "Believe me, I'm just as concerned as you are about Proprietress' situation, but you don't even know how she and the others disappeared or where she is trapped, so even if you go there, what would you do? Going to this Star City first is not to watch the commotion, but to wait for those people to come to us." After hearing this, Oldby hesitantly said, "You mean?" Xianxia confirmed, "Those people lured me to come to Shattered Heaven. Now that I'm here, it's time for them to get down to business, and do what they have planned to do. At the very least, we should be able to find out about the Proprietress's current location and situation." After giving it a thought, Bai Qi realized that Xianxia was right, so he nodded in agreement. Following that, they moved into the lawless Star City. Not only was this place chaotic, but the buildings were also built in a haphazard fashion. There were some people who had gotten into scuffles on the streets, and the stains of blood on the ground suggested that many lives were lost here. As Xianxia silently scanned his surroundings, he was horrified to learn that the cultivators moving around this damned place were mostly Open Heaven Realm masters. There were rarely any cultivators like him who hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. After pondering on it for a moment though, he realized that Shattered Heaven was a truly dangerous place, so no weak cultivators were able to venture into this area. Being an Open Heaven Realm master was probably the minimum requirement. Furthermore, most Open Heaven Realm masters here looked destitute, which explained why they took a huge risk to look for opportunities in this dangerous place. Xianxia was a half-step Open Heaven Realm master who was followed by Zhu Jiuyin, Yu He, and the other strong cultivators, so this group of people looked rather conspicuous in this city. The people who could make a living here were all cultivators with sharp vision, so they were able to easily tell that it was difficult to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the others. Therefore, even though many people had their eyes on them, no one dared to go anywhere near them. Whenever Xianxia and the others went, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands that separated the onlookers. "Some people are secretly paying attention to us," Zhu Jiuyin said in a small voice all of a sudden. Xianxia replied with a smile, "That's expected. It'd be strange if no one is paying attention to us." Upon seeing a restaurant, Xianxia led all of them inside. People from all walks of life had gathered together in the restaurant and it was quite bustling, with shophands running around with their backs soaked in sweat. The shopkeeper looked grumpy and had ugly facial features, but he was truly powerful as he was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm master. After getting a private room, Xianxia's group ordered some signature dishes before sitting down and waiting. Soon, the dishes and bottles of wine were served. Even though they were delectable, no one started eating as Xianxia just sat with his eyes closed, waiting. Since he hadn't made a move, Yu He and the others would naturally stay still. On the other hand, Bai Qi kept squirming as though he was sitting on pins and needles. It had been half a year since the proprietress got into trouble, but they hadn't found out her whereabouts until now, so he was expected to be apprehensive. Just 1 hour later, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly took a look at Xianxia, who seemed to have noticed it as well and opened his eyes. Zhu Jiuyin said impassively, "He's here." Xianxia gently let out a breath and replied, "Good." Even though he had comforted Bai Qi earlier, he wasn't confident that the mastermind would show up to see him here. His plan was that if no one showed up after a day, he could only ask Bai Qi to lead them to the place where the proprietress got into trouble, then they'd search for her slowly. Now, it seemed that his speculation was right. Since he had come to Shattered Heaven as he was told, the mastermind was supposed to show up and reveal his intentions. Next, they heard a series of footsteps as some people were coming upstairs in a calm manner. Before they even arrived, a disturbing aura started permeating the place. Yang Kai frowned and snorted, "They're from Myriad Demon's Heaven." He was certain that the aura was demon chi as he was familiar with it. After the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Yang Kai found out that Myriad Demon's Heaven was the culprit behind the siege. Now, the mastermind behind the incident this time was also from that great force, so it seemed that the feud between them was bound to worsen. A moment later, the door was pushed open from the outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw two figures stepping into the private room. As expected, they were from Myriad Demon's Heaven as they were engulfed in black demon chi, which undulated and concealed their faces. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the person at the front was the same high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who had appeared in Voidland previously. At the moment, this man was followed by another Open Heaven Realm Master, but this person's aura suggested that he was only in the Fifth Order. Faced with such formidable enemies, Yu He and the others immediately rose from the chairs and stood behind Yang Kai to protect him. On the other hand, Zhu Jiuyin remained seated in a dispassionate manner, as though she hadn't seen the people who came in. Even though the person at the front was covered in demon chi, Yang Kai could clearly sense that the other party was examining him with a pair of piercing eyes. An unafraid Yang Kai stared back at him, but the next instant, he felt the person's demon chi turning into a swirl and sucking his soul into it. It was totally beyond Yang Kai's control as he felt his eyes burning all of a sudden. The demon eye of annihilation on his left and the black purgatory eye on his right revealed themselves. At that moment, his golden eye was bright while his black eye was pitch black. Just then, Zhu Jiuyin gently flicked the wine glass in front of her. Following a clang, a ripple spread around in Yang Kai's mind like a glimmer of light that tore apart the darkness, extricating him from that strange state. Yang Kai hurriedly looked down and closed his eyes, which felt like they were burning. "I respect you as a guest, but if you dare to make a scene, don't blame this queen for becoming rude with you." Zhu Jiuyin gave him a warning impassively. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demon's Heaven put on a smile and cupped his fist. "Myriad Demon's Heaven, Tijing, greets senior sister Zhu. The reason I did some probing just now was that I had some doubts, so I hope that you'll forgive me." Even though he was covered in eerie demon chi, he was rather polite when he spoke, unlike how haughty he was in Voidland previously. It seemed he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of a divine spirit. After all, he had suffered a setback because of Zhu Jiuyin back then. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. Then, Tijing turned to look at Yang Kai and nodded gently. "The last time we met, this monarch was curious about why you exuded an aura that was supposed to be exclusive to Myriad Demon's Heaven. Now, it seems to be the case. Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. Haha. These two are very abstruse secret techniques from our great force that are never taught to outsiders. Even within Myriad Demon's Heaven, rarely anyone has successfully cultivated one of the two secret techniques, let alone mastered both. Where did you learn these secret techniques?" Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, but he didn't let his emotions show on his face and simply replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." His two secret techniques came from great demon god Imo Sheng. When Imo Sheng's physical body was destroyed in the past, his eyes were cast into the void and wound up far, far away. As time passed, they gained their own sentience and life. One of them became the great demon god of Tongxian realm while the other became a one-eyed giant monster. There came an opportunity for Yang Kai as he obtained the demon eye of annihilation first, followed by the black purgatory eye, which was how he mastered both secret techniques. The moment Yang Kai found out that there was a Myriad Demon's Heaven in the 3,000 worlds, he warned himself to be cautious if he came across anyone from that great force so that his secrets wouldn't be exposed. Those from that great force might not be aware that Imo Sheng eventually lost his life in the star boundary, but if he showcased the two secret techniques from Great Demon God, it would catch the attention of those from that great force. In fact, Yang Kai had been cautious enough as he rarely used these secret techniques. He hadn't expected that Tijing had already noticed them when he came to Voidland previously. Upon some probing this time, he easily found out Yang Kai's secrets. Both the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye were secret techniques that came from Myriad Demon's Heaven, so the other party's understanding of the two secret techniques must be far greater than Yang Kai's. As such, he was unable to resist Tijing's inspection. With a faint smile, Tijing took a seat and said, "It's pointless for you to deny it as the characteristics of these two secret techniques are too conspicuous. Even though this monarch has never cultivated them, there are a number of people in our great force who have mastered these secret techniques. That's why I can easily recognize them. However, there's something I don't understand. You're not a disciple from our great force, so how did you get to learn these techniques?" Over the years, only a small number of the disciples from our great force have had the aptitude to learn these secret techniques, and they're also the most talented people in Myriad Demon's heaven. After he finished speaking, the demon chi around him dissipated and revealed his face. As he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's eyes, he licked his lips and said, "This monarch is interested in your eyes. Why don't you sell them to me? I'll offer a reasonable price." Yang Kai asked impassively, "I'm interested in your head as well. Are you going to sell it to me?" Tijing grinned, "You're pretty bold, however, even though you have these secret techniques, you're unable to fully activate their powers without the core secret art. Furthermore, you're not a disciple from our great force. It'd be a waste if you hold on to these eyes of yours." "That's none of your business." Yang Kai shook his head. Tijing examined him and also shook his head. "What a shame. This monarch is not going to force you since you're not willing to sell your eyes. In any case, I'll be fine with it if you join our great force." Yang Kai arched his brow. "Oh? Are you trying to recruit me?" Tijing replied seriously, "Yes, but it's because I don't want the two secret techniques from our great force to go to waste." A curious Yang Kai asked, "What are the benefits I will get if I join Myriad Demon's heaven?" Tijing said, "You'll never have to worry about putting food on the table again, and all your trouble will be gone. This monarch can give you everything you want, as long as you make a heart demon oath and start working for me from now on." "Everything?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Does it include a high-ranking element treasure?" "If you want, this monarch can give it to you," Tijing said with a smile. "That's attractive, but your conditions are too harsh. I'm not used to being subservient to anyone." There seemed to be a look of regret on Tijing's face. "I wanted to lead you to a bright future, but you wouldn't appreciate my kindness. Despite the fact that you have two great eyes, you're no different from a blind man." "How pitiful." Yang Kai snorted, "Enough nonsense. You told me to come to the shattered heaven, and I'm here now. Where's my proprietress?" Tijing asked, "Are you talking about the woman named Lan Yurua? Stop asking the obvious." "Well," Tijing smiled and fished out a jade slip before pushing it towards Yang Kai. "She's in this place now. Do you have the guts to go there?" Yang Kai frowned as Tijing readily revealed the proprietress' whereabouts, so he wasn't sure if he should believe him. Then, he gave Zhu Jiuyin a signal with his eyes, whereupon the woman picked up the jade slip and examined it. Then, she nodded at Yang Kai to mean that there was nothing wrong with it. It was then Yang Kai picked up the jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. With a frown, he gazed at Tijing and asked, "How would I know if you're telling the truth?" "It's up to you whether you want to believe me." Tijing grinned and rose from the chair, then cupped his fist to Zhu Jiuyin. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, senior sister Zhu." Following that, he turned around and nonchalantly left. After he was gone, Bai Qi asked anxiously, "Where's proprietress now?" Yang Kai replied, "Have a look." Then, he passed the jade slip to him. After scanning the jade slip, Bai Qi furrowed his brow. "Shadowless cave heaven?" The jade slip indeed contained the proprietress' whereabouts, but it was actually a universe cave heaven called Shadowless Cave Heaven, which was just as powerful as Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Both of them were universe cave heavens left behind by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after they passed away. "Old Bai, do you think we can believe the information in this jade slip?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi replied, "It's likely to be true. The location marked in this jade slip was where proprietress and the others disappeared back then. It explains why they went missing if they really fell into a universe cave heaven. However, I've never heard of Shadowless Cave Heaven before." Yuhi said, "It's rumored that many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the Shattered Heaven. After they died, they left behind many universe cave heavens and universe paradises. So, it's expected that you've never heard of it, but what?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Universe cave heavens and universe paradises are usually sealed off from the outside world. No one can find entrances unless they're extremely lucky. Since those people could make Big Sister Lan fall into this shadowless cave heaven, it probably means that they already have control over its entrance. As Xianxia suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes as he asked, "Old Bai, you said that the reason proprietress came to the shattered heaven was that she was looking for a high-ranking element treasure for me. How did you all get wind of it? Did you find out about it yourselves?" Bai Qi replied, "It was proprietress who somehow got word of it." "Do you think someone deliberately leaked news of a high-ranking element treasure to lure proprietress into the trap that sent her into the shadowless cave heaven?" Xianxia snorted, "I don't think it was a coincidence. It seems that they've really discovered a portal into the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, they know how to enter it. The heritages of the cave heavens and paradises were all extremely rich, so it wasn't odd that they could control the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven, and it also wasn't difficult for them to use it to trap the proprietress and lure Xianxia to the shattered heaven. In that case, are you still going?" Zhu Jiuyin shot Xianxia with a dispassionate glance. "The reason they generously told you the location must be that they've set up a trap. Even if this queen goes with you, I can't necessarily ensure your safety. You'll probably lose your life there." Xianxia pursed his lips and said, "I was ready for that before I came here. There's no turning back now. Regardless of how dangerous the road ahead of us is, I have to move forward." Zhu Jiuyin stared intently at him and said calmly, "Don't worry. If you lose your life there, I'll at least bury your corpse." "And offended you?" he glared at her. "Let's go. I'm eager to find out what kind of an amazing trap they've set up for me." Xianxia rose from his seat without hesitation. After shuffling out of the restaurant, they headed for the Star City's exit. Xianxia sported a solemn expression as he was worried about the proprietress. Countless ideas flashed through his mind as he pondered on the circumstances that he might come across, but a moment later, he realized that someone was staring at him. As their eyes met, Xianxia became startled for a moment. There was a middle-aged man across the street who had a look of disbelief on his face. It seemed that he hadn't expected to bump into Xianxia in this place. Following that, a sense of resentment rose within this man and his eyes seemed able to spurt endless wrath and hatred. His expression suggested that he was eager to skin Xianxia alive and drink his blood. However, as soon as he noticed the people around Xianxia, he knitted his brow. Even though the auras of Zhu Jiuyin and the others were concealed, it was apparent to this man that it would be difficult to deal with them. Given his power now, he was unable to kill Xianxia to get his revenge. As he darted his gaze around, he shot towards the Star City's exit. "Follow him!" Xianxia yelled and chased after the man. Despite the fact that Zhu Jiuyin and the others had no idea what was going on, they still promptly followed Xianxia. After leaving the Star City, they looked up and saw a ray of light shooting towards the depths of the void. Chu Huasheng quickly summoned her flight-type artifact, after which they boarded and raced after him. A puzzled Zhu Jiuyin asked, "Brat, who is that guy? Give me a moment to think." Xianxia frowned without answering her question. Innumerable memories flashed across his mind, and just a moment later, he seemed to have figured out something. "I got it." An impatient Zhu Jiuyin asked, "What do you mean?" Xianxia grinned, "We might be able to recruit some helpers." Bai Qi asked curiously, "Helpers?" All of them looked at him in puzzlement as they didn't understand why he was chasing after someone unrelated to the matter instead of heading straight to the proprietress location. After letting out a breath, Xianxia gazed at Chu Huasheng and asked, "Do you remember Abundance City, Senior Sister Chu?" Chu Huasheng replied with a smile, "Of course I do. We were even held captive together there. Aren't those people living in Voidland now?" She had frequently visited Voidland over the years, so she had seen Mo Mei and the others a number of times. When she and Xianxia were held captive in Abundance City, they had met Mo Mei and the other inhabitants of the city and found out about their situations. The ancestors of Abundance City were implanted with a blood principle restriction by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so their descendants had to live in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for their entire lives. Without the nourishment from the Cave Heaven's aura, they would immediately lose their lives. Back then, I joined forces with Black Crow Divine Monarch and obtained a secret technique that could resolve the blood principle restriction. After the collapse of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I managed to return to Abundance City in time and brought Mo Mei and the others out, eventually bringing them to settle in Voidland. However, when we were still captives, there was an elder from Abundance City who tried to kill me. Do you remember that, senior sister Chu? After giving it a thought, Chu Huashang nodded, and he was named Tan Luo Xing, right? It's no wonder I found that man familiar just now. When Tan Luo Xing saw the wooden token given to Yang Kai by the proprietress in the past, he attempted to kill him outright. However, Tan Luo Xing failed miserably and soon after forcefully opened the city's defensive grand array and fled as he was worried that he would get punished. After that, Golden Gorilla King stormed into Abundance City and made a scene. The person Yang Kai came across just now was Tan Luo Xing, who had fled from Abundance City. After finishing her words, Chu Huashang asked in perplexement, "There's something I don't understand, junior brother Yang." Tan Luo Xing fled pretty early on, so he supposedly shouldn't have survived. After the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, all the cultivators in that place must have passed away except for the ones from Abundance City that you managed to save. Yang Kai said with a smile, the only possibility is that his blood principle restriction was also removed. But who could have helped? Before Chu Huashang finished her words, her gaze brightened as she figured everything out. Yang Kai went on to say, that's right. There's one more person who can resolve the blood principle restriction other than me. Chu Huashang completed his sentence, Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai chuckled, he's really something. He had killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the collapse of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, all of the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow Divine Monarch and began hunting him down. Initially, I thought that he must have lost his life in the Blood Monster territory. Now, it seems that not only is he still alive and kicking, but he's also come to the Shattered Heaven. After a moment of deliberation, Yang Kai nodded, I'm sure he's in the Shattered Heaven now. His life must be worse than mine since he's being actively hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. There's nowhere in the 3,000 worlds that he can go except for the Shattered Heaven where there's nothing but chaos, he tooted. Did you notice, senior sister Chu? Tan Luo Xing is also an open heaven realm master now. Chu Huashang nodded, and, Fifth Order. Yang Kai went on to say, there was no way Black Crow Divine Monarch would help Tan Luo Xing resolve his blood principle restriction out of kindness. He was aware that he was on his own, so he had to recruit some subordinates. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Tan Luo Xing is powerful enough to be used as a pawn. Moreover, in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Abundance City alone was able to produce so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. What about other cities? If my speculation is right, Black Crow Divine Monarch must have amassed a lot of helpers who are in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a former high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, reborn after seizing someone else's body. Since Black Crow Divine Monarch possessed the necessary secret technique to resolve the blood principle restriction, it would be easy for him to enslave some people when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven began to collapse. Since Yang Kai was able to save the people from Abundance City at that time, Black Crow Divine Monarch could naturally do something similar. The fact that Tan Luo Xing was still alive was the best proof. Moreover, He said, Tan Luo Xing seems to be luring us somewhere, young master. Yang Kai said, he's completely resentful of me. After his failed attempt to kill me back then, he was forced to flee Abundance City and became homeless. When he saw me in the Star City just now, he wouldn't dare to make a move as all of you were around me. However, if he can lure us to the place where his companions gathered together, he can join forces with them and get his revenge. Chu Huashang remarked, that must be the place where Black Crow Divine Monarch resides. Yang Kai nodded, you're right. He's trying to make use of Black Crow Divine Monarch's power to deal with us. Even though there were only a small number of people with Yang Kai, they were obviously all powerful masters. Since Tan Luo Xing had the guts to lure them to that place, it meant that Black Crow Divine Monarch must have amassed a lot of subordinates, and he believed that the Divine Monarch was able to deal with Yang Kai and the others, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a decision. Zhu Jiuyin warned him by saying, are you trying to make use of that Black Crow Divine Monarch's power? Be careful, as you might go for wool and come back shorn. Chu Huashang said, you should really think twice about it, junior brother. I remember that you made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer a huge loss in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so he also abhors you. Sullivan, spoiler title, Black Crow Divine Monarch is still around. The reason Black Crow is resentful of me is that I ruined his plan to refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is no longer around, it's useless for him to keep on hating me. On the other hand, those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises hunted him in the Blood Monster territory, and even though he escaped from that great territory in the end, he was forced to live miserably in the Shattered Heaven. I believe that if there's a chance, he won't mind retaliating against those people. Back then, Black Crow Divine Monarch was trying to refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If he had succeeded, the life or death of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have fallen into his hands. Unfortunately, Xianxia foiled his plans at the critical moment. This was indeed an unresolvable feud. However, fighting back in order to survive as Xianxia had done, and the active hunt to exterminate him by the Cave Heavens and Paradises were not equal in weight. Xianxia had ruined his plan while those from Cave Heavens and Paradises wanted to kill him, so both of these parties were also his enemies. With that said, it was more difficult to deal with the Cave Heavens and Paradises in comparison. Black Crow Divine Monarch must be fully aware of that, which was why he had hidden himself in the Shattered Heaven. It was said that the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Perhaps they could join forces over this matter temporarily. As for their feud, they could settle it at a later date. Black Crow Divine Monarch had lived for a long time, so he must be able to see the big picture. Regardless, we have to meet him first. Maybe we'll get what we want, but even if we don't, we won't suffer any losses. Since Xianxia had made a decision, the others were not in any place to say otherwise, especially Chu Huashang. After all, she was a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven that was also involved in hunting down Black Crow Divine Monarch. As they raced after the ray of light, they moved forward at full speed. Broken spirit provinces were scattered everywhere in the Shattered Heaven. There was no vitality in these spirit provinces, and their world principles were long gone. These shattered spirit provinces were supposed to be parts of universe worlds in the Shattered Heaven, but after the epic war in the past, the neighboring great territories were all broken, and their universe worlds were destroyed, leaving behind only remnants. On a certain small spirit province, many figures had concealed themselves while there were some strong cultivators who stood guard around the periphery. All of a sudden, a shriek was heard coming from the deepest part of the spirit province, which sent a chill down everyone's spine. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who stood guard shuddered upon hearing that as they mourned for the lost life. These people were cultivators who were born and bred in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven broke apart, they were found by a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch, who helped resolve the blood principle restriction in their bodies and brought them away. Initially, they thought that they could finally break free from the cage that had confined their ancestors and them and start a new life. However, no one could have expected that it was just the beginning of their nightmare. They were still half-step Open Heaven Realm Masters when they left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but Black Crow Divine Monarch gave them resources and helped them ascend to the Open Heaven Realm in a short period of time. Due to years of accumulation and Black Crow Divine Monarch's help, they were able to ascend to the 4th Order at minimum. Many of them were in the 5th Order while there were a small number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. Very few lost their lives when breaking through. Following that, Black Crow Divine Monarch led them all the way to Shattered Heaven. Due to the fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch loved drinking human blood, he would need an Open Heaven Realm Master to use as blood food from time to time. The Shattered Heaven was a chaotic and lawless place, where countless lives were lost every day. As a formidable force like them wandered around, they could wait for the right targets and make a move at the right time. There were many unlucky Open Heaven Realm Masters who were captured by them and brought to this place to be served as blood sacrifices for Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, even though they were powerful, there were times when they were not lucky enough to find any target. For a time like this, Black Crow Divine Monarch would choose one of them to be his blood sacrifice. Initially, there were 35 people who had left the Blood Monster territory with Black Crow Divine Monarch, but after just 3 years, only a little more than 20 of them were left. Those who were gone didn't lose their lives in battle but instead had their blood essence sucked dry by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Luck wasn't on their side recently as they couldn't capture anyone to serve as blood food, so as soon as they heard the shriek, they knew that one of their companions had perished. Now, their life or death was basically in Black Crow Divine Monarch's hands. Although some of them were stronger than him, none of them dared to rebel. If this went on, all of them would be killed by Black Crow Divine Monarch in a few years. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction for them, he also left something in their bodies, which ensured that they wouldn't be able to break free from his control even after they advanced to the open heaven realm. The shrieks didn't last for a long time. After slightly more than 10 breaths' time, the voice weakened. The open heaven realm masters on the spirit province sported in different expressions as they were already used to this. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, "Someone is coming." The people who were responsible for standing guard immediately looked around and saw a ray of light approaching them at high speed, and they quickly put their guard up. However, just a moment later, someone recognized the person who was approaching and shouted, "Don't panic. It's Tan Luoxing." As expected, Tan Xinglu appeared within everyone's sight just a while later, but before he even reached them, he exclaimed, "Hide yourselves. There are some new blood sacrifices following me." Upon hearing that, all of them became energized as they used their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures. They had been extremely unlucky recently as they were unable to capture any blood sacrifice at all. They had just lost another companion, and no one knew who the next among them would be. Therefore, when they heard that some blood sacrifices were following Tan Luoxing, they quickly got prepared. As long as they could catch those blood sacrifices, they would be safe in a short period of time. On the other hand, upon informing his companions about it, Tan Luoxing shot towards the deepest part of the spirit province. Just a moment later, he arrived at a collapsed grand hall that was protected by powerful cultivators in all directions. However, all of them looked as pale as white sheets now. In the middle of the grand hall stood a figure that was engulfed in blood mist. For some reason, he was trembling violently, and the blood mist around him contracted and expanded irregularly. There was a withered corpse lying on the ground in front of this figure. The corpse didn't contain any moisture, as though it had been left in the burning sun for countless years. His skin was horrendously pale, and all his blood essence was gone. He must have gone through a terrifying experience before his death. His hollow eyes almost popped out, and horror was written all over his shriveled face. Tan Luoxing took a glance at the corpse and instantly recognized his identity. Just a few days ago, he had chatted with this man over some casual topics, so it never crossed his mind that after he returned from the Star City in the Shattered Heaven, the other party would already be dead. Still, he quickly retracted his gaze and called out, "Divine Monarch." All of a sudden, the figure covered in blood mist extended his hand and slapped Tan Luoxing. The slap was so forceful that he flipped over several times in the air, and when he landed on the ground, half of his face was swollen up while several of his teeth were broken. "How dare you disturb this monarch when I'm having my meal? Is it your first day working for me? Or do you also want to be my blood food today?" Black Crow Divine Monarch's grim voice was heard coming from the weltering blood mist. Tan Luoxing shuddered and fell on all fours as he pleaded, "Please forgive me, Divine Monarch. Please forgive me. I know I've made a mistake. Please don't kill me." Black Crow roared like he was an injured beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he said through clenched teeth, "Old dog blood monster, you still taunt this monarch even after your death. What did you do to the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture? Damn you." It wasn't until Black Crow fled from the blood monster territory and arrived at the Shattered Heaven that he realized there was something wrong with the scripture that he had cultivated. That was because after he ascended to the open heaven realm, he had to look for suitable blood sacrifices from time to time and swallow all their blood essence, otherwise, he would be at risk of self-detonation. Even though the learner of the scripture was supposed to consume others' blood essence to increase their power, there was a difference between doing it proactively and being forced to do it. He had a speculation that the scripture he had obtained was tampered with by blood monster Divine Monarch, which was why he had fallen into such a state. Whenever he needed a blood sacrifice, he would feel unbearably itchy as though countless cats were scratching his soul. He was unable to control his emotions as he'd become highly irritable. Then, he turned his head and stared fixedly at Tan Luoxing. "Why did you disturb this monarch? If you can't provide a good reason, I'll devour you immediately." Tan Luoxing became horrified as he knew that Black Crow wasn't pulling his leg. If he couldn't come up with a satisfactory reply, he would lose his life the next instant. Not daring to be negligent, he pressed his head against the ground and said in a shaking voice, "I found Xianxia in the Star City. Yang Kai? Black Crow Divine Monarch became startled for a moment, then the blood mist around him exploded as he shot towards Tan Luoxing and yanked him up before saying through gritted teeth, "Are you talking about that damn brat who ruined this monarch's plan back in Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Where is he?" If Yang Kai hadn't foiled his plan, he wouldn't have fallen into such a state. At that time, as long as he could refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and make use of its resources, he could wait until he recovered his strength before leaving. By then, he could go anywhere he pleased instead of hiding from his enemies in this place. Tan Luoxing quickly said, "I've lured him to this place. He'll be here soon." Upon hearing that, Black Crow was elated. "Good, very good. That brat ruined this monarch's plans in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I've been wanting to get my revenge, but I didn't know where he was. Now that he dares to show up in this shattered heaven, he's basically stepping right into his grave. This monarch will definitely catch and kill him." After he finished speaking, he gently put down Tan Luoxing and said with a mild expression, "You've done well." Sullivan wanted to separate this guy's name Black Crow to be named Xianxia. However, Black Crow is just his title, not his actual name. So, it should be fine. After getting a compliment, Tan Luoxing put on a fawning smile, "It's my duty to help solve your problems, Divine Monarch." However, Yang Kai is followed by some open heaven realm masters this time. I couldn't see through their strength as they were concealing their auras, but I don't think they're pushovers. Black Crow sneered, "I was worried that they would be too weak. To this monarch, the more powerful a blood sacrifice is, the better they'll taste." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction. Apparently, he had sensed something. At the same time, explosive sounds were heard as world force undulated. There was also an aura that was extraordinarily powerful and eerie. Obviously, the people who were responsible for standing guard had engaged Yang Kai in battle. A divine spirit. Black Crow turned pale and widened his eyes in disbelief. Why was there a divine spirit following Yang Kai around? Moreover, judging from the divine spirit's energy fluctuations, she should be a mature one. In other words, she was at least as strong as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Black Crow's expression darkened instantly. To him, there was no doubt that a powerful blood sacrifice would taste better and be more beneficial to him. Still, he had to be wary of a mature divine spirit. Even though he had many strong cultivators in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm who worked for him, they would be useless when faced against such a foe. Despite his wariness, he wasn't afraid. More than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were a force to be reckoned with. If they got into a life-and-death battle with this divine spirit, both parties would likely be equally matched. While he was pondering on whether he should fight or retreat, he heard someone speaking to him, "Black Crow, your friend has come all the way here to see you. Why don't you let me in?" Upon hearing that voice, Black Crow immediately had the urge to kill. That was the voice of the accursed brat who had repeatedly ruined his plans in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. First, he failed to seize Yang Kai's body and had to settle for an inferior one. Then, he foiled his plans to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, leading to the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which forced him to flee to the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai was the cause of all of his misery. Whenever Black Crow thought of that brat, he was eager to skin him alive and drink his blood. In fact, he had secretly made an oath that as soon as he returned to his peak, he would scour the 3,000 worlds to look for this boy and let him taste the cruelest torture imaginable. However, it never crossed Black Crow's mind that they'd meet again so soon. As he narrowed his bloodshot eyes, he raised his arm and bellowed, "Let them in." Black Crow was fully aware of his subordinate's strength. Since Yang Kai had a divine spirit with him, there was no way his blood slaves could stop him. In that case, he decided to directly let them in. He wanted to find out why Yang Kai had come all the way to the Shattered Heaven to look for him. The battle ended as the explosive sounds died down. Soon enough, under the attention of many mid-rank Open Realm Masters, Yang Kai led Zhu He, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others to barge into the place and walked up to Black Crow. Shwa shwa shwa. The cultivators who were hidden earlier flew over from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai and his group. At this moment, nearly 30 mid-rank Open Realm Masters had gathered together in this small spirit province. There was also the divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. People who had no idea what was going on would be shaken to the core if they saw such a powerful group. As their eyes met, Xianxia smiled and saluted in a friendly manner. Good to see you again, Black Crow. Who could have thought that we'd reunite in this place? Black Crow's eyes seemed able to spit fire as he snarled, quit being so presumptuous. How dare you call this monarch by his name? Xianxia replied with a smile, it's just a name. Please don't mind it, divine monarch. Black Crow snorted, stinking brat, you ruined this monarch's plans in the blood monster cave heaven, yet you still have the gall to show up in front of me? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a divine spirit to protect you? Then, he lifted both arms and put on a smug smile, do you see it now? I have many powerful subordinates with me. As soon as I give the order, they'll kill you. Xianxia spoke up with an amiable expression, I believe that you're capable of doing that, however, it's pointless for you to kill me now. The blood monster cave heaven is gone, and you're currently being hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. I believe that life has been terrible for you in the shattered heaven, am I right? At the mention of this, Black Crow became even more infuriated. If you hadn't interfered, this monarch wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. If he had managed to refine the blood monster divine palace, he could have taken control of the blood monster cave heaven and made use of the resources left behind by blood monster divine monarch to restore his strength while remaining hidden from the world, rather than being forced to flee and getting hunted down. I was forced to do that, divine monarch. If you had really refined the blood monster divine palace, I would have died. In order to survive, I had to oppose you at that time, Xianxia said with a smile, as though he wasn't the one who did that back then. Black Crow barked, what do you want, boy? Have you come all the way here just to annoy me? In that case, this monarch will never let you off. Of course not, Xianxia shook his head and said solemnly, I'm here to join forces with you. Black Crow gawked for a moment before growling, are you saying that you want to join forces with this monarch? Did you fumble your words? Or did I mishear you? Xianxia replied, you didn't mishear me, nor did I speak wrongly. Black Crow looked around and laughed in a maniacal manner. His laugh reverberated across the entire spirit province. A moment later, he stopped laughing and snorted, even though this monarch has no idea what your intentions are, I know that you've not some kind-hearted saint. Scram while I'm still in a good mood, otherwise, all of you have to lose your lives here. Xianxia stared at him and shook his head, you haven't even asked about what I want to join forces with you for, divine monarch. Why are you in a rush to chase me away? Black Crow scoffed, if possible, you're the first one this monarch would kill. Are you taunting me by telling me to work with you? Who do you think you are? Do you even have a right to join forces with me? Ignoring his mockery, Xianxia went on to say, you had no choice but to flee from the blood monster territory and hide in this broken spirit province because of those from the cave heavens and paradises. Don't you want to get your revenge? Black Crow stared at him with narrowed eyes as a dangerous glint flashed through his gaze. It was as though he was pondering on whether he should attack Xianxia here and now. Certainly, he had no regard for the latter whatsoever. When he was in the blood monster cave heaven back then, he had just taken over someone else's body, so he was only able to exert a fraction of his true power. That was the reason Xianxia was able to repeatedly foil his plans. But now, he was already a fifth-order realm master while Xianxia was still just a half-step open heaven realm cultivator. They were not even comparable anymore. However, he was wary of the divine spirit. With this divine spirit's protection, it would be unrealistic for him to kill Xianxia even though he had many strong subordinates with him. You hold some grudges against those from the cave heavens and paradises, and it's the same case for me, Xianxia continued, since we have common foes, why don't you join forces with me? Black Crow's interest had been piqued as he asked, why is there a feud between you and those from the cave heavens and paradises? Xianxia explained, that's because I want to directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm, and it seems to have affected some people's interests, so I've been targeted by them. In fact, I was lured to this place and there is a trap waiting for me in the depths of the shattered heaven. Understanding now, Black Crow nodded faintly, as expected, you really want to ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. It's no wonder that the cave heavens and paradises won't let you off. If I were them, I wouldn't let you achieve your goal either. However, since you're aware that it's a trap, why are you still going straight into it? There's a reason I must go, but I'm not going to tell you about it. It's a coincidence that we've come across each other here. I didn't deliberately look for you. Black Crow turned to look at Tan Luoxing and reckoned that the latter must have exposed his whereabouts by being followed. Faced with Black Crow's deathly stare, Tan Luoxing was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Black Crow snorted, since those from the cave heavens and paradises have set up a trap for you, it'll be useless regardless of how many people you bring with you. This monarch isn't a fool, so why would I decide to perish together with you? You're wrong, divine monarch. Yang Kai shook his head. If all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises had joined forces, there's no way I would survive, and even trying to resist would be pointless. However, we're only going to deal with some of them here, so they can't possibly summon a large number of their strongest cultivators. They are currently targeting me and the people around me, so if you seize the chance and make a move now, they won't be able to counterattack. Since you have so many powerful cultivators with you, don't you want to deal a heavy blow to them? While Black Crow was contemplating it with a frown, Yang Kai just stared silently at him without urging. A moment later, Black Crow sneered, regardless of what you say, this monarch will not believe even one word from your wicked mouth. I indeed hold some grudges against the cave heavens and paradises, and I'll storm into their headquarters someday, kill all of their disciples and destroy their inheritances that have been accumulated over so many years. However, I also very much want to see you dead. Ha ha ha. You want to use me to ease your burdens? You're too naive, brat. Yang Kai said with a frown, we can settle the score between us in the future, divine monarch. Such a chance is hard to come by. If you don't make a move now, you'll regret it in the future, won't you? Do you want to keep hiding in the shattered heaven forever? If they discover your whereabouts, do you think they'll let you live peacefully here? This is none of your business. Get lost now, or else I'll kill you right here. Black Crow waved his hand to chase them away. Divine monarch. While Yang Kai attempted to keep persuading him, the blood mist around Black Crow undulated as he snapped, if you don't leave within 3 breaths, you'll have to stay here forever. Following that, the 20 or so mid-rank open heaven realm masters circulated their strength. At that instant, the aura of world force permeated the broken hall. Yu He, Chu Huashang, and Bai Qi became alarmed, with only Zhu Jiaoyin remaining impassive as she stared coldly at Black Crow Divine Monarch. A frustrated Yang Kai shot Black Crow Divine Monarch a glare and said through clenched teeth, we're leaving. Then, he turned around and swung his sleeve before walking off, seemingly quite vexed. In the blink of an eye, they left the spirit province and headed straight to the depths of the shattered heaven. It wasn't until they flew for a long time after leaving the spirit province that Yang Kai's expression turned milder as he let out a breath. To the side, Zhu Jiaoyin asked, you wanted to join forces with him, but he didn't seem interested one bit. What are you going to do now? Walk right into the trap like a fool? There was a faint smile on Yang Kai's face. He wasn't interested? I don't think so. Zhu Jiaoyin said with a frown. Black Crow made his stance clear. Are you blind or what? Yang Kai explained, it's exactly because he made his stance clear so quickly that I'm sure he's interested. As for whether he'll make a move, it depends on our ability to deal with the trap they've set up. If my speculation is right, Black Crow will secretly follow us, then play it by ear. If there's a chance, he'll gladly have a hand in this matter. However, if the difference in power between our enemies and us is too great, he'll stay clear of it. He's not the charitable sort. Since he has suffered such an immense setback, there's no way he won't want to get his revenge. The most important thing now is whether we can create a chance for him to make a move. Zhu Jiaoyin refuted, that's just your speculation. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. It's just my speculation. Maybe Black Crow won't make any move in the end. If they couldn't use Black Crow's power, they had no choice but to face the trap in the shadowless cave heaven on their own. In any case, it was a surprise that they came across Black Crow in the shattered heaven. Yang Kai had never expected Black Crow to hide in that place, and the latter even had so many mid-rank open heaven realm masters working for him. In fact, it never crossed his mind that Black Crow had actually fled from the blood monster territory. Initially, he thought that the latter must have lost his life there. After all, every single territory gate of that place had been controlled by the cave heavens and paradises at that time, and all the cultivators who passed through gates were carefully screened. It wasn't certain what trick Black Crow had used, but not only had he managed to flee, he had even brought many people with him. This kind of old fox who had lived for countless years must never be underestimated. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and asked, Senior Sister Chu, since you're a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven, what kind of trap do you think those from Myriad Demons Heaven have set up in the Shadowless Cave Heaven? Following a moment of deliberation, she replied, I know little about the information at the top level. Even though my great force did its best to gather information, we're unable to do so as we're not involved in this matter. However, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters are all powerful figures with supreme identities, so they won't easily make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. Senior Zhu's existence has been exposed, so if those from Myriad Demons Heaven want to set up a trap, they'll specifically target her. Moreover, Senior Zhu showcased her power in the battle in Voidland a few years ago, therefore, I think at least 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters will be waiting outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded gently. What Chu Huashang had said was the same as his speculations. Since they wanted to target Zhu Jiuyin, they'd need 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the very least. That was because 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to defeat Zhu Jiuyin previously. Moreover, only Myriad Demons Heaven had exposed themselves in this matter so far. The other cave heavens and paradises remained hidden. Yang Kai had no idea whether there were other players in this game apart from Myriad Demons Heaven. However, Chu Huashang was right to say that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were powerful figures with superb identities, so they wouldn't easily make a move. Even if they did, they wouldn't come in large numbers. That was because they had a reputation to preserve. As the ship moved forward, Yang Kai stood on the deck and looked at the endless void while pondering on his future. Before coming to the 3,000 worlds, he would never have expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. like himself would be able to raise such waves one day. Now, faced with an extremely difficult trial, he realized that he was still too weak after all. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, he was still able to use the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array to play some role. Since the Array Jade was in his possession, he could make use of the Grand Array to fend off his enemies. However, he practically became useless after leaving Voidland. Initially, he wanted to make use of the Star City's development and wait for a chance to look for a high-ranking element treasure that suited him. Once he became a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he would make a name for himself. However, those who had been paying attention to him thought that he was going to disrupt the order in the 3,000 worlds, so they decided to take care of him before he had a chance and lured him out of Voidland. Faced with the siege by Xinliang, Jiang Yunshan, and Luan Baifeng, all Yang Kai could do was stay behind his companion's protection as he watched Bai Qi and Yu He fend off the enemy while he looked for a chance to flee. This ambush was just a probe to find out his true power, and the trap in the Shadowless Cave Heaven was the real deal. Given his current strength, there was nothing Yang Kai could do even if he reached the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Was he going to rely on Zhu Jiuyin to save the proprietress and then just run back to Voidland? Since Zhu Jiuyin's existence had been exposed, it was expected that she'd be targeted. By then, she might not even be able to protect herself, let alone save the proprietress. Which path should he follow as he stepped into the unknown? Yang Kai was a resolute man who made decisions firmly. Even if the road ahead was paved with thorns, he had to charge forward despite knowing that he'd be injured. However, at this moment, he was at a loss. As the ship sailed forward, Yu He and Bai Qi remained silent. They worriedly exchanged glances as they could sense that Yang Kai was feeling conflicted. The Shattered Heaven was indeed a dangerous place. As they moved forward, they would come across unknown dangers from time to time. A series of mighty fluctuations could be felt spreading from seemingly ordinary spirit provinces, and some of these fluctuations were as strong as a strike from someone in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. If they accidentally triggered these fluctuations, they would be turned into dust. These hidden dangers were left behind from the ancient war. Due to that great battle, countless restrictions and spirit arrays were left behind in the Shattered Heaven. Other than the divine abilities and secret techniques that might explode at any moment, there were also many Open Heaven artifacts that had gained spirituality. Fortunately, as a divine spirit, Zhu Jiuyin had sharp perception. It was thanks to her warnings that they were able to stay away from many of the dangers. With that said, she wasn't able to detect all of them. On the 3rd day since they entered the Shattered Heaven, a ray of light suddenly came at their ship when they were passing by a spirit province. The ray of light contained a horrifying power. The expressions of Yu He and Bai Qi changed drastically as they stood in front of Yang Kai while Chu Huashan quickly drove the ship forward. At the same time, Zhu Jiuyin roared and spat out a snow-white spider web to intercept the ray of light. The ray of light was soon covered in the spider web, but just one breath of time later, it broke free and continued shooting towards the ship. Zhu Huayin's expression changed as she took Yang Kai's arm and flew away for several dozen kilometers. At the same time, Chu Huashang and the others also dispersed. When they looked back, they realized that the ship had already turned into dust after coming into contact with the ray of light. Meanwhile, the ray of light exposed itself. It turned out to be a blue wolf that stood in the void and stared at them. The wolf's figure flickered, so it was apparent that it wasn't a real beast. Moreover, one could see an arm-long jade scepter floating inside its body. Without stopping, the wolf turned into a ray of light again and disappeared into the depths of the shattered heaven. After they regrouped, Yu He and the others all had pale faces. Zhu Jiuyin sported a solemn expression as she gazed at Bai Qi and asked, "Was it also this dangerous the last time you were here?" Bai Qi replied, "We didn't come across that wolf previously, however, it's a well-known fact that the shattered heaven is full of dangers. We bumped into different kinds of attacks from time to time." "What was that?" Yang Kai asked. He was the weakest among all of them, so just now, he couldn't clearly see what was going on. All he saw was the wolf's figure. "It was an artifact that gained sentience," Yu He said seriously. "It was likely the manifestation of the Jade Scepter's artifact spirit. The Jade Scepter's owner was probably an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before his death. No ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could wield such a weapon." Yang Kai was stunned as he finally understood why the ray of light easily broke through Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique. No ordinary person could resist this kind of attack. If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't made a move, all of them would have been severely wounded. Obviously, the Jade Scepter had been hidden in that spirit province. It was triggered when Yang Kai and the others passed by this place. The shattered heaven was indeed a place full of danger, but at the same time, it was also a treasure trove. If anyone could obtain the artifact they had seen earlier, even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would also see their power increase significantly. However, in order to obtain it, the person had to be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least. After pulling themselves together, they continued moving forward. Wherever they went, they could see that some people had gotten into fights for one reason or another. Those who could make a living in the shattered heaven were all Open Heaven Realm Masters who were ruthless, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in this lawless place. They had no reservation when fighting and constantly used fatal blows. Zhu Jiuyin would spread her aura from time to time to intimidate the people who passed by or were fighting nearby, reducing the number of people who dared confront them greatly. Even so, they were still only at the periphery of the shattered heaven. What would the core of the place look like? According to Bai Qi, the core area of the shattered heaven was a place where only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had a right to step into. Despite that, there was no guarantee that they would come out alive. That was the reason so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives here over the years. When Bai Qi and Proprietress were looking for a high-ranking element treasure, they never went near the core area. She was indeed searching for the resource for Yang Kai, but she wasn't so foolish as to take such a risk. As they flew forward carefully, they were relieved that the following journey was much safer. Half a month later, they arrived at their destination following the instructions in the jade slip given to them by Tijing. This was a quiet place in the void as spirit provinces of different sizes hovered around them. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings with the jade slip in his hand, and upon making sure that there was no mistake, he asked Bai Qi, "Is it here?" After looking around, Bai Qi nodded with a solemn expression, "That's right. It's here." Yang Kai stared at the void in front of him. They had arrived at this place following the instructions in the jade slip given by Tijing, and Bai Qi confirmed that Proprietress had disappeared here. It meant that the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven was somewhere around this place. As long as they could find the entrance, they could enter and save her. However, this was easier said than done. The first difficulty they were facing was where to look for the entrance. The shadowless cave heaven had remained undiscovered in this place for countless years, which suggested that the entrance must be well hidden. After all, innumerable people had moved around this shattered heaven over the years. If the entrance could be found easily, the shadowless cave heaven would have been exposed by now. In reality, this universe cave heaven had essentially remained undiscovered. Only the masterminds here knew how to open up the entrance, as they had lured the proprietress to this place and made her fall into the trap. Despite the fact that it was serene in the void, anyone could feel the hidden murderous intent. With a solemn expression, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up, "Brat, I have a bad feeling." As soon as she arrived at this place, she could feel that they were being watched over by countless pairs of eyes. After scanning the surroundings with her divine sense, she could clearly feel that many auras of living creatures had hidden themselves in the spirit provinces around them. Xianxia said gently, "Please stand guard for me, senior." Zhu Jiuyin turned to look at him and realized that he had closed his eyes. As space principles swirled around him, it was apparent that he was looking for the entrance. Such a troublesome brat. Zhu Jiuyin snorted in disgust, but she wouldn't dare to be negligent as she paid close attention to her surroundings. At the same time, she secretly made a decision that the moment things turned south, she would immediately take Xianxia away. It wasn't a wise choice to fight enemies in a trap set up by the other party. She wasn't a fool, so she wouldn't do such a silly thing. Now, she just had to ensure Xianxia's safety. As for the life or death of the others, it had nothing to do with her. As space principles undulated, Xianxia scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. The universe cave heaven was actually an independent sealed world that lingered in the void of the shattered heaven. If there was really an entrance, there would be some space principle fluctuations coming from where the two places intersected. When the blood monster cave heaven opened up in the past, Xianxia made use of space principles to discover entrances in advance. Therefore, he believed that he could also find the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven by doing the same thing here. Even though Xianxia was just a half-step open heaven realm master, which meant that he was the weakest among everyone here, even Zhu Jiuyin was no match for him when it came to this. There was no doubt that she was powerful, but she knew nothing about the Tao of space. The entrance of the shadowless cave heaven was well hidden, so perhaps only some slight space principle fluctuations could be felt. She couldn't sense them, but Xianxia might be able to. As long as he could find the entrance, he could try to enter it. As he emptied his mind and carefully examined every part of the void with his divine sense to observe the tiny differences, he fell into a kind of trance. "Come out!" Zhu Jiuyin suddenly bellowed and turned to look at a particular spirit province while raising her hand. In silence, a spirit province of several hundred square kilometers exploded. As the stones scattered everywhere, a few figures appeared in embarrassment as they looked both horrified and doubtful. However, before Zhu Jiuyin could make a move again, she heard someone guffawing, "You've got a short temper it seems, senior sister Zhu. That isn't good for you as it might make you grow old faster." Following that, a figure engulfed in demon chi shot out of a spirit province in a different direction. He was none other than Tijing, who showed up in the restaurant in the shattered Heaven Star City before. He wasn't on his own as he was followed by two others. Fog was seen weltering around them, so no one could clearly see their figures. However, the auras exuding from their bodies suggested that they were high-rank open heaven realm masters. Shwa shwa shwa, many figures started appearing above the spirit provinces around them. Yuhi and the others looked around and became alarmed. That was because in the depths of the shattered heaven, more than 20 open heaven realm masters had gathered together in this part of the void. Apart from Tijing and the other two high-rank open heaven realm masters, the rest of them were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even the weakest one was in the fourth order. This kind of formation could be described as horrifying. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, only the cave heavens and paradises were able to mobilize so many powerful open heaven realm masters. Judging from the current situation, Zhu Huashang's speculation some time ago was right. This time, they had indeed gathered 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the shadowless cave heaven to deal with Zhu Jiuyin. As long as they could hold her down, the rest of Xianxia's companions were no match for their people. The difference in numbers on the two sides was glaring. "I'm old enough to be your grandmother, so what if I'm a little foul-tempered?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted and reproached him. Tijing replied with a smile, "I hope that your power justifies your terrible temper, senior sister Zhu." Just then, someone beside Tijing asked, "Chu girl, what are you doing here? Don't forget your identity." He could apparently recognize Chu Huashang. She pressed her lips together and replied, "Junior brother Yang has saved my life on multiple occasions. Since he's in trouble now, I can't sit back and do nothing. My actions today are mine and mine alone, they have nothing to do with my master sect. After this incident, I will return to the sect to accept any punishment they deem necessary. There's never a gentle fight in this world. Are you sure you can leave this place alive?" the person asked. Chu Huasheng replied with a smile, "If I die, I won't have anything to worry about anymore." The person nodded, "Since you've understood, this king will say no more. We are all responsible for our own actions. Many thanks for your lesson, senior." Chu Huasheng saluted him in an elegant manner. An impatient Zhu Jiuyin scoffed, "Cut the crap. Young boy has come here as he was told. Make a move now if you want to kill him. Let's see if you're capable of doing that." Tijing grinned, "Senior sister Zhu, since you can't wait any longer, I'll grant your wish." As soon as he spoke the last word, he turned into a fog of demon qi and brought with him a horrifying world force as he pounced on Zhu Jiuyin. Meanwhile, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters beside him made a move at the same time. One of them was wielding a sword while the other flicked his fingers and sent out numerous beams of light. At that instant, the auras of high-rank open heaven realm permeated and shook the world. As soon as these three high-rank open heaven realm masters took action, the mid-rank open heaven realm masters around them moved towards specific places to form an array. Following that, they sent flags into the void and started forming hand seals, linking them in a profound and mysterious manner. A fight between high-rank open heaven realm masters was terrifying, so these mid-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to interfere at all. It seemed that their only purpose here was to operate some kind of array, rather than to face Zhu Jiuyin head-on. This was undoubtedly a wise move, as not only could they prevent any loss of life on their side, but they could also weaken Zhu Jiuyin's strength. Before the array fully activated, Zhu Jiuyin already felt a pressure coming at her. She immediately realized that this mysterious array was targeted at divine spirits. Thus, she yelled, "Protect young boy." As she spoke, she charged towards the high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own, initiating a world-shaking battle. Yu He and the others formed into a triangular formation as they surged their powers to ward off the fallout from the battle, protecting Yang Kai behind them. Presently, Yang Kai was just a half-step open heaven realm master, so if he was hit by a shockwave from the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and her enemies, he would die on the spot. Therefore, Yu He and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land previously, Zhu Jiuyin was able to fend off two high-rank open heaven realm masters. However, it seemed taxing for her to battle against three high-rank open heaven realm masters now, as she fell into a disadvantage almost immediately. Faced with the attacks of Tijing and the others, she could only protect herself but not counterattack. Furthermore, the current situation was different from the previous one. Back then, Zhu Jiuyin had nothing to worry about, so she could focus on the battle against her enemies. But this time, she had to ensure Yang Kai's safety, so she was even more constrained. Just a moment later, a rumbling sound was heard as the array targeted at divine spirits took shape. An abstruse pattern lit up in the void as Zhu Jiuyin and the others stood in the center of effect. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly became slightly sluggish, and following a rain of attacks from Tijing and the others, she fell into a perilous situation. Just a while later, wounds could be seen appearing on her body. "What is this damned spirit array?" Zhu Jiuyin bellowed through gritted teeth. While Tijing calmly attacked her, he replied, "Locking divine spirit array. It's an array specifically designed to suppress divine spirits. Senior sister Zhu, you're extremely powerful, so this array won't have much impact on you. However, in a life-or-death battle, even the slightest influence might cost your life." Despicable. Zhu Jiuyin snarled. It seemed that the siege by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union previously was indeed just a probe. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to make a move in that fight, so the other party brought out this locking divine spirit array to deal with her. Tijing grinned, "Senior sister, you're quite beautiful, so you shouldn't waste your time protecting a boy in the Emperor realm. Why don't you side with me from now on?" "Side with you?" "That's right." Tijing smiled faintly, "I do need a mount now. Since you're a divine spirit, you would be qualified. As long as you side with me, I'll treat you well." Murderous intent surged as Zhu Jiuyin roared, "You dare blaspheme this queen? You court death. She couldn't believe that someone had the gall to want to make her, a divine spirit heavenly moon demon spider, their mount. There could be no greater humiliation. However, it was useless for her to be enraged at this moment. Under the restriction of the locking divine spirit array, her divine spirit source had been slightly suppressed, so she wasn't able to fully exert her strength. What's more, she still had to protect Xianxia. In short order, her fair skin was marred with wounds. Fortunately, as a divine spirit, Zhu Jiuyin's vitality was quite astonishing, otherwise, she would have been weakened significantly from these wounds. She secretly cursed at Xianxia for being obstinate as she was dragged into this mess. There were times when she had the urge to grab him and simply flee from this place. However, she was even more infuriated by Tizheng's words, so she became determined to teach him a lesson today. On the other hand, when Yu He and the others, who were protecting Xianxia, saw that Zhu Jiuyin was suffering a setback, they realized that the array had some impact on her. They wanted to break the array, but the battle between the three high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and Zhu Jiuyin was so intense they didn't dare to act rashly. Left with no choice, they could only remain in place with their anxieties. Above a certain spirit province fragment that was a few thousand kilometers away, some figures hid themselves and suppressed their auras. Apart from the fact that there was not even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master around, this group of people were a match for the ones attacking Xianxia and the others when it came to the number of people and collective strength. The person at the front was seen with a pair of bloodshot eyes as though blood was swirling around behind them. He was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch. Just like what Xianxia had expected, even though Black Crow had turned Xianxia down outright, he was actually interested in this opportunity. However, he didn't want to reveal his intentions in front of Xianxia. Certainly, he was aware that Xianxia wanted to use him to deal with the cave heavens and paradises, which was why he rejected him so firmly. However, he wouldn't want to miss such a good chance either, therefore, after Xianxia and the others left, Black Crow led his people to secretly follow them to this place. Presently, he could see that they had gotten into an intense battle. Even though he was several thousand kilometers away, he could still feel the horrifying world force explosions sweeping across him, which made him feel elated, wonderful. Keep fighting so that this monarch can appear at the last moment and reap all the benefits. He was resentful of both parties in this battle. The cave heavens and paradises hunted him down and forced him to sneak into the shattered heaven. On the other hand, Xianxia had repeatedly foiled his plans in the blood monster cave heaven. It could be said that he had fallen into such a state because of Xianxia, therefore, he was determined to kill both parties. Seeing both his enemies fighting to kill one another, he was naturally quite jovial. Regardless of which party emerged as the winner, he would be able to reap all the benefits by kidnapping some blood sacrifices for himself. Both Xianxia and the other party had many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters with them after all. To the side, Tan Luoxing said with a fawning smile, "Everything is within your expectations, Divine Monarch. This dog-eat-dog fight between them is splendid." Black Crow grinned. "It seems that Brad is on the losing side, though." Tan Luoxing's interest had been piqued as well. "Do you think Xianxia will die?" Since Black Crow was in a good mood, he decided to explain the situation. He's not going to have an easy time. Even though he has a divine spirit to protect him, there are 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the other side, and those mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have set up the locking divine spirit array. As soon as they can break through the divine spirit's protection, that brat will definitely die. Now, it seems that even though the divine spirit is powerful, she's unable to ensure that little bastard's safety. It's just a matter of time before her guard is broken through. An excited Tan Luoxing said, "I knew that he would have a short life. I hope he dies a horrible death." Xianxia was the main reason he had fallen into such a state. If Xianxia hadn't brought the wooden token to Abundance City, he wouldn't have attempted to kill him and then been forced to flee from that place. Xianxia was the cause of his misery. Of course, if he hadn't fled from Abundance City and come across Black Crow Divine Monarch, he would have exploded and lost his life just like Mo Mei and the others because of the blood principle restriction. At the thought of Mo Mei, Tan Luoxing appeared dejected. Even though he was a slave now, he was still alive at the very least. However, the others from Abundance City were not so lucky. Unbeknownst to him, the people from Abundance City were now living a great life in Void Land. It would be interesting if he ever found out about it. It was apparent to Black Crow which party was on the losing side. Zhu Jiuyin was in a perilous situation as she had to keep retreating, so he frowned and said, "This is bad. That divine spirit is no match for them. It's time for us to make a move." Tan Luoxing was shocked. "Are you going to help that boy, Yang Kai, divine monarch?" Black Crow grinned. "The best scenario for this monarch is if the battle drags on. If one side loses too soon, how am I supposed to get my blood sacrifices?" Tan Luoxing was unwilling to act, but since Black Crow had given the order, there was nothing he could do. And so, they secretly began moving from the Spirit Province fragment towards the battlefield. There were countless such Spirit Province fragments in the shattered heaven, so neither side currently in combat could have expected that a large number of mid-rank open heaven realm masters was hiding behind this one like a pack of ferocious beasts, just waiting to strike. Usually, regardless of how perfectly Black Crow's group could hide themselves, they would be unable to evade the perception of the high-rank open heaven realm masters and a divine spirit. However, Zhu Jiuyin and her enemies were engaged in a life-or-death battle now, so they were unable to pay attention to anything else. The Spirit Province fragment slowly approached. Just when they were about several dozen kilometers away from the array, a strange turn of events took place. An unfamiliar aura abruptly spread around as a figure appeared in the battlefield like a phantom and turned into a ray of light before charging towards Yang Kai. Black Crow's expression changed. "There's one more person here?" The aura that had suddenly appeared was that of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Initially, Black Crow thought that both sides had shown all their cards, with 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters being sent to deal with the divine spirit, so it surprised him when he realized that there was a 4th such master who had been hiding all along. This person was pretty skillful as Zhu Jiuyin wasn't even aware of his presence. As soon as he made his move though, Tijing and the others bombarded Zhu Jiuyin with their attacks to tie her down. As long as she was unable to extract herself from the fight, Yang Kai was bound to lose his life following the 4th high-rank open heaven realm master's attack even though he had He and the others with him. Things played out just as expected. The moment the 4th high-rank open heaven realm master made a move, Zhu Jiuyin was unable to rescue Yang Kai as she was forced to counter the attacks from Tijing and the others. The 4th master shot past her and lightly pushed out his palm, whereupon He and the others spat blood and were sent flying away. Following that, the person pointed a finger at Yang Kai. "Young master." Yuhi wailed as she pushed all her power in an attempt to save Yang Kai, but her efforts were futile. Right before the finger was about to reach his forehead though, Yang Kai, who had been looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven, suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his teeth before summoning a small tortoise shell, which spun around and rapidly enlarged in front of him. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was injured as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At the same time, the tortoise shell was glowing brightly. The 4th master arched his brow as he realized that it was no ordinary tortoise shell. He then pushed out his palm at Yang Kai 3 times in quick succession. As the horrifying world force surged, Yang Kai felt like he was in a small boat caught in a tempest, at risk of drowning at any moment. The tortoise shell obstinately stood guard in front of Yang Kai and glowing fiercely. It managed to fend off the high-rank open heaven realm master's successive attacks, but despite that, Yang Kai still felt his blood weltering in his body from the impact alone. Baishi's tortoise shell. The person quickly figured out the tortoise shell's origins. As the saying went, Baishi bears a heavy load. Known for carrying a world on his back, Baishi naturally had exceptional strength and defense. The tortoise shell he shed was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was only natural that the shell could ward off several strikes from a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, regardless of how great a defense was, it could not withstand persistent bombardment forever. Moreover, Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, so even though he could activate the power of Baishi's tortoise shell, he was unable to persevere for a long time. Just the shockwaves from the clash would eventually be enough to kill him. The 4th high-rank open heaven realm master seemed determined to kill Yang Kai in this place, so even though he could recognize Baishi's shell, he didn't seem to have the intention of holding back as he was ready to strike again. As his murderous intent surged, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. At the same time, a woman was heard yelling, "Heaven-covering web!" As the divine spirit's aura swept across the sky, a colossal figure suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic silver spider. As her terrifying figure hovered in the void, all her legs were seen dancing. The crescent moon symbol on her back was especially conspicuous. Zhu Jiuyin had shown her true form. When a divine spirit assumed their true form, it meant that they had fully activated their power. Previously, Zhu Jiuyin was forced to reveal her true form by the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. Now that she was faced with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, she couldn't possibly have any reservation. Furthermore, as soon as she revealed her true form, a huge spider web suddenly appeared and unfolded in the void before engulfing all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, a sense of danger rose within them as they felt like they were insects who had accidentally crashed into a spider web. Zhu Jiuyin was heard laughing in an eerie voice as she gently flicked a thread of the spider web with her huge leg. Following a clang, which sounded like a sword leaving the sheath or the music played by devils, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who was raining attacks on Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. When he snapped back to reality, he suddenly saw a ray of light coming right at him. Horrified, he was forced to stop attacking Yang Kai and quickly defend himself. Following a loud boom, the local space shook. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master flew backwards for 1,000 meters as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Being injured after just one strike, he became quite wary when he turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. While Zhu Jiuyin made this move though, Tijing and the others didn't stand idly by and seized the chance and fiercely strike at her body. Unable to deal with both sides at the same time, Zhu Jiuyin was seriously wounded. There was a 30-meter long wound on her back that revealed her squirming flesh. However, she was still slowly flicking her gigantic spider web as clanging sounds were heard in succession, which seemed able to shake the universe. The sound contained a mysterious power that could bind Tijing and the others to their spots regardless of how hard they tried to struggle out of the web. Rays of light were seen moving around the spider web, and each one contained immense powers. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to underestimate these rays as they jumped around in embarrassment. Tijing snarled through clenched teeth, "You were concealing your true strength all along." Even though Zhu Jiuyin had showcased great strength in the battle back in Void Land several years ago, it was still only slightly difficult to deal with. Tijing and the others had estimated that just 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be enough to deal with her. The reason they used the help of a 4th person was to make sure that no accidents would happen. Furthermore, the locking Divine Spirit Array was arranged here to suppress her source and weaken her. Now, it seemed that Zhu Jiuyin hadn't revealed all her might in the battle in Void Land. At the very least, she had never showcased this heaven-covering web. She was able to hold down 4 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters all on her own, so it was obvious that her power was equivalent to that of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. In truth though, Tijing was mistaken. Previously in Void Land, Zhu Jiuyin used all the strength she had to fight him. The reason she appeared stronger now, on par with an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, was because she originated from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and needed time to adapt to the 3,000 Worlds principles. It had been 3 years since the last battle, a period of time that was neither long nor short, but it was sufficient for her to restore more of her strength. That was the reason she seemed more formidable than in the past. They had 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and used 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to form the locking Divine Spirit Array. Nevertheless, instead of killing Yang Kai quickly, they had become bound in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Tijing and the others naturally sported dark expressions because of that. Following a roar, a grim voice was heard shouting, "Fear nothing, spare no one." Demon Chi surged as a gigantic demon phantom appeared behind Tijing. The demon phantom was covered in narrowed and eerie-looking eyes. There were probably more than 1,000 eyes, and every one of them was darting around randomly as though they were suffering from hysteria. There was a huge blade that was almost 300 meters long in the demon phantom's hand. Its horrifying presence was able to shake the universe and shatter space itself. As soon as thousand-eyed demon phantom appeared, Tijing became even more overbearing than before. "Divine manifestation!" Bai Qi exclaimed. Divine manifestations were techniques exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but not all high-rank Open Heaven Masters possessed one. The people who could successfully cultivate a divine manifestation were the top masters among the high rank. There had never been anyone in history who could comprehend a divine manifestation below the high-rank Open Heaven realm except Yang Kai. Tijing was an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven who had lived for a very long time. It had been a couple thousand years since he ascended to the Seventh Order, so it wasn't surprising that he had a divine manifestation. Once the divine manifestation was cast, it suggested that Tijing was no longer holding back. While the thousand-eyed demon phantom came into existence, another high-rank open heaven realm master also used his divine manifestation. Unlike Tijing's thousand-eyed demon phantom, this person's divine manifestation looked ordinary as it was just a spirit peak that hovered behind him. However, a thick and dangerous earth attribute aura could be felt coming from the spirit peak. The remaining two high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't reveal manifestations, either because they were concealing their strength or because they simply didn't have one. With that said, the latter was most likely to be true. After all, they had fallen into Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Faced with such a formidable divine spirit, they could lose their lives if they still tried to hold back. Even though they didn't have divine manifestations, the divine abilities and secret techniques they used were still quite horrifying. Clanging sounds were continuously heard as Zhu Jiuying kept flicking her spider web, binding everything within her domain. As the screeching music sounded, ripples were seen spreading across the thousand-eyed demon phantom and the spirit peak. The thousand-eyed demon phantom roared as all its eyes beamed out dark lights which pierced the void and flew at Zhu Jiuying from all directions. Even though Zhu Jiuying kept avoiding the dark lights, she was still struck as some parts of her skin became burnt. However, she ignored her injuries as though she couldn't feel any pain. Her countless threads of spider silk turned into razor-sharp blades that whipped and slashed at the four high-rank open heaven realm masters. The demon phantom raised his blade and forcefully brought it down, whereupon a few threads of spider silk snapped with a metallic clang. In an instant, Tijing felt less pressured as he became elated and attempted to break free from the heaven-covering web. Nevertheless, the moment he jumped up, he saw dozens of rays of light coming from above his head, which forced him to fall back down. Looking up, he realized that the broken threads had been reconnected. The sight of it made him feel vexed. In the void, the lights of secret techniques and divine abilities glittered as Zhu Jiuying was locked in an intense battle with the four Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Yu He and Chu Huashang, who were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, were unable to join such a battle, let alone by Qi, who was only in the Fifth Order. All they could do was stay by Yang Kai's side and help him fend off the fallout. Fortunately, they were in the center of the spider web, so most of the pressure was still being borne by Zhu Jiuying and the fallout that reached them was negligible. However, anyone could tell that even though Zhu Jiuying appeared to be domineering, she was unable to persevere forever. Moreover, she was too heavily outnumbered, so she was in a really tight spot in this battle. Once Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique was broken through, all of her companions wouldn't stand a chance to counterattack. Now, they could only hope that Yang Kai could find the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven as soon as possible so that they could enter and rest. During the fierce battle, a shriek was suddenly heard from an unexpected place. Everyone involved in the battle was shocked as they turned to look in that direction. Upon finding out what was going on, Zhu Jiuying remained indifferent while Tijing and the other high-rank masters became enraged. A spirit province that had been approaching them slowly exploded all of a sudden. Following that, more than 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters shot out and bombarded the people who were supporting the locking divine spirit array. This group appeared too abruptly, catching everyone off guard. By the time the myriad demons heaven disciples realized what was happening, it was already too late. The instant the attack began, several people already lost their lives, which included a Sixth Order open heaven realm masters. "How dare you? Who are you?" Tijing bellowed. A grim voice was heard cackling, "It's your grandpa Black Crow." Upon hearing that, the high-rank open heaven realm masters were stunned and Tijing widened his eyes in shock. "Black Crow Divine Monarch? How can this be? Why is Black Crow Divine Monarch here?" Back then, Black Crow ruthlessly killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed and the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow's doings, they cordoned off all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory. Everyone who wanted to pass through the territory gates had to submit to inspection. The cave heavens and paradises had spent an entire year trying to capture Black Crow, but they were unable to find any trace of him. Since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Black Crow seemed to have vanished into thin air. Black Crow was an old fox who had lived for innumerable years and possessed an incredible secret art like the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Naturally, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let him off. Tijing had been paying close attention to this matter as well, so he immediately understood who the other party was when he heard the name Black Crow. How did this bastard flee from the blood monster territory and sneak into the shattered heaven? Why does he have so many mid-rank open heaven realm masters serving him? Tijing could not understand what was happening. His heart sank as he knew that his side was in trouble now. If he came across Black Crow at any other time, he would have been ecstatic. As long as he could capture this fellow, he could stand a chance to comprehend the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Moreover, this kind of old dog who had lived for countless years must have other secrets with him as well. However, at this moment, Black Crow suddenly appearing with a group of masters gave Tijing a big headache. Now, all 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were stuck in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. They couldn't break free from it if Zhu Jiuyin wasn't killed. Without their support, their disciples scattered around the locking divine spirit array wouldn't be able to fight Black Crow and his band. Like a tiger that had just left the mountain, Black Crow led his subordinates and attacked the enemy. In just 10 breaths of time, they managed to kill 5 more open heaven realm masters, including the one in charge of the array. Black Crow pointed his finger at the front and ordered, "Kill them all." Tijing yelled, "Don't you dare, Black Crow." Black Crow glared at him and sneered, "Open your eyes wide and see whether this monarch dares to." He was forced to live miserably in the shattered heaven because he was hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. Now that he had a chance to get some revenge, he certainly wouldn't miss it. The grudges between those great forces and him had been formed, so it made no difference to him whether he killed even more of their disciples. The cultivators behind him turned into rays of light and shot towards another array node where 5 more open heaven realm masters had gathered together to support the operation of the array. Seeing so many enemies coming at them, this group of 5 wouldn't dare to remain. Upon seeing that, the other open heaven realm masters and other array nodes ground their teeth and stopped operating the array before gathering together in the same spot. If they worried about the array, they would be killed by Black Crow and the others one by one. By then, none of them could hope to leave this place alive. Only by gathering together could they stand a chance to go against Black Crow and his subordinates. Soon, 2 groups clashed in a fierce battle. Black Crow remained in the same spot as a mysterious aura swirled around him. The vitality of the deceased open heaven realm masters was attracted by this aura and converged around him. In the blink of an eye, Black Crow was engulfed in a thick layer of blood mist. So delicious. The blood essence of those from the cave heavens and paradises tastes so different. Black Crow was heard laughing from inside the blood mist. The high-rank open heaven realm masters caught up in the heaven-covering web were infuriated. The thousand-eyed demon phantom behind Tijing kept beaming out dark lights and wielded his blade. At the same time, the gigantic spirit peak manifestation behind another master repeatedly attempted to smash Zhu Jiuyin's true form. All 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were trying their hardest in an attempt to break free from the web. However, without the restriction of the locking divine spirit array, Zhu Jiuyin became even more powerful as she was able to hold down the high-rank open heaven realm masters more easily. One would expect that the center of the spider web would be the most chaotic, but it was the most serene spot instead. Space principles undulated around Xianxia as he kept using different hand seals before pushing out his palms at the void in front of him. He could sense that there were some unusual space fluctuations before him and he could even faintly feel the aura of another world from it. It must be the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. As long as he could open up the portal, he would have a chance to look for the proprietress inside and bring her out. Despite that realization, Xianxia was still unable to achieve his goal regardless of how hard he tried. The entrance of that universe cave heaven was like a hefty door. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to open it. The intense battle went on. The appearance of Black Crow and his subordinates divided the battlefield into 2 separate clashes. One of which was Zhu Jiuyin battling against 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own, while the other was the intense battle between 2 groups of several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the high-rank open heaven realm masters was world-shaking, they all possessed incredible strength and abilities. Therefore, despite the fact that they had fully used their powers, they had fallen into a kind of stalemate. With that said, it was inevitable that they became injured, especially Tijing. Zhu Jiuyin was incensed that this man humiliated her earlier, so most of her attacks were targeted at him, causing him to groan in exasperation. In the other clash, people were heard shrieking as lives were lost with great frequency. Both sides had roughly the same number of people, and they were equally matched when it came to their orders. However, Black Crow and his subordinates were undoubtedly weaker when it came to their collective power. Just like how Mo Mei, a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, wasn't a match for Luan Baifeng in the past, Black Crow's subordinates were all newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they hadn't had time to consolidate their foundations and build up their heritage, leading them to be weaker than the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters brought to this place by Tijing and the others. Moreover, the secret techniques and artifacts they used were inferior to those of the other party. Surprisingly though, Black Crow and his subordinates actually gained the upper hand quite quickly. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction on these mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past, he used a trick and made sure that he could control their life or death. Therefore, as soon as he gave the order, none of them dared to be negligent as they went all out, risking their lives. Furthermore, Black Crow and his subordinates had killed some opponents in their initial surprise attack, so the momentum was already on their side. Once they engaged in battle, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises found it hard to breathe and were soon suppressed. The situation exacerbated for them when Black Crow joined the battle. The body taken over by Black Crow was that of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Bloodland. Even though Zhou Yi was a core disciple in his great force, he was still far weaker than Chu Huasheng and the others as he only managed to condense fifth-order powers. Black Crow had inherited Zhou Yi's heritage, so he could only reach the fifth order when he ascended to the Open Heaven realm. However, after using the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture to absorb the blood essence of all the deceased mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters around him, his aura surged to the point where it was on par with an ordinary sixth-order master. He was an old master who was reborn in someone else's body, coupled with his sixth-order strength. No one beneath the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters was his match. He had mastered the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture, which contained many powerful methods that he could now use with ease. Immediately after he joined the battle, countless blood crows flew around and squawked loudly, blinding and distracting his opponents. All of the blood crows were relentless, and even after they were destroyed, they would simply recondense. The Cave Heavens and Paradises sides soon found themselves overwhelmed. If a person was covered in 3 to 4 layers of blood mist, he was basically doomed in such a battle. Within an incense stick, 6 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had been captured alive. Black Crow sealed their cultivations and had one of his subordinates guard them. Obviously, he was planning to bring these people back to serve as his blood sacrifices. A lot of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives already. In a short period of time, more than 10 such masters were killed on both sides, most of which came from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Black Crow had only lost a couple of subordinates so far. Whenever someone was killed though, Black Crow would use the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture to absorb all of their blood essence. The blood chi around Black Crow thickened by the moment, and his aura became increasingly horrifying. He was starting to show signs of truly breaking through to the Sixth Order. Certainly, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were caught up in the heaven-covering web could see that the other battle wasn't going in their favor as many of their subordinates had lost their lives. While Tijing roared repeatedly, another person threatened that he would skin Black Crow alive sooner or later. Of course, Black Crow just snorted and ignored them. Such a great chance was hard to come by. Even though he was fairly strong now, he could only run for his life if he was faced with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was the reason he had been hiding in the Shattered Heaven all this time. However, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were presently held down by Zhu Jiuyin, so Black Crow had nothing to worry about. It felt exhilarating to take advantage of the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises in such a brazen manner. Although he was lending Xianxia a hand in an indirect way, he had indeed gained a lot of benefits, therefore, he decided to let Xianxia off for now. As for the grudges between them, he would get even with him when he fully recovered in the future. The subordinates of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were all either dead or injured now. If the remaining ones stayed any longer, all of them would be killed or captured. While facing Zhu Jiuyin's wrath, Tijing yelled at those surviving mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, "All of you, leave." The reason he brought them over was to arrange the locking Divine Spirit Array to pin down Zhu Jiuyin. Now that the Spirit Array was destroyed and could no longer be used, it was pointless for them to keep staying here. They would only be killed by Black Crow in the end. Since some of them were still alive, the best course of action was for them to flee. The remaining 8 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been waiting for permission to leave, so as soon as they heard Tijing's order, they activated their secret techniques and ran for their lives without hesitation. "None of you can flee from here." Black Crow snorted and shook his figure, whereupon rays of blood light beamed out of his body. Like maggots on rotting bones, those rays of blood light chased after those disciples. Once someone was struck, his figure would be greatly weakened, then Black Crow's subordinates would pounce on and capture them. Meanwhile, Black Crow charged towards a certain 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was engulfed in demon chi. He had his eyes on that person not because the latter was powerful, but because he was running the fastest. As blood light broke through the air, Black Crow was about to reach that person and with a grin, he extended his hand and shouted, "You won't get away." That person hurriedly turned around and pushed out his palm. Black Crow sneered in disdain. He usually wouldn't even have any regard for a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention that he had absorbed a lot of high-quality blood essence just now and was significantly more powerful than before. As they traded moves, their world forces clashed violently. Black Crow performed a hand seal and activated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Given his power and his mastery of the Bloodlight Scripture, there was no way an ordinary 5th Order Master could get away from having his blood essence absorbed by him. However, what took place next surprised him. As they traded moves, Black Crow could feel a horrifying suction coming from the other party's palm. The suction power was similar to his Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, but there were some slight differences. Even though the person seemed inexperienced when using this technique, his suction power was just as great as that of Black Crow. Instead of absorbing the other party's blood essence, the overconfident Black Crow had some of his own blood chi sucked away by that person. Following a loud boom, that person was sent flying away as demon chi around him undulated. In the end, there was still a gap between their powers. Following the clash, this 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suffered a setback as expected. However, he was pretty swift and using the momentum from being flung back, he turned into a cloud of demon chi and flew away. Black Crow was still shocked by the exchange of attacks earlier, and by the time he came to his senses, the other party was already nowhere in sight. Then, he looked down at his palm as his bloodshot eyes glistened. Interesting. How interesting. He wondered what kind of secret art that 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven had cultivated. Through their brief contact just now, he could feel that the other party's secret art must be extremely abstruse, but due to the fact that the person still hadn't mastered it, his execution appeared somewhat amateurish. That person could already display such an immense power before mastering his secret art. Therefore, the secret art must be as powerful as the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, if not even more so. It seemed there truly were innumerable wonders in this expansive world. As Black Crow stared intently in the direction that person had fled, he snorted before turning around with his hands behind his back. In just a short while, the dust had settled and of the original 20 or so mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, other than 6 who managed to flee, all the others were either killed or captured. Black Crow's subordinates were also wounded as their auras faltered and world forces trembled. There were over 20 of them initially, but now there were only about a dozen. He had lost 10 subordinates in that battle. Rays of blood light could be seen shooting out of the corpses and gathering around Black Crow. Tan Luoxing and the others stared at him in horror, but none of them dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and the gigantic Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were still locked in an intense battle in the heaven-covering web that stretched across the void. Black Crow licked his lips as though he was drooling over some delicious dishes. If possible, he wouldn't mind interfering in that battle too. The blood essence of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and a divine spirit were on a completely different scale compared to what he had absorbed earlier. The blood essence of a powerful master would be greatly beneficial to him. However, he was incapable of interfering in such a battle. Even if he made all his subordinates join in, it wouldn't make a difference. Suppressing his greed, Black Crow sneered, "All of you from 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, widen your eyes and look. This is the consequence of going against me. And this is just the beginning. There will come a day when this monarch re-enters the 3,000 worlds, storms into your headquarters, and kills all of you." Tijing bellowed, "Old dog, how dare you act so presumptuous? You court death." Black Crow scoffed, "You'll find out whether this monarch is the presumptuous one later. Let's go." Following that, he turned around and left. Tijing and the others were both shocked and infuriated. One of them bellowed, "Don't flee, you coward." There were 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters around, so how could they possibly let Black Crow just take their subordinates away? However, even though they wanted to save them, they were unable to do so. Before destroying Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web, none of them could leave this place. As they exchanged glances, they knew that they couldn't hold back anymore. If they still wouldn't risk their lives, Black Crow would escape from this place. After they made a decision, layers of blood mist were seen exploding around the 4 of them. As these 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters burned their blood essence, their auras exploded. Even the 1,000-eyed demon phantom behind Tijing became reddened and more overbearing. No one was willing to use this kind of technique unless they were left with no choice, as doing so would damage their foundation and it would be troublesome to recover from. However, that was the least of their worries in this situation. In an instant, Zhu Jiuyin felt immensely pressured as her heaven-covering web was no longer able to restrict the movements of these 4 masters. Following the attacks of the 1,000-eyed demon phantom's demonic lights and blade, the web was starting to show signs of collapsing. Although Zhu Jiuyin was trying her best to sustain it, she was unable to persevere indefinitely. After all, she hadn't fully restored her power yet. Just now, she had caught her opponents off guard. She had already done her best by trying to confine them for such a long time. Seeing as the 4 enemies were about to break free from her web, Zhu Jiuyin realized that once they managed to do so, she would be unable to ensure Yang Kai's safety on her own. She suddenly had the intention of retreating. While she was still lost in her thoughts, she felt her chest tightening. Following a loud boom, her gigantic true form staggered backwards while her heaven-covering web broke apart. A ray of light shot out of the spider web and rushed in the direction Black Crow and his subordinates had left earlier. Apparently, he was trying to save the captured mid-rank open heaven realm masters. He disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Tijing and the others bombarded Zhu Jiuyin with their attacks. The giant spirit peak repeatedly landed on her while the 1,000-eyed demon phantom slashed across the void with its blade. A flustered Zhu Jiuyin brandished all of her legs, and even the crescent moon mark on her back started glittering. She wanted to weave a web again, but she didn't have the chance to do so. As soon as she spat out a thread of spider silk, it would be destroyed with overwhelming force. The remaining 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters seemed to have tacitly come up with a strategy as 2 of them pinned Zhu Jiuyin down while the last person pounced towards Yang Kai. Their goal this time was to kill Yang Kai, so as long as they could achieve their objective, they could immediately leave this place. By then, Zhu Jiuyin would never be able to stop them. Even though Zhu Jiuyin was powerful, she was faced with the divine manifestations of 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own. Meanwhile, the last person brought with him an immense world force and broke through the spider web's restriction before appearing before Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Yu He, Bai Qi, and Chu Huashan became alarmed as they hurriedly tried to intercept this person. However, the difference in their strength couldn't be made up with numbers. Faced with the tremendous force, the 3 of them were sent flying away after just 3 breaths. They looked battered as they sprayed out blood from their mouths. Since there were no more obstacles in the way, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at Yang Kai condescendingly. An Emperor Realm Junior to him was just an ant. Engulfed in a sense of crisis, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and pushed all his might to use Bai Qi's turtle shell to protect himself. Yang Kai had used the turtle shell to fend off his opponents some time ago, so he was naturally prepared to do so again. However, even though this shell was sturdy, the person using it was too feeble. Instead of destroying the turtle shell, this master only had to continuously attack and Yang Kai would eventually die from the impact. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had summoned the turtle shell, this person still didn't seem to have the intention of holding back. As he brandished his fists, innumerable shadows engulfed Xianxia. Hong hong hong, world force surged like a storm. Even though the light on the turtle shell remained strong and obstinately stood guard in front of Xianxia, the fallout that passed through the shell and reached Xianxia was enough to cause severe damage. Just a moment later, Xianxia felt as though all his bones had been dislocated and the vitality in his chest was weltering. It seemed that he would lose his life at any moment. At the critical moment, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Following a high-pitched dragon roar, the universe trembled. A huge and majestic dragon's head manifested behind Xianxia's back before disappearing into his body. As a golden light glittered and explosive sounds were continuously heard, Xianxia's figure expanded rapidly. His hands turned into gigantic dragon claws and dragon horns grew out of his forehead. A long dragon tail swept out and his entire figure was covered in a layer of glistening golden dragon scales. Simultaneously, a rich dragon pressure permeated the void. An originally petite human suddenly transformed into a 4,000 meters long behemoth. Xianxia had refined all the dragon blood pills he had obtained from the grand ancient ruins boundary, which allowed his dragon form to evolve massively once again. Baixi's turtle shell expanded exponentially as it seemed to cover the void and hovered in front of Xianxia, who extended his claw and grabbed it as though he was holding a colossal shield. Following a dragon roar, Xianxia shot a glare at the high-rank open heaven realm master who attempted to harm him. As his dragon whiskers flapped in the air, he targeted the person and hurled the turtle shell at him. "You're part of the dragon clan." That person was flabbergasted. He never expected to see Xianxia undergo such a transformation. Feeling the pure dragon pressure, he fell into a dazed state, and by the time came to his senses, the turtle shell was already upon him. Then, he roared and parried the attack with both hands. As the violent forces clashed, that master was forced back several hundred meters before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Xianxia slightly bent backwards as he almost flipped over. The flesh on his arms exploded as his golden dragon blood splashed across the void. There was still an enormous gap between their powers, which was why Xianxia immediately suffered a setback. If it weren't because his dragon form was extremely sturdy, he would have exploded on the spot from the impact. Meanwhile, Tijing and the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were stunned as they looked dazedly at Xianxia. Quickly, they used feints to withdraw and widen the gap between Zhu Jiuyin and them. Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief as she didn't have the intention of relentlessly attacking them. Just now, for a moment, she thought that Xianxia was doomed as she secretly cursed at him for being overconfident about his capabilities and interfering in this matter. If he really died in this place, Shanqing Luo and the others would become widows. By then, she wouldn't know how she could explain herself to Shanqing Luo when she returned. However, it never crossed her mind that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would relent at this moment, allowing Xianxia to escape from death's door. The intense battle came to an abrupt halt as Yu He and the others, who were coming back to protect Xianxia, stood there in disbelief. Tijing and his companions gathered together as they vigilantly stared at Zhu Jiuyin while examining Xianxia. They appeared both doubtful and shocked. Xianxia sported a solemn expression as he hovered in the void like a true dragon overlooking the heavens and earth. Even though he was the weakest at the scene by far, he was also the most overbearing. "Are you really a member of the dragon clan?" Tijing asked through clenched teeth with a pale face. He was severely wounded when battling against Zhu Jiuyin just now. The main reason was that he had humiliated Zhu Jiuyin, so the woman targeted most of her attacks at him, which led to his current miserable state. At this moment, the small universe in his body was trembling violently. "What difference does it make whether I'm part of the dragon clan or not? Cut the crap and fight if that's what you want," Xianxia replied. Every word he said was like thunder that reverberated across the void, making all of their ears ring. Despite what Xianxia had said, he could clearly see a sense of wariness behind the eyes of Tijing and the others. He became slightly at ease as he realized that Miamang and Baishi were right to say that it was useful to reveal his dragon form at the most critical moment. Tijing and the others were naturally not wary of him, but they were of the dragon clan. Revealing his dragon form had pros and cons. Even though the dragon clan was extraordinarily powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds, so this identity might attract some unwanted trouble for him. However, he had no choice but to reveal his dragon form in that kind of situation just now. Tijing snorted, "How could there be such a strange dragon clan member like you in this world?" As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was naturally more familiar with the dragon clan than ordinary people. Although Yang Kai had many characteristics of the dragon clan, there were still some traces of a human in him. That was why he was doubtful. With that said, he was puzzled at the purity of his dragon pressure he was currently feeling. If Yang Kai only had a faint dragon clan bloodline, he couldn't possibly exude such a pure dragon pressure. There was a reason that the dragon clan was touted to be the head of the myriad spirits. Whether I'm a dragon or not is none of your business. Yang Kai decided the less he revealed the better. Humph. This monarch has a way to find out. As Tijing spoke, he rubbed his fingers together and obtained a drop of golden dragon blood that was floating nearby. After having a taste of the blood though, he sported a dark expression. The other 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned their heads and observed his expression before realizing that Yang Kai was indeed a dragon clan member, otherwise, Tijing wouldn't have sported such a solemn look. At that instant, they furrowed their brows as a single thought crossed their minds: this is bad. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai was just a random dragonborn. The dragon clan was known for its lasciviousness, and they had left behind countless dragon descendants in the 3,000 worlds. Half-dragons and dragonborn were not valued by the dragon clan at all, so they could be killed without any concern. However, a pure-blood dragon couldn't be killed as one pleased. If they could erase all traces of the act, they could ensure the dragon clan never found out about it. It wasn't like there had never been dragons who were murdered in the past. Nevertheless, even if they could kill Yang Kai today, there was no way they would be able to kill Zhu Jiuyin, hence, this news was bound to leak out. Although they were all 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were not willing to risk offending the dragon clan. It wasn't that the great forces behind them were afraid of the dragon clan, but creating this kind of unnecessary conflict would be extremely detrimental to them. At that instant, they found all their previous actions laughable. They had summoned 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with Yang Kai, but in the end, many of them were either killed or injured, and they were unable to kill him as they pleased. What was the point of doing all this? If they knew Yang Kai was a dragon clan member, they wouldn't have spent so much effort setting up a trap in this place. Now, they were all riding a tiger, unable to get off. They couldn't let Yang Kai go just like that as many of their subordinates were killed. How were they supposed to explain themselves to their respective great forces when they returned? What's more, if they released Yang Kai, it would be troublesome should he manage to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. At that instant, they didn't know what to do as they could neither kill him nor release him. As Tijing and the others traded glances, they were unable to make a decision. Just then, the 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who had run after Black Crow earlier, returned. He had no idea what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are you all doing?" Another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master parted his lips and quietly informed him of the situation, causing the former to frown. Tijing asked, "Where's Black Crow?" "He escaped," that person said resentfully. Black Crow was an old monster who had been reborn by taking over someone's body, and he had also cultivated a heaven-defying secret art. Even though the one who chased him was a high-rank Open Heaven Master, Black Crow still managed to throw him off. Left with no choice, he could only come back. They were not able to either kill or release Yang Kai, while Black Crow had captured their people and fled. Their plot this time could be said to be a complete failure, therefore, all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sported extremely dark expressions. While they were in a dilemma, Yang Kai suddenly asked loudly, "What's going on with this shadowless cave heaven? Why can't I open the portal?" Initially, Tijing wanted to ignore him. The failure this time would definitely damage his reputation in Myriad Demon's Heaven. When he returned to his great force, he would probably be demoted and punished. Presently, he was wondering how he could settle the issue, so he wasn't in the mood to reply to Yang Kai. However, as he darted his eyes around, he suddenly thought of something and with a smile, he said to Yang Kai, "You're just a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master, so you're unable to open the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven. Why is that?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. Tijing explained, "That's because there's a restriction around the shadowless cave heaven. The minimum requirement to pass through this barrier is to be in the open heaven realm. It's just like how the barrier around the blood monster cave heaven dictated that only those below the open heaven realm masters could enter it. The shadowless cave heaven is just the opposite. Only open heaven realm masters can go in. I see, Xianxia muttered under his breath as though he had already expected it. While both parties were locked in an intense battle just now, he had repeatedly attempted to open up the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven. Unfortunately, even though he had found the entrance, he was obstructed by some kind of repulsive force, which stopped him from succeeding. He had a feeling that he was not powerful enough to force it open. If he had sufficient strength, he could easily enter the shadowless cave heaven. Do you want to go in? It's easy. Just ascend to the open heaven realm. Tijing grinned. Upon hearing that, the other three high-rank open heaven realm masters arched their brows as they realized Tijing's intention. You want me to ascend to the open heaven realm? Xianxia sneered at him. Tijing shrugged and coughed before saying, it's entirely up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm, and no one can force you to do so. However, I have to tell you that the shadowless cave heaven isn't a pleasant place. Over the years, many people have entered it, but none of them have managed to come out, so no one knows what the situation is like inside or how dangerous it is. It has been half a year since Lan Yurua fell into it. If you're too slow, you might not even have a chance to retrieve her corpse. Nevertheless, I heard that you're proficient in the Tao of space. After you go in, you might be able to find a way out. Lan Yurua's life or death is up to you now. He seemed to be encouraging Xianxia to break through right now, so upon hearing that, Yuhi paled and exclaimed, don't listen to him, young master. Xianxia remained in his 3,000 meters dragon form as he narrowed his eyes and looked condescendingly at Tijing. Even though Tijing's face was somewhat pale, he still stared back at him smilingly. A moment later, Xianxia closed his eyes and returned to his human form. Things had come to a point that they wouldn't fight again. Tijing and the others were wary of the dragon clan, so they wouldn't kill Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia had no way to defeat them, so it was pointless to sustain his dragon form. Tijing observed his expression and realized that Xianxia sported a conflicted look, as though he was trying to make a difficult decision. Upon that realization, Zhu Jiuyin shot him a glance. Brat, are you really? Yuhi anxiously spoke up, you have come so far in this path, young master. It would be an incredible shame if you fail at the last step. Please don't even think about it. Xianxia turned to look at her and realized that her eyes were filled with concern and anxiety. There was still a trail of blood at the corner of her mouth. All of a sudden, he stopped hesitating and calmed down as his gaze turned resolute. Then, he took a step forward and helped her brush away the blood on her lips before gently saying, it's indeed a shame to fail at the last step, but I should have my own power now. As a half-step open heaven realm master, he was too weak and insignificant in all these battles. When he was besieged by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union back then, all he could do was stay behind everyone's protection. Now, he was attacked by Tijing and the others, but all he could do was let his companions protect him. He could only watch as Zhu Jiuyin fought a life-and-death battle with the enemy while he and the others repeatedly spat blood just to shield him from harm. He wouldn't want to go through this kind of terrible experience again, as it pained him to see his companions being harmed while he was powerless to help. As that realization dawned upon him, all his worries melted away and he was left with a decision in his mind, which was ascending to the open heaven realm. All of a sudden, he felt as though he had been enlightened. Only by ascending to the open heaven realm would he have a right to be viewed as important in the 3,000 worlds. Only by ascending to the open heaven realm would he be able to enter the shadowless cave heaven and stand a chance to bring the proprietress out of this place. Please don't do that, young master. Yuhi exclaimed. Xianxia had been working hard, and coupled with his incredible luck, he had managed to condense 6 high-rank elements. As long as he could complete the last step, he would directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm and make a name for himself. If he failed at the very last moment, it would be the biggest regret in his life. Xianxia spread his arms and flashed a smile at her. What do you see? A puzzled Yuhi shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. Xianxia explained, it's a pair of powerless arms. What can I do with them? Proprietress has fallen into danger because of me, but I'm unable to save her because there's no power in my hands. Then, he balled up his fists as though he was trying to grab something. Only by having strength that I can call my own, can I change anything. He and the proprietress were unable to wait any longer. Just like what Tijing had said, no one knew what was going on inside the shadowless cave heaven. It had been half a year since the proprietress fell into it, so there was no telling what kind of danger she was facing. Although the proprietress was among the strongest in the Sixth Order, she might not be able to break free from this trap. Moreover, what was the point if he kept waiting? It was unrealistic for him to obtain a high-ranking element treasure now. This time, myriad demons heaven led the way and used proprietress to lure Xianxia out of Voidland. What would come next? There was no way they would let him off, and the merchants wouldn't dare to offend all the cave heavens and paradises by selling him a high-ranking element treasure. It had been 3 years since he started developing the Star City, and business had been excellent, with all the streets filled with people buying and selling all manner of goods. However, although he had offered a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and a high-rank metal element monster core, he still couldn't get what he wanted. Even if he kept waiting, he might not be able to achieve his goal in the end. Rather than waiting for a dream that was out of reach, the most important thing for him now was to have his own strength. Affirming his decision, he turned around as his black hair flapped in the non-existent wind and bellowed, "I'll ascend to the open heaven realm as you wish, Tijing. I hope you all won't be too disappointed." Upon hearing that, Tijing rubbed his palms together and guffawed, "You're indeed a promising young man." If Xianxia wanted to ascend to the open heaven realm now, he wouldn't be able to become a high-rank open heaven realm master because he didn't have a high-ranking element treasure. He could only make it to the Sixth Order at most. In that case, they were willing to accept such an outcome. All this while, they had been worried that Xianxia would directly ascend to the Seventh Order, giving him a chance to become a Ninth Order open heaven realm master and challenge the Order of the 3,000 Worlds. If he only ascended to the Sixth Order, there would no longer be any worries. The highest limit a Sixth Order open heaven realm master could achieve was the Eighth Order. There were quite a number of Eighth Order open heaven realm masters who stood guard over the cave heavens and paradises, so Xianxia wouldn't be able to cause a stir. At that instant, Tijing found Xianxia to be less despicable as he secretly cursed at the latter for being so difficult. If Xianxia had made up his mind earlier, they wouldn't have had to go through so much effort. If word got out that some of the cave heavens and paradises, led by myriad demons heaven, joined forces just to suppress an Emperor Realm Jr., all of them would lose a lot of face. "Young master," Yuhi still wanted to dissuade him. Xianxia raised his hand and stroked her head, "Stand guard for me." With her lips pressed together, Yuhi gazed at him with reddened eyes. While Chu Huasheng heaved a sigh, Bai Qi sported a conflicted expression, not knowing what to say. He felt extremely guilty and thought that things might not have come to such a point if he hadn't gone to Voidland to look for Xianxia. However, he didn't know what else to do. If he stopped Xianxia, it was akin to letting the proprietress perish. If he let Xianxia ascend to the open heaven realm at this point, the latter's future would be ruined. He was truly caught in a dilemma. "Why do you all wear such expressions?" Xianxia flashed a smile at his companions. Zhu Jiuyin spoke after a sigh, "Brat, it's up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm or not. You have to think it through." Even though she had once tried to force Xianxia to refine a Sixth Order element in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, that was because she wanted to increase his strength to prepare for the spirit-seizing war so that he could stand a better chance to become the winner. Now that he had to voluntarily give up the dream he had been pursuing for years, she couldn't help feeling sorry for him. The main reason she stopped forcing him at that time was that he threatened to kill himself, which showed just how firm his determination was. "I've made up my mind." Xianxia smiled and nodded. He appeared completely at ease. Even though he would ruin the foundation he had built by ascending to the open heaven realm today, he would never regret his decision. That was because if he insisted on being stubborn, the people around him he cared about would be hurt. That was a future he would never want to see. "Does any one of you have a Sixth Ordering element treasure? Give it to me." Xianxia gazed at his companions, who shook their heads at the same time. He arched his brow and turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. She said, "Why are you looking at me? This queen does have some Sixth Order materials, but none of them are of the Yin element. Among all the 7 elements, Yin and Yang were much harder to find than metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yang Kai had spent lots of open heaven pills to buy all sorts of materials, so he was fully aware of that. Yuhi was now a part of Void Land, so it was reasonable that she didn't have any sixth-order element treasures on her. That was because many people in Void Land needed sixth-order materials right now, and such materials were difficult to come by. Be it the items Yang Kai had acquired back then or the new sixth-order materials that had appeared in the Star City, they were all given to the cultivators who needed them in Void Land, so there was basically nothing left. Certainly, Bai Qi and Chu Huashang didn't have one either. The former had followed the proprietress for a long time. If there were any precious items, the proprietress would keep them and only give them to him when needed. As for the latter, even though she was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she had just ascended to the sixth order. Hence, she didn't need any sixth-order materials to improve her cultivation for now. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to ascend to the open heaven realm when he left Void Land, which was why he hadn't prepared anything. Although he had made up his mind, he didn't have the item he needed, and even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. All of them appeared embarrassed in this situation. Yang Kai glared at Zhu Jiuyin and asked, "You've been accumulating wealth for a long time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Why don't you even have a single sixth-order element treasure?" Zhu Jiuyin rolled her eyes and replied, "This queen doesn't need those things to cultivate, so what's the point of collecting them? Moreover, it's also hard to find yin and yang materials in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he didn't know what to do. Across from them, Tijing and the others were supposed to be at ease. As soon as Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, the burden on their shoulders would be lifted. However, this unexpected situation rendered them speechless at that instant. Certainly, they were more than happy to see Yang Kai ascending to the open heaven realm at this point, as he would no longer be a threat to them once he did. Although they hadn't managed to kill him as they had planned, the outcome was acceptable as they could explain themselves to the great forces behind them. However, it would be troublesome for them as well if Yang Kai couldn't achieve an ascension because there wasn't a yin element material available. Since they were not able to kill everyone here, they wouldn't dare to make a move on a member of the Dragon Clan, otherwise, they would have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath. Nevertheless, they were not willing to let Yang Kai go just like this. While they were in a dilemma, they saw Yang Kai staring at them. The corners of Tijing's brow twitched as he asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking at me?" Yang Kai snorted, "Since you want me to ascend to the open heaven realm here, I'm willing to grant your wish, however, you should show me some sincerity in return." "What do you mean?" Tijing furrowed his brows. "Stop asking the obvious. You know what I want." A speechless Tijing gazed at him and fell silent for a moment before parting his lips to secretly speak to his companions. Although he was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, he didn't have a sixth-order element material on hand, therefore, he could only ask the others whether they had such an item. If they could solve this issue by offering up a sixth-order element material, it would be acceptable. Although Tijing was displeased, he still suppressed his anger. However, after asking around, he realized that none of them had such a resource. Just like Zhu Jiuyin, they had some sixth-order materials but not yin and yang ones. That was because yin and yang materials were extremely rare. Even if they obtained such items, they either had to give them to their respective sects for the disciples' cultivation needs or refine these items themselves. The cave heavens and paradises were extremely powerful, so they needed more of these rare resources compared to Void Land. Tijing glanced at Yang Kai and declared, "None of us have a sixth-order element material." Yang Kai's face fell. "All of you are seventh-order open heaven realm masters who are filthy rich, and you're telling me that none of you has a single sixth-order element treasure. Do you think I was born yesterday?" Tijing snapped, "Believe it or not, we don't have the item you need." Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai put on a sneer. His expression enraged Tijing. Instead of getting prepared for his ascension, Yang Kai was now blaming others for not having the item he needed, which was ridiculous. However, after giving it a thought, Tijing realized that Yang Kai had always focused on looking for a high-ranking element treasure in order to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm. Even if a sixth-order element material was presented to him in the past, he probably wouldn't even spare it a glance. This time, he was forced to achieve a breakthrough, so it was expected that he wasn't prepared. After a cough, Tijing said, "Do you want a fifth-order yin element? This monarch has a very good fifth-order heavenly yin sand, which is hard to come by. It's the best kind of material in the fifth order. If you want, this monarch can give it to you." Yang Kai bellowed, "You may kill me, but you cannot humiliate me, Tijing. You forced me to ascend to the sixth order, which is my bottom line, but now you want me to ascend to the fifth order? What is this? Regardless of how great that heavenly yin sand may be, it's still a fifth order material. Can it help me ascend to the sixth order? Why don't we just fight it out and leave the rest to fate?" Upon realizing that his suggestion was indeed unrealistic, Tijing fell silent. Yang Kai had built such a solid foundation, and he was gifted enough to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly. He was practically forced to ascend to the sixth order, so it would be outrageous if they still asked him to lower his expectations further and become a fifth-order open heaven realm master. If they pushed him over the edge now, this young man might do something crazy to retaliate against them. If they got into a fight again, they wouldn't dare to ruthlessly kill Yang Kai. By then, they would be the ones who suffered losses. After giving it a thought, Tijing asked, "Why don't you wait here for a while? This monarch will send a message and tell someone to bring a sixth-order yin element material over." In fact, he was completely vexed deep inside. His goal was to kill Yang Kai to nip this problem in the bud, but things had come to a point that he seemed to be begging the young man to achieve an ascension as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to prepare a sixth-order yin element treasure for him, which was simply preposterous. He had lived for a long time, but there had never been a time when he felt so vexed. Yang Kai asked in a grim voice, "How long will it take?" Tijing replied, "It's unrealistic to go back to Myriad Demon's heaven now. However, this monarch can tell someone to buy a sixth-order yin element material in the Shattered Heavens Star City where all sorts of goods are available, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the item you want. It'll probably take 1 month for the thing to be sent here." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "That's a long wait." Tijing frowned, "It's just 1 month. Yang Kai said, "I can't wait any longer." "What do you want then?" Yang Kai reminded him, "I want a sixth-order yin element material right now." Tijing bellowed, "I told you we don't have one. Do you want this monarch to make it appear out of thin air? I don't believe you." Yang Kai swept a glance over the space rings on their fingers, "Unless you let me examine your rings." The faces of the high-rank open heaven realm masters fell. Tijing stared coldly at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, do you know what you're talking about? Are you going to agree to it or not?" Yang Kai sneered and gazed arrogantly at him, "Fine, I don't want to see your rings anymore. Let's go back to Voidland. I don't believe I'll never get a high-ranking element treasure in my lifetime." Then, he seemed ready to bring everyone back home in a resolute manner. Tijing questioned, "Are you going to let Lan Yurua perish here?" Yang Kai shot him a glance, "You'd better pray that she's safe. If anything happens to her, I'll destroy Myriad Demon's heaven right after I ascend to the ninth order. I'll remember what you've done to me and visit all of you one by one when the time comes. I hope you'll still be able to laugh by then." "Impudence!" Tijing roared. "Wait a moment, little friend Yang," another high-rank open heaven realm master suddenly spoke up. His voice suggested that he was pretty old now. Yang Kai shot him a cold glance, "What now?" The old voice was heard saying, "Since you're a half-step open heaven realm master, it must have been quite some time since you started cultivating. So, you should know that a space ring is the most personal possession to a cultivator and it mustn't be examined by anyone else easily. If you want to inspect our rings, it's no different from humiliating us. We've lived for a long time, so we do have a reputation to preserve." Yang Kai scoffed, "You four are high-rank open heaven realm masters, but you joined forces and plotted against an emperor realm cultivator like me. I'm surprised to learn that you actually still care about your reputation." The old voice replied impassively, "If you were on your own, all of us wouldn't have shown up. However, since you have some powerful protectors, we have no choice but to come all the way here, but now is not the time to talk about such things. What this old master means is, we can let you examine our rings to prove to you that we didn't lie to you. We really don't have the sixth-order yin element treasure you need. However, what if you still don't find any sixth-order yin element treasure after going through all of our rings? What do you want?" Yang Kai questioned. The old voice said, since you want to humiliate us, we can't possibly bear it for nothing. There's a price you have to pay, little friend. Xianxia swept an impassive glance over them and frowned. After giving it a thought, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, I don't believe that you don't have a sixth-ordering element material, but if I still can't find one after examining all of your rings, I'll ascend to the fifth order. His expression was that of a gambler who had lost it all. Upon hearing that, all of them were stunned. An anxious he said, you can't do that, young master. Xianxia was unable to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm, so the sixth order was supposed to be his bottom line. The fifth order was totally unacceptable. If he ascended to the fifth order, the highest limit for him would be the seventh order in the future. In other words, the end of Xianxia's martial Dao was his initial starting point. The disparity between expectation and reality was too great to bear. Bai Qi said, you mustn't ascend to the fifth order, Xianxia. Chu Huashang also dissuaded him from doing so. Xianxia put on a bitter smile, I can't ascend to the seventh order, and there isn't a sixth ordering element treasure now. What can I do if I don't ascend to the fifth order? Wait for them to get the item I want from the Shattered Heavens Star City? Who knows what could happen to Proprietress in 1 month, we can't wait any longer. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Yuhi, do you remember that thing I have? Yuhi, who was about to dissuade him again, became startled as she suddenly thought of something. That's right. Young master still has that thing. With that item in his possession, it makes no difference whether he ascends to the fifth order or sixth order, he can even use this to trick others into believing that he'll only become a fifth order open heaven realm master and stop them from targeting him. In that case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. On the other hand, Tijing and the others exchanged glances as they appeared ecstatic. Even though a fifth order open heaven realm master was fairly powerful in the 3,000 worlds, such a person was nothing in the eyes of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. If Xianxia really ascended to the fifth order, it was something worth celebrating for the great forces behind them. A fifth order open heaven realm master would never be able to move the world order. For a cultivator who had the hopes of becoming a seventh order open heaven realm master to end up in such a state, it was no different from killing him. Instead of ending his life, they had killed his future. Tijing's gaze brightened as he asked, are you serious? Xianxia gazed at him with a tilted head, you look happy, don't you? Tijing coughed, not really. However, a wise man knows when to submit to the circumstances. This monarch is gratified that you've made such a decision. Cut the nonsense, Xianxia replied dispassionately. Tijing and the others then secretly spoke to each other. Certainly, they were sure that they didn't have a sixth ordering element material. Even if Xianxia wanted to examine their rings, they weren't afraid. Although it was humiliating for these high-rank open heaven realm masters to let an Emperor Realm Jr. examine their space rings, it was better than remaining in this stalemate forever. It was especially true for Tijing. He was injured in the battle against Zhu Jiuyin, so he desperately needed a quiet place to recuperate and stabilize his small universe, otherwise, he might be left with some potential issues later. The others were in a better state, but they were also wounded. Moreover, as high-rank open heaven realm masters, they didn't want to keep wasting time on Xianxia anymore. By settling this issue as soon as possible, they could go back and tell everyone that they had achieved their goal. Therefore, they soon came to an agreement. Tijing scolded, brat, we all agree that we'll let you examine our rings, however, if you can't find any sixth ordering element materials, you must not go back on your word. Otherwise, we'll kill you right here even if we have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath. Xianxia sneered, don't worry. Even though I'm just an Emperor Realm cultivator, I value my reputation. Unlike some other people, I'll never go back on my word. Then, he spread his palm, pass me your rings. Oh, take out everything from your small universes as well. I know that the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters like you all must have materialized. Not only can you store some stuff inside it, but you can also let some living creatures live inside it. Tijing and the others sported dark expressions, however, things had come to a point that they didn't want to argue with Xianxia anymore. Therefore, they fished out a number of things from their small universes and put them inside their space rings. Obviously, Xianxia was unable to find out whether they had actually taken everything out, unless he could also inspect the small universes in their bodies. However, that would never happen. Tijing and the others had made a concession by letting Yang Kai go through their space rings, but there was no way they'd let anyone probe their small universes, or else they'd be risking their lives. Even if they had some precious items stashed in their small universes, they wouldn't put them into their space rings. Yang Kai was fully aware of that. Soon, their space rings fell into Yang Kai's hands. The restrictions on the rings had been erased so that he could easily examine them. When Yang Kai scanned one of the rings with his divine sense, he couldn't help raising his brow. The wealth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was truly astonishing. Open Heaven pills had been piled up like mountains, and there were countless resources, which included many sixth-order ones. There was even one seventh-order material in this particular ring. The number of artifacts in the ring was mind-blowing as well. He didn't have time to go through them one by one, but Yang Kai reckoned that the resources in this ring were worth more than 10 billion Open Heaven pills. Obviously, that wasn't all this man's wealth. The truly precious items must be kept inside his small universe. Unfortunately, none of the sixth-order and seventh-order materials were yin or yang. Yang Kai set the ring aside and looked at the next, finding it to be about the same. Tijing and the others were just standing nearby as they watched Yang Kai joyfully go through all the rings. All of them found it odd as they never expected that things would develop into such a situation. Their initial goal was to kill Yang Kai in this place. However, not only was Yang Kai alive and kicking, but they would also have to help him ascend to the Open Heaven realm. Besides that, they had also passed their space rings to him to inspect. What they had done was no different from financially supporting their enemy. Nevertheless, they could not object. Although they were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had lived for many years, it was the first time they had such a strange experience. It only took Yang Kai a short time to examine all of the rings. Tijing asked, "Now you know we didn't lie to you." Yang Kai looked up and roared, "The heavens are unfair." Upon seeing that he appeared crestfallen, Tijing and the others felt less frustrated. Since they had confronted and attempted to kill each other before, there wasn't a need for them to be polite to him. Tijing said, "In that case, you should give our rings back to us." Yang Kai nonchalantly tossed the space rings at Yuhi and kept only a bottle that was half his height. They were too gullible to think that he would return the rings to them. Yang Kai had relented and agreed to become a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, but since he didn't have the item he needed, he could only lower his expectation and ascend to the fifth order. With the existence of a particular item he possessed, it made no difference whether he ascended to the fifth order or the sixth order, and he would be able to deceive the outside world. However, there was a price to pay if he wanted to use that precious treasure. The thing was so valuable that the space rings of these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be considered as a slight compensation for it. There was no way he would give the rings back to them, for he still had Void Land to run. Even though he had a Star City to help gather resources, he wouldn't mind more good things. "You dare covet our space rings?" Tijing glared at Yang Kai. He was so exasperated that he laughed and nodded, "Very good. You're indeed bold enough." Ignoring him, Yang Kai fiddled with the bottle and shook it. As he listened to the ringing sound coming from the bottle, he asked, "Is this the heavenly yin sand that you'd mentioned?" Presently, Tijing was fuming within him, so upon hearing the question, he snorted and did not reply to him. In fact, the moment he passed the space ring to Yang Kai, he had a feeling that he would never get it back. However, he was incensed at the fact that the young man did it in such a brazen way. It was apparent that he had no regard for them at all. Yang Kai gazed at Tijing and questioned, "Are you deaf? Is this the heavenly yin sand?" Tijing looked away and pretended that he didn't hear him. Yang Kai said smilingly, "It seems that it's not heavenly yin sand. I won't break through then." Upon hearing that, Tijing glowered at him and said through clenched teeth, "Don't you cross the line, Yang Kai." The faint smile on Yang Kai's face made Tijing have the urge to give him a punch. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Heavenly yin sand is extremely hard to come by. It's one of the rarest among the fifth-order materials. It's just that it isn't a sixth-order material. However, the divine ability you'll obtain through this item is as powerful as that of most sixth-order powers once you condense it. The one in your hands was meant for another disciple in my great force. I have no choice but to give it to you." Yang Kai snorted, "I was supposed to ascend to the seventh-order Open Heaven realm, but I can only make do with the fifth order because of you all. Who is the one taking advantage here? Tijing fell silent. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to bicker with you. Yang Kai lightly threw the bottle into the air and said to Zhu Jiuyin, please stand guard for me, senior. After a moment of silence, Zhu Jiuyin reminded, brat, this is an important matter, so you must think it through. Yang Kai replied with a bitter smile, I'm like an arrow on the string now, there's no going back for me. If he went back on his word at this point, he was basically forcing Tijing and the others to fight to the death with them. They had Zhu Jiuyin's protection, so they would easily escape from this place, but they wouldn't stand a chance to save the proprietress. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin had been wounded after the previous battle. Presently, she looked pretty battered as was covered in blood. Forget it. It's your own matter and no one else can interfere. I hope you won't regret your decision in the future. After she finished speaking, she flicked her fingers as threads of spider silk crisscrossed each other in the void, forming an impenetrable web which covered a large area except for the spot Yang Kai was in. If Tijing and the others wanted to harm Yang Kai, they had to break her web first. Tijing and the others had experienced how horrendous this heaven-covering web was, so they didn't dare to fall into it again. Young master, Yuhi's eyes reddened as she pressed her lips together. She seemed to be holding back her words. Yang Kai waved his hand, all of you stand back. Then, he gently closed his eyes and thought to himself, will I regret my decision? If it were for any other reason, he probably would, however, since he was doing this to save proprietress, he didn't think there would come a day when he felt regretful. As he emptied his mind, he calmed himself and sat cross-legged in the center of the heaven-covering web. His aura was curbed while he remained unmoving, as though he had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Upon seeing that, Yuhi and the others knew that it was pointless for them to say anything else, so they spread out and stood guard for Yang Kai in nearby spots. They stared vigilantly at Tijing and the others to prevent them from disturbing Yang Kai while he achieved his breakthrough. It was completely silent in the void. All of them were paying close attention to Yang Kai as they tended their wounds. Time went by slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and flicked the bottle. Following a clang, the cap flew up as a ray of light shot out of the bottle. It was apparent that the ray of light was made up from countless grains of sand. Every grain exuded a light glow and an extremely cold aura. They looked just like a galaxy that had been shrunk down innumerable times. Heavenly Yin sand was indeed one of the best materials in the fifth order. As soon as it appeared, the void seemed to have been frozen over as a layer of frost formed on Yang Kai's clothes and hair. Instead of resisting, Yang Kai circulated his secret art and pushed his Dao seal to refine the Yin element power in the heavenly Yin sand. At that instant, the galaxy formed from the sand seemed to have been attracted by a mysterious force as it swirled and danced around Yang Kai. Looking from afar, it was as if he was engulfed in a storm of silver rain. Yang Kai had refined other element powers before, the last one being the Golden Wolf King's monster core, which was a seventh-order metal element treasure. Although the heavenly Yin sand was extraordinary for its order, it wasn't comparable to that monster core at all. Tijing and the others stared intently outside the heaven-covering web. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had started refining the fifth-order heavenly Yin sand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Once the process started, it couldn't be stopped. That was because Yang Kai's Dao seal had been affected by the Yin element power in the heavenly Yin sand as he built his open heaven realm foundation. There was nothing else he could do to reverse it unless he used something like Tai Soul cleansing water to wipe clean his Dao seal. However, in that case, all his previous efforts would also be erased. Initially, they were worried that Yang Kai might go back on his word. After all, if they were him, they would never be willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm when they had a chance to make it to the seventh-order open heaven realm directly. Therefore, they wouldn't be surprised even if he went back on his word at the last moment. However, his action at this moment suggested that he was truly determined. Therefore, they admired the fact that he was able to leave his aspiration behind and make do with such an inferior result. Throughout history, only a small number of people were able to directly ascend to the seventh order. Given such a chance, Tijing and the others reckoned that they would never give it up, but Yang Kai could do that. He's indeed a loyal brat. One of the high-rank open heaven realm masters gently nodded. What a shame. Another person shook his head. It wasn't certain whether he felt sorry for the fact that Yang Kai had to waste his aptitude or something else. Although they were the ones who forced Yang Kai to take such an action, they still felt sympathetic when they saw him do it. Tijing put on a smile. There's nothing to feel sorry about since we can't use him. The person who spoke earlier gave it a thought and nodded. You're right. The last person fell silent for a moment before uttering, this brat's Dao seal is indeed very sturdy. Don't you think the speed at which he's refining the heavenly yin sand is too fast? Upon hearing that, all of them immediately turned to look at Yang Kai. Just like what their colleague had said, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining the heavenly yin sand was outrageously fast. The glowing grains of sand could be seen dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. Given his speed, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to fully refine the heavenly yin sand. All of them were stunned as this was a fifth-order yin element treasure. Its order was neither too high nor too low. Usually, it would take an average open heaven realm master a few months to refine it. For someone with a great aptitude, it would still take him 10 days to half a month. The fact that Yang Kai was able to do it in 1 or 2 days was unbelievable. This outcome suggested that Yang Kai's Dao seal was extremely sturdy, so the impact of the fifth-order yin element power penetrating his body was almost negligible. That was the reason he was able to refine it without any concern. All of them were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for a long time and seen many gifted people, but none of those people were comparable to Yang Kai. Although they couldn't inspect his Dao seal, they believed it was far more robust than that of anyone else just by looking at the speed he was refining the heavenly yin sand. A person with a sturdy Dao seal was able to condense element power swiftly, and there was only a minimal risk for him to ascend to the open heaven realm. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, it could be said that it was practically risk-free for him to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Now, the crux of the matter was how strong the foundation of his small universe would be after he achieved his ascension. With a strong foundation, he would become powerful in the future, and vice versa. Nevertheless, he would still be just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it wouldn't matter. Regardless of how strong his foundation would be. While Tijing and the others were paying close attention to Yang Kai, Zhu Jiuyin and her companions were staring vigilantly at the other party. On the other hand, Yang Kai was focused on refining the heavenly yin sand in the center of heaven-covering web. A sense of coldness penetrated his physique through his pores before converging in his Dao seal under his guidance. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yang had already gathered together in his Dao seal, so he needed only one more. As he absorbed the yin element power from the heavenly yin sand, his Dao seal gradually became complete. The yin, yang, and 5 element powers mutually supported and suppressed one another as they formed an endless cycle in his body. The power of the cycle clashed within his Dao seal, and following every collision, there seemed to be a bell that rang loudly in his body, which shook his very soul. Initially, this kind of movement was still not conspicuous, but as Yang Kai refined more of the yin element power, the movement became increasingly violent. When Yang Kai refined his metal element power, thus gathering all 5 element powers previously, he realized that a crack had appeared in his Dao seal. He was shocked as he thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation, however, he couldn't feel there were any problems with him. Be it cultivating or using his strength, he faced no obstacles at all. Instead, he felt that his power had increased after he condensed the metal element power. Still worried, he asked Juhi about it. It was then he learned that when a cultivator ascended to the open heaven realm, his Dao seal would break apart to allow his own grand Dao to merge with the 7 elements to form his small universe. Nevertheless, the average cultivator would only see his Dao seal cracking when ascending to the open heaven realm, but such an incident happened to Yang Kai in advance. Perhaps the order of the elements he had condensed was too high, leading to such a result. Regardless, this was a good thing for him. Anyone who wished to ascend to the open heaven realm had to go through this trial. If he couldn't successfully integrate his grand Dao with his small universe, his ascension would fail. Since Yang Kai's Dao seal had started cracking earlier, things would become easier when he attempted his breakthrough. As he condensed more of the yin element power, more cracks started appearing on his Dao seal, as though it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, a chaotic aura started exuding from Yang Kai, who was seated in the center of heaven-covering web. Anyone who noticed this aura would be stunned as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had tread the same path, so they were aware that it was the most critical moment for young Kai. Before heaven and earth split apart, there was only chaos. It was apparent that young Kai was on the brink of achieving his breakthrough. So far, it had only been one day since he started refining the heavenly Yin sand. Anyone could see that the heavenly Yin sand, which looked like a swirling galaxy, had lost all its glow and spirituality. That was because the Yin element power within it had been fully absorbed. There was no doubt that young Kai was a genius. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to refine a fifth-order material in a day, not to mention a mere Emperor Realm Jr. A mysterious power trembled violently within young Kai's body. With him as the center, visible ripples were seen spreading out in a regular manner. Since all the power in the heavenly Yin sand had been refined, it turned into dust and scattered with the wind as soon as it came into contact with these ripples. Meanwhile, all of young Kai's skin had reddened as his chaotic aura became even more conspicuous. He felt like he had been trapped inside a thick membrane, as though he had returned to his mother's womb. He was restricted in every way, which made him feel extremely unpleasant. Inside his Tao seal, Yin, Yang, and five element powers moved in a cyclical manner as they clashed with young Kai. Following every collision, he felt his soul shuddering violently. Not only was he unable to make his mind focus, but he also couldn't control one bit of his energy. Young Kai was flabbergasted, as it was only now that he realized how dangerous the process of ascending to the open heaven realm really was. If he wasn't careful enough, he would instantly lose his life. His Tao seal was pretty sturdy to begin with, and he had consumed a lot of divine Tao water, which fortified his Tao seal to the point that there was no room for improvement. It could be said that within the half-step open heaven realm, no one was a match for him when it came to the sturdiness of their Tao seal. Every time he condensed a high-rank element power, his Tao seal would be bombarded by that same power. Fortunately, he managed to endure each time. When he finally completed his Tao seal with the Yin element power this time, he realized that the collisions he had experienced in the past were nothing compared to what he was going through now. The powers in his body, except for the fifth-order Yin element power he had just refined, were all high-rank powers. As they clashed with young Kai in succession, he felt his body and soul shuddering. Only when the Yin element power collided with him did he feel an almost negligible impact. He had to face such a difficult trial even though he was just ascending to the fifth-order open heaven realm. If he really attempted to make it to the seventh-order open heaven realm, the difficulty he would have had to face would be far greater. It was no wonder that only a small number of people had managed to directly break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm throughout history. Even if someone had condensed the requisite high-rank elements like young Kai, they might still lose their life at this last step. As more cracks appeared on young Kai's Tao seal, it seemed that it would break apart soon. However, he realized that he was still unable to get rid of this thick restrictive membrane around him, and even his mind seemed to be lost in a foggy state. What was worse, the chaotic aura was increasingly thickening. All of a sudden, young Kai came to the realization that if he couldn't break through the barrier after his Tao seal exploded, he would fall into danger. At this life-and-death moment, he became calm instead as he attentively sensed the chaotic aura and let the powers of Yin, Yang, and the five elements clash with his Tao seal without restraint. He still had some heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, but he hadn't planned on using any of them. It was a good idea to use a spirit pill to assist his ascension, but it wouldn't be as rewarding as if he achieved the ascension through his own perseverance. He had initially intended to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm directly, but now he had to make do with the fifth order. If he still needed to use a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill now, it would only mean he wasn't gifted after all. In the past, he had consumed a fair amount of world source liquid, allowing him to sense the magnificence of heaven and earth splitting apart. However, he realized that he couldn't recall most of the details now. Still, he would never forget that innate feeling. As time passed, everyone could see that young Kai's skin was alternating between red, white, and blue. That was the result of the powers of Yin, Yang, and the five elements weltering in his body. The primordial elements of the universe turned in an endless cycle, supporting and suppressing one another as the chaotic aura around young Kai thickened by the breath. One could see that young Kai had been engulfed by very thick fog, which couldn't be peered through even using one's divine sense. He was on pins. and needles as she stared fixedly at the fog while Bai Qi balled up his fists and hoped that Yang Kai would succeed. To the side, Zhu Huashang was secretly praying for him. As Zhu Jiuyin watched coldly, she couldn't help but mutter, "What is this smelly brat doing? Is it really so difficult to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm? If this brat can't break through the fog of chaos, he'll definitely lose his life." An old voice was heard coming from one of the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters. Tijing and the others exchanged glances as they felt that they had probably overestimated Yang Kai's potential. He was going through so much danger although he was just ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm, so it probably wouldn't have mattered even if they allowed him to obtain a seventh ordering element treasure. Based on their observation, if Yang Kai really attempted to achieve the seventh order open heaven realm, he wouldn't stand a chance of succeeding. The chaotic aura around Yang Kai was so thick that it had engulfed him entirely. Looking from afar, they felt as though he had been covered in a large cocoon that totally obscured his figure. Inside the cocoon, Yang Kai was completely at ease as he silently felt the chaotic aura and the state before heaven and earth split apart. It was as though he had traveled through time and returned to the beginning of history, when there was still nothing but chaos. Just then, cracking sounds were heard coming from his heart as his Dao seal began to shatter. The Dao seal was the very core of an Emperor realm cultivator as it was the essence of their cultivation. When the Dao seal broke apart, it meant that their grand Dao also started dispersing. If this Dao essence wasn't quickly integrated into a small universe, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, before the Dao seal completely collapsed, a small universe had to take shape. In order to achieve that, one had to break through the chaos by splitting heaven and earth apart in their body, melding the 7 elements together into a new world. At this life and death moment, Yang Kai seemed to be oblivious to the situation he was in. He couldn't help recalling the moment his body was destroyed by great demon god Mo Xing. It was the final battle between the star boundary and the demon realm. In order to win that battle, all the masters from the star boundary, including all the great emperors, waged war against great demon god. It was in that battle that Yang Kai lost his life under a horrifying attack from the great demon god. If it weren't for the immortal tree, he wouldn't have stood a chance to be reborn. It could be said that he was someone who had died and come back to life before, so he knew better than anyone else about the cycle of life or death. Most other people wouldn't have a chance to experience dying and then being reborn. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon Yang Kai as he felt that he gained enlightenment. All life starts with chaos and returns to chaos in the end. What is life? What is death? That doesn't matter. One will only realize life or death if he's aware of it. There is no life or death if he knows nothing of it. What is reality? What is an illusion? There are no boundaries in this world, all is a construct of one's mind. As his murmur was heard coming from the cocoon, there seemed to be a spiritual light that penetrated his mind and broke through the thick fog, which allowed him to see a glimmer of the future. At the same time, the chaotic aura around Yang Kai seemed to have been seized by an invisible hand as it stopped churning entirely. Just 3 breaths later, a crack appeared on the chaos cocoon, and soon after, it was covered in cracks. The aura of heaven and earth exuded from it as a brand new world was taking shape, and through the cracks, Yang Kai's own world force began to permeate. Hong, the void shook. The cocoon shattered all of a sudden and revealed Yang Kai's figure. His eyes were still tightly closed as he remained seated with his legs crossed in the void, however, there was a storm swirling around him, which made his clothes and hair flap in the wind. The Dao seal in his body completely shattered, but there wasn't a risk of his grand Dao collapsing. That was because at this exact moment, his newly formed small universe absorbed this grand Dao and integrated with it. Chaos was broken, and a new world was born. At that moment, the illusory image of a small universe manifested behind Yang Kai's back. It was his very own world that had just taken shape. Tijing narrowed his eyes and spoke up, he actually succeeded. He was puzzled as he could see that Yang Kai was about to be consumed by the swirling chaos just now. However, he somehow managed to break through that fog at the last moment and enter the open heaven realm. He didn't understand what Yang Kai had gone through during that life and death moment. Only Yang Kai knew exactly what had happened. The moment the small universe appeared, Tijing exerted more power with his eyes in an attempt to peer into it. Unfortunately, the heaven-covering web was still in place, so he was unable to see it clearly even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had advanced to the Open Heaven Realm, Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, she was stunned as she gazed forward with a frown. That was because instead of immediately consolidating his newly formed small universe, Yang Kai actually turned his hand over and revealed a rounded bead. Zhu Jiuyin immediately recognized that it was his sealed world bead. She knew that there was an independent world inside this bead, but she had never entered it due to it not being able to withstand her immense power. What's this brat trying to do by taking his sealed world bead out at this point? While she was wondering, she saw Yang Kai's body shake as his small universe's illusory image appeared behind him again. Following that, he nonchalantly tossed his small world bead into his small universe. Zhu Jiuyin's brows twitched as she exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing, you crazy brat?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and grinned at her, "Just taking a little gamble." Zhu Jiuyin felt her chest tightening while Bai Qi and the others widened their mouths in disbelief. Their expressions changed when they realized Yang Kai's intention. While they were staring anxiously at him, Yang Kai performed a hand seal and shouted, "Open." Following his shout, the sealed world bead exploded inside his small universe. The bead had been with Yang Kai for many, many years, and it had helped him overcome numerous dangers. It could be said that the sealed world bead was one of the most important treasures throughout his cultivation journey. At this moment, the bead had completed its last duty and detonated following Yang Kai's order. Following that, the small universe's illusory phantom trembled violently because it was suffering from a huge impact that was coming from the collapsed small sealed world. Although the sealed world bead looked like a small rounded bead, it contained an entire world within it. At this moment, it was exploding within Yang Kai's small universe, so the immense impact could be imagined. If Yang Kai was unable to bear such an impact, his newly formed small universe would be destroyed, and he would most likely lose his life. There was no doubt that this was an extremely risky move because he was making a bet on his small universe and the sealed world bead. Once he failed, he would lose everything. However, if he succeeded, the sealed world bead would integrate into his small universe and the benefits he would receive would be inconceivable. Putting the newly formed small universe aside for now, the landmass in the small sealed world was quite expansive. When the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, Yang Kai had collected many of its fragments and stored them inside the bead. Each fragment contained the heritage left behind by a deceased 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that time, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters were trying to snatch these Spirit Province fragments. Yang Kai was weak, so he could only collect a few pieces. Usually, even an Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't dare to absorb these fragments into their small universe, unless their aura was extremely similar to that of the blood monster Divine Monarch. The consequences of forcefully doing this would be akin to poisoning oneself. Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it as he had the small sealed world to act as a filter. Over the years, the small sealed world had fully assimilated the aura of those fragments, which significantly strengthened the heritage within the bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai wasn't doing this on a whim. In fact, a long time ago, he had already planned on merging his sealed world bead with his small universe while he was breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. Others didn't have such an option, but it was different for him. Both the small universe and the small sealed world were part of Yang Kai's heritage, with the latter having been thoroughly painted with his aura, so there was absolutely no conflict when merging the two. However, the problem he was facing now was the impact that had been inflicted on his small universe after the small sealed world literally exploded. As long as he could get through this trial, he would be able to achieve his goal. The task was as difficult as ascending to the Open Heaven realm. The illusory image behind him continuously expanded as Zhu Jiuyin and the others watched, their hearts pounding against their chests. Tijing and the others were puzzled as they didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make this kind of scene. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai since the beginning, but after he achieved his breakthrough, all they saw was him toss some kind of bead into his small universe, and then this happened. What in the world was that bead? Although they couldn't look into what was going on exactly, the ever-expanding illusory phantom suggested that Yang Kai's small universe was experiencing an unimaginable impact. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he repeatedly used different hand seals and focused on controlling his strength to stabilize his small universe while merging it with the collapsed small sealed world as soon as possible. Inside his newly formed small universe, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky as a great thunderstorm blew through it, as if it was the end of the world. Muzhu and Mulu hugged each other tightly as they trembled in the medicine garden. These two petite wood spirits had always lived inside the medicine garden in the small sealed world. When trying to assimilate the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't release them as he already had a plan in mind. Although it appeared even more perilous than when he was ascending to the open heaven realm, everything was well within his control. From time to time, Yang Kai would roar as the illusory image behind him expanded and contorted. However, as time passed, things were showing signs of improvement as the illusory phantom became more stable. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, everything was going well. The small universe was formed by splitting heaven and earth apart when he was attempting a breakthrough. On the other hand, the sealed world bead had been with him for years, so he was able to control every part of the small sealed world as he pleased. That was why everything fell into place, as there was no conflict when merging the two. His Tao seal had already fallen apart as it turned into Tao essence, which filled the entire small universe. As time passed, the thunderstorm calmed and the illusory phantom behind Yang Kai stabilized, its violent energy fluctuations dissipating. All the commotion died down. An open heaven realm's aura swirled around Yang Kai. That was indeed a fifth-order open heaven realm master's aura. Every new open heaven realm master had to go through this phase, and it would take them some time to fortify their cultivation and consolidate their aura so they could take it out and retract it at will. Yang Kai was now an open heaven realm master. He had come a long way and encountered countless dangerous incidents. Finally, he took this vital important step. His emotions undulated in his heart, and as he recalled everything that he had gone through, he couldn't help but let out a long roar to express his excitement. His roar was so loud that the entire void seemed to be shaking. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine his own small universe. Sending his consciousness inwards, the entire small universe appeared in his mind. The first thing he could see was a gigantic ancient tree. The tree crown stretched out like a colossal umbrella and seemed to cover the entire sky. Extremely rich vitality exuded from every part of the tree as it breathed life into the small universe. At that instant, Yang Kai realized that it was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation in his small universe. He comprehended the towering evergreen from his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Therefore, the manifestation of this divine manifestation had something to do with the immortal tree. Upon realizing that there was a shadow beneath the tree, Yang Kai became startled for a moment before looking up. There, a dazzling golden sun hung in the sky. "Cuz" sounded as there seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird flying around inside the sun. The shadow under the tree was caused by the great sun's glow. It was the manifestation of his golden crow casts the sun. Yang Kai arched his brow as he hadn't expected his small universe to look like this. Besides that, he seemed to understand something at that moment. As his thoughts flashed, time in the small universe seemed to accelerate rapidly. The radiant sun in the sky traveled across the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon as a bright moon rose from the opposite side. The manifestation of water reflects the moon seemed to have cast a silvery glow on the entire small universe, giving it an ethereal ambience. There was a golden wolf standing atop a certain mountain as it howled at the moon. Apart from that, innumerable stars could be seen twinkling in the sky. The round moon was the manifestation of Yang Kai's water element power, while the golden wolf was the manifestation of his metal element power. As for the stars, they were the representation of the heavenly Yin sand that he had just refined. As his thoughts flashed, Yang Kai was able to make the sun and moon cycle in succession. A strange feeling filled his heart as at that instant, he realized that his comprehension of the Tao of time had improved significantly. He had always been a novice when it came to his studies of the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to him having learned the time flies seal, without which he couldn't even have comprehended the basics of time principles. However, after such a long time, he was still considered a beginner in the Tao of time. That was because most of his time was spent on the comprehension of the Tao of space. First of all, he didn't have a natural aptitude when it came to the studies of Tao of time, so it would be quite time-consuming if he insisted on learning it. Secondly, his time was limited, so he had to focus on one grand Tao. There were countless grand Taos in the universe, but while being versed in many had its advantages, mastering one was still a better choice. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Tao of Time was like a generous elder who opened up to him and taught him all kinds of skills and knowledge, tremendously enhancing Yang Kai's comprehension of it. The reason behind that was the formation of his small universe. He knew nothing about other people's small universes, but presently, there were sun, moon, and stars in his small universe. As these celestial objects that moved in an endless cycle, like a flowing river of time. His entire small universe was filled with ample time principles, which was how he obtained such tremendous benefits. There was no doubt that it was a pleasant surprise. As his thoughts continued flowing through his mind, he saw Mu Zhu and Mu Lu sitting together on the tree branch of a certain spirit tree in the transplanted medicine garden. As their heads pressed against one another, they swung their legs and looked dazedly at the starry night sky. While the stars twinkled, they also batted their eyes. Mu Lu remarked, "It's beautiful." Mu Zhu uttered, "N. It's wonderful." In the past, although the small sealed world was an independent world of its own, they had never seen such a magnificent view before. Now, everything had changed. Since these wood spirits started following Yang Kai and settled in the small sealed world, they had never seen such a wonderful night sky. The sight before their eyes made them recall the time they grew up in the star boundary. Back then, they always loved to sit together and enjoy the mesmerizing night view. Yang Kai retracted his mind and sported a solemn expression. The situation Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were in suggested that his small universe was able to accommodate living creatures, which was contrary to common sense. In the 3,000 worlds, only the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were fully corporeal, akin to real universe worlds. Presently, Yang Kai was only a 5th order open heaven realm master, which was 2 orders below the requisite 7th order. 2 orders was a massive gap that countless cultivators failed to surmount in their lifetime. Although one could slowly cultivate over time, it would take them a painfully long period as well as many fortunate changes to achieve this goal. However, Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the outcome. If he attempted to break through like everyone else, his small universe would have become the same as those of other people. However, the moment his small universe was formed upon his ascension, he integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe, leading to this incredible transformation. The sealed world bead was already able to accommodate living creatures, but due to the limitations of its grade, it was unable to take in open heaven realm masters without the risk of exploding. After the sealed world bead merged with his small universe, the new small universe inherited the characteristics of the sealed world bead. Accommodating living creatures was just one part of that. Moreover, there were sun, moon, and stars inside Yang Kai's small universe, giving it a day and night cycle. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements formed into a virtuous cycle. The grand Tao and world principles inside it were incredibly complete. Basically, his small universe was no different from a real universe world. Even the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master might not be as perfect as his. The great sun was a divine manifestation he had comprehended after refining the golden crow's true fire, while the moon was the manifestation of the water element power he refined from the moon essence. If someone wanted to reproduce his success, they would have to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence as well. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence, both of which were high-rank materials. One of them was scorching while the other was freezing. Either of them could easily kill a cultivator who absorbed them haphazardly. In the entire 3,000 worlds, probably only Yang Kai's small universe contained the sun and moon that rose and set. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was grinning from ear to ear, Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but scoff. "Why are you so ecstatic when you've only ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm? Can you be more ambitious, you smelly brat?" It was then Yang Kai opened his eyes and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. "Many thanks for your protection, senior." If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't tagged along, he would have been dead by now. Since 4 high-rank cultivators were waiting for him in this place, he would have had no hope of surviving. In front of absolute power, all strategy was meaningless. "From today forward, I consider your oath fulfilled, senior." Since Zhu Jiuyin had fulfilled her promise, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Some time ago, he said that as long as she could escort him to this place, her oath would be completed regardless of whether he survived or not. From now on, she no longer had to protect him. Zhu Jiuyin snorted, "Save your platitudes, this queen is fully aware of that." Then, Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and thanked, "Many thanks, senior sister Chu." Chu Huashang shook her head with a bitter smile, "I wasn't able to help you in any way." Yang Kai shook his head, "Simply coming with me is already more than I could have asked for, senior sister Chu." He knew that when she returned to Yinyang Cave Heaven, she would be punished. After all, she had jumped in to interfere when those from Myriad Demons Heaven were dealing with Yang Kai. Since she was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, she was in all essence a representative of her sect. Her actions this time had tarnished her sect's reputation. Following that, Yang Kai gazed at Yuhi and said, "Please take care of Void Land." A startled Yuhi subconsciously asked, "Where are you going, young master?" Without responding to her, Yang Kai put on a smile before he pressed his palms together and pulled them apart as he shouted, "Open." As space principles undulated, a huge crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The aura of another world exuded from the crack. Naturally, it was the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. Tijing was right to say that there was a restriction around this universe cave heaven that would bar anyone below the open heaven realm from entering. Although Yang Kai had found the entrance using space principles earlier, he could feel that there was a force that stopped him from entering it. Upon ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm, he realized that the force no longer blocked him. Without hesitation, Yang Kai slipped into the crack as he sent a divine sense message to Yuhi, "Go back to Void Land and wait for me. I'll definitely bring Proprietress out of this place." Yuhi widened her eyes in disbelief and shot forward to follow him, but the crack disappeared the next instant. When she reached the spot, the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qi was dumbfounded as well. As they exchanged glances, they inspected the void around them but failed to find the entrance. A pale Tijing said, "Stop wasting your time. The entrance is so well hidden that even this monarch is unable to sense it, let alone you all. The reason that Brat can enter it is that he's a master of the Tao of space. Still, it's a wise choice that he went in alone." Zhu Jiuyin shot him a cold glance, "What do you mean?" Tijing replied with a smile, "The shadowless cave heaven is an extremely strange place where one can enter but not come out. Over the years, many open heaven realm masters have accidentally fallen into it, but no one has ever managed to leave, so no one knows what's going on inside. Although that boy can enter easily enough, he probably doesn't have the confidence to come out again. So, he doesn't want to drag all of you into it. Ha ha ha. He's just a fifth order open heaven realm master. Does he think he can change anything by going in?" At this moment, he was completely at ease. Even though he didn't achieve his goal of killing Yang Kai, he had managed to force him to become a fifth order open heaven realm master, which was good enough. It could be said that the cave heavens and paradises could stop worrying about anyone challenging their status as Yang Kai's future was now ruined. The best a fifth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the seventh order in the future, which was in the same order as them now. Moreover, it'd take Yang Kai millennia to reach the seventh order by ordinary means, so there was truly nothing for them to worry about. "Senior Sister Zhu, pardon my previous offense. I'll take my leave now." Tijing cupped his fist at Zhu Jiuyin and left. They had engaged in a life and death battle just now because they were on opposing sides, but there wasn't any feud between them. Since the issue had been settled, there wasn't a need to be hostile towards each other. Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit after all, so he had to show her due respect. All four high-rank open heaven realm masters turned into rays of light and disappeared from Zhu Jiuyin's sight. They had suffered immense losses in this battle. Other than their own injuries, the over 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters that they had brought with them were either killed or captured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Only 5 or 6 of them had survived. These losses were considered painful for the cave heavens and paradises. It wasn't easy to nurture 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters as it took a long time and countless resources. Yuhi and Bai Qi were still looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven as they continuously inspected the area but to no avail. Tijing and the others must have a way to open the portal, otherwise, they couldn't have made the proprietress fall into it at an opportune time. There was no way Tijing would tell them how to open it though, so it was pointless for them to ask him about it. After standing around for a while, Zhu Jiuyin sighed and said, "Stop wasting your time. The portal is so well hidden that even this queen is unable to sense anything, so there's no way you two will find anything even if you keep looking." "You cannot sense anything either, senior?" Bai Qi was stunned. If Zhu Jiuyin also couldn't sense it, there was no way he could. After a long sigh, he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared and fell into a dazed state. In order to save the proprietress, Bai Qi traveled to Void Land to inform Yang Kai about the incident. In the end, Yang Kai was forced to become a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which basically destroyed his future. Now, he had gone into the shadowless cave heaven on his own, and no one was sure whether he could come out again. All these results left Bai Qi feeling extremely guilty. Yuhi stopped making a move as her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Chu Huashan came over and comforted her by saying, "Junior brother Yang is a man who can create miracles that others can't even dream of. Since he decided to go in on his own, he must have his own considerations and plans." Certainly, Yuhi was aware of that. Just like what Tijing had said, no one had yet been able to come out of the shadowless cave heaven over the years, so no one knew what was going on inside. Yang Kai must have been worried that none of them could come out if they all went in together, so he decided to venture in alone. As a master of the Tao of Space, if he was unable to find a way out, it was pointless for the others to go in with him. "Let's go," Zhu Jiuyin said. She felt sorry that Yang Kai was forced to become a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on this day, and he had even dived into the shadowless cave heaven, so it wasn't certain whether they'd have a chance to meet again. Since she had gotten rid of the oath restraining her, she felt completely at ease now. The problem now was how she was going to explain this matter to Shanqing Luo when she returned. It gave her a headache just thinking about that young woman rashly deciding to come all the way here to look for him. She truly valued this junior of hers who had a source from her lineage. "You all can go back first. I must wait for young master here," Yuhi gently replied. Even though she was unable to go in with Yang Kai, she was determined to wait for his return regardless of whether it would take her a month or a century. "What's the point of doing that?" Zhu Jiuyin snapped. "Before he left, he told you to go back to Void Land and take care of his sect. What's the point of you lingering here? Void Land is still in its development phase and there is no powerful master to assume command of it now. Mo Mei has to manage the Star City, so who can take care of Void Land if you don't go back? If you really want to help that brat, go back and help him manage Void Land well. Wouldn't it be better if he returns one day and sees a prosperous sect rather than a desolate one?" After a moment of silence, Yuhi replied in a small voice, "Senior is right." Upon seeing that she was willing to listen to reason, Zhu Jiuyin nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." A while later, the four of them followed the previous route and left the shattered heaven, then Chu Huashan bid them farewell. Although she didn't represent her sect when she followed Yang Kai to this place, she had indeed caused some trouble, therefore, she had to return to Yinyang Cave Heaven and receive her punishment. She probably wouldn't be able to leave her sect for a while. Meanwhile, a figure was rapidly shooting towards the territory gate in the shattered heaven. The person's face was ashen as he coughed from time to time. Besides the fact that blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, his aura was a complete mess. He was none other than Tijing. For high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had joined forces to deal with Zhu Jiuyin, but the result of that intense battle was that both parties had been injured. While Zhu Jiuyin indeed suffered serious wounds, the four high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't fare any better. Tijing was in especially bad condition because Zhu Jiuyin was incensed at his humiliating remarks towards her, so most of her attacks were targeted at him Tijing during the battle. There were even times when he almost lost his life. With a bitter smile, Tijing mused on how it was indeed difficult to deal with a mature divine spirit. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but if he were to fight a one-on-one fight with Zhu Jiuyin, he would probably lose his life within an incense stick. He had never been so severely wounded before. The flesh wounds didn't matter as they would heal eventually, the problem was his small universe. The fierce battle destabilized his small universe and caused his world force to become chaotic. Now, he desperately needed to look for a place to stabilize his small universe, otherwise, he would be left with huge problems in the future. His situation was similar to what Bai Qi had recently experienced. The reason Bai Qi got out of danger was that he had consumed a star-gathering universe pill. If there were also star-gathering universe pills around at this moment, it could help alleviate Tijing's problem. Bai Qi was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so just one pill was enough to fix his situation. On the other hand, Tijing was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he would require more pills. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to refine such pills, so they were always scarce on the market. Back then, Xianxia had paid a huge price to find an alchemist to refine the pill, hence, even though Tijing was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, he didn't have such a pill on him. Furthermore, he had never expected that he would need such a pill one day. If he had only known, he would have prepared one in advance. Presently, he had parted ways with the other 3 masters. He had been feigning calm and nonchalance so that no one could tell how serious his injuries were. However, now that he was alone, he was unable to conceal his condition anymore. His small universe was continuously shaking while the weltering world force caused his blood to churn. All of a sudden, he looked to the side and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Looking up, he saw someone surrounded by demon chi rapidly approaching him. Tijing stared intently and saw through the demon chi, and upon making out the person's face, he set his mind at ease. When the person reached Tijing, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." Tijing nodded lightly, then he suddenly grunted and coughed out some blood. The person asked in shock, "Are you injured, sir?" Tijing waved his hand and replied, "I'm fine." "Where are the others?" The person said in a bitter voice, "They're all gone. Only I managed to escape. Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had been hunting us down, so we had no choice but to run and hide. When I sensed your aura just now, I immediately came to you." Upon hearing that, Tijing felt speechless. This time, Myriad Demons Heaven had sent out 7 mid-rank open heaven realm masters, but only one of them survived in the end, which was a complete tragedy. He secretly swore that he would capture Black Crow one day and let him know the consequences of offending him. Then, he stared deeply at the person and said, "You're pretty lucky." The person before his eyes was just a 5th-order open heaven realm master. The 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters had died, but this 5th-order kid managed to survive. Embarrassed, the person replied, "I'm too weak, so Black Crow didn't target me immediately. Perhaps that's why I had a chance to flee." Right then, Tijing grunted again. Besides from his lips, blood was also leaking from his eyes and nostrils, which made him look extremely miserable. The person exclaimed, "Are you all right, sir?" Still, Tijing waved his hand. The person immediately summoned a ship and said, "Please board and recuperate, sir. I'll bring us back to Myriad Demons Heaven now." Tijing nodded and entered the ship. After finding a secret room, he opened the isolation barriers, sat down cross-legged and stuffed some pills into his mouth. As he emptied his mind and circulated his secret art, he tried to bring order to the chaos in his small universe. His injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time, so even if he returned to Myriad Demons Heaven, it would take him 3 to 5 years to fully recover. Meanwhile, the 5th-order open heaven realm master from Myriad Demons Heaven was standing silently on the deck as the ship moved towards somewhere in the shattered heaven. As demon chi undulated, a small part of the fog floated away and revealed a pair of fervent and tempted eyes. Soon, a sense of determination flashed through his gaze as beneath the demon chi, the person curved his lips into a ferocious grin. 1 hour later, Tijing, who was recuperating in the secret room, became alarmed as he hurriedly opened his eyes. A 7th-order open heaven realm master like him had incredibly sharp intuition, so he was often able to detect danger before it even befell him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard an explosion and the ship rocked violently. The ship had been struck and was about to explode. Upon that realization, Tijing roared and shot up as he used his immense power to repel the shrapnel around him. Just when he tried to find out what had happened, he felt a violent force coming at him from all directions, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. Even though the explosion was powerful, it couldn't possibly harm him. The reason he fell into such a state was that he had been interrupted while he was in a meditative state. These were no ordinary injuries as his small universe had been destabilized, so he couldn't be interrupted while trying to stabilize them. At that instant, he realized that the condition of his small universe had exacerbated, instead of healing, it had actually worsened. While Tijing looked around in a dazed state, he saw a figure surrounded by demon chi come flying at him backwards. The person was the only subordinate of Tijing's that survived. It wasn't certain what kind of attack he had suffered from, but at this moment, he was spraying out a mouthful of blood and tumbling through the void like a sack. "Sir! Run! Black Crow set up an ambush!" the person exclaimed. Black Crow. Tijing was both shocked and infuriated. If he were in peak condition, he, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, naturally wouldn't be afraid of Black Crow. However, at this moment, his small universe was in an unstable state, so he wasn't able to battle against anyone. If he forcefully tried to stimulate his world force, there would be a risk his small universe would collapse, and the consequences would be dreadful. He felt resentful, thinking that Black Crow must be aware that he was in a terrible condition, so the latter seized the chance and attacked him. There was no doubt that Black Crow was a despicable person. After hesitating between fighting and fleeing for a moment, Tijing gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Presently, Black Crow had many powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters working for him, and he himself was a master who had been reborn by seizing another's body, so he probably had a lot of dangerous methods at his disposal. It would be a foolish decision if Tijing decided to stay, as he might lose his life here. At that moment, he felt completely vexed. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been oppressed by someone much weaker than him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Tijing suddenly heard a series of gentle thuds, then his entire figure shook as though something had penetrated his defense and reached for his vital points. Following a sharp pain, he realized that it was difficult for him to use his strength, and even his figure had stiffened. A hand had silently penetrated his body from behind and grasped his heart. Tijing widened his eyes in fury as he was bound to the spot. With difficulty, he turned his head and saw a face that was covered with demon chi, then his expression darkened. The demon chi weltered and cleared away before a smiling but wicked-looking face was revealed. He was none other than Tijing's only surviving subordinate. It was then Tijing realized that he had been set up by his own subordinate, which was totally inconceivable to him. Certainly, he had figured out by now that Black Crow was nowhere near, and that it was this person who detonated the ship on his own. "What are you doing, Emo Xing?" Tijing asked in a grim voice. "Emo Xing?" The man chuckled. "You're wrong. This king isn't Emo Xing. Emo Xing is long dead. This king is just using his body." "You took over his body?" Tijing's face fell as he recalled something. Many years ago, a person named Emo Xing suddenly came to Myriad Demon's heaven and claimed that he was the sect's disciple. However, he accidentally fell into a sealed world and became trapped for many years. Right after he broke free from that place, he immediately returned to Myriad Demon's heaven. However, since the incident took place too long ago, the records from that period were spotty at best, especially regarding a lower-level disciple. Nevertheless, they still found a document from over 100,000 years ago that had some information about Emo Xing, thus confirming that he was indeed their disciple. In the past, he suddenly disappeared for no reason, and there had never been any news about him since. This was similar to the statement he had given. Moreover, his pure demon chi couldn't be faked, so Myriad Demon's heaven accepted him in the end. When Emo Xing returned to the sect at that time, he still wasn't an Open Heaven Realm Master, but his aptitude was excellent, so he managed to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven in just a few years. He was then assigned to work under Tijing. Since they had to set up a locking divine spirit array this time, Tijing decided to bring Emo Xing with him. However, it never crossed his mind that he'd be harmed by this person instead of getting killed by Zhu Jiuyin. Tijing's fury was burning within him as he widened his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Who are you?" The person replied smilingly, "Do you want to know?" "I don't mind telling you." Then, he sported a solemn expression and yelled, "This king is Wu Kuang, the one destined to conquer the 3,000 worlds and one day become its supreme ruler." Tijing was so exasperated that he started laughing. "You want to be the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? Ridiculous." He looked at Wu Kuang as though the latter was a lunatic. Usually, if he heard a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master say such a thing, he would have laughed out loud. Nevertheless, at this moment, he didn't have the strength to do so. Wu Kuang chuckled and said, "You won't be able to find out whether I'm being ridiculous or not because you're going to die today. Don't even try to use your world force. This king's all-sealing needle is an ancient artifact. Once it's inserted into a person's body, it will seal off his small universe unless he's able to force it out. It seems that you're really severely wounded, otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance to succeed." Tijing said grimly, "So what if you kill me? You want to become the ruler of the 3,000 worlds?" That's a pretty ambitious goal. Why don't you release me and let this monarch lend you a hand instead? His small universe was in chaos, so he was unable to surge his power to begin with. Now, his world force had even been restricted by Wuquang's all-sealing needle, so he was totally powerless to counterattack. Therefore, he was racking his brain to come up with a way to get himself out of danger. Wuquang sneered, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child who would believe such an empty promise? You'll kill me the moment I release you, am I right?" Tijing said, "I can make a heart demon oath. As long as you release me, I'll never settle accounts with you. What's more, I can give you a lot of resources for cultivation. As a mere 5th order open heaven cultivator, without my support, it will take you ages to reach the 7th order. However, things will be different with my backing. I can assure you that I'll help you ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm within 1,000 years as long as you have the necessary aptitude." Wuquang shook his head. 1,000 years is too long. Tijing's face fell as he said, "How can you say that it's too long a time to go from the 5th order to the 7th order? Do you know how long it took this monarch to go from the 6th order to the 7th order? I'm not interested to find out anything about you," Wuquang scoffed. A pale Tijing snapped, "Are you determined to kill me? Even if you kill me here, you won't get any benefits. Most of this monarch's assets have fallen into that brat Xianxia's hands, so what's the point of you doing this?" This was what puzzled Tijing the most. Even though Wuquang had taken over Emotion's body, Tijing reckoned that he had been treating him well over the years as he rarely reproached him. What was Wuquang trying to do by taking such a huge risk to launch a sneak attack on him at this moment? "Your very existence is the biggest benefit for me, sir." Wuquang looked fervently at Tijing as he licked his lips. "I've never tasted a 7th order open heaven realm master before. I'll enjoy it now, sir. Please do your best to persevere until the end." Following that, Tijing suddenly felt a horrifying suction coming from the hand that was grasping his heart. Under the influence of this suction force, his blood essence and the heritage of his small universe uncontrollably streamed towards Wuquang. A horrified Tijing widened his eyes and exclaimed, "The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture." Soon, however, he shook his head and realized that it wasn't the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Even though he had never cultivated it before, thus not knowing the abstruseness of it, one of his disciples had comprehended some chapters of the scripture before. Therefore, Tijing had some basic understanding of it. As far as he knew, the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was indeed an incredible secret art, but it could only be used to absorb blood essence. There was no way it could absorb the heritage of a person's small universe like what was happening now. Wuquang's secret art shared some similarities with Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, but it seemed that his was even more powerful. "What kind of evil technique is this?" Tijing asked in horror. "Heaven-devouring battle law." Wuquang seemed to be enjoying himself greatly, as though he was feasting on the most delectable delicacy in the world. Not only did he appear ecstatic, but his voice quivered in ecstasy. "It is the secret art that this king devised himself. How does it feel, sir?" Upon hearing that, Tijing was flabbergasted. This person was an extraordinary genius to be able to create such a secret art. Just now, Tijing scoffed at Wuquang for shamelessly boasting that he would conquer the entire 3,000 worlds and become its ruler. But now, Tijing kind of believed him. A person who was able to devise such a secret art was bound to achieve great things in life. It was a shame that he had only ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, so the limitations of his future had been set in stone. Wonderful. Wuquang guffawed, "A 7th order open heaven realm master tastes much better than those 4th and 5th order open heaven realm cultivators. Sir, your power is sufficient for me to ascend to the 6th order. Many thanks for giving it to me." Upon hearing that, Tijing recalled that there were times when several of his subordinates and Wuquang went out to carry out some tasks, but some of his subordinates would be killed in the end and only a battered Wuquang managed to return. Tijing had only thought that they had come across some kind of danger, but now it seemed that his subordinates were actually killed by Wuquang. As he felt the foundation of his small universe leaving him like a flood, and he couldn't help but feel flustered even though he was usually a resolute person. It wasn't like he had never expected to die one day. There was no way a human could live forever, but this kind of death was simply too miserable. Presently, the all-sealing needle in his body had sealed off his small universe, which disallowed him to use his own power as he pleased. If he rashly surged his world force, his situation would probably exacerbate. Faced with this lunatic named Wuquang, Tijing realized that there was nothing he could do to deal with him. As his thoughts ran through his mind, he suddenly said through gritted teeth, "Since you want to devour this king's power, I'll give it all to you. Let's see how much you can absorb." Upon finishing his words, instead of trying to stop his strength from leaving his body, he did the opposite and cooperated. As he bore the excruciating pain, he attempted to force the all-sealing needle out of his body while frantically infusing the power of his small universe into Wuquang's body. Even though Wuquang's heaven-devouring battle law was an extremely evil art, he was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Therefore, he was still much weaker than a seventh-order open heaven realm master, and the capacity of his body and small universe was limited. If Tijing could push him over the edge, he might stand a chance to live. Surprisingly, Wuquang started laughing like a madman. "Many thanks, sir. Please give me all of your power." As he spoke, a layer of blood mist formed around his body, and even all his 7 orifices started bleeding. It was apparent that he had been impacted by Tijing's efforts. Upon seeing that, Tijing clenched his teeth and continued what he was doing to fight for a chance to survive. Sylvan, spoiler title, This King is Wuquang. Half a day later, Tijing fell into a despairing state. Most of the foundation of his small universe was gone. Even if Wuquang stopped sucking his strength now, his cultivation would definitely regress, and it would take him countless years to restore it, if that was even possible. On the other hand, Wuquang had swollen significantly after absorbing so much power, now looking like a giant fatty. World force could be seen spurting out from his pores and bringing with it streams of blood, which formed a thick layer of blood mist around his body. It seemed that he would explode at any moment due to his inability to contain so much power, but in reality, he didn't seem to have the intention of stopping as he still madly used his heaven-devouring battle law to absorb Tijing's power. Furthermore, as time passed, Wuquang's aura increased rapidly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since Wuquang ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm. This amount of time was normally only enough for a cultivator to stabilize his cultivation, but presently, Wuquang seemed to be at the peak of the 5th order open heaven realm as he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Upon seeing that, Tijing was horrified. What kind of evil technique is this heaven-devouring battle law? Does it even allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation without any drawbacks? Without saying a word, Wuquang madly circulated his heaven-devouring battle law and greedily absorbed the last remnants of the 7th order cultivator's small universe. This kind of chance was extremely hard to come by. Even though he had done similar things before, the ones he targeted had always been 4th and 5th order open heaven realm masters. Now that there was such a great chance, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. In fact, it was all thanks to Xianxia that he managed to have this chance. If Xianxia hadn't brought a mature divine spirit with him that severely injured Tijing, Wuquang's sneak attack wouldn't have been successful. It never crossed his mind that Xianxia would manage to cause such a massive stir in the 3,000 worlds just several decades after they separated, even becoming the Lord of Voidland. It was true that a talented person would never fall into oblivion wherever he went. 3 days later, Wuquang stopped circulating his secret technique and took a deep breath to suppress his weltering vitality. After 3 days of continuous absorption, he had swollen tremendously. From afar, he looked more like a balloon than a person. Blood was still streaming out of his 7 orifices as the blood mist swirled around him. However, his aura was already much stronger than when he started. There was no doubt that he had reached the peak of the 5th order open heaven realm. On the other hand, Tijing's breathing was extremely weak. His gaze was listless and his figure had withered as his small universe had been completely drained. Presently, he was already on his last legs. Even if Wuquang decided not to kill him, he would soon die. "Do you have any last words?" Wuquang asked in a grim voice. Without saying a word, Tijing stared fixedly at him. Wuquang nodded. "Farewell then, sir." Then, he landed a palm on Tijing, who exploded into dust and went with the wind. The fact that a 7th order open heaven realm master fell into such a state was truly miserable. After killing Tijing, Wuquang immediately shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. Soon, he found a spirit province and snuck into it. Then, he set up a number of spirit arrays that could conceal his presence and set the spirit province moving towards his destination. Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and focused on refining the power he had just absorbed. He was extremely full now, so it would take him a long time before he could digest it all. When he stepped out of seclusion next, he would be a sixth-order open heaven realm master. He was the one who had created the heaven-devouring battle law, and since he arrived at the 3,000 worlds, he had modified and improved it several times. With this heaven-defying secret art in his hands, he could just drain the powers of some open heaven realm masters to increase his cultivation, which was why he disregarded Tijing's promise to him. Just like what Wuquan had said, 1,000 years was too long for him. If he wanted to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm, he just had to look for his own chances instead of waiting for others' help. Under the gray sky, there was a barren land that was filled with death chi. The principles and world force in this place seemed broken and incomplete. Is this the shadowless cave heaven? Presently, Xianxia was standing on a barren mountain as he looked around with a frown. Compared to the blood monster cave heaven, the shadowless cave heaven was too dreary. Although the blood monster cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, it had a lot of different biomes and sceneries. However, the shadowless cave heaven was extremely desolate as far as the eye could see, which puzzled Xianxia greatly. This was the first place he landed after he passed through the void and entered the shadowless cave heaven. Since there was a portal, one should theoretically be able to go in as well as come out. However, after scanning his surroundings for a long time, Xianxia was unable to detect any space principle fluctuations nearby, let alone find the entrance where he had just passed through. In other words, if he wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven, he had to look for a different exit. Where's proprietress? Xianxia looked around but found nothing. Nevertheless, since the shadowless cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, its landmass shouldn't be comparable to a true universe world. As long as proprietress was here, he would find her one day. Before he even moved though, Xianxia suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction, only to see some figures rapidly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, they already reached him. There were 3 people in total. Their auras suggested that they were all open heaven realm masters, with the leading one being a middle-aged man in the 5th order, then there was a 4th order woman and a 3rd order young man. At first glance, they looked like they were a family of some kind. However, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, it was impossible to tell his age by looking at his appearance. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't be sure that they were indeed related. He was just trying to look for the proprietress when he came across these people, which elated him. Obviously, he had caused some disturbance when he entered this place, which attracted these people. Before Xianxia could ask anything, the middle-aged man sized him up and asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Xianxia saw no reason to deny it, so he simply nodded, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "Judging from your aura, you seem to have just broken through." Xianxia's aura was too conspicuous as he was unable to completely control it yet. Anyone who wasn't blind could easily tell that he was a newly promoted open heaven realm master. Xianxia nodded again, "Indeed." Such a shame, the middle-aged man shook his head while the woman and the young man behind him appeared sympathetic. It was truly miserable that Xianxia had fallen into this place not long after he entered the open heaven realm. After comparing their own experiences to Xianxia's, they felt less frustrated now. At the very least, they only accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven many years after they entered the open heaven realm. "What's your name, senior brother?" Xianxia kept his fist at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied, "Ma Tianyuan." "So it is senior brother Ma." Xianxia flashed a smile at him, "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing. Would it be alright if I ask you some questions?" A curious Ma Tianyuan gazed at him and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I'm looking for 3 people," Xianxia replied. "They arrived in this place half a year ago. 1 woman and 2 men. The woman is a 6th order master while the 2 men with her are in the 5th order. One of the men wears a big apron with a slaughter character on it while the other has a pair of arrogant-looking eyes that makes you want to punch him on sight." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Ma Tianyuan narrowed his eyes while the 4th order open heaven realm master woman and the 3rd order open heaven realm master young man exchanged glances. It seemed that the proprietress was indeed in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, Ma Tianyuan and the others seemed to recognize her, chef and accountant. If not, they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. Haha. So, you're close to that madam, junior brother. Ma Tianyuan suddenly laughed. An elated Yang Kai asked, do you know where they are, senior brother Ma? Ma Tianyuan replied, I do. They're guests in our unrivaled guild, which is not far away from this place. If you want to see them, this Ma can lead the way for you. A grateful Yang Kai said, many thanks, senior brother Ma. Don't mention it. That madam is unrivaled guild's honored guest. Since you're close to her, you're also our guest. This way, please. Ma Tianyuan extended his hand towards a particular direction. After thanking him one more time, Yang Kai followed after him. He himself followed closely by the woman and the young man. On the way to their destination, Yang Kai asked curiously, senior brother Ma, it's my first day here, so I know nothing about this place. What kind of place is this unrivaled guild? Is it your great force? Ma Tianyuan replied, I wouldn't dare to say that. The 3 leaders of unrivaled guild are all 6th order open heaven realm masters while this Ma is only a 5th order. I'm just someone who works for the leaders, so I wouldn't dare to say that unrivaled guild belongs to me. A shocked Yang Kai asked, there are 3 6th order open heaven realm masters in unrivaled guild? There were only 2 6th order open heaven realm masters in all of Voidland. Throughout the entire 3000 worlds, it was rare for any second-class great force to have 3 6th order open heaven realm masters. The woman couldn't help but add, Big Brother Ma was also a 6th order open heaven realm master in the past. An astounded Yang Kai turned to look at Ma Tianyuan, since you managed to reach the 6th order, how did you end up in the 5th order? Ma Tianyuan appeared dejected as he shook his head with a bitter smile, it's a long story. You've just come to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so you have no idea about the environment here. You'll soon find out how dangerous this place is soon enough. By the way, how did you fall into this place? I came here looking for someone, Yang Kai replied. Upon hearing that, the 3 people sported awkward expressions. Ma Tianyuan asked, are you looking for that madam? Yang Kai nodded. Ma Tianyuan tutored, you've come all the way here to look for her? Do you know that no one has ever left this shadowless cave heaven before? Once you fall into this place, you'll never be able to escape. I did hear about that, Yang Kai nodded and put on a smile, however, I believe that as long as there's a will, we'll be able to find a way out. There was an admiring look on Ma Tianyuan's face, those 3 people must be very important to you. Yang Kai smiled gently, that woman is called Yuhi. She's my elder sister, so she's certainly important to me. I see. Ma Tianyuan nodded upon hearing that. Yang Kai went on to say, elder sister Yuhi has done me a lot of favors. Without her support, I couldn't have achieved anything in this life. Ma Tianyuan praised him by saying, you're a righteous man who knows how to repay favors. This Ma is more than happy to become friends with someone like you. Why did you stop walking suddenly, junior brother? He was puzzled at the sight of Yang Kai stopping in his tracks all of a sudden. As their eyes met, Yang Kai looked smilingly at him with a meaningful gaze. That elder sister that I'm looking for is not named Yuhi, Yang Kai said slowly. Ma Tianyuan asked with a frown, what do you mean, junior brother? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile, you said that the 3 of them are honored guests in your unrivaled guild, so it's impossible that you don't even know their names. You're a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're supposed to hold an important position in your sect. The fact that you know nothing about them shows that they're not in your sect. As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression darkened, since they're not in your sect, what are you trying to achieve by luring me to that place? Ma Tianyuan explained, you misunderstand, junior brother. That madam is indeed a guest in our sect, but it's the 3 chiefs who received her, so this Ma doesn't know her name. Is there still a need to hide anything at this point? Yang Kai shot him a cold glare, cutting him off. After a moment of silence, Ma Tianyuan sighed and said, since you've already realized it, this Ma will drop the pretense. That's right. That madam is not an unrivaled guild. Where is she? Yang Kai demanded. Ma Tianyuan shook his head, I don't know. Half a year ago, I did meet those 3. The 3 chiefs wanted to invite her to join Unrivaled Guild, but she refused and left with her people. I don't know where she is now. However, I heard that the people from Profound Yang Mountain are trying to hunt them down. Perhaps they've been captured by now. There's also a possibility that they're dead. Profound Yang Mountain? Yang Kai arched his brow. Ma Tianyuan explained, there are three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven: Profound Yang Mountain, Unrivaled Guild, and Twin Spirit Island. Each great force has several sixth-order open heaven realm masters, and we usually don't interfere in each other's affairs. Why do those from Profound Yang Mountain want to hunt them down? Yang Kai asked. Ma Tianyuan replied, there are rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. The environment in this place is hostile and it lacks all cultivation resources. Therefore, every newcomer will be asked to join one of the forces, and hand over their cultivation resources. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, is this the reason you want to take me to Unrivaled Guild? Ma Tianyuan nodded frankly, that's right. Although you've just entered the fifth order open heaven realm, you must have some resources with you. Once you join Unrivaled Guild, your things will be ours. Your friends are pretty powerful, so they should have some good things on them, hence, it is expected that they are being targeted by those from Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, the second mountain lord is a lascivious man, and that madam is quite alluring. It isn't surprising that he'd lust after her. Profound Yang Mountain, Yang Kai sneered. The proprietress was in the sixth order open heaven realm, and after many years of accumulation, she had reached its peak. Basically, the only reason she wasn't breaking through to the seventh order was due to her heart demon oath. On the other hand, chef and accountant were newly promoted fifth order masters. Even though the people from Profound Yang Mountain were powerful, they probably couldn't harm the proprietress. Therefore, she should be safe for now. The most important thing for Yang Kai now was to look for them. Ma Tianyuan went on to explain, junior brother, I'm inviting you to Unrivaled Guild not entirely for your resources. I'm also doing this for your own good. Yang Kai scoffed, that's a pretty novel statement. Ma Tianyuan said, the shadowless cave heaven is a hostile place. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you won't be able to survive. Yang Kai asked, why is that? Ma Tianyuan shook his head, apparently not wanting to explain, you'll find out what I mean after you stay here for some time. If you don't believe me, you can ask them whether this Ma is lying. The fourth order open heaven realm woman sighed and said, senior brother Ma is right. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you'll probably lose your life within a few years. This mistress suffered a setback when she fell into the shadowless cave heaven back then. It took me a long time before I recovered. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai snorted. Although the woman appeared sincere and didn't seem to be lying, these three were from the same sect in the end. There was no guarantee that they hadn't come up with a fabricated story beforehand, so Yang Kai wouldn't readily believe her. Ma Tianyuan continued trying to persuade him, in comparison, joining Unrivaled Guild is the best option because you only have to contribute 60% of your resources, meaning you get to keep 40%. If you join Profound Yang Mountain or Twin Spirit Island, you'll have to give up 70 to 80%. Yang Kai shook his head, I'm not interested in joining your Unrivaled Guild. The only reason I've come all the way here is to look for my friends. Ma Tianyuan said grimly, what's the point of you being obstinate, junior brother? You've just broken through, and your aura isn't even stable yet, so this Ma doesn't want to make a move on you. Therefore, you'd better comply. Yang Kai shot him a glance, what if I say no? After a sigh, Ma Tianyuan said, resources are scarce in this damned place. In order to cultivate, I have no choice but to offend you even if you say no. Don't worry, junior brother. This Ma isn't a ruthless person. As long as you're not too stubborn, I won't kill you. Yang Kai chuckled, I will spare your life as thanks for your consideration. Ma Tianyuan's expression darkened, it seems that you won't cry until you see your coffin. He waved his hand and bellowed, make your move then. As soon as he finished his words, he pushed his hand out at Yang Kai. A thick world force blasted out from his palm as though the pressure of an entire world descended upon the latter. Meanwhile, the fourth order open heaven realm woman and the third order open heaven realm young man used their secret techniques at the same time and attacked Yang Kai. It was apparent that Ma Tianyuan didn't have the intention of killing Yang Kai, otherwise, he could have directly summoned his artifact. He was originally a sixth order open heaven realm master, but due to some unfortunate events in this shadowless cave heaven, his cultivation regressed to the fifth order. Despite that, he was still one of the top cultivators in the same order. Faced with a newly promoted fifth order open heaven realm master like Xianxia, he didn't need to go all out. There was a stark difference between the amount of time they had spent accumulating strength, so their heritages were naturally dissimilar. Confronted by three powerful open heaven masters, Xianxia would have fled in the past. Although he had killed a number of low-rank open heaven masters, he had to exert all his strength and resort to his divine manifestation. Golden Crow casts the sun each time he did so, to say nothing of the fact that he was faced with three open heaven realm masters at this moment, one of them in the fifth order. However, things were different now. Presently, he was also a fifth order open heaven masters, but he was different from others in this realm. After his small universe formed in his body, he also merged it with his small sealed world. The small sealed world had devoured a lot of the fragments from the blood monster cave heaven and digested that heritage. In other words, some of the heritage from the blood monster cave heaven had turned into the capital of Xianxia's small universe. Furthermore, Xianxia wanted to test the limits of his new strength. Therefore, instead of fearing these three, Xianxia's fighting spirit had been ignited as his eyes turned fervent. Assuming a combat stance, his small universe began exuding world force, and with a wave of his arm, two moon blades shot out. Both gigantic moon blades contained a rich world force as they clashed with the fourth order open heaven realm woman and the third order open heaven realm young man. At that instant, two people were heard screaming as the woman and the young man were sent flying away while spraying blood. The woman was in a better condition as only her clothes were cut open, revealing a patch of her fair skin. On the other hand, the young man was severely injured as he was almost cut in two. However, this kind of injury wasn't lethal to an open heaven realm master, so he just needed some time to recuperate. Xianxia easily broke through their blockade with a wave of his hand. Ma Tianyuan was stunned as he hadn't expected Xianxia to still be capable of dispatching his subordinates under his pressure. At that moment, he felt both ashamed and furious as the world force on his palm thickened. After turning around, Xianxia pushed out his palm. Following a loud boom, both of them staggered backwards. It wasn't until they moved backwards for nearly 300 meters that they managed to stabilize themselves. Upon trading moves, they realized that they were equally matched. Across from Xianxia, Ma Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Was the person before his eyes really a new fifth order open heaven realm master?" When their palms came into contact earlier, Ma Tianyuan could feel that the other party's world force was just as rich and powerful as his, and the outcome of the exchange proved that. But how could that be? He had fallen from the sixth order to the fifth order, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, there shouldn't be anyone in the fifth order open heaven realm that was a match for him. However, the young man before his eyes was. "Did you really just break through to the fifth order open heaven realm?" Ma Tianyuan asked in horror and disbelief. Indeed. Xianxia took a deep breath as he was drowned in an indescribable feeling of joy. Was this the power of the open heaven realm? He felt as if he could draw on an infinite power from his small universe. It was as though he was able to tear the world apart simply by raising his hand. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyuan was still in disbelief. Nevertheless, Xianxia's aura fluctuated conspicuously, so it was apparent that he had indeed just achieved an ascension, otherwise, he would be able to control his own aura. He was already so powerful just after breaking through, so what heights would he achieve in the future if he was given enough time? The notion terrified Ma Tianyuan. How can someone so extraordinary exist in this world? You haven't fully used your power, right? Xianxia grinned at him. While Ma Tianyuan sported a solemn expression, Xianxia went on to say, "What a coincidence. I haven't fully used all my strength either. You should probably stop holding back, otherwise, you might get hurt." Upon finishing his words, Xianxia shot forward and directly appeared in front of Ma Tianyuan. The next moment, Ma Tianyuan felt an immense world force pressing against him, and when he lifted his gaze, he saw a palm flying at his chest. An infuriated Ma Tianyuan roared and no longer dared to hold back, fully mobilizing the strength of his small universe, pouring out as much world force as he could. Hong hong hong, explosive sounds were heard as the surrounding space shook. Immense world force permeated the region as two figures clashed, stirring up a great storm. Sometimes they met in the sky, sometimes on the ground. Mountains collapsed around them as fissures opened in the ground. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yang Kai's expression was like that of a madman as he cried out in excitement. He thrust out his palms in quick succession in order to vent the joy he felt in his heart. Ma Tianyuan was shocked by how crazy Yang Kai appeared, thinking that the young man was some kind of battle maniac who only wished to fight until one of them died. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Faced with the storm of attacks, he had no choice but to fight back with everything he had or he would be seriously wounded. After trading more than 100 moves, Ma Tianyuan felt his small universe begin to shake. Meanwhile, the world force coming from the other party increasingly thickened with every move, like there wasn't an upper limit to his output. Flabbergasted, Ma Tianyuan didn't dare to hold back anything. He began using his secret techniques and even summoned his fifth-order artifact. Despite that, he realized that he was still no match for the other party. Is this guy really human? A horrified Ma Tianyuan speculated that Yang Kai wasn't a newly promoted fifth-order open heaven realm master at all. He had never seen any new fifth-order master who possessed such an immense power. This young man must have spent hundreds if not 1,000 years of accumulation in his current order. The aura he exposed must have just been a camouflage. What a devious man. Although Ma Tianyuan was utterly vexed, he had to admit that his opponent was truly incredible. Despite the fact that he had fallen from the sixth order open heaven realm, he had the confidence to defeat or at least match anyone in the fifth order. However, not only had he come across such an opponent on this day, but he was even at a disadvantage. This had never happened to him before. Stop. Ma Tianyuan bellowed after trading one more move with his opponent. Due to the scarcity of resources in the shadowless cave heaven, unnecessary fights were pointless as it would only increase one's consumption of power. When the people in this place came across one another, they wouldn't make a move if there wasn't a need for it. Therefore, upon realizing that Yang Kai was so powerful, Ma Tianyuan decided to stop fighting. However, Yang Kai ignored him. It was the first time he bumped into an opponent in the same order since he broke through to the fifth order open heaven realm, which was why he wanted to test out his power. In fact, he hadn't used any secret techniques after his initial 2 moon blades and had merely been drawing out the power of his small universe to battle against his opponent. He wanted to make use of this battle to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. While they were locked in an intense battle, the woman and young man watched in horror from the side. They were respectively in the fourth and third order, but they were easily defeated by their opponent in the opening moments of the battle. Furthermore, they were totally powerless to intervene in the current fight. Such a fierce battle seemed to have surpassed the fifth order open heaven realm. Perhaps it wasn't far from a battle between sixth order masters. All of a sudden, the woman sported a solemn expression and scanned her surroundings. Then she yelled at Ma Tianyuan, "The wind is coming, senior brother Ma." Ma Tianyuan, who was already exhausted from dealing with Yang Kai, appeared horrified upon hearing that. Hurriedly, he made a feint in an attempt to withdraw from the battlefield. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't grant his wish. Such an intense battle was able to help him rapidly stabilize his cultivation, which was greatly beneficial to him. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was relentless, a shocked and furious Ma Tianyuan bellowed, "The wind is coming. Stop right now." A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What wind?" Judging from Ma Tianyuan's tone and the woman's expression, Yang Kai reckoned that this wind must be unusual. That was because the three of them sported terrified expressions as though they were truly afraid of what was coming. However, Yang Kai was a newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven, so he had no idea what this wind was. Ma Tianyuan was resentful of him, so he wasn't willing to explain anything to him and simply said through clenched teeth, "You'll soon experience what kind of wind it is." After he finished his words, the artifact in his hand suddenly shone brightly. As he infused all of his power into the artifact, he attempted to smash it down on Yang Kai's head. There was no doubt that Ma Tianyuan had exerted all of his force with this attack, so Yang Kai wouldn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Seizing the chance, Ma Tianyuan leaped away and yelled, "Run!" Following this, he rushed in a particular direction. The woman took a long glance at Yang Kai before she supported the young man's weight and fled in the same direction. Yang Kai frowned and looked at their retreating figures without any intention to pursue them. Then, he looked down at his hands and slowly balled up his fists. If he had this kind of power back then, he wouldn't have to hide and only make use of 9 heavenly layers grand array to fend off his enemies, which was all he could do when the 100 Sects Alliance attacked Void Land. If he had this kind of power at that time, he wouldn't have been powerless to counterattack when he was besieged by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union just outside of Void territory. Presently, he finally had power of his own. In the 3,000 worlds, a person would never be regarded as important if they weren't even an Open Heaven Realm master. The starting point of the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm was a letdown, as he had spent many years trying to directly become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm master. However, instead of endlessly waiting for a dream that might not even come true, the power in his hands now was far more real. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't regret the decision he had made. If the battle earlier went on, Yang Kai had the confidence to kill Ma Tianyuan even though he would be slightly injured as a cost. Nevertheless, there was no blood feud between them, so it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to be so merciless. However, after the battle, he had a more direct understanding of his current strength. Just then, he felt a breeze whisking across his face like an invisible hand fiddling with his hair. Wind was indeed blowing. Yang Kai carefully inspected the wind but didn't find anything strange about it, so he wondered why Ma Tianyuan and the others appeared terrified just now. At the mention of the wind, all of their expressions changed drastically, and Ma Tianyuan had chosen to trade injuries with him in order to create an opening to withdraw. As Yang Kai shook his head, he identified a direction and stepped forward. Ma Tianyuan had met the proprietress and the others, but he had no idea where they were now. On the other hand, the people from Profound Yang Mountain were hunting them down. Yang Kai had a feeling that he could find some clues by heading to Profound Yang Mountain and asking them about it. Nevertheless, he had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was. At that moment, he regretted that he hadn't asked Ma Tianyuan and the others about its location first. The wind was rapidly intensifying. It was still a breeze just a moment ago, but now, a gale lifted all the sand into the air, which made it impossible for Yang Kai to see clearly. It was then he realized why the shadowless cave heaven was so desolate. Given such a hostile environment, it would be strange if this place was fertile. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just a regular storm, but the problem was that the wind was extremely strange, as it was able to sneak into a person's flesh, which made him feel an excruciating pain all over his body, as though he had been repeatedly cut with countless knives. Besides that, the wind could even penetrate his small universe. It was only as Yang Kai checked on his small universe that his expression changed, as he realized that the wind had caused the place to descend into chaos. Even the foundation of his small universe was being damaged by this gale. At that instant, he was dumbfounded, as he couldn't believe there was such horrifying wind in this world. Then, he recalled that the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm woman had mentioned that Ma Tianyuan was originally a 6th Order master, but due to some unfortunate events, he regressed to the 5th Order. It seemed that the incidents must have something to do with this strange wind. Not only was this wind excruciatingly painful, but it was also able to grind down an Open Heaven Realm master's small universe, draining their world force and damaging their foundation. It wouldn't matter if this only happened once or twice, but if a person had to endure this repeatedly, the heritage of their small universe would be permanently weakened, and their order would drop. That should be how Ma Tianyuan fell to the 5th Order from the 6th Order. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As time passed, the gale intensified to the point where Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. Quickly summoning his Azure Dragon Spear, he dug a deep hole in an attempt to seek refuge underground. However, it was futile. Even though he dove several thousand meters below the surface, the wind seemed almost immaterial and penetrated the earth, infiltrating his small universe in the process. It seemed that there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that was safe from this wind. Of course, there must be places in the shadowless cave heaven where one could evade the wind, otherwise, all the Open Heaven Realm masters in this place would have been killed following the collapse of their small universes. At the very least, the places where the 3 great forces were based must be safe zones. The gale didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Even though Yang Kai was trying his best to resist underground, his efforts proved useless. He could only bear this unspeakable pain while praying that the eerie wind would soon pass. The wind disappeared as abruptly as it came, vanishing an hour later. When Yang Kai climbed out of the hole he had dug, he was completely battered. Not only was his hair a mess, but his skin was also covered in cuts. These flesh wounds didn't matter as he could recover quickly given the resilience of his physique. However, the loss of heritage in his small universe pained his heart. The environment in the small universe didn't change as the sun and the moon still moved in a cyclical manner. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could detect that the heritage in his small universe had been reduced by about 10%. In other words, if he came across the same kind of wind 10 times, his small universe would destabilize and collapse, killing him. The immense loss pained him more than the injuries on his body. It would take him a very long time before he could restore this 10%. In other words, the gale had wiped away years of hard cultivation. What was that wind? Why was it so strange? After stuffing a handful of open heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai carefully examined his small universe. It was the first time he refined open heaven pills since he ascended to the open heaven realm. As the pills dissolved in his stomach, the medicinal efficacies streamed into all his organs and turned into world force, which was used to replenish the heritage of his small universe. A handful of pills were fully refined after just a few breaths, which astounded Yang Kai. It was no wonder that open heaven realm masters required a lot of cultivation resources. Given this rate, he was able to refine more than 10,000 open heaven pills in a day, several 100,000 pills in a month, and 3 to 4 million pills in a year. The calculation made was based on the fact that he was in the 5th order open heaven realm. How many pills would he need when he ascended to the 6th order or the 7th order? How long would it take before he could achieve an ascension if he merely relied on refining open heaven pills? How many pills would be used in the process? Yang Kai didn't dare to keep thinking about it as that number must be astronomical. Yang Kai initially thought that the open heaven pills he had accumulated in Void Land were sufficient, but now it seemed that he was very wrong. After all, when the great emperors and the cultivators from the star boundary ascended to the open heaven realm, they would need massive amounts of open heaven pills to keep cultivating. It was no wonder that open heaven realm masters had a thirst for cultivation resources as it was just too slow refining open heaven pills. It would be much faster to refine cultivation resources of different orders, but that would require a lot of money as well. However, if a person was wealthy, they probably wouldn't mind this. In comparison, it was much better to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe by refining cultivation resources than open heaven pills. Yang Kai refined open heaven pills while examining his small universe. The eerie gale had caused his small universe to descend into chaos. All of a sudden, he became startled for a moment before he zoomed in on a particular place in his small universe. That was the place where the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation was located. It was a gigantic ancient tree. The area around the gargantuan tree that was covered by the tree crown was totally undamaged. Yang Kai couldn't see any traces left behind by the gale. It was as though the eerie wind was blocked by something around this area. Yang Kai frowned and carefully examined other areas in his small universe. He could confirm that all other places were damaged by the wind except for this place. That discovery made his gaze brighten as he thought that his towering evergreen might be able to fend off the effects of the wind, which was why this area was completely undamaged. Unfortunately, he didn't pay attention to this area when the gale was torturing him, otherwise, he could have intently observed it. He could only wait for the wind to strike again before he could test his speculation. If his theory was correct, he would have a way to protect himself in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about his small universe being damaged when the wind struck. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai set off. He had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was, but he reckoned that he would find out about it if he came across others. Ma Tianyuan had said that there were 3 main great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, and all cultivators belonged to one of them. That was because a cultivator wouldn't be able to survive if he or she refused to join one of the great forces. Perhaps everyone had gone into hiding due to the wind just now, because as Yang Kai moved forward, he didn't bump into anyone. Half a day later, he finally saw 2 figures passing by from the corner of his eye. Hurriedly, Yang Kai charged forward and raced after them. When the 2 people detected Yang Kai's presence, they immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around with vigilance, preparing for a fight. Yang Kai landed on a spot in front of them and sized them up before discovering that both of them were in the 4th order open heaven realm. One of them looked rough while the other was tall. As soon as they sensed Yang Kai's fifth order open heaven realm aura, they put up their guard and the rough-looking man bellowed, "Who are you? Why did you run after us? Don't panic. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask for directions." Yang Kai kept his fist with a smile. The two of them traded glances, then the rough-looking man asked with an awkward expression, "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked, "Where is Profound Yang Mountain?" The rough-looking man appeared to be in disbelief. "You don't know where Profound Yang Mountain is?" The other man seemed clever as he figured out something and secretly spoke to his companion. It was only then that the rough-looking man realized something and asked, "Have you just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, senior brother?" Only newcomers would be clueless about the location of Profound Yang Mountain. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "I accidentally fell into this place and heard that there are three great forces. There's no doubt that Profound Yang Mountain is the strongest, so I'd like to join it, but I don't know where it's located. That's why I want to ask you about it. I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way." Upon hearing that, the rough-looking man guffawed. I see. I thought you were going to rob us." "You're right. Of the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Yang Mountain is the best. We have four great mountain lords, all of whom are sixth order open heaven realm masters. The first mountain lord is even just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm. Unrivaled Guild only has 3 sixth orders while Twin Spirit Island has 2. They're not even worth comparing to our Profound Yang Mountain." Yang Kai's gaze brightened when he heard that. "Are you two from Profound Yang Mountain?" He had never expected that the first people he bumped into would be from Profound Yang Mountain. After giving it a thought though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. There were only 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. Since he had met the people from Unrivaled Guild, it was expected that he'd also chance upon people from Profound Yang Mountain. The rough-looking man sported a modest smile. "That's right." An elated Yang Kai said, "What a coincidence. Would it be alright for you to lead me to Profound Yang Mountain?" "Of course, if it's not convenient for you, you can just tell me the directions and I'll go over there myself." The rough-looking man exchanged glances with his companion and secretly communicated with him before nodding. "We don't have any important tasks to attend to anyway. Since senior brother is willing to join Profound Yang Mountain, I believe that the mountain lords will welcome you. We'll lead you to the headquarters now." A fifth order open heaven realm master was considered fairly powerful in the shadowless cave heaven, so any great force would welcome him. Moreover, a newcomer would have to hand over a large portion of his resources. When that happened, they would get some rewards for bringing Yang Kai to the sect. That was also the reason Ma Tianyuan wanted to lure Yang Kai to Unrivaled Guild. "Many thanks." Yang Kai kept his fists with gratitude. The rough-looking man laughed and said, "Don't mention it, senior brother. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, we'll be one family. Both of us are weak, so you have to take care of us in the future." Good, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Then, they identified the direction and headed straight to Profound Yang Mountain. As a fifth order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai seemed pretty easygoing, so the two men wanted to befriend him. Therefore, they had a pleasant chat on the way to their destination. The two of them were biological brothers whose surname was Wei. As they spoke, they implicitly asked about Yang Kai's background. Yang Kai was being frank as he mentioned that he was from Voidland. While treasure hunting in the Shattered Heaven, he accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven. Voidland was a very new great force while these people had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for years, so they knew nothing about the place Yang Kai was from. As such, they were unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, regardless of one's background, it was useless in the shadowless cave heaven. There was once a disciple from one of the cave heavens who fell into this place and thought himself superior to others, but he ended up in a miserable state. Perhaps he was secretly killed by one of the top cultivators here. Yang Kai's aura suggested that he was a fifth order open heaven realm master while the Wei brothers were only in the fourth order, which was why they were polite to him. There came a moment when Yang Kai thought that it was the right time to ask about the wind. "By the way, I came across a strange gale in this damned place half a day ago." "What was that? Why was I still unable to avoid it even though I dove several thousand meters below ground?" At the mention of the eerie wind, the Wei brothers couldn't help but shudder. The older brother Wei gazed at him with an awkward expression and asked, you snuck into the ground in order to avoid the wind, senior brother Yang? Yes. The Wei brothers exchanged glances and seemed to take a stroll down memory lane. Then, the older brother Wei burst into laughter. That was what we did in the past, but it was totally useless. The wind is unavoidable. Not only can it reach underground, but it also blows into our small universes. We suffered immense losses because of that. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. That was what happened to me. My small universe is in a mess now. The younger brother Wei added, since you're a newcomer, it's expected that you know nothing about it. We call that strange wind shadowless astral wind, but no one knows what it actually is. The wind is able to penetrate essentially any kind of barrier to reach every point in the shadowless cave heaven. Only a few special spots are safe from it. You can't avoid the wind anywhere else. The older brother Wei said, these places are the headquarters of the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. The location of Profound Yang Mountain is the biggest one. Whenever the shadowless astral wind comes, all of us have to avoid it, otherwise, we suffer big losses. Upon that realization, Yang Kai nodded. It's no wonder that the person I came across earlier told me that we're unable to survive in the shadowless cave heaven if we don't join one of the three great forces. The older brother Wei nodded repeatedly. True. Without shelter, a person will lose all the heritage in his or her small universe due to the wind, and once their small universe collapses, they'll die. A worried Yang Kai asked, are only the headquarters of the three great forces safe from the wind in the shadowless cave heaven? In that case, the proprietress and the others were probably in a terrible state right now. It had been 1 year since they fell into the shadowless cave heaven, so they must have experienced the astral wind many times, which would certainly have a negative impact on their small universes. The younger brother Wei shook his head, not exactly. There are some smaller places where one can take refuge from the wind, but they can't accommodate a lot of people. The older brother Wei followed up, to be honest with you, even the headquarters of the three great forces are not completely immune to the shadowless astral wind, it's just that the impact is less severe when we hide inside those places. Even though there are other shelters, none of them are as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. To the side, the younger brother Wei nodded in agreement. Yang Kai arched his brow. It seems that we're really unable to survive if we don't join one of the three great forces. That's right. Yang Kai looked away and asked, has no one survived over the years while not being in one of the three great forces? There are none. You had a taste of shadowless astral wind earlier, senior brother Yang. Even though you're a fifth order open heaven realm master, how many times do you think you can endure it? The younger brother Wei muttered, I remember that there are 3 people who are outside of the 3 great forces now. I wonder how they're doing. 3 people? Yang Kai appeared shocked. Who are they? Why are they not part of the 3 great forces? The younger brother Wei took a glance at his older brother, not knowing whether he should talk about it. After a moment of hesitation, the older brother Wei reasoned, senior brother Yang is going to join Profound Yang Mountain, so there's no reason we can't tell him. It was then the younger brother Wei continued, senior brother Yang, you said you want to join Profound Yang Mountain, but do you know our rules? Please tell me about them. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, you can stay in the Great Force when the wind comes to prevent being harmed. However, cultivation resources in the shadowless cave heaven are very scarce, so every newcomer has to hand over 80% of their cultivation resources upon joining. I did hear something like that. Yang Kai nodded. It was then the younger brother Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that other great forces must have attempted to lure Yang Kai to join them, but he had turned them down. It wasn't until he had a taste of shadowless astral wind that he decided to join Profound Yang Mountain. In fact, the same thing happened to the Wei brothers in the past. After all, no one was willing to hand over a large part of their own resources to someone else. However, once a newcomer had a taste of the shadowless astral wind, they would be eager to join one of the 3 great forces without anyone luring them, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. As the Wei brothers recalled the past, they put on bitter smiles. After pulling himself together, the younger brother Wei continued, there were 2 men and 1 woman. All of them are fairly powerful. The woman was in the 6th order open heaven realm while the men were in the 5th order. When they arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, they happened to land on a place just outside of Profound Yang Mountain. The mountain lords noticed them and attempted to make them join our great force. The second mountain lord even promised the woman that she would become the fifth mountain lord, however, she turned down the offer. The fifth mountain lord? Why did the woman turn down such a good offer? Xianxia asked in puzzlement. The younger brother Wei explained with a helpless smile, in fact, our second mountain lord has a problem. It's that he's very lascivious. The woman is alluring, and she's as powerful as the second mountain lord. Therefore, he declared that the woman needed to be his partner before she could become the fifth mountain lord in Profound Yang Mountain. Perhaps the woman was from a powerful background, so she was rather hot-tempered. After an argument, she got into a fight with the second mountain lord. What happened next? Xianxia asked. Although the woman was powerful, she was unable to fight against so many people on her own. There are 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Yang Mountain, so it was expected that she was no match for them. The mountain lords joined forces and injured her, but she managed to flee in the end. The second mountain lord was so furious that he hunted them down for a while but to no avail. Even though Xianxia was furious, he pretended to be nonchalant. The older brother Wei continued, they won't let that woman off. Although she was powerful, the mountain lords could have prevented her from fleeing if they went all out. However, the shadowless cave heaven is different from the outside world as resources are scarce here. No one is willing to make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. That's because fighting consumes a lot of power. If the mountain lords wanted to make the woman stay at that time, they would have had to pay a hefty price. That was why they let her go. The younger brother Wei nodded his head. A long time has passed since that incident. I guess the second mountain lord is about to make a move. Even if those 3 were able to find a shelter, their strength must have been weakened by now as they had to constantly resist the shadowless astral wind. Certainly, the second mountain lord will be able to easily defeat them now. Xianxia asked, do you know where the 3 of them are now? The older brother Wei gave him a weird look. Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang? Xianxia put on a faint smile, just curious. The unsuspecting older brother Wei shook his head and replied, we don't know where they are now, but the second mountain lord should be aware of it. Then, he pointed at the front, Profound Yang Mountain is over there. It's the second mountain lord who is in charge this month, so I'll bring you to meet him first. After you join Profound Yang Mountain, we can have a proper chat. Many thanks. Xianxia nodded. There were more than 10 mountains in Profound Yang Mountain. Looking from afar, one could see many palaces scattered around the mountains, and quite a number of cultivators were seen moving about. The people who could enter the shadowless cave heaven were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. On the way to their destination, some people would greet the Wei brothers and inquire about Xianxia's background. The Wei brothers were completely honest with them, and upon hearing their explanation, these people appeared envious. That was because Xianxia was brought to Profound Yang Mountain by the Wei brothers. After he handed over 80% of his resources, the Wei brothers would also get a handsome reward. Certainly, these people were envious of them for getting such benefits. Soon, they reached a peak where there was a majestic grand hall. One could even hear some flirtatious and playful voices coming from inside. Upon reaching the entrance, one of the Wei brothers spoke up, please wait for me here, senior brother Yang. I'll inform the second mountain lord about your visit. Xianxia nodded and waited patiently. The older brother Wei entered the grand hall, and just a moment later, he stepped out and said to Xianxia, the second mountain lord is ready to meet you. Please come with me, senior brother Yang. As soon as Xianxia followed the Wei brothers into the grand hall, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance and felt a rather decadent aura. Looking up, he saw a lot of women's clothes scattered around on the ground that also included some undergarments. At the other end of the grand hall, there was a rather soft-looking man lying on a huge chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 women in revealing clothes. These women were wearing different styles of clothing, and they were each beautiful in their own unique way. There was a woman who squatted in front of him and helped him massage his calves. There was also a woman who let the man lie on her thighs and rubbed his temples. Another woman was seen sipping some wine into her mouth and then passing it into the man's mouth. The sight was extremely licentious. These women were barely covered as a large part of their skin was exposed. When the Wei brothers and Xianxia stepped into the place, the women turned to look at them with their alluring eyes. Be it Ma Tianyuan or the Wei brothers, they all said that the second mountain lord from Profound Yang Mountain was a lascivious man. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The women around him were all open heaven realm masters ranging from the third order to the fifth order. After the Wei brothers entered the grand hall, they hung their heads low and stared at their feet while Yang Kai looked fixedly at the man. As their eyes met, the soft-looking man curved his lips into a wicked smile. While he remained lying on the chair, he wandered his hand around one of the women, which caused her to moan incessantly. "You want to join Profound Yang Mountain?" The man asked impassively. "Are you the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain?" Yang Kai questioned him instead. The man put on a faint smile, "N. This king is second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain, Yunfei Bai. Half a year ago, a woman and 2 men arrived at this place. Were you the one who injured that woman?" Yang Kai asked. Yunfei Bai narrowed his eyes and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance. To the side, the Wei brothers realized that something was off as they turned to gaze at Yang Kai. The older brother Wei pulled Yang Kai's sleeve and secretly spoke to him. "Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang?" An unfazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at Yunfei Bai. "Is it true?" Yunfei Bai retracted his hand and slowly sat up before glaring at the Wei brothers. Faced with the stern stare, the brothers were immediately drenched in cold sweat as they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. Then, Yunfei Bai turned to look at Yang Kai and replied smilingly, "She was hurt by this king. She should feel honored that I was interested in her, but she couldn't appreciate my kindness. This king had no choice but to harm her a little." "What's wrong? Do you know her?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "She's my proprietress." Yunfei Bai said, "In that case, you're not here to join Profound Yang Mountain. What's the purpose of your visit?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Since you've hurt proprietress, I'm here to return the favor." Yunfei Bai became startled for a moment before he pressed his palms together and guffawed. "You? Retaliate against me?" Then, he sized Yang Kai up. "You've just entered the fifth order, right? Why are you making a scene here in Profound Yang Mountain instead of strengthening your own cultivation? Are you sick of living?" He paused for a moment. "Good. This king was preparing to deal with that slut in a few days. Since you've come all the way here, I'll capture you and then look for her. I believe that she's important to you, which is why you're so concerned about her. You should make a good bargaining chip. You want to capture me? Let's see if you're capable of doing that." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he unleashed his fifth order open heaven realm aura and like a flood dragon leaving the ocean, he charged at Yunfei Bai. The Wei brothers beside him were forced to stagger backwards from the impact while Yunfei Bai remained seated while giving Yang Kai a disdainful look. "You dare?" One of the women who leaned against the man yelled and raised her hand before pushing her palm towards Yang Kai. The woman was a fairly powerful cultivator in the fifth order open heaven realm. Clad in very thin clothing, her precious places were exposed while she made a move. Any man who saw this would feel their blood boiling. "Scram!" Yang Kai bellowed and pushed out his fist. Following a loud boom, the woman shrieked and sprayed out a mouthful of blood while she was sent flying away. Her tender body crashed into the wall and then fell into the debris. Yunfei Bai's expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and roared, "Impudence!" He didn't make a move just now because he didn't think there was a need to. There was no way a newly promoted fifth order open heaven realm master could possess much strength, so the women around him should be able to deal with him. However, it never crossed Yunfei Bai's mind that his strongest woman would be sent flying after just one exchange of blows. The other women were dumbfounded, but they soon came to their senses and shouted as they used their secret techniques on Yang Kai. These women were not just Yunfei Bai's playthings. After all, they were all open heaven realm masters who were strong in their own right, though their orders varied quite a bit. Presently, they were making a move at the same time, so the sight was both alluring and imposing. An unafraid Yang Kai threw out his fists in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows as he attacked the women in all directions. Explosive sounds were continuously heard as his world force blew out the surrounding walls. These women clad in skimpy outfits were all sent flying in different directions. Amidst the weltering dust, Yang Kai shot into the sky and looked around before knitting his brows. "So weak. None of them can fight." Besides the first woman who traded moves with him, there was also another fifth order open heaven realm master among these women while the rest were third and fourth order. However, these two fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were totally incomparable to Ma Tianyuan. After the battle against Ma Tianyuan, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. He thought that all fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be about as strong as Ma Tianyuan, but after this battle, he realized that he had overestimated others while underestimating himself. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Ma Tianyuan fell from the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm to his current strength, so he was at the very peak of the fifth order. These two women were naturally much weaker than him. The place was a mess, but although the women were injured by Yang Kai, they were still alive. Outside the ruins, the Wei brothers were dumbfounded at the turn of events as they shuddered in fear. "You court death!" Yun Fei Bai roared. He would be completely humiliated if word got out that his women were hurt in his own room. Initially, he intended to capture Yang Kai and then deal with the woman named Lan Yurua. However, his mind was now filled with murderous intent. As his sixth-order Open Heaven Realm aura permeated the air, he raised his hand and then brought down his palm. A gigantic green palm was immediately formed above Yang Kai's head, made from the purest world force. The attack was like an entire small universe pressing against Yang Kai. Moreover, it was the small universe of a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that instant, Yang Kai felt tremendously pressured. Although he'd had a good fight with Ma Tianyuan after he had just ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, he hadn't been forced into going all out. However, as he was faced with a furious sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master now, any slight negligence would cost him his life. His fighting spirit had been ignited as he boldly shot into the sky and met the palm head-on. A sense of ruthlessness flashed through Yun Fei Bai's eyes as he clenched his fist, whereupon the gigantic palm also closed and turned into a cage as it grasped Yang Kai's small figure. The next instant, however, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically. As world force undulated, rays of light shot out in all directions. The gigantic hand exploded as a figure shot out and charged towards Yun Fei Bai as swift as lightning. Upon seeing that, Yun Fei Bai snorted. Although he didn't seem to be moving, he abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. As his clothes flapped in the wind, powerful but inconspicuous attacks bombarded Yang Kai. Every attack contained an extremely horrifying world force. Yang Kai continuously fended off the attacks as his figure shook and stepped backwards upon impact. He reflected as he fought, realizing that a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was truly powerful. Although he was pretty strong as a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was still a difference of one order between them. Therefore, there was a clear disparity between their might. Yang Kai knew he had to settle this fight as soon as possible. After all, they were in Profound Yang Mountain where there were 4 sixth-order mountain lords. If the battle dragged on, the other mountain lords and the powerful masters from Profound Yang Mountain would take notice of the commotion. By then, Yang Kai would fall into a perilous situation. He wasn't arrogant or ignorant enough to believe he could deal with several sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters all at once. "You're really something, brat." Although Yun Fei Bai was incensed, he still couldn't help but praise Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was able to ward off his attacks. Even though there was only a difference of one order between the fifth order and the sixth order Open Heaven Realm, the disparity in strength was as great as the distance between the heavens and the earth. If Yun Fei Bai was dealing with any other fifth order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was confident that he would be able to take down the other party in 10 moves. However, Yang Kai had already fended off 100 blows and aside from looking a bit awkward was perfectly fine. He couldn't help but wonder whether Yang Kai really was a new fifth order Open Heaven Realm Master. Is he just playing the pig? If he isn't a new fifth order Open Heaven Realm Master, what's going on with that unstable aura of his? While Yun Fei Bai was still lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai, who was forced to continuously step backwards, suddenly stopped in his tracks. At that instant, Yun Fei Bai felt his chest tightening as a sense of crisis suddenly befell him. The next moment, Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned a long spear into his grip. The entire world seemed to shake the moment the spear appeared. A mighty dragon roar resounded as a majestic dragon pressure permeated the air. Yang Kai's demeanor changed completely as he held the spear in his grip. He let out a breath and wielded the spear. Without any wasted movements or hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his supreme limitless spear technique. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw the spear approaching him. In his eyes, he could see a terrifying great dragon charging at him. As the dragon swam through the air, seemingly determined to swallow him down in one fell swoop. Faced with this terrifying monster, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He immediately bit his tongue to compose himself. Resisting the dragon pressure, Yun Fei Bai roared as he summoned a scroll, on which some illegible characters were written. Despite that, every stroke of the characters looked like a uniquely shaped sword. The terrifying sword chi spread out. After he infused his world force into the scroll, the characters came apart and turned into beams of very pure sword chi. As they slashed across the void, the sounds of breaking through the air were heard. This was a complete humiliation. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yun Fei Bai was forced to use his artifact when dealing with a mere fifth-order open heaven realm master. This was totally inconceivable to him. Prior to this, it never crossed his mind that such a formidable fifth-order open heaven realm master existed in this world. Comparing himself, back when he was still a fifth-order open heaven realm master, to this young man, Yun Fei Bai felt he wasn't even worthy of carrying the latter's shoes. To the side, the Wei brothers were dumbstruck and shuddered violently. They were not on the battlefield, so they were not able to experience how powerful Yang Kai was directly. However, upon seeing that the second mountain lord had summoned his artifact, they knew that the latter had no other means to deal with the opponent. That was why they appeared horrified. Yang Kai wielded the azure dragon spear with complete freedom, unrestrained by anything. The spear was like an extension of himself, and he could manipulate it in any way he imagined. The scroll glowed wildly as the beams of sword chi crisscrossed one another. However, they were all warded off by Yang Kai. It had been many years since giant spirit god Ada had given this spear to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had used the azure dragon spear and killed many enemies already. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that he had a real taste of the spear's true might. This was an artifact that only an open heaven realm master could truly wield. Although he was able to bring out a fraction of the spear's power in the past, it was only because he possessed a dragon source. Since he was weak, he was unable to fully display the spear's might. However, this time was different. With the weapon in his hand, Yang Kai could clearly feel fluctuations that resembled joy coming from the spear. Holding it, he felt as though he could challenge all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises alone. Like a thunderstorm, Yang Kai repeatedly thrust out his spear in rapid succession. The attacks didn't only contain the power of the azure dragon spear, but also Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space and Tao of time. In Yun Fei Bai's eyes, Yang Kai's spear and figure were blurry and elusive, making it almost impossible for him to follow his movements or identify his position. On top of that, his own thoughts seemed to be disturbed, like there was a disconnect between his mind, body, and the surrounding world. The power of the scroll had been fully activated, and all the characters had left its surface, transforming into colorful blades of sword chi that repeatedly slashed through the air. A long time seemed to have passed, but it was also as if only an instant had gone by. When Yang Kai's figure completely disappeared from Yun Fei Bai's sight for an instant and he suddenly felt a tremendous sense of danger engulfing him. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had experienced countless life and death moments, therefore, he was extremely sensitive to danger, and he was able to react appropriately. All the sword chi returned and formed into a dazzling sword wave in front of him before he pushed it forward. The next moment, Yang Kai abruptly appeared before him, as though he was throwing himself into the sword wave. He didn't seem to have the intention of backing down as his eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent. As Yang Kai stared fixedly at his opponent, he unleashed a grand thrust with his azure dragon spear and bellowed, "Die!" Blood splattered everywhere. Yun Fei Bai's chest had been penetrated by azure dragon spear while Yang Kai's neck was slashed across by the sword wave. The flesh around the wound rolled up as he was almost decapitated. Upon impact, both of them were forced to step backwards as their blood splattered out. It had to be said that at that moment of crisis, Yun Fei Bai had reacted in the best possible manner. If he hadn't harmed Yang Kai with that sword wave, forcing his spear thrust off course ever so slightly, the attack could have killed him. After they separated, Yang Kai held the spear in one hand while covering the wound on his neck with his other. He seemed determined to continue attacking, however, before he could make a move, he suddenly looked in a particular direction and snorted, "This isn't over. When I see you again, I'll definitely kill you." Upon declaring so, Yang Kai shot away from Profound Yang Mountain. He wanted to kill Yunfei Bai, but the intense battle just now had alerted the top masters from Profound Yang Mountain, and he could detect that those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Mountain Lords were approaching. If he stayed there any longer, he would have been besieged by them. Kill him for me. Kill him. An extremely pale Yunfei Bai stomped hard, and his roar reverberated across the entire Profound Yang Mountain. The figures who were coming to Yunfei Bai immediately turned around and chased after Yang Kai, including the third and fourth mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain. There was only one person who landed in front of the ruined Grand Hall. It was a fair-skinned and gentle-looking person who looked like an innocent young man. However, the shrewdness behind his eyes suggested that he was older than he appeared. Head Mountain Lord. The Wei brothers hurriedly lowered their heads. This young-looking man was actually the first Mountain Lord of Profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhe. The four great Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but he was the undisputed leader because he was just one step away from the Seventh Order. In this regard, the other three Mountain Lords as well as the three chiefs of Unrivaled Guild and the two island masters of Twin Spirit Island were incomparable to him. In the Shadowless Cave Heaven, cultivators were still able to break through to the next realm. However, due to the scarcity of resources and the existence of the shadowless astral wind, cultivators who had fallen into this place considered themselves lucky if they could maintain their current order. No one dared hope to achieve a breakthrough here. It took a substantial amount of resources for a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to ascend to the Seventh Order. Therefore, even though Mao Zhe had remained in his current order for over 10,000 years, he was still unable to take the leap to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. However, everyone believed that if he hadn't fallen into the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he would have reached that realm in the outside world long ago. Second brother, what happened? Mao Zhe looked around and asked. With a pair of eyes that seemed able to spit fire, Yunfei Bai said through clenched teeth, I was caught off guard by some brat. Mao Zhe looked in the direction Yang Kai had left with a slightly furrowed brow. If I'm not mistaken, that person is only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, right? Yunfei Bai flushed and said, I was just careless. He's really something as he's able to harm you when he's just a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Mao Zhe nodded, where does he come from? Yunfei Bai glared at the Wei brothers, they have some explaining to do. Mao Zhe turned to look at the Wei brothers, who turned pale instantly as they were soaked in cold sweat. Not daring to hide anything, they hurriedly narrated their encounter with Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe fell into his thoughts for a moment before saying, he came all the way here for Lan Yurua. Yunfei Bai was severely injured as his chest had been penetrated by the Azure Dragon Spear, and his clothes were covered in blood. Given the fact that he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it would take him 1 to 2 months before he could fully recover. However, he wasn't at risk of losing his life at the very least. While Mao Zhe spoke to the Wei brothers, he was already seated with his legs crossed and adjusting his breathing to prevent his injury from worsening. The Wei brothers darted their gazes between Yunfei Bai and Mao Zhe as they were completely apprehensive. Even though they had no idea that Yang Kai was audacious enough to make a scene in Profound Yang Mountain, they were the ones who brought him to this place after all, hence, they could not stay clear of this matter. Now that Yunfei Bai was severely injured, they would probably get some harsh punishments. They couldn't help but secretly curse at Yang Kai for dragging them into this. They felt that they had been unfairly victimized. A while later, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were the third Mountain Lord and the fourth Mountain Lord of Profound Yang Mountain. Mao Zhe turned to look at them, whereupon the third Mountain Lord Gongqing shook his head, he escaped. Mao Zhe arched his brow, oh? He managed to flee with you two personally chasing after him? Wasn't that boy injured by second brother? The fourth Mountain Lord was the only woman among the 4 great Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. Apart from her alluring face and curvy figure, her watery eyes seemed able to suck a man's soul into them at any moment. Upon hearing Mao Zhe's words, she replied, that boy seems to be adept in the Tao of space. He teleported away while third brother and I were chasing him, vanishing into thin air. Mao Zhe's gaze brightened, he's adept in the Tao of space? Gongqing dipped his head, I believe so. Mao Zhe immediately closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. A moment later, he nodded, it's true. There are some residual fluctuations of space principles here. No wonder that he had the guts to make a scene in Profound Yang Mountain. I heard that masters of the Tao of space are unrivaled when it comes to chasing and escaping. Unless we're able to seal the heavens and lock the earth, we won't be able to restrict his freedom. It seems the rumors are true. After pondering on it for a moment, he went on to say, since that boy has come all the way here for Lan Yurua, he'll definitely look for her. Third brother, fourth sister, please go over and capture that boy. I don't care about the others, but that boy has to be brought back to me alive. Deng Qing and the fourth mountain lord Xianxia exchanged glances, then the former asked doubtfully, it seems that you have a high regard for that boy, big brother. Mao Zhe gently rubbed his fingers together and asked, how many years have you been in the shadowless cave heaven, third brother? After giving it a thought, Deng Qing replied, I can't remember the exact length of time, but I suppose it's been 3,000 years. What about you, fourth sister? Xianxia replied, I'm sure it's been more than 1,000 years. Then, Mao Zhe took a glance at Yunfei Bai, who was trying to heal his wound, and said, second brother came earlier than you too. He's been around for 6,000 years while I've been stuck in this place for more than 10,000 years. The shadowless cave heaven is neither big nor small. Over the years, we've searched all the places we could, but we're still unable to find an exit. All of them appeared dejected at the mention of this. Besides Profound Yang Mountain, those from Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island had constantly been looking for a way out as well. However, they were unable to find any clue regardless of how hard they tried. It's been so many years. Don't you want to go out and see the outside world again? Do you want to remain stuck in this damned place forever? Deng Qing replied, of course we want to leave. Xianxia appeared to be in her thoughts, big brother, you mean, Mao Zhe nodded, that boy is a master of the Tao of space, so he's much more sensitive to space principle fluctuations than us. Perhaps, he'll be able to find the way out. The gazes of Deng Qing and Xianxia brightened when they heard that. Although they were unable to find the exit after so many years, it didn't mean that the shadowless cave heaven had no exit. It was just that they hadn't found it. If they could make use of this boy who was proficient in the Tao of space, perhaps they would have a pleasant surprise. An excited Deng Qing said, and, don't worry, big brother. Fourth sister and I will call the roll and capture that boy immediately. Just when Mao Zhe was about to speak, Yunfei Bai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, wait a moment. Deng Qing gazed at him, is there anything you want to say, second brother? Yunfei Bai said through gritted teeth, please leave this matter to me, big brother. It's utterly humiliating that I was injured by that brat. If I don't get my revenge, I'll never have a good night's rest again. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe frowned. Xianxia said, second brother, your wound. How are you going to make a move? Don't forget that Lan Yurua is also a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Although her power might have weakened during this period of time, it's still not easy to deal with her if she's pushed into a corner. Yunfei Bai replied, this kind of injury will heal in 2. No, it'll heal in 1 month. We've been waiting for years, so why can't we wait another month? Then, he gazed at Mao Zhe and sported a solemn expression, please give me 1 month's time, big brother. Mao Zhe closed his eyes and fell silent. A moment later, he nodded gently and said, since you're so determined, we'll wait for your recovery, then you'll lead the operation. An ecstatic Yunfei Bai replied, many thanks, big brother. Following that, Mao Zhe moved and abruptly disappeared. Deng Qing and Xianxia exchanged glances, then they told Yunfei Bai to take a rest and dispersed. After the other 3 mountain lords were gone, the women who were injured by Yang Kai earlier appeared and came over to help Yunfei Bai up before they headed to another mountain. The Wei brothers traded glances and shuddered before fleeing from that place, feeling as though they had just escaped from death's door. Meanwhile, a battered figure landed on a barren mountain. He was none other than Yang Kai, who was running for his life just moments before. Yunfei Bai's attack almost beheaded him. The long wound on his neck was hideous, and all his clothes were soaked in blood. However, he had a strong physique, so even as he ran for his life earlier, his wound was starting to heal. The flesh around his wound was seen squirming and reconnecting already. Now, the most important thing for him was to get rid of Yunfei Bai's world force, otherwise, his wound would never heal. Upon making sure that no one was pursuing him, Yang Kai dug a hole in the mountain and snuck into it. Then, he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and pushed his world force to suppress and expel the power left behind by Yunfei Bai in his neck wound. Although Yunfei Bai was one order above him, his residual power wasn't a living thing, therefore, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to disperse it as he just needed some time. Half a day later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he opened his eyes and released his divine sense. Soon, he realized that there was a woman pacing around outside the barren mountain. Yang Kai initially decided to ignore her, after all, he had to recuperate as soon as possible, but the woman kept pacing around for a long time as though she had discovered something. His heart sank as he had no choice but to leave his hideout. The woman was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, so given Yang Kai's current strength, he could kill her as he pleased. Therefore, even though he was wounded, he wasn't afraid of her. The woman was just looking around when she sensed something and looked up, only to see Yang Kai staring coldly at her. She was shocked as she subconsciously took a few steps back. All of a sudden, something flashed through her eyes as Yang Kai abruptly appeared before her and clenched her neck with his iron-like hand. The force coming from his palm felt as lethal as a python's bite. At that instant, the woman was horrified as she coughed and pleaded with the man with her eyes. Yang Kai stared dispassionately at her for a moment before frowning. "You're one of Yunfei Bai's women?" The woman looked familiar to Yang Kai. She was one of the women who surrounded Yunfei Bai earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the one who massaged Yunfei Bai's calves. Presently, she was clad only in a thin layer of clothing, leaving her curvy figure faintly visible to the eyes. Moments ago, Yang Kai fought with those women and sent them all flying away, this woman included. The woman wanted to nod, but she was unable to move a muscle, so she could only bat her eyes. "How did you find me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. He had even shaken off 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so how did this weak woman find his whereabouts? As he spoke, he slightly loosened his grip. The woman hurriedly explained, "I'm sensitive to smells, and Sir's blood is different from others." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing whether he should believe her. As he expanded his divine sense, he realized that there was no one else besides them in this place. He had the intention of killing her, but faced with a much weaker woman who didn't have a blood feud with him, Yang Kai didn't have the heart to cross that line. After glaring for a while, he snorted and released her. "Since you're able to find me, why have you come to look for me on your own instead of telling the leaders of Profound Yang Mountain to come here? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" The woman pressed her lips together. Without replying to him, she fished out a jade slip from her space ring and passed it to him. "What is this?" The woman didn't explain anything, and upon seeing that Yang Kai wasn't taking it, she gently put the jade slip down on the ground and stepped backwards as she said, "I'll owe you a favor if you can kill Yunfei Bai." Yang Kai furrowed his brows while the woman turned around and left, leaving behind a rather pleasant fragrance in the air. After taking a look at the jade slip, Yang Kai balled up his fist and grasped it in his hand. Upon examining it, he arched his brow. That was because the jade slip contained a detailed map of the Shadowless Cave Heaven and the proprietress' location. As he recalled the woman's words before she left, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. It seemed that the woman wasn't willing to become Yunfei Bai's plaything. She was forced into such a state. Unfortunately, she was too weak to resist. The fact that Yang Kai barged into Profound Yang Mountain and wounded Yunfei Bai allowed her to see a glimmer of hope, so she came all the way here to look for him and give him some information. After storing the jade slip, Yang Kai turned around and left. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and he wasn't certain whether the woman was telling him the truth. It'd be terrible if Yang Kai's opponents found him because she was leading him into a trap. Therefore, he decided to change hiding spots. A while later, he found a cave on another barren mountain and snuck into it to recuperate. The wound on his neck was hideous, however, it was nothing more than a flesh wound after Yunfei Bai's residual power was expelled, so it wasn't difficult to heal it. Given his intrepid physique, it would only take him 3 to 5 days to recover. A few days later, Yang Kai fished out the jade slip and identified his current position. After going through the information in the jade slip, he turned into a beam of light and headed in a particular direction. Half a day later, he landed on a huge caldera. Looking down, he realized that the caldera was basically bottomless. Horrifying red magma weltered inside the basin while dark smoke was seen billowing from it. There were countless such calderas in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius, and from time to time, the magma would burst out and form red rivers. The environment here was more hostile than most places, but according to the information in the jade slip given to Xianxia by that woman, the proprietress, chef, and accountant were currently hiding here. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, there were only a small number of places that were safe from the shadowless astral wind. Besides the headquarters of the three great forces, this caldera was one such place. However, it was less effective compared to the headquarters of the three great forces. Xianxia rubbed his nose as he felt a lump in his throat. The proprietress was a beautiful woman, but she was also a peak sixth-order open heaven realm master. In order to look for a cultivation resource for him, she fell into the shadowless cave heaven, and eventually, she had to hide in this kind of terrible place. He couldn't help but blame himself. In the past, he was determined to become a high-rank open heaven realm master and didn't listen to anyone's dissuasion. Perhaps he had been too willful back then. When he took a deep breath, the pungent smell seemed to have turned into needles and jabbed into his lungs. Looking down at the caldera, he yelled, "Anyone home?" There was a passageway under the magma that had been set up with a barrier to serve as a shelter. Chef suddenly opened his eyes and listened attentively for a moment before poking accountant with his elbow. Then, he asked in a small voice, "Do you hear anything?" Accountant opened his listless eyes and shot him a glance. "What do you mean?" Chef scratched his head. "I think I heard Xianxia's voice." Accountant hurriedly took a glance at the proprietress, which revealed more of the white parts of his eyes, before glaring at Chef. "Stop spouting nonsense. That brat is just an Emperor realm cultivator. How is he supposed to enter the shadowless cave heaven?" "You must have heard it wrong." Chef nodded. "You're right. Wait. Listen." Accountant sported an awkward expression because while speaking to Chef, he could indeed hear a familiar voice calling out to them. Due to the weltering magma, the voice was only faintly audible. If Chef hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed it. In a nearby spot, the proprietress opened her eyes, which were filled with doubt and puzzlement. A moment later, she became furious and snarled through clenched teeth, "That damned brat." Then, she stood straight up, and as the hem of her dress flapped in the air, she shot out of the passageway. After exchanging glances, Chef and accountant hurriedly followed her. Atop the caldera, Xianxia had called out to them several times but no one responded to him. He thought that the woman might have lied to him as the proprietress and the others might not be hiding in this place. However, there wasn't a need for that woman to take the risk to do such a thing. After all, what if Xianxia was determined to end her life? Just when he was about to dive into the volcano to have a look, his expression changed as he stared fixedly at the magma. A moment later, the magma formed into a huge swirl as though it had been stirred by an invisible force. Just then, a figure shot out through the center of the swirl. Her snowy white imperial dress was conspicuous in this hostile red and black environment. Like a lotus on a snowy mountain, she was pure and immaculate. Before she even arrived, her familiar aura came right at Xianxia, who smiled like a fool, waved, and called out enthusiastically, "Proprietress." As he spoke, he flew forward and spread his arms to tackle Proprietress in a bear hug. Proprietress' expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off her face. Before she could even say a word though, she was stunned by the sudden hug. When Chef and accountant dashed out of the vortex and saw what was going on, they were dumbfounded. Chef opened his mouth so wide that it was as though a fish could be stuffed into it. He snapped out of his dazed state a moment later and poked accountant. "Am I seeing a hallucination? Is proprietress in his embrace right now?" Accountant was equally astounded, but upon coming to his senses, he furiously summoned his abacus and shook it noisily. With his eyes filled with murderous intent, he was ready to charge forward. "Proprietress is being taken advantage of. Let's kill him together." Chef immediately pulled him back. "Don't panic. It's not easy to take advantage of proprietress, and she doesn't need us to make a move on her behalf." Accountant shot him a glance and fell silent for a moment before nodding. "You have a point." Then, he put away the abacus and silently waited for the good show to start. Nearby, the proprietress was so stiff that it was as though she had been bound to the spot. As she felt the immense force, which contained a deep sense of longing, coming from the young man's arms, her fury significantly subsided. Just then, Yang Kai was heard saying, "I'm truly happy that you're fine, proprietress." She sighed, then Yang Kai looked up at chef and accountant before grinning at them. "You guys look energetic as well." While chef chuckled, there was a perfunctory smile on accountant's face. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Kai found his head being lifted up forcefully. Releasing the woman in front of him, he asked hesitantly, "What are you doing, proprietress?" She was grabbing his hair and pulling him backward. The coldness behind her eyes weltered as she said through gritted teeth, "What am I doing? I should be the one asking you that." Upon finishing her words, she landed a kick on his shoulder. Although she was a woman, she was also a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master. She had exerted a lot of force with her kick, and Yang Kai didn't dare to resist. After a grunt, he was sent flying away like a sack and crashed into the nearby cliff, forming a human-shaped hole in it. As the broken rocks tumbled down, Yang Kai felt the world spinning around him. Before he could pull himself together, proprietress pounced on him and grasped his ankle before she spun around several times and hurled him into the magma. Yang Kai plunged into the magma with a splash and disappeared below. Following that, proprietress shot downwards as though she was determined to kill. Chef and accountant both had their faces twitch as they watched. A moment later, violent movements were felt coming from the magma. Following that, a pitiful shriek broke through the sky as Yang Kai was blasted out of the magma while flailing his limbs in the air. Proprietress followed him closely and repeatedly assaulted him in a ruthless manner. Faced with the storm of attacks, Yang Kai groaned in pain and covered his head. His nose had even started bleeding. "You dare dodge? Try dodging one more time and see what happens." Proprietress beat him up while verbally threatening him. Under the pressure, Yang Kai didn't dare to resist in any way. Helpless, he could only lie on the ground and curl up into a ball, covering his head to protect his vitals while he let the proprietress vent out all her anger on him. "Stop hitting me, proprietress. I can see what's under your skirt," Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Proprietress was already incensed to begin with, so upon hearing such loathsome words, she exerted even more strength into her kicks. Unable to take it any more, chef and accountant immediately went over to pull her back. Proprietress' chest heaved heavily as her figure trembled with fury. She said through clenched teeth, "Let go. I must kill this infuriating boy today." "Please calm down, proprietress. You don't have to do this kind of dirty work yourself. We'll do it for you." As chef spoke, he sent a signal to accountant with his eyes, whereupon they pushed proprietress away and pounced on Yang Kai, who had curled up on the ground, before they beat him up in a merciless manner. Although proprietress' attacks were hurtful, Yang Kai wouldn't have any grudges against her. She must be aware that he had ascended to the open heaven realm, so it was only natural she felt various kinds of disappointment and grief in her heart. However, Yang Kai wasn't about to put up with chef and accountant beating him up. Therefore, he shot them a glare to mean that he would settle the score with them for assaulting him today. "You dare you glare at them?" Proprietress bellowed while placing her palms on her hips. "I don't dare to. Forgive me." Yang Kai covered his head again. With proprietress backing, chef and accountant became increasingly ruthless. Meanwhile, Yang Kai silently counted the number of attacks they landed on him. A moment later, proprietress suddenly spoke up, "All right, stop. Do you two really want to kill him?" She didn't mean it when she said she wanted to kill Yang Kai. Simultaneously, chef and accountant leaped away and retracted their powers since they were done with their job. Yang Kai, who was still lying on the ground, slightly parted his fingers and examined proprietress through the gap. Upon seeing that she was still furiously gritting her teeth, he quickly flashed a fawning smile at her. However, his swollen face made him look both funny and abominable. Upon seeing that proprietress took a step forward, Yang Kai shuddered and quickly covered his head again. She bent over and clenched the man's collar before hoisting him up to her face. Glaring at him with a pair of slightly reddened eyes, she questioned solemnly, "You broke through to the open heaven realm, didn't you?" "Yes," Yang Kai bashfully nodded his head as he wouldn't dare to look her in the eyes. "Fifth order?" the proprietress asked again. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai forced a fawning smile. "Why must you infuriate me so?" The proprietress stomped her foot so hard the ground shook. "The fifth order open heaven realm still makes me an open heaven realm master." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. The proprietress glared at him with reddened eyes and gritted her teeth as though she wanted to skin him alive. The moment she heard Xianxia's voice just now, she knew that he must have entered the open heaven realm, otherwise, he couldn't possibly have entered the shadowless cave heaven. That was because only open heaven realm masters could enter this damned place. However, given his situation, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a high-ranking element treasure. For a moment, she prayed that he had come into this place as a high-rank open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, as soon as she saw him, she knew that he didn't manage to directly advance to the high-rank open heaven realm. In that case, it would give her some solace if he at least was a 6th order open heaven realm master. Unfortunately, the 5th order was all he could achieve. She was fully aware that Xianxia had built an incredibly solid foundation, and that was the reason she was heartbroken. He had the potential to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly, but he ended up breaking through to the 5th order instead. It could be said that his martial Tao was ruined and his future was bleak. To the side, accountant and chef fell silent as they looked sympathetically but admiringly at Xianxia. They finally acknowledged him as one of their own. Xianxia must have come all the way here to save the proprietress. Although they had no idea what had transpired for him to eventually advance to the 5th order open heaven realm, they could venture a guess. While Xianxia was unable to find a high-ranking element treasure, he was too concerned about the proprietress' safety, which was why he quickly directly advanced to the 5th order open heaven realm and entered this place. The proprietress sighed. She had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven when she was looking for a high-ranking element treasure for Xianxia, but he decided to ruin his own future and become a 5th order open heaven realm master in the end in order to save her. Everything had gone wrong. However, the fact that he had done all this for her proved that he was a righteous and loyal person. "Don't cry, proprietress," Xianxia suddenly said as he stared dazedly at the tears sliding down her face. He raised his hand in an attempt to brush the tears away, but the woman turned around and disappeared into the magma. Xianxia pressed his lips together and scratched his head. His impression of the proprietress was that she was a resolute and astute woman. It was as though she was able to support the sky's weight with her slender arms even as it came crashing down on top of her. It never crossed his mind that he would see such a woman cry one day. "I'm doomed." Xianxia was apprehensive as he gazed pleadingly at chef and accountant. She must be so mad that she started crying. "What should I do?" Chef heaved a sigh and went over to pat his shoulder. "She isn't crying because she's mad." "What do you mean?" Xianxia was startled. "What is the reason, then?" "She's blaming herself," accountant spoke up. "She must be thinking that if she hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, you wouldn't have forcefully broken through to look for her. She believes that you've fallen into such a state because of her. You're supposed to be able to make it to the 7th order directly, but you only ended up in the 5th order. She's crying because she's heartbroken and is deep in self-blame." Xianxia furrowed his brow. "Ascending to the open heaven realm is my own decision. It has nothing to do with her." Chef shot him a glance. "Do you even believe what you've just said?" Upon hearing that, Xianxia became startled and fell silent. Chef went on to say, "Regardless, what is done is done. Let's go in first. Since you've come all the way here to look for us, you'll also be my good brother from now on. In the past, only Old Bai and the accountant were my good brothers, and now, you're also included." As he spoke, he went over to hoist the battered Xianxia. With a serious expression, accountant nodded. "You're also my good brother." Then, he dashed forward and helped Xianxia up alongside chef. Xianxia suddenly muttered, "Chef, you punched me 38 times and kicked me 13 times just now. As for you, you punched me 27 times and kicked me 16 times. As soon as he finished speaking, chef and accountant released him at the same time, which caused him to fall on his butt. While Xianxia was in a dazed state, the two of them turned into rays of light and plunged into the magma. A furious Xianxia said through clenched teeth, "You two really are my good friends, huh?" Then, he got to his feet and rubbed his backside before chasing after them. There was a cave below the caldera that was separated from the magma using a spirit array. Although the environment wasn't pleasant, it wasn't unbearable at the very least. It was a cave about the size of several houses, and since the restriction had opened up, Xianxia was able to enter easily. Presently, the proprietress was seated motionlessly on a rock chair as she faced away from the entrance. chef and accountant, who had come into this place earlier, were just standing behind her. Chef turned his head to take a glance and said in a small voice, "He's here, proprietress. Do you want us to chase him away? Or do we let him stay?" The proprietress didn't respond to him, as though she hadn't heard anything at all. Accountant followed up, "What's the point of asking this question? Proprietress is obviously mad. Chase him away and let him perish on his own outside." Chef grunted in a deep voice, "Good." Following that, they were ready to make a move as they rolled up their sleeves. Unable to take it anymore, the proprietress said coldly, "Do you two want to anger me as well?" Upon hearing that, Chef stiffened as he put on a fawning smile, "We wouldn't dare. Please don't be mad at us, proprietress. We won't chase him away." Then, he sent a signal to Xianxia with his eyes. Xianxia got the message and took a seat in the opposite corner of the cave. After that, the two of them said to the proprietress in a subservient manner, "Please get some rest." As they exchanged glances, they carefully moved away and approached Xianxia. One of them looked condescendingly at him while the other crouched down and stared at him. "Chef Tutade, is a swollen face the trend these days, young boy? How do you even have the face to ask such a thing?" Xianxia glared at him. Right after he was beaten up by the proprietress, these two guys mercilessly assaulted him. If it weren't because he had a strong physique, his face would have been deformed by now. Chef grinned meaningfully, "These flesh wounds don't matter. I have a blood-staunching paste with me. Come on, I'll help you apply it." Upon finishing his words, he fished out a slimy paste from his space ring and scooped up a bit of it with his fingers before applying it on Xianxia's face. Xianxia looked away to dodge him, thinking that he wouldn't need any blood-staunching paste for these flesh wounds. However, he saw the chef subtly signaling with his eyes in the proprietress' direction. Xianxia's expression changed as he figured out what he was trying to do, therefore, he stopped avoiding him and let him do it. Nevertheless, he soon screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ouch! It hurts. Can't you be a bit gentler?" Snorting, Chef replied, "I'm a cook, this is how I deal with the meat and the fish every day." Xianxia snapped, "Do you think I'm some kind of meat to be tenderized? You just said I'm your good brother." Chef refuted, "This and that are separate issues. How can you confuse them?" Accountant, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back, grew impatient and said, "All right, stop arguing. Xianxia, how did you find out we're here? Did Old Bai tell you about it?" Xianxia nodded, Old Bai came to Void Land and told me what had happened. That's why I rushed over here." "How is he now?" Xianxia replied, "He's fine, so don't worry about him. He should be in Void Land now. He initially wanted to follow me into this place, but I had no idea what was going on here or whether I would be able to leave or not, so I shook him off and snuck into this place on my own." Accountant nodded gently, "That's good." Then, he took a glance at the proprietress, and upon seeing that she had straightened up to listen attentively, he secretly found it funny. After that, he asked, "There's one thing I don't understand. You'd built up such a solid foundation, but why did you end up in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm? You could have ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm at the very least. Weren't you only lacking a suitable element treasure?" Upon hearing that, Xianxia smiled helplessly, "It's a long story. Before coming to the Shattered Heaven, he wasn't aware that only Open Heaven realm masters could enter the Shadowless Cave Heaven. If he knew, he would have gotten a Sixth Order element treasure ready just in case of emergencies. However, it was too late as he only found out about it after arriving at this place. Sixth Order materials were already highly sought after in Void Land to begin with, to say nothing of the fact that element materials were even rarer. As soon as any Sixth Order materials appeared in the Star City, those from Void Land would buy them up. In the end, when Xianxia needed such a resource, he realized that he didn't even have one with him. Even Tijing and the others didn't possess one. Left with no choice, he could only ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Upon hearing that, Accountant snorted, "I knew that something was off about it. Now, it seems that some people were really behind this." After falling into the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he had some suspicions but he didn't have any evidence to prove it. After hearing Xianxia's story though, he realized that his speculations were right. They hadn't accidentally fallen into the Shadowless Cave Heaven, rather, it was a trap they had been caught up in. After the proprietress was trapped, they released Bai Qi to let him inform Yang Kai about it. Then, they set up a siege just outside the shadowless cave heaven. It would be best if they could kill Yang Kai, thus settling this issue for good. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could force him to ascend to the open heaven realm, as that was the only way to enter the shadowless cave heaven. In the end, their plot was successful, as Yang Kai had no choice but to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm. However, they had never expected that Black Crow Divine Monarch would lead a group of people and launch a sneak attack on them at the critical moment, which resulted in them suffering immense losses. Furthermore, in order to make Yang Kai willingly ascend to the fifth order, the space rings of all 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were confiscated. It could be said that their losses were almost unbearable. In any case, they had finally settled the issue regarding Yang Kai. This kind of outcome was still acceptable, and while no one was happy, they were at least satisfied. As for their grudges with Black Crow, they would have to settle the score with him in the future. You had the potential to become a 7th order open heaven realm master, but you ended up in the 5th order. Don't you regret it? Accountant asked in a grim voice. If he were the one who had to go through this, he couldn't have remained calm and collected. It's a shame that I'm unable to achieve my goal, but I don't regret my decision. Yang Kai shook his head. Given the situation I was in, I probably won't be able to get a high-ranking element treasure even if I waited for 1,000 years. Rather than wasting so much time waiting for something that might not even come to be, I believe I should have a power I can call my own. You're pretty poised about all this, Accountant said admiringly. Yang Kai shrugged while replying, there's nothing else I can do about it, so I think I should be optimistic. Just then, a rustling sound was heard. Proprietress rose from the chair and approached the 3 of them, who turned their heads to look at her. When she reached them, she extended her hand towards Chef, who promptly passed her the blood-staunching paste and took a rock chair from a nearby spot before placing it behind her. As the proprietress took a seat, she gazed at Yang Kai with a conflicted look and scooped up some blood-staunching paste before applying it to the bruises on his face. In response, Yang Kai beamed at her. A frustrated proprietress snapped, "Why are you smiling like a fool?" Then, she exerted more force with her hand, which caused him to wail in pain. After a sigh, she rubbed the paste on his skin and said, "Since you've ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, there's no going back. The small universe in your body has formed, so it'll be useless even if you regret it in the future." "I won't regret it." Yang Kai shook his head. "When I arrived in the outer universe, it was you who took care of me like a caring senior. Now that you're in trouble, there's no way I can sit back and do nothing. I'm even willing to barge into the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises for you, let alone a mere shadowless cave heaven. Stop boasting." The proprietress shot him a glare and ground her teeth. "A senior? Am I that old to you?" In an instant, Yang Kai was soaked in cold sweat. "Proprietress is still in the spring of her youth. The word old can in no way be associated with you." "I was wrong." After a snort, the proprietress gently continued, "Since you've ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, your limit will be the 7th order open heaven realm. Given your heritage and foundation, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the 7th order as long as you have enough resources. If you want to go further than that, it'll depend on whether you'll come across the right opportunities, so you'd better brace yourself for it." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. By refining open heaven pills and resources of various elements, a cultivator could only rise 2 orders from the one they initially broke through to. This was a universal truth that had been proven by countless cultivators since time immemorial. No one had managed to overcome this law. That was because there was a limit for growth regardless of whether one refined open heaven pills or other resources. However, if one could find innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace, they could break through this limit. Unfortunately, such pills were incredibly rare. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it would cause an upheaval in the 3,000 worlds and lead to a reign of terror and bloodshed. Even the 8th order open heaven realm masters, who rarely stepped out of the cave heavens and paradises, would make a move upon getting wind of its appearance. In that kind of situation, even the 7th order open heaven realm masters were unable to interfere, as they could be easily killed if they were the slightest bit careless. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it was normal for hundreds, if not thousands of open heaven realm masters to lose their lives, all of them at the mid-rank at minimum. Even many 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would die in this struggle. There's no rush to cultivate as you have to stabilize your foundation first. When a person reaches the Open Heaven Realm, all they have to do is accumulate more power in order to advance. While the proprietress was giving Xianxia a valuable lesson, she suddenly glanced at his neck and pinched his chin before turning his head slightly. With narrowed eyes, she asked, "How did you get this wound?" Although the wound on his neck caused by Yunfei Bai had basically healed, there was still a mark left. Upon realizing that it was a cut that almost beheaded Xianxia, the proprietress was shocked. "Who hurt you?" she asked in a grim voice. Xianxia batted his eyes and scratched his nose. "Before coming to this place, I went over to Profound Yang Mountain." "Yunfei Bai?" The proprietress' eyes turned cold. Xianxia explained, "I had no idea where you were, but I heard that Yunfei Bai from Profound Yang Mountain was hunting for you, so I decided to go over and get some information from them." "Don't worry. Although I've suffered a setback, he isn't in any better condition. I left a hole through his chest, which can be considered a little interest for what he owes you." Upon hearing that, chef and accountant exchanged astounded glances. It was only now that they understood how Xianxia was able to find them in the caldera. It turned out he gathered some information from those in Profound Yang Mountain. They secretly admired him for his audacity. They were aware of how powerful those from Profound Yang Mountain were, and Yunfei Bai was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. It was inconceivable that Xianxia was able to wound Yunfei Bai and even escape from that place. The fact that he had pulled off this feat was beyond their ability to imagine. When they took a look at the wound on Xianxia's neck, they confirmed that it was a cut that almost decapitated him. He was so close to losing his life. "Are you sick of living? How could a mere 5th Order like you barge into Profound Yang Mountain?" The proprietress gazed at him in astonishment as she still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Xianxia just laughed like a fool while feeling warm in his heart. The proprietress ground her teeth as though she was ready to reproach him, but upon recalling that he had done all this for her, she didn't have the heart to be harsh. Therefore, she said in a caring manner, "You mustn't act on a whim again in the future." Xianxia nodded repeatedly, "I'll remember it." With her eyes filled with a sense of self-blame, the proprietress heaved a sigh. If she had been careful enough back then, she probably wouldn't have fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, which led to Xianxia getting forced to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Just treat your wounds first. You've just ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, so you have to immediately consolidate your cultivation. You should cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Although this place isn't particularly safe, we can't find a better location, the proprietress ordered. Moreover, you've just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so you're not aware of the dangers here yet. I'll tell you about it at a later time. There's no rush. Before Xianxia was able to finish his words, the proprietress shot him a glare. "Go now." Xianxia immediately jumped up and complied, "Yes." Then, he walked into a secret room in the cave and sat down with his legs crossed. The proprietress set up a number of barriers outside the room before stopping. Left with no choice, Xianxia could only start cultivating in seclusion. The wounds inflicted on him in the previous battle had healed, and the assault from the proprietress, chef, and accountant had only resulted in some bruises, which could be ignored. The reason he screamed at the top of his lungs just now was to arouse the proprietress' sympathy, which proved to be effective. Now, he closed his eyes and checked on his small universe. His small universe was newly formed as he had just ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Anyone else would have to cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 years to stabilize their foundation. However, Xianxia's small universe had inherited the heritage of the small sealed world as he had merged the two, so he was able to stabilize it much quicker than normal. Furthermore, the previous 2 battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yunfei Bai respectively had helped him quickly consolidate his cultivation, even though the battles didn't last long. His battle against Yunfei Bai was especially intense as he was constantly at risk of dying. This kind of immense pressure was more effective than cultivating in seclusion, which was dull and tedious. Now, instead of fortifying his 5th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Xianxia had to hurriedly ascend to the 6th Order. The shadowless cave heaven was obviously not a hospitable place. Those from Profound Yang Mountain, who had 4 6th Order mountain lords with them, had formed grudges with the proprietress and Xianxia. Even in the 3,000 worlds, Profound Yang Mountain could be considered a top second-class great force. Without its two divine spirits, Void Land would be incomparable to Profound Yang Mountain. Since Yang Kai had injured Yun Fei Bai, those from Profound Yang Mountain would never let him off, so it was expected that they would make a move sooner or later. Given his fifth order open heaven realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to survive when dealing with such a behemoth even though he had the proprietress with him. Therefore, Yang Kai would only gain the qualifications to struggle against them by reaching the sixth order. He was already able to injure Yun Fei Bei while he was in the fifth order, so it shouldn't be hard to kill him after he made it to the sixth order open heaven realm. By then, he could join forces with the proprietress to oppose the entire Profound Yang Mountain. Anyone else would have to wait for a painfully long time if they wanted to go from the fifth order to the sixth order, refining countless open heaven pills and cultivation resources to strengthen the heritage of their small universe. If this process could be completed in hundreds to 1,000 of years, it would be considered fast. Those who had less aptitude and resources could take thousands to over 10,000 years to do this, if they managed to at all. However, Yang Kai was different. He was supremely talented, and his foundation was incredibly solid, so he was able to refine open heaven pills and cultivation resources at a much quicker pace than average. Furthermore, he still had a mid-rank world fruit. In the primordial land of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Yang Kai repeatedly entered worlds in the fruits and obtained a number of world fruits, which included 2 mid-rank ones and 13 low-rank ones. He also managed to obtain a root from the world fruit tree. After that, Meng Hong from Great Moon Province gave him a mid-rank world fruit, so he ended up with 3 mid-rank ones in his possession. World fruits were heaven-defying treasure that could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order. The limit of low-rank world fruit was reaching the third order, while the limit of mid-rank world fruits was the sixth order. There was no doubt that these fruits were invaluable. When Yang Kai was on the way to the star boundary, he was besieged by He He and forced to let Guo Ziyan and Lu Shui respectively consume a world fruit to turn the situation around. Guo Ziyan was originally a second-order open heaven realm master, so he directly rose to the third order after taking a low-rank world fruit. On the other hand, Lu Shui was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, so she became a fifth-order one after consuming a mid-rank world fruit. Furthermore, Yu He had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, allowing her to reach the sixth-order open heaven realm. Hence, Yang Kai still had one last mid-rank world fruit with him. That was the reason he was willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm at that time. With such a heaven-defying fruit, it could be said that it made no difference whether he ascended to the fifth order or the sixth order. The only issue was that he had to consume the last fruit. However, he managed to make up for this loss somewhat by taking the space rings of the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had ambushed him. The most valuable aspect of a world fruit wasn't its ability to make a cultivator directly reach the next order, but rather its ability to increase the limit of a cultivator's martial Dao. Such an opportunity could never be purchased with money. Yang Kai had ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, so theoretically, the best he could achieve in the future was the seventh order. However, after taking a world fruit, he would reach the sixth order directly, and his limit would increase to the eighth order. When Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the open heaven realm outside of the shadowless cave heaven, he had already taken that into consideration. Tijing and the others thought that his future was ruined, but they were not aware of his intentions. The reason Yang Kai even agreed to break through was that he had a mid-rank world fruit with him. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai fished out a box from his space ring and carefully opened it, whereupon a translucent spirit fruit the size of a fist came into his sight. It was the last mid-rank world fruit he had. Lights were seen swirling around the fruit surface, giving it a rather entrancing look. After taking out the spirit fruit, Yang Kai took a bite without hesitation. As the fruit peel broke apart, the fragrant juice flowed into his mouth. He arched his brow as he hadn't expected the taste to be so pleasant. Then, he wolfed down the world fruit, including the fruit pit, and licked his lips with a joyful expression. The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn as he quickly focused on his small universe. The world fruit's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his stomach and turned into the purest world force imaginable that streamed into all his organs. The force wasn't intense, so it was still bearable for Yang Kai. What was special was that there didn't seem to be an end to this stream of world force. Xianxia's small universe opened wide and accepted this world force. He didn't even need to spend any effort to refine it as the world force quickly assimilated into the small universe, adding to his heritage and foundation without any obstruction. Xianxia was stunned. It was no wonder that the world fruits were extremely precious and were called heaven-defying. When an open heaven realm master consumed open heaven pills and cultivation resources, there was a refinement process. However, the world force streaming out of the world fruit didn't require any effort to assimilate, they just had to open their small universe and accept it. This fact alone made world fruits a unique treasure. As time passed, Xianxia could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe was increasing in a rapid and steady manner as it marched towards the sixth order open heaven realm. Outside the secret room, the proprietress had to leave the cave from time to time while chef and accountant stayed there to stand guard for Xianxia so that he wouldn't be disturbed. The reason the proprietress went out was that she had to look for a way to leave this damned place. She had been doing that since before Xianxia's arrival. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten any clues so far. The shadowless cave heaven was neither big nor small, so over the years, the three great forces had gained a footing and searched everywhere they could. If there was really an exit, they would have discovered it by now. It had only been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived here, so their efforts weren't comparable to the thousands of years the three great forces had invested. One day, while keeping guard in the cave, chef and accountant realized that the barrier had been triggered. Looking up, they saw the proprietress returning from outside as the magma roiled behind her. She used her power to open up a passageway and plunged into the caldera. After looking around, she stared at Xianxia's secret room and frowned. Hasn't he come out yet? Chef shook his head, not yet. It's been a month, but it seems that his injuries are pretty serious, which is why it's taking him such a long time to recuperate. Do we need to check on him, proprietress? She rejected his idea by shaking her head. There's no need for that. It'd be terrible if we happened to disturb him during a critical moment. Accountant spoke worriedly. The astral wind is due to blow again in a few days. Although this place can fend it off somewhat, we can't totally avoid its influence. By then, Xianxia will be disturbed. That was indeed a serious problem. The place they resided could ward off some of the astral wind's effects, but it wasn't as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. If it weren't for this place, they couldn't have made it to this day as all their cultivations would have been ground down by the eerie wind. Despite that, they had suffered quite some losses to their small universes after a year. The proprietress was in a better state as she was able to persevere given her strong and solid cultivation. However, it had only been a short time since chef and accountant ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, so their heritages were not solid to begin with. The brutality of the wind had repeatedly destabilized their small universes. After the astral wind struck each time, they would have to use up a lot of resources to simply stabilize their cultivations, and even more to try to make up for the losses. Upon pondering on it for a moment, the proprietress said, "We'll play it by ear. Don't disturb him for now, however, we have to be wary of those from Profound Yang Mountain." I took a stroll around that place some time ago and realized that they're gathering quite a few people together. It seems that they're preparing to make a move on us. Chef was shocked when he heard that. Does it mean that we have to escape somewhere else? Those from Profound Yang Mountain had a lot of people on their side, including many powerful masters. If the two parties fought, the proprietress would definitely not be a match for them. The reason they had been safe for such a long time was that the proprietress, a sixth order open heaven realm master, was intimidating enough. The people from Profound Yang Mountain reckoned that even if they could take down the three of them in the end, they would have to pay a hefty price. That was the reason they backed down and allowed the three of them to hide in this place. However, after such a long time, the proprietress' strength must have decreased under the influence of the astral wind. Although chef and accountant were in the fifth order open heaven realm, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Previously, Xianxia had made a scene in Profound Yang Mountain, which must have infuriated them, so it was expected that they wanted to retaliate against them. The proprietress shook her head. Where else can we go? The shadowless cave heaven is only so big. The only options left for us are Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island. She paused for a moment. Which do you think we should join? In the past, she had never considered joining one of the three great forces. That was because all of these great forces had established themselves in the shadowless cave heaven, so they would be restricted in many ways if they joined one of them, not to mention that they had to hand over a large part of their resources. Nevertheless, things were different now and it was time they made a choice. If they remained stubborn, they wouldn't possibly be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. After exchanging glances, chef and accountant said in unison, Twin Spirit Island. The proprietress nodded in agreement, I share the same sentiment. Among the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest because they only had 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters. Unrivaled Guild had 3 while Profound Yang Mountain had 4. What's more, the head mountain lord was just 1 step away from the 7th order. As a 6th-order open heaven realm master, if the proprietress joined Twin Spirit Island, it would allow them to be on par with Unrivaled Guild, which was a chance for Twin Spirit Island to strengthen its position. Furthermore, the proprietress had headed to Twin Spirit Island some time ago and was greeted hospitably by the 2 island masters. They had a joyous chat during the encounter, and the island masters were obviously trying to persuade her to join them. There was no doubt that they were more polite than those from Profound Yang Mountain. After a moment of silence, the proprietress spoke up, let's talk about it after the astral wind is gone. Without any objections, chef and accountant nodded. Then, they started setting up some arrays in the cave. The astral wind was able to penetrate everything, including the small universes of open heaven realm masters. Although their arrays were not highly effective, it was better than nothing at all. The proprietress didn't leave again, and 3 days later, the astral wind struck just as expected. Initially, it was just a light breeze, but it soon turned into a gale and caused a sandstorm outside of the cave. Despite the fact that they were hiding inside the lava cave below the volcano, the astral wind was still able to sneak into the place and grind away the world force in their small universes. Obviously, it wasn't the first time the proprietress and the others faced such a predicament, and after so many experiences, they had developed some methods to resist. The strange wind in this damned place would strike once a month for 1 to 2 hours with a margin of error of 3 days. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, besides safe places like the headquarters of the 3 great forces, only a few places like the area around this caldera were able to weaken the strange wind. They had been looking for the reason behind it but to no avail. Even the 3 great forces couldn't figure it out as they speculated that it had something to do with the deceased shadowless divine monarch. After all, it was a universe cave heaven left behind by him after his death, so any strange events could be traced back to him. Fortunately, the 3 of them had prepared a lot of cultivation resources. Since the proprietress returned to the cave, she had been refining them non-stop. Presently, she was working harder to replenish the loss of her strength. Suddenly, an extremely pure wood element power exploded from the depths of the cave. The proprietress and the others were stunned as they opened their eyes and fell into a dazed state. An emerald green ancient tree had abruptly appeared before their eyes, one with a gigantic crown that covered the entire cave. A soft green light descended from the tree, containing an astonishing vitality that cast a green glow on their figures and made them feel completely at ease. What is this? Chef was astounded. Is it a divine manifestation? Accountant exclaimed. The proprietress nodded her head, it should be so. She had sharp vision and vast experience, so she could tell that it was a divine manifestation the moment she saw it. Following that, she turned to look at Xianxia's secret room and realized that it was where the roots of the tree were located. Apparently, the wood element divine manifestation was Xianxia's doing. The proprietress couldn't help but wonder about the order of wood element power Xianxia had condensed, which allowed him to use such an incredible divine manifestation. The moment she found out that Xianxia had condensed the Golden Crow's true fire, she knew that he must have condensed a high-rank wood element power as well, otherwise, he couldn't have suppressed the burning power of the Golden Crow's true fire. However, high-rank wood element treasures could still be classified into different orders. The proprietress had never probed Xianxia about his background, but now it seemed that the wood element treasure he had refined was truly extraordinary. Otherwise, such a wood element divine manifestation couldn't have been derived from it. Resting under the gigantic tree, they not only felt warm and comfortable, but also clear-headed, like their thoughts had been accelerated. They had also discovered that they were able to restore their strength at a quicker pace. All of a sudden, Chef exclaimed, "This divine manifestation seems able to ward off the wind, proprietress." Certainly, the proprietress was aware of that as well. The moment the divine manifestation exploded out, the astral wind in the cave disappeared, kept off entirely by the green aura around them. Sullivan, not sure why the author kept saying this is a secret technique when it was introduced as a divine manifestation at the start. It's from something that is of higher order than the Golden Crow's true fire, so it is logical for it to be a divine manifestation as well. The proprietress' alluring eyes trembled. It had been 1 year since they arrived at this place, and they'd had a taste of the power and strangeness of the astral wind many times. Other than hiding in this cave, they were unable to fend it off in any way. However, now, Xianxia's wood element divine manifestation was able to completely ward off the astral wind that had been giving them a headache for a long time. It went to show that the wood element treasure he had refined was extraordinary. Gazing at his secret room, the proprietress became slightly at ease. Since Xianxia was able to make such a move, it meant that he was aware of what was going on in the surroundings, therefore, he should be almost completely healed. Initially, she was worried that the astral wind would have some negative impact on Xianxia. Now, it seemed that not only did he have a way to fend it off, but he could also protect the three of them. Although Xianxia had only ascended to the 5th order, his previous efforts hadn't gone down the drain. This wood element divine manifestation alone was a powerful method in his arsenal. Inside the secret room, Xianxia appeared jovial. Not long after he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, he was struck by the astral wind once, which resulted in him being quite battered. When he checked on his small universe after that though, he realized that the gigantic tree, which was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, was completely fine. At that time, he speculated that this divine manifestation might be able to protect against the astral wind. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to test this theory. Therefore, when the astral wind struck again, he immediately activated the towering evergreen divine manifestation. Just like he had expected, the aura of the great tree was able to keep out the astral wind. The discovery made him set his mind at ease. With this divine manifestation, he wouldn't have to worry about the astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven again. Moreover, not only could this divine manifestation protect himself, it could also protect those around him. In a place such as the shadowless cave heaven, this kind of divine manifestation was like a trump card that could save their lives, as they wouldn't have to worry about the brutality of the astral wind ever again. Even though the headquarters of the three great forces were safe, the locations were not movable. On the other hand, Xianxia could use this divine manifestation wherever he wanted. Although the protection range was limited, it was more than sufficient. 1 hour later, the astral wind dissipated. Xianxia retracted his divine manifestation and the gigantic tree with vigorous green light slowly disappeared. Following that, he continued absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit. Over the past month, he had been continuously absorbing the world force coming from the world fruit. Presently, not only had he made up for the losses that he had suffered in his small universe from the astral wind, but he had also managed to strengthen it. Even the landmass of his small universe had expanded quite a bit. He had a feeling that he had reached the limits of the 5th order and, in just a few days, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the 6th order. There wasn't a need to worry about whether the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit were sufficient. Since he was able to go from the 5th order to the 6th order, Xianxia could do the same. In the meantime, on one of the peaks of Profound Yang Mountain, the door of a palace suddenly opened. Second Mountain Lord Yunfei stepped out and looked around before ordering, "Inform the 3rd Mountain Lord and the 4th Mountain Lord. Assemble the troops and follow me to capture that Horlan Yurua." A number of 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been keeping guard outside the palace, immediately replied, "Yes." Looking in the direction of the caldera, Yunfei sported a cold expression. Previously, he was injured by Xianxia, which was an incredible loss of face. The spear that penetrated his chest had left him severely wounded, and it took him a whole month to recover. He could still feel his chest aching to this day. Although Xianxia wasn't in a better state either, as he had almost been decapitated, he was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master while Yunfei was in the 6th Order. They were not supposed to be an equal match to begin with, as the difference of even one order was like the gap between the heavens and earth. Being wounded so seriously by a boy a whole order lower than him was humiliating, so it was expected that Yunfei would be resentful. In order to recover quickly, He had used a lot of resources that were hard to come by in this shadowless cave heaven, so it could be said that these were immense losses for him. He was extremely vexed. If it weren't because the head mountain lord had his eyes on Xianxia's mastery over the Tao of space, which might help them find the exit, Yunfei Bai would definitely kill him and rip his corpse into countless pieces. Since the head mountain lord had given the order though, Yunfei Bai wouldn't dare to kill Yangkai. Nevertheless, it would be fine to treat him harshly. He secretly swore that once he captured Yangkai, he would cut off all his limbs and stuff him into a jar where he would spend the rest of his miserable life. As for Lan Yurua, he was determined to obtain her. He had previously invited her to join Profound Yang Mountain and promised to make her the fifth mountain lord. However, since she embarrassed him and didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't be blamed for being hard on her. Meanwhile, the third mountain lord Gung Qing and the fourth mountain lord Zhou Yu were already ready. If Yunfei Bai hadn't insisted on personally making a move to get his revenge, they would have brought their people with them and stormed into the caldera a month ago. Upon getting the news at this moment, they responded quickly. Soon, numerous rays of light left Profound Yang Mountain and headed to the hiding place of the proprietress and her subordinates. There were dozens of people in total. The 3 Sixth Order Mountain Lords led the way while the weakest among this group were in the Fourth Order. Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't qualified to interfere in this matter. There were also 6 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this team. Such a force was more than enough to deal with Lan Yurua and the others. In fact, they had always known that Lan Yurua was hiding in the caldera. The reason they hadn't stormed that place until now was that the Mountain Lords were wary of her 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. If she became desperate, she might be able to severely wound one or two of them, even if defeating them was impossible. Furthermore, Yunfei Bai wanted to wait for the astral wind to weaken the proprietress and her companions. It would only take 1 or 2 years for her power to noticeably decrease. By then, it'd be much easier to capture her. Even without Yang Kai making a scene on Profound Yang Mountain, Yunfei Bai was already prepared to make a move. Now that the head mountain lord valued Yang Kai's capabilities, coupled with the grudges between them, the battle against Lan Yurua was inevitable. This large group of people flew through the sky. In just 2 to 3 days, they arrived at a spot near the caldera. Following the 3 mountain lords' order, the caldera was quickly surrounded as world forces undulated. Inside the cave below the volcano, Chef exclaimed, "Profound Yang Mountain is here, proprietress." The proprietress sported a solemn expression and nodded, "I know." Then, she took a glance at Yang Kai's secret room. "I'll go out to have a look. If things go wrong, immediately bring Yang Kai away from here." Chef asked worriedly, "What about you?" The proprietress replied, "You don't have to worry about me. I have a way to flee." Accountant took a step forward. "I'll stay with you to give you a hand, proprietress. Many people from Profound Yang Mountain are here, even 3 mountain lords have arrived, but I'm still able to escape if I'm on my own, so you don't have to come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped into the air and dashed out of the cave. As she separated her palms, a passageway appeared in the magma. Chef and accountant watched her leave as their eyes were filled with anxiety. Initially, they thought that after ascending to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, they would be able to share some of the proprietress' burdens. However, in this kind of situation, 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them were useless. If they tagged along, they might be captured by the enemy and used to threaten the proprietress. They couldn't help but blame themselves for being useless as they were unable to lend her a hand at the most critical moment. Chef's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the secret room. What's wrong with Yang Kai? Why hasn't he come out after 1 month of recuperation? If he had stepped out of the secret room, they could make use of his space secret technique to flee even if they were unable to defeat their enemies. However, he had been meditating for a whole month, and he didn't seem aware that the enemy was already at their door. Outside the caldera, the 3 mountain lords stood alongside one another. A lot of people had surrounded the caldera as auras undulated. Upon seeing that the magma was roiling, Yunfei Bai curled up his lips. A snow-white figure shot out of the fiery red magma. The imperial dress she was clad in perfectly outlined her curvy figure. The proprietress stood silently in the void as she flicked her sleeve and swept a glance over these people. Then, she fixed her eyes on Yunfei Bai and the others before asking, "What brings you here, mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain?" Yunfei Bai sneered, "Stop asking the obvious. you're fully aware of why we're here. The proprietress replied, I'm not you, so how am I supposed to know what you're thinking? Yunfei Bai scoffed, since you're trying to play dumb, just keep doing that. Don't beg for my mercy when I beat you up later. The proprietress shot him a dispassionate glance, Yunfei Bai, although you're also a sixth-order cultivator, you're no match for me. Go back to where you came from before your pride isn't the only thing that's hurt. A furious Yunfei Bai snapped, you're pretty arrogant, bitch. Let's see whether you're really as strong as you say you are. Upon finishing his words, his figure shook as his world force swirled around him and he pounced at the proprietress. Gung Qing helplessly shook his head, second brother is still so hot-tempered. Can't he see that she's trying to goad him into a one-on-one fight with her? Zhou Ye sighed, second brother is a conceited man, so just let him be. That Lan Yu Rua has spent a year being exposed to the astral wind, so she isn't as strong as she was before. Just get ready for now. Once second brother injures her, we can join forces and take her down together. Gung Qing nodded lightly before taking a step forward and immediately appeared on the other side to form an encirclement with Zhou Ye. Looking up, they saw that Yunfei Bai and Lan Yu Rua had begun their clash. Both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, so every move they made was world-shaking. As their world forces permeated the air, the explosions of light from their secret techniques erupted everywhere. There was no doubt that it was an intense battle. After observing the battle for a while though, Gung Qing arched his brow as he realized that Lan Yu Rua was truly powerful. Although her strength seemed to have been weakened, she was still able to match Yunfei Bai. He secretly felt astounded. If Lan Yu Rua were at her peak, she would have been truly intimidating. Although she might not be able to defeat the head mountain lord, there wouldn't be a big of a gap between their powers. Since such a top cultivator had some grudges against Profound Yang Mountain, they reckoned that they must end her life. If she escaped this time and sided with either Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island, it would be troublesome for them. After the intense battle lasted for a while, it was apparent that the two sixth-order open heaven realm masters were equally matched. All of a sudden, someone came over and reported, Third Mountain Lord, Fourth Mountain Lord, we've detected some strange movements in the caldera. Upon hearing that, Gung Qing stared intently in that direction for a moment before saying, they're Lan Yu Rua's fifth-order subordinates. The magma is roiling inside the caldera. There should be some secret passageways. These guys must be trying to flee since the situation isn't in their favor. There's one more person with them. Who is that? Zhou Ye looked in the same direction and gave it a thought before saying, he must be that brat who injured second brother. It seems that his injuries are pretty severe. 1 month has passed, but he's still unconscious. Someone has to carry him on his back and flee. Gung Qing nodded, you're right. I'll leave those 3 to you, fourth sister. If we can capture them, it will distract Lan Yu Rua. By then, second brother will have an easier time dealing with her. A hesitant Zhou Ye asked, what about second brother? With a smile, Gung Qing replied, don't worry, fourth sister. I'll make sure that he won't get hurt. When the time is right, I'll join forces with him. It was then Zhou Ye nodded, I'll go then. Following that, she swept a glance over the people around her, whereupon more than 10 people left with her to race after Chef and the others. 100 kilometers in front of them, Chef carried Yang Kai on his back while running away at the speed of the wind. On the other hand, Accountant followed them with a golden abacus in his hand. When he turned his head and saw many rays of light racing after them, he exclaimed, run, Chef. They're coming right at us. Just like what Gung Qing had said, there were some secret passageways under the caldera. It had been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived in this place, so they were familiar with the terrain. Even if the cave's entrance was blocked by their enemies one day, they would still be able to flee. Not long after the proprietress dashed out of the caldera, she engaged in a battle with the enemy. Upon seeing that things were deteriorating, Chef and Accountant immediately brought Yang Kai with them and fled through another exit. Although they moved cautiously, they were still detected by their enemies. Now that their enemies were chasing after them, they had no choice but to flee at their top speed. Both of them were only in the fifth-order open heaven realm, and they had a burden with them that was Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhou Ye was a sixth-order open heaven realm master who had more than 10 people with her. Both parties were not equally matched to begin with, so there was no way they could defeat their enemies if they got into a fight. Therefore, they would only stand a chance to survive by fleeing. At the same time, they prayed that the proprietress would be fine. After running away for a while, a pale accountant cursed, "I don't think we can get away, chef. That woman is pretty swift." Although there was only a difference of one order between the 6th and 5th order, the gap in power was vast. Usually, a 6th order open heaven realm master would be able to deal with 5 5th order open heaven realm masters with ease. Therefore, it was expected that a 6th order open heaven realm master was also able to fly at a greater speed. Since Xianxia was determined to hunt them down, chef and accountant were not able to get rid of her regardless of how hard they tried. Seeing that the distance between them was shortening, chef tossed Xianxia at accountant and said, "Leave with him now. I'll delay her for a while." After taking Xianxia, accountant gritted his teeth and placed him over his shoulder without hesitation. Then, he charged forward at full speed. It wasn't the right time to argue. If they couldn't make a decision quickly, they would fall into a terrible state. Chef took a deep breath as his figure expanded and turned into a several dozen meter tall giant. The apron around his waist swayed with the wind. With a knife in his left hand and a chopping board in his right, Chef appeared solemn and foreboding. Then, he hurled the chopping board behind him as it expanded with the wind. It was as though the chopping board was about to cover the entire world. The unsuspecting Xianxia and the others came into contact with the chopping board and became bound by a mysterious force. Chef raised his knife and bellowed, "I am the knife and chopping board, and you are the fish." Then, he brought down the knife as the blade shone viciously. The world around him seemed to have turned into his kitchen with him as the chef that was on top of everything. Xianxia was flabbergasted as she hadn't expected that a 5th order open heaven realm master would possess such a horrifying divine ability. He was apparently more powerful than the average 5th order open heaven realm master. Although she was a 6th order master, she still couldn't help but feel terrified while she was bound to the chopping board. It was as though she was about to be cut into countless pieces. Not daring to be negligent, she yelled and surged her world force as she broke free of the restraint and shot towards Chef. The more than 10 mid-rank open heaven realm masters were not standing idly by either. As they respectively used their secret techniques and artifacts, their world forces became a chaotic torrent. In just 3 breaths' time, Chef's gigantic figure flew backwards as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Like a deflating balloon, he shrank rapidly. The colossal chopping board turned back into its original form and was stored by Chef. The blade light dissipated and his world force subsided. Xianxia looked up and saw Chef spitting blood while fleeing into the distance. Despite his burly figure, he was extremely agile. With her face turning crimson, she roared, "Follow him. Don't let him flee." She was a 6th order master and had personally led a team of powerful subordinates, but she was obstructed by a mere 5th order open heaven realm cultivator. Although it had lasted only several breaths of time, it was humiliating enough. In the meantime, the proprietress had fallen into a perilous state. Yunfei Bai was embarrassed as he wasn't even able to hurt his opponent, and upon seeing things not progressing, Dengqing immediately joined forces with him. As the 2 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain worked together, they were able to gain the advantage right away. However, to their horror, they realized that Lan Yu Rua was still able to cope. Dengqing couldn't help but feel terrified. Just a while ago, he believed that although Lan Yu Rua wasn't a match for the head mountain lord when she was at her peak, there would only be a small gap between their powers. Nevertheless, it now seemed that she and the head mountain lord would be equally matched when she was at her peak. Both of them were just one step away from the 7th order open heaven realm. If not, she couldn't have remained so powerful after being affected by the astral wind for 1 year. However, it all had to end on this day. Regardless of how powerful Lan Yu Rua was, she had to be killed in this place. The 2 of them had made a move while their mid-rank open heaven realm subordinates disturbed her from outside the battlefield. Even though she was formidable, there was no way she could leave this place alive. During the intense battle, some people from Profound Yang Mountain had to back down from time to time as they were injured by the proprietress. In just one incense stick, 7 mid-rank open heaven realm masters had temporarily lost the capabilities to fight, while one of them was even killed. Although the proprietress managed to hurt many of her opponents, she had been wounded as well. In this kind of situation, it was a miracle that she had made it so far. If it weren't because Geng Qing and Yun Fei Bai were worried that she would attempt to drag one of them down with her if she was pushed too far, her situation would have been even more difficult. There came a moment when Geng Qing's gaze brightened while he attacked the proprietress alongside Yun Fei Bai. He initially intended to back down, but he charged forward instead, using a divine ability that shot towards the proprietress when she made a mistake and exposed an opening in her guard. During a life-and-death battle between powerful cultivators, a single opening could determine the outcome. As his world force undulated, his divine ability landed on the proprietress' delicate figure and exploded, whereupon she detonated and turned into dust. Yun Fei Bai became rooted to the spot as he asked in disbelief, "She died?" Geng Qing was stunned as well, and with a frown, he had a feeling that something was off. Although his divine ability was mighty, Lan Yurua wasn't weak. How was it possible that she was killed just like that? Then, he looked down and saw a figure dashing into the magma. It was just an illusion. She fled. Geng Qing bellowed. Where does she think she's going? Yun Fei Bai yelled and plunged into the caldera. Wait, second brother. There might be a trap. Geng Qing shouted, but it was too late. The impetuous Yun Fei Bai had already disappeared into the magma. Left with no choice, Geng Qing ground his teeth and followed. However, before he even dove into the magma, there was an explosion of world force beneath him, as though a divine ability was expanding before his eyes. Following that, Yun Fei Bai wailed while spraying out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. There was a dent on his chest and his aura was unstable. It was apparent that he had suffered a serious setback. Then, he spat blood again and roared with a hideous expression, "How dare that bitch set me up?" A speechless Geng Qing reckoned that Yun Fei Bai's terrible temper would forever land him in trouble. As the magma subsided, they looked down at it and hesitated. After what happened to Yun Fei Bai, Geng Qing wouldn't dare to rashly plunge into it as he was worried that Lan Yurua was hiding under the magma. As such, he turned to look at one of his fifth-order subordinates and ordered in a grim voice, "Go down and have a look." The fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared terrified, but he wouldn't dare to disobey the order, so he clenched his teeth and dove into the magma. A moment later, he dashed out of it and shook his head, "That woman is nowhere to be seen. She must have escaped. Where else can she go?" Yun Fei Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he was resentful of the proprietress. "All of you, get down and search for her. I have to get her regardless of what it takes." Geng Qing explained, "We don't have to do that, second brother. I believe Lan Yurua is going to look for her subordinates. Fourth sister is pursuing them, so we just have to meet up with her and I'm sure we'll find Lan Yurua over there." Yun Fei Bai turned to look at him, "Really? What if she doesn't look for her subordinates?" Geng Qing said, "Please trust me, second brother. Lan Yurua seems to be someone who values the people around her greatly, so I believe that she won't let her subordinates perish on their own." After giving it a thought, Yun Fei Bai nodded, "Good, we'll look for fourth sister." Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and took a deep breath. The wound on his chest was extremely painful. On the other hand, chef and accountant were pale as they ran, blood streaming from their mouths. Although chef had stopped Xianxia and the others for several breaths of time using his secret technique, their opponents resumed chasing them soon after. Left with no choice, accountant had to make a move as well. In the end, both of them were wounded while their enemies were getting closer and closer. While carrying Yang Kai on his back, chef cursed, "Brat, are you going to wake up or not? We'll die soon. By then, I'll throw you to that woman and let her rip you into countless pieces." Although chef was lamenting, he never slowed down his pace. Unfortunately, they were unable to get rid of Xianxia as she was more powerful than them. Seeing as the enemies were getting closer, accountant bellowed, "Leave. I'll deal with her." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and readied himself to clash with Xianxia. A flabbergasted chef exclaimed, "No." However, he was unable to stop him, so he clenched his teeth and whirled around to follow him. Accountant turned his head and bellowed, "What are you doing?" With a solemn expression, chef replied, "We'll never get rid of her, so I think we should just perish together. Before that, we'll at least bite some flesh off her." Accountant's gaze darkened as he nodded with a heavy heart. Then, chef quickly fished out a long cloth to tie Yang Kai tightly on his back. With a kitchen knife in one hand and a chopping board in the other, he was prepared to face his enemies. Just then, they saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from behind Xianxia. The ray of light directly stormed into the enemy's formation and caused a lot of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to collapse to the ground. Many of them were injured and sent flying away as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood in midair. An astounded Xianxia turned her head with a fierce gaze and surged her world force to trade moves with the ray of light. As a series of explosive sounds were heard as the world seemed to pale. The ray of light whisked past Xianxia and landed on a spot beside chef and accountant. Proprietress. Chef and accountant were pleasantly surprised. The ray of light was none other than the proprietress, who had shaken off Geng Qing and Yunfei Bai. Her face was slightly pale as she brushed away the blood on the corner of her lips. Then, she extended her hands and grabbed both of them before yelling, "Let's go." Chef and accountant were uncontrollably hoisted into the air. "You're injured, proprietress." Chef gazed at the trail of blood on the corner of her mouth with a worried expression. "It doesn't matter." The proprietress took a glance at Xianxia on his back and asked, "Hasn't he woken up yet?" Chef shook his head, "No. Perhaps he's at some kind of critical juncture." Given such a commotion, Xianxia should have been shaken out of his meditative state even if he was still recuperating. However, his eyes remained tightly closed, as though he had cut off all connection with the outside world, which put them in a tight spot. "Should we force this brat up?" Chef asked. "No." The proprietress shook her head. Xianxia wasn't someone who would put his companions' lives at risk, and he should be aware of what was going on in his surroundings. In other words, he knew what they were going through, but there was a reason that he couldn't wake up. It would be a terrible thing if they forcefully interrupted him. "Where are we going now?" Accountant asked as he turned his head to look at the enemies behind them. Xianxia and her subordinates were still relentlessly chasing after them. The proprietress declared, "Twin Spirit Island." Previously, they were unwilling to join any of the 3 great forces because, first of all, they had just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so they were unclear about the current situations in this place. Secondly, once they joined one of the great forces, they would be restricted in many ways and completely bound to that great force. Only after learning that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven over the years, did the proprietress start considering joining one of them. Profound Yang Mountain was excluded as there were some grudges between them, therefore, they were left with Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island. Among the two, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest as there were only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so it was naturally their best option. Some time ago, the proprietress visited Twin Spirit Island and was greeted warmly by the 2 island masters. It was apparent that they were trying to persuade her to join their great force. Initially, the proprietress planned on asking for the opinions of Xianxia and the others before deciding whether they should join Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, before Xianxia even awakened, 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain had arrived at her door. Left with no choice now, they could only head to Twin Spirit Island. If they were accepted into the Great Force, they could probably resolve this crisis. There was an expansive lake in the shadowless cave heaven, and in the middle of the lake were 2 islands that looked similar in terms of shape and size. Since both of them were closely connected, they were named Twin Spirit Island. As the proprietress and the others headed straight to Twin Spirit Island, it was apparent what their intention was. On the other hand, Xianxia was still relentlessly pursuing them, and 2 days later, Yunfei Bai and Geng Qing finally joined her. As Geng Qing looked in the direction the proprietress and the others were heading, he gave it a thought and pondered, "Is Lan Yurua going to Twin Spirit Island? When did she even come into contact with those island masters?" Yunfei Bai snorted, "That bitch is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it's expected that those 2 want her to join their sect. I guess they came into contact some time ago. We need to catch them quickly. We mustn't let them reach Twin Spirit Island. If she joins forces with Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, it'll be difficult to deal with them." Hua Yong and Shu Mudan that he just mentioned were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. They were also a married couple. It was said that they had been in the shadowless cave heaven for even longer than the head mountain lord. Geng Qing narrowed his eyes before chuckling, "It's been a short time since Lan Yurua arrived in this place, so she isn't aware of that couple's temperaments. She must be acting out of desperation since she has no other choice. Don't worry, second brother. It'll be a good thing if she reaches Twin Spirit Island." Yunfei Bai shot him a glance. Why is it a good thing? Gung Qing explained, aren't you aware of what that couple is like, second brother? Although both of them are in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, the same as us, they're quite cautious and timid. The reason they want to recruit Lan Yurua is that she's a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master. If she becomes a part of them, they'll be able to better resist Profound Yang Mountain and Unrivaled Guild. However, since the three of us are hunting Lan Yurua down, will the couple have the guts to accept her? After giving it a thought, Yunfei Bai nodded, you're right. Those two have always been cowards. If they find out that woman has some grudges with us, they'll likely refuse to accept her group. Zhouye said, if she is turned down, she won't have a way out anymore. Yunfei Bai's eyes brightened as he looked at the front and put on an eerie smile. They're basically flying into the death trap. Realizing this, an elated Yunfei Bai slowed down a little as he calmly followed the proprietress and her group. As they kept moving forward, they arrived at a beautiful lake 2 days later. The proprietress, chef, and accountant stepped on the water and reached Twin Spirit Island soon after. Twin Spirit Island was surrounded by a barrier, and no one was able to see through the fog and find out what was going on inside. The proprietress immediately fished out a jade token and infused her power into it. The jade token instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the Grand Array. This jade token was given to her by the island masters when she visited Twin Spirit Island previously and could be used as a communications artifact. They hoped that she would join their sect one day, so naturally they provided her with a way to contact them. After the jade token was gone, the proprietress turned her head and saw many rays of light rapidly approaching them. It would probably take them no more than a quarter hour to arrive, so she was naturally worried. A moment later, the fog around the Grand Array roiled and a figure stepped out of it. He was a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master who was clad in tight-fitting clothes, which made him look quite well put together. The Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master looked around, and when he saw the proprietress, his expression turned solemn. I'm sorry for being late to welcome you, Madame Lan. Please forgive me. The proprietress had paid a visit previously, so he naturally recognized her. It's fine. Please tell the island masters that I'll agree to the conditions they mentioned, and am willing to join Twin Spirit Island, the proprietress declared. The Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master was evidently startled. Although he wasn't sure what these conditions were, he wasn't in any place to ask as he was just a messenger. As such, he simply nodded, please give me a moment, madam. After he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the Grand Array. Before he left, he looked into the distance with some concern. In a parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, a middle-aged man with a jade crown was having a stroll with a pregnant woman clad in an imperial dress. Pleasant fragrances permeated the place as flowers of different colors bloomed around them. The woman was stroking her belly while the man held her arm to support her weight. He looked down at the bulging belly from time to time with a joyful expression. They were none other than the island masters of Twin Spirit Island, Huayong and Shimu Dan. While having a walk in the garden with his wife, Huayong asked gently, do you love this garden, my dear wife? All of these flowers were brought back from the outside world and some of the species are extremely rare. Shimu Dan put on a reserved smile, you didn't have to do all this, husband. These flowers cannot be consumed for cultivation. The subordinates might have some complaints against you since you told them to use so many resources for this. Huayong asked, who would dare to have any complaints? Then, he stood in front of his wife and crouched down before pressing his head against the bulging belly. Moreover, Liner will only be pleased when you're happy. That way, he'll leave your stomach sooner. Shimu Dan started blushing as she looked around and poked the man's head with one finger. How old do you think you are? Get up now. Others will laugh at us if they see this. Huayong took her hand and caressed his own face with it before he looked up and flashed a smile at her. Who would dare to laugh at me? Island masters. Just then, someone rushed into the place. When he saw the head island master crouching down in front of the second island master and caressing his own face with her hand while the second island master blushed with a loving expression, he became stunned. Shimu Dan's face turned a shade redder in embarrassment. Huayong slowly got up and straightened his face before coughing into his fist. What's wrong? The person looked down at his feet and reported, Madame Lan is here again. She said that she'll agree to your conditions to join Twin Spirit Island. Upon hearing that, Huayong and Shimu Dan exchanged glances and became ecstatic. The former laughed and said, "Very good. Although some people will fall into the shadowless cave heaven from time to time, sixth-order masters are rare. If Lan Yurua could join us, our power will be greatly strengthened." Then, he turned to look at the messenger. "Is she outside?" The person replied, "Madame Lan is indeed waiting outside. Welcome her inside right now." Huayong ordered, then changed his mind. "No, no, no. My wife and I will personally welcome her." If Lan Yurua, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, joined Twin Spirit Island, she would be the third island master. In other words, she would be the third most important person after Huayong and Shu Mudan, so she definitely deserved to be welcomed by the couple personally. Before the two of them could leave the garden, however, the messenger continued, "Island masters, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Madame Lan seems to be injured, and just now, I could see that some people were pursuing her." "Who are the ones chasing her?" Huayong frowned. Lan Yurua was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so rarely anyone in the shadowless cave heaven could hurt her or even have the guts to pursue her. Suddenly, he felt there was more to her trying to join them at this moment than it appeared. The messenger replied, "Island masters, you've not stepped outside for years, so you're not aware of what's going on. There are some grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's second mountain lord." As the person spoke, Shu Mudan suddenly waved her hand, then the water around them came together and formed into a mirror. The reflection on the mirror showed the view outside of Twin Spirit Island. Through the mirror, they could see Lan Yurua and her three subordinates waiting outside the barrier. One of them was unconscious, so he had to be carried on another person's back. As Shu Mudan looked into the distance, her expression changed. "Three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain are over there." Huayong's expression turned solemn as well. He could see the intimidating Yin Fei Bai and the others through the mirror. Of the four sixth-order mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, 3 of them had come all the way here with many subordinates, which went to show that they were determined to end Lan Yurua today. "What are the grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's second mountain lord?" Huayong asked in puzzlement. Since his wife was pregnant, he had been staying on Twin Spirit Island to keep her company and ignored the affairs in the outside world. Before Lan Yurua paid a visit previously, he wasn't even aware that there was a new sixth-order open heaven realm master in the shadowless cave heaven. Certainly, he had no idea what was going on when he saw this sight. The messenger replied, "I don't know the details, but those from Profound Yang Mountain have always been arrogant, and the second mountain lord Yin Fei Bai is a lascivious man. Madame Lan knew nothing about the affairs here when she arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so she might have gotten into a conflict with them for some reason." Upon hearing his explanation, Huayong nodded and said with a dark explanation, "Now I know why Lan Yurua is eager to join Twin Spirit Island. She's basically left with no other choice now, so she wants to make use of us to resolve this crisis. Clever of her." He snorted. Shu Mudan asked with a frown, "What's your plan, husband?" Huayong replied, "If she had agreed to join Twin Spirit Island previously, I would have welcomed her. However, since she intends to make use of us now, we can't grant her wish. If we accept her, we'll be offending Profound Yang Mountain." A worried Shu Mudan said, "If we don't let her in, she won't be able to deal with Yin Fei Bai and the others on her own. That's her own problem." Huayong shook his head and gazed at his wife. "What do you think?" After giving it a thought, Shu Mu Dan said, "If Madame Lan could join Twin Spirit Island, our power will increase significantly, and we'll have the might to go up against Profound Yang Mountain and Unrivaled Guild. Although the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven have coexisted peacefully so far, we're still the weakest in the end. Therefore, we control far less territory than the other 2 great forces. Do you want to accept her even now?" Huayong asked. With a helpless smile, Shu Mudan shook her head, "I have no idea what to do. I'll leave the decision to you, husband." Huayong took a glance at her bulging belly, then his gaze became determined, "Ignore her." Although they could strengthen Twin Spirit Island's power by accepting Lan Yurua, Yin Fei Bai and the others would never let her off as they appeared determined. There was bound to be a battle if they took a side now, and given the situation his wife was in, there was no way she could fight. No one could afford to take responsibility if their child was affected. They had waited for a long time before they had their own child, so they naturally valued him above all else. Shu Mudan let out a sigh. As a woman herself, she sympathized with Lan Yurua for what the latter was going through, but at the same time, she had to protect her child, which was why she was feeling helpless. Outside of Twin Spirit Island's barrier, the proprietress felt her heart sinking. The two island masters hadn't shown up, nor had they opened the barrier. It was apparent to her that they were not willing to invite trouble to themselves. She wasn't in any place to blame them though. Although she had intended to join Twin Spirit Island previously, her arrival at this time was indeed inappropriate. The reason she made this decision was that she had no other choice, otherwise, she would never want to trouble anyone else. Seeing as the enemies were about to reach them, the proprietress immediately decided to run. Then, she surged her power to wrap up Chef and the others before attempting to head in a different direction. "Where do you think you're going?" Someone was heard yelling as a figure abruptly appeared in that direction. He was none other than the third mountain lord Gengqing. It wasn't certain when he had snuck to the other side, but he happened to be right in the proprietress' way. Faced with an incoming divine ability, the proprietress hurriedly parried and was forced back to her original spot. In the meantime, the sounds of people breaking through the air were heard as many figures landed in all directions and surrounded them. With a cold gaze, the proprietress swept a glance over the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was a gloomy expression on Yunfei Bai's face as he spat and raised his chin. He appeared smug as he looked at the proprietress. "Keep running. Let's see where you can run now." Without saying a word, the proprietress glared at him. Yunfei Bai took a glance at the fog-covered Twin Spirit Island and put on a devious smile. "Do you want to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island? Have you even investigated the temperaments of this useless couple? Do you think these cowards have the guts to accept you?" Inside Twin Spirit Island, Huayong sported a dark expression and snorted. Not only could they see the outside view through the mirror, but they could also hear what was happening as well. That was why he could hear Yunfei Bai's words. A conceited Yunfei Bai shouted, "Huayong, Shimu Dan, this woman wants to side with Twin Spirit Island. Do you want to open up the barrier and let her in?" No one responded from the other end of the barrier. With his palms spread, Yunfei Bai said, "Look, they don't even dare to respond to me. Do you think that they can protect you?" "Naive." Zhouya said with a frown, "We should deal with our business here first, second brother." It was too arrogant to provoke the island masters right in front of their door. Although Profound Yang Mountain was stronger than Twin Spirit Island, the latter still had two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. If they became infuriated, they might act out in anger, which would be extremely detrimental to them now. Yunfei Bai snorted and gazed at the proprietress. "Whore, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, be good and become my woman, otherwise, this place will be your graveyard." Gengqing was exasperated as he really thought that Yunfei Bai was so lascivious that he was willing to risk his life for a moment's pleasure. It wouldn't have mattered if they hadn't found out Lan Yurua's true strength. However, after the battle on this day, they realized that this woman was just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Although Yunfei Bai was also a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would never be able to control her. Only by killing her could they solve this problem for good. That was the reason Gengqing was rendered speechless when he saw Yunfei Bai still lusting after her at this point. A dog's mouth can never smell fresh. The proprietress shot a deathly glare at Yunfei Bai. "Stop spouting nonsense and fight. There may be many people on your side, and it's true I cannot defeat you, but I can take at least one of you down with me before I die. Let's see which one of you will be so unlucky." Impudence. Yunfei Bai stomped his foot on the ground in rage. "Third brother, fourth sister, come with me and kill this woman." His murderous intent surged as he raised his hand and summoned a huge axe almost 3 meters tall. The flash of light swirling around it suggested that it was an extraordinary artifact. Upon seeing that Yunfei Bai had summoned this artifact, Gengqing knew that he was determined to kill this woman. Gengqing and Zhouya traded glances and summoned their own artifacts as well, whereupon they shot towards the proprietress. Before they even reached their opponent, their rumbling world forces shook the surrounding world. Inside Twin Spirit Island, Shimu Dan appeared sympathetic. All of them were in the same order, so the outcome for Lan Yurua was foreseeable since she was fighting against 3 enemies on her own. After a sigh, Shimu Dan looked away. She had always been a gentle person, and since her pregnancy, she had become even more sensitive, hence, she didn't have the heart to see another woman being killed. Faced with the world forces of 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, chef and accountant found it difficult to even breathe, as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Even their legs were beginning to buckle under the pressure. And they were only bearing the fallout from the enemy's pressure. At the center of the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' pressure, however, the proprietress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Chef and accountant widened their eyes as though they were waiting for something to happen. The next moment, the proprietress opened her eyes, which appeared as fierce as lightning. A red glow suddenly swirled around her and engulfed her entire figure as though it had spirituality of its own. Some explosive sounds were heard, and when the red glow faded, the proprietress was already covered in a scarlet artifact armor, which was so tight-fitting that it perfectly outlined her alluring figure. A flash of light was seen swirling around the armor. There were 2 dragons on her shoulders with eyes that seemed completely lifelike. There was also a helmet that covered her entire head except for her soul-piercing eyes. Her arms were protected by very solid pads, and as she made a grabbing gesture, a scarlet sword appeared out of thin air as though she had pulled it out from the void. The gale stirred up waves on the lake. Behind her, as the proprietress seemed to have turned into an armor-clad female knight, valiantly wielding the greatsword in her hands. However, unlike her usual self, the proprietress clad in this armor radiated a rich monster chi. Blood monster battle dress. Chef murmured under his breath with a pale face. Although it was called the Blood Monster Battle Dress, it had nothing to do with Blood Monster Divine Monarch from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chef and the others had no idea where the proprietress obtained this armor, but they knew that she never used it unless she had no other choice. The fact that she had summoned this artifact armor suggested that they were facing a real life-or-death crisis. Although she could significantly increase her power by using the Blood Monster Battle Dress, the rich monster chi within the armor had an erosive effect. The longer the proprietress wore it, the more her consciousness would be eroded, leaving extremely difficult issues to resolve afterwards. Therefore, the proprietress would never use the Blood Monster Battle Dress unless it was absolutely necessary. Although chef and accountant were aware that she had such an artifact, they had never seen her use it before. This was the first time. The 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain were stunned upon seeing the proprietress' transformation. As their gazes fell upon the armor and sword, they immediately realized that the Blood Monster Battle Dress was truly extraordinary. Gongqing suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out, second brother!" Yunfei Bai's axe was already right above the proprietress' head. As he bellowed and forcefully brought down his weapon. At the same time, he surged his world force to empower the axe, making it seem like he could split apart the shadowless cave heaven with this strike. Faced with this world-shaking attack, the proprietress raised her sword with both hands as a shockwave spread around from her feet. The next moment, she ignored the limits of space and abruptly appeared before Yunfei Bai as she clashed with the axe with her sword. Following a deafening clang, a visible halo of light spread out 1,000 kilometers in all directions, shaking space wherever it passed. Yunfei Bai's pupils shrank as he was sent flying away like a cloth sack, his gaze filled with complete shock. He had traded moves with Lan Yurua in the caldera not long ago, and although she was truly powerful, he was still able to compete with her. However, at this moment, this one clash made him realize that there was a huge gap between their powers. Where does the artifact on this woman come from? Why does it contain such horrifying power? While he was still lost in his thoughts, the proprietress, whose armor seemed to burn with terrifying flames, reached him as she raised her sword and chopped down. A panicked Yunfei Bai immediately parried the attack with his axe. A horrifying force descended upon him. Pressured by the oppressive world force, he found it difficult to breathe. Following several loud clangs, Yunfei Bai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was apparent that he had been injured. A relentless proprietress raised her sword again as she appeared determined to ruthlessly kill him. Presently, she was fighting 3 against 1, and although her power had increased significantly thanks to the Blood Monster Battle Dress, she would still fall into a perilous state if she couldn't kill at least one of her opponents quickly. Feeling the aura of death descending upon him, Yunfei Bai widened his eyes in horror. Faced with this series of attacks, he was unable to counterattack at all, and if he couldn't dodge the coming strike, even if he survived, he would be severely wounded. At the critical moment, Gongqing and Zhouya came to his rescue. Since the 3 mountain lords had come here together, the other 2 certainly wouldn't let the proprietress kill Yunfei Bai without doing anything. In fact, the moment the proprietress and Yunfei Bai began trading moves, the other two mountain lords started rushing towards the battlefield. Nevertheless, due to the proprietress' incredible speed and strength, it wasn't until this moment that they caught up. Still, it was better late than never. Zhouya wielded her long sword and infused her world force into it, whereupon a sword screen engulfed the proprietress. At the same time, Gongqing appeared from the side as he performed hand seals and bombarded the proprietress with different divine abilities. The two of them finally managed to force the proprietress back. Using this delay, Yunfei Bai hurriedly dashed backwards and dodged the attack. As a breeze whisked across his sweat-soaked clothes, he felt cold all over. Prior to this battle, he would never have imagined that there was such a wide gap between Lan Yurua and him, since both of them were in the Sixth Order. If Gongqing and Zhouya hadn't come to his rescue just now, he would have been critically injured or even killed. Although he admittedly underestimated his opponent, it also went to show that the proprietress was horrifyingly powerful. This kind of humiliation made him feel completely ashamed and enraged, so he charged forward with his axe and surrounded the proprietress alongside Gongqing and Zhouya, launching all sorts of divine abilities at her in a maddened rage. Meanwhile, in the parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, Huayong gasped as he gazed at the battlefield through the water mirror and said in shock, "I can't believe Lan Yurua is so strong." Although there was a barrier around Twin Spirit Island, he could still feel terrifying energy fluctuations coming from outside. Still reeling from the shock, he thought it was fortunate that they hadn't accepted Lan Yurua into Twin Spirit Island. Given the power she had showcased, if she really joined them, the couple wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. He believed that they had to be cautious. If Lan Yurua had some ulterior motive, the couple wouldn't be able to deal with her. Moreover, Xu Mudan was pregnant, so her combat capabilities were severely limited right now. On the other hand, the more observant Xu Mudan gave it a thought and said, she must have paid a heavy price to obtain this kind of power. It seems to me that the armor she's wearing is quite malevolent. Huayong pondered on it for a moment and nodded. You're right, my wife. The proprietress was able to match the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain on her own, leading to an intense battle. Yunfei Bai and the others were horrified as they were unable to take her down even though they had joined forces. The blunt-looking sword in her hands contained a power that could make them all flustered. To their dismay, the three of them could only come to a draw in a fight against Lan Yurua at the moment. On the other hand, chef and accountant were in a perilous situation. The three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain had brought with them dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. These people wouldn't dare to interfere in the battle between the Sixth Order masters, as just the fallout could be deadly to them, so they turned their eyes to chef and accountant. The two of them ran away in embarrassment as the lights of secret techniques expanded behind them, causing them groan and grunt in pain. Fortunately, both of them were Fifth Order Open Heaven Masters, so although they were unable to deal with the dozens of enemies, they could still flee for a while. However, as time passed, the people from Profound Yang Mountain formed an encirclement around chef and accountant and were slowly tightening it. It was apparent that there would come a point when the encirclement became so small that the two of them would be unable to flee. The proprietress repeatedly wanted to lend them a hand, but she was blocked by Yunfei Bai and the other mountain lords. The situation seemed to be in Yunfei Bai and the others' favor because they realized that as time passed, Lan Yurua's moves became less sharp even though the power she was able to use remained unchanged. The power of the divine abilities she cast also appeared somewhat unsteady. Looking up, they saw that there was a layer of blood mist surrounding her scarlet armor and her eyes under the helmet had become bloodshot. The monster chi made her look like a real monster. The three of them were astounded at first, but soon realized that there must be a downside to this artifact armor. It couldn't be used for a long time, or else there would be some hidden concerns. Understanding this, they switched tactics and stopped clashing with the proprietress head-on. Instead, they circled around and stalled for time. Judging from Lan Yurua's actions, they knew that she would become increasingly erratic as time passed, and eventually, they would be able to easily deal with her. For a battle at this level, having more power didn't necessarily mean that one could secure victory. The monster chi around the proprietress thickened as there seemed to be a layer of blood swirling around her scarlet blood monster battle dress. The eyes under the helmet were crimson as they reflected a glint of madness and brutality. Every strike she made with her sword seemed able to break the heavens and earth apart, but at the same time, she became increasingly wild and unfocused. She was unable to react when Xianxia came at her with her sword and penetrated a junction in the armor, piercing through her belly. Before Xianxia could celebrate her victory though, the proprietress turned her head and hacked at her with her greatsword. Xianxia exclaimed and retracted her sword before backing off quickly. However, she was still struck by the violent force as the vitality in her chest convulsed, almost causing her to spit blood. Seeing as the relentless proprietress chased after her, Xianxia grit her teeth and parried the incoming flurry of attacks. On the other hand, Gongqing attempted to hold the proprietress down while Yunfei forcefully hacked his axe at her figure. Following a loud boom, the proprietress' lithe figure plunged into the lake and caused a huge splash. The spot where she fell into the water was boiling and dyed red. The fish in the lake that were attracted by the metallic tang went over to absorb the red light, but they all exploded a moment later. Following a loud splash, a red glint flashed through the lake's surface as the proprietress shot out of the water. Due to Yunfei's strike earlier, she seemed to have regained some clarity in her mind and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. However, when she saw that chef and accountant were in danger, the sense of struggle disappeared and was replaced by madness again. Holding the sword in one hand, she wielded it and formed a ray of red light before charging towards Yunfei. Hong hong hong, loud noises were continuously heard as their world forces clashed. In the garden, Huayong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Lan Yurua is doomed." To his side, Xu Mudan let out a sigh. As a fellow woman, she had to admit that Lan Yurua was more powerful than she was. However, Lan Yurua was on her own, so she was unable to defeat the three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain. As a fellow sixth-order master, she was fully aware of how powerful the three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain were and understood that she might not be a match for any one of them even if it was a one-on-one fight. However, Lan Yurua was able to face three of them for such a long time even though she was on her own. In fact, given the power she had showcased, she could totally flee and those from Profound Yang Mountain would be unable to stop her. The reason she stayed and fought this life-and-death battle was that she had to protect her companions. Even if she could flee, the people around her were unable to do so. Therefore, Xu Mudan admired the proprietress for her loyalty and righteousness. She turned to look at her husband and parted her lips, but she was unable to say anything in the end. It had been a long time since they got married, so Huayong was able to figure out her intentions by looking into her eyes. It was apparent that she wanted to plead with him to let Lan Yurua in, but as their eyes met, he slowly shook his head. By letting Lan Yurua in, they would offend those from Profound Yang Mountain and invite trouble to themselves. Even if they could somehow appease those from Profound Yang Mountain, the power Lan Yurua had showcased this time made Huayong feel wary. Given her strength, she was completely capable of becoming the head island master. There was no way the couple would allow her to usurp their position. Xu Mudan let out a long sigh and stroked her bulging belly. There was a loving expression on her face as she hummed a nursery rhyme to distract herself. "I can't believe we'll lose our lives here." Chef and accountant were facing away from one another. Their figures were soaked in blood as they glowered at the dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters who had surrounded them. There was a huge gap in the numbers of people between both sides, so there was no way those from first in had any hope of winning the battle. In fact, they were practically doomed as they were about to get killed. If it weren't for their near-feral retaliation just now, these people would have pounced on them instead of appearing wary. "Since we're going to die anyway, we should probably just get it over with right away." Accountant raised his abacus with one hand. His blood streamed down his arms and dropped on the lake before dyeing it red. Upon hearing that, Chef turned to look in the proprietress' direction where he saw four figures flying around. Presently, the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain were locked in a fierce battle with the proprietress as they cast their divine abilities at her. After letting out a breath, Chef lifted his knife and said, "You're right. The sooner we head for the Yellow Springs the better." The reason the proprietress wasn't willing to leave was that the two of them were still alive, so she didn't have the heart to abandon them. If both of them lost their lives, perhaps the proprietress would flee and be able to obtain revenge for them at a later time. Given her strength, she would be able to flee even though she couldn't defeat the three mountain lords. They exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Since they could go to hell together, they reckoned that they wouldn't feel lonely at the very least. As their gazes parted ways, they sported resolute expressions. They pushed their small universes madly as their world forces surged and spread out. Even if they had to lose their lives in this battle, they would bring some enemies down with them. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit. Just when they were ready to make a move, a pair of hands were suddenly placed on Chef's shoulders as a voice was heard saying, "Take it easy. I don't want to die yet." A flabbergasted Chef turned his head and almost hacked the person with his knife. When he realized who spoke though, he snapped bitterly, "Little bastard, you're finally awake." The person who spoke just now was Xianxia, who had been lying on Chef's back this whole time. Xianxia patted his shoulders and leaped away from him before gently saying, "I've been awake the whole time." However, he was at the most critical moment of refining the world fruit just now, so he couldn't stop halfway, or else all his effort would be wasted. That was the reason he was unable to respond to them. "Save the proprietress right now," Chef demanded anxiously. "She's in danger. Bring her away. Accountant and I will hold up the enemy for you." "She's in danger, but you two aren't in a better state." Xianxia looked around as his gaze turned cold. Then, he stepped forward with a grim expression. "I'm in a terrible mood, so I don't mind killing some people to vent out my anger. Scram if you don't want to die." Chef and accountant gazed at him in shock, thinking that he hadn't fully come to his senses after a long stupor. All the mid-rank open heaven realm masters around them sported strange expressions. Seeing Xianxia stepping closer though, one of them pointed at him with his sword and yelled, "Kill." As soon as he spoke that word, he thrust out his sword towards Xianxia. His world force surged as the sword's shadows multiplied. However, when he realized that Xianxia had disappeared from his line of sight, he felt his chest tightening as a sense of uneasiness rose within him. Before he was able to react, he saw a point of a spear rapidly enlarging before his eyes. The spear seemed to have turned into a great dragon as it widened its maw and pounced on him. His vision was shrouded in darkness, leaving him flustered and horrified. He hurriedly surged his world force to parry the attack, but an even more violent force penetrated his defense like it was paper. An explosive sound was heard as the spear penetrated the person's head and exploded it. His blood and flesh scattered about as his headless corpse convulsed, even as he held out his sword in front of him. Without stopping, Xianxia disappeared from everyone's sight again as a great dragon roar shook the world. The azure dragon spear flashed in and out of everyone's vision for a moment, and when Xianxia reappeared, he had broken through the encirclement of these open heaven realm masters. Although he appeared slow, he was actually heading towards the battlefield of the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters at incredible speed. Even though he was gone, his voice still lingered in the air. "If the two of them lose even one more strand of hair, all of you will have to die." Chef and accountant were dumbfounded as they couldn't figure out how Xianxia managed to break through the encirclement, but soon just thought that space principles were indeed useful as no one was able to capture Xianxia. The next instant though, the two of them widened their eyes and stared at the enemies around them in disbelief. A blood light expanded as a person exploded, then the same thing happened to another person. Hong hong hong, in less than a breath, 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. While the two of them were flabbergasted, the enemies around them were horrified. Just now, they could see that Xianxia exploded one of their companions' head with his spear. However, that person was only in the Fourth Order open heaven realm, so it wasn't surprising that he would lose his life due to his negligence in this life and death battle. Nevertheless, most of the 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters who had just died were in the Fifth Order. Only Xianxia had made a move, so it was apparent who the murderer was. He had to possess a horrifying strength to be able to kill 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters with ease in just a flash. Presently, no one dared to make a move on Chef and accountant, who were still surrounded. Even though they could easily kill these two, they were wary of the threat Xianxia had left behind. 9 of their companions had lost their lives already, so it was obvious to them that only the 4 mountain lords were able to deal with him. What's going on with that brat? A dazed Chef watched as Xianxia rapidly dashed away. Sixth Order open heaven realm. Accountant was dumbstruck. As Xianxia charged forward, his aura exploded. It was apparent to them that his aura was that of a Sixth Order open heaven realm master, as he didn't even attempt to conceal it. When did that happen? Chef fell into a dazed state. If he wasn't mistaken, Yang Kai was only in the fifth order when he found them 1 month ago. It had only been 1 month since he started recuperating, so how did he manage to ascend to the sixth order open heaven realm? The speed at which he achieved this breakthrough was simply impossible. Besides them, Huayong and Shumu Dan, who had been observing the battle from their garden on Twin Spirit Island, were terrified. Huayong widened his eyes and asked, "Just who is he?" When he saw Yang Kai lying unconscious on Chef's back, he thought that the latter was severely wounded, so he didn't mind him. However, the slaughter just now proved that Yang Kai was in peak condition rather than being injured. Shumu Dan asked in a shaking voice, "Husband, could you do that in such a short period of time?" She was talking about whether her husband was able to kill 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters in an instant. After giving it a thought, Huayong shook his head. "Impossible. Even I wouldn't be able to kill so many fifth-order cultivators in such a short moment." Shumu Dan let out a breath. "Now, it seems that he's the strongest person on Lan Yurua's side. Perhaps he's even stronger than her." A puzzled Huayong asked, "Since he had such power, why didn't he participate in the battle earlier?" It wasn't until the most critical moment that he made a move. He must have his own reasons. Shumu Dan fell into her thoughts. Huayong commented, "Profound Yang Mountain will have to retreat without achieving their goal. Lan Yurua is very powerful to begin with, and now she has this person's help, so the 3 mountain lords won't be able to defeat them." Shumu Dan said, "If that person is really stronger than Lan Yurua, we'll need to come up with a plan, husband." Huayong's face twitched as he understood what she meant. Meanwhile, Yang Kai reached the battlefield of the 4 sixth order open heaven realm masters as he pushed out his spear towards Yunfei Bai as he bellowed, "Old dog, die." Yunfei Bai turned his head, and when he saw that it was Yang Kai, his eyes turned bloodshot. "Brat. It's you." The fact that Yang Kai had pierced his chest with a spear some time ago was a complete humiliation for him. It took Yunfei Bai a whole month to recover from that wound. Now that he met his enemy again, it was expected that he was incensed. He immediately ignored Lan Yurua and hacked his axe at Yang Kai. The reason he was injured at that time was that he had underestimated his opponent, for he had never expected that someone would have the guts to harm him in Profound Yang Mountain. Otherwise, in his opinion, a newly promoted 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would never be able to hurt him. Now, he finally had the chance to get his revenge. As he brought down his axe though, his expression changed as he called out in shock, "You're a 6th Order?" Yang Kai's aura was as conspicuous as ever, so anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to detect it, and it was absolutely clear that he was in the 6th Order. No way. He was still a newly ascended 5th Order when I met him 1 month ago. Why is he a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? Despite the doubt in his mind, Yunfei Bai remained merciless with his actions as he madly infused his world force into his axe. As soon as Yang Kai's spear came into contact with the axe, Yunfei Bai's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense force sweeping over him. The impact cracked his hand so badly that he almost lost grip of his axe. His expression turned horrified as he realized that Yang Kai was indeed a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, or else the latter couldn't have showcased this kind of strength. Looking down, he saw that his perlicue had ripped apart and blood was now streaming out of the wound. He was unable to stop his hand from trembling violently. At that moment, he was dumbstruck. When he saw Yang Kai 1 month ago, the latter was just a new 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, when they met again this time, he realized that the latter also looked like a new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though Yang Kai was really a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he should be weaker than Yunfei Bai, who had millennia of accumulation in his current order. It should be impossible that a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai had a stronger heritage. Nevertheless, the truth was that Yunfei Bai had suffered a setback. Both Yang Kai's strength and world force were simply overwhelming. While Yunfei Bai was lost in a dazed state, Yang Kai came at him with his spear again and bellowed, "On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme." A series of caws were heard as a great sun suddenly rose from Yang Kai's back. Like a real sun, it was scorching hot as it cast its glow on the world below. Furthermore, there seemed to be a 3-legged exotic bird flying around this great Sunday. A horrifying aura spread out, which caused a large part of the fog around Twin Spirit Island to evaporate in an instant. Under the great sun, Yang Kai was seen wielding the spear in a heroic manner as his weapon's power dazzled the world. Gongqing and Zhouye, who were attacking the proprietress, turned to look at him with trembling eyes. Divine manifestation. In the garden, Huayong was dumbfounded as he stared at the great sun in disbelief. How is that possible? Xu Mudan parted her lips, which were now covered with her hands. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had never heard of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master being able to wield one. If they found out that Yang Kai had already comprehended Golden Crow casts the sun when he was still an Emperor Realm cultivator, they would probably faint from shock. The dazzling great sun cast a radiant glow on Yunfei Bai's flustered expression. Right after the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura grew to horrifying heights. A dazzling red-gold light washed over the azure dragon spear in his hands as the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire seemed able to burn down the entire world. As Yang Kai thrust out his spear, the world around him trembled. There was no way Yunfei Bai would be able to dodge this attack, so at this life-and-death moment, he roared and madly infused his world force into his axe, which suddenly shone brightly as it clashed with Azure Dragon Spear head-on. Since he was unable to dodge, he had no choice but to meet the enemy head-on. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to survive. Following a loud boom, shockwaves erupted as a halo of light exploded outwards. The glow of the axe dimmed greatly. After the clash, the axe's spirituality seemed to have been damaged, which went to show how terrifying the spear's power was. Azure Dragon Spear pressed forward, knocking away the axe as it continued to pierce out. Yang Kai, who was holding the spear, wore a fierce expression on his face as murderous intent surged from his form. At this moment, an inch from death, Yunfei Bai retreated hastily in an attempt to flee, but his expression changed the next moment. That was because he realized that the space around him had become extremely viscous. It was as though he had been bound by a mysterious force, which rendered him unable to move as he pleased. Right. This bastard is a master of the Tao of space. That was the first thing that came to Yunfei Bai's mind. Although he managed to break free from the space principle's restriction in the next moment, he had lost his only chance to escape the attack. Watching as the spear rapidly penetrated his chest, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest was excruciating and there was a black flame burning through his wound. It was the second time he had been run through by the spear. The first time took place 1 month ago when his chest was pierced by Yang Kai's spear. It took him 1 month before he recovered from that wound. This time around, 3 6th Order Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain had come all the way here with their dozens of subordinates. Initially, Yunfei Bai thought that he could get his revenge, but he hadn't expected to be wounded in exactly the same way again. This time was far more severe. Although his injury was serious previously, there wasn't a risk of him losing his life. However, there was Golden Crow's true fire burning in his wound now. Yang Kai withdrew his spear, bringing with it a lot of boiling blood. Before the blood even dropped to the lake, it evaporated because of Golden Crow's true fire. Then, Yang Kai aimed his spear at Yunfei Bai's head as he was determined to end his life. Don't you dare kill second brother. At the critical moment, Zhouye came at Yang Kai from behind. Her sword turned into countless sword waves. Every sword wave contained the world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and leaped away. Seizing the chance, Zhouye hurled out a long piece of red cloth and draped it around the injured Yunfei Bai before fleeing into the distance. At the same time, she exclaimed, "Third brother, run." She was truly terrified. The guy, who had remained unconscious all this time, suddenly woke up and killed 9 of their subordinates in an instant. Not only had he severely injured Yunfei Bai, but he had also managed to showcase a divine manifestation. The power he possessed was inconceivable. If he were on his own, the 3 mountain lords could have joined forces and dealt with him. However, he also had the now maddened Lan Yurua on his side. There was no way the 3 of them could defeat these 2 people. Moreover, Yunfei Bai had been critically injured, so Zhouye knew the only option was to run. On the other hand, Gongqing felt immensely pressured as he had to battle against the proprietress on his own. There was nothing else he could do apart from defending himself. Upon hearing Zhouye's words, he directly used a feint to gain some distance before he fled from the battlefield. However, a relentless proprietress turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to pursue Yunfei Bai and Zhou Ye as well, but he suddenly frowned and gazed at the proprietress. The next instant, he moved to intercept her. Presently, she was clad in a scarlet artifact armor. With both her hands holding the greatsword, she looked quite valiant. However, her eyes were completely red, and she was engulfed in rich monster chi. Facing Yang Kai, she hacked at him with her sword without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his spear to parry the attack, and following a loud clang, he was sent flying several thousand meters away while the proprietress figure shook a little. After stabilizing her footing, she charged at him again. Her sword seemed to have turned into a storm and blasted towards Yang Kai. It was the first time Yang Kai saw her in such a state. Earlier, he could feel that there was something wrong with her, which was why he decided to stop her and let her rest first. However, it never crossed his mind that she couldn't even recognize him now. As his gaze fell upon the scarlet artifact armor, he knitted his brow, knowing that something was wrong with it as it seemed to contain horrifying monster chi that was affecting her mind. If she couldn't come to her senses in time, her mind would be completely corrupted by the monster chi. It would be too late to save her by then. It wasn't the right time for him to ask chef and accountant what had happened, nor was he in the mood to chase after Zhou Ye and the others. Left with no choice, he could only wield his azure dragon spear and ward off her attacks while exclaiming, "Proprietress! Wake up! It's me!" The proprietress ignored him as the monster chi around her thickened. Every strike she made carried immense force and Yang Kai found it increasingly hard to deal with her. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had a 4,000-meter-long half-dragon form, so he possessed incredible physical strength. It was hard to imagine that the proprietress could use such a monstrous force despite her delicate figure. However, given the way she used her power, it must be pretty taxing for her. When Zhou Ye and the others turned their heads and saw that Yang Kai and Lan Yurua had gotten into an intense battle, they breathed a sigh of relief despite not knowing what had happened. They were truly worried that Yang Kai and Lan Yurua would pursue them. Then, Zhou Ye looked down and saw Yunfei Bai spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood coming out of his mouth was boiling hot, as though it contained a scorching heat, and she exclaimed, "How are you, second brother?" Yunfei Bai covered the wound on his chest with his hand as a sense of resentfulness flashed through his eyes. It's Golden Crow's true fire. That brat condensed a high-rank power. As he spoke, he sprayed out another mouthful of boiling blood. Zhou Ye comforted him by saying, "Hang in there, second brother. I'm sure when we return to Profound Yang Mountain, Big Brother will have a way to help you." Yunfei Bai nodded his head and fell silent as he pushed his power to suppress the Golden Crow's true fire in his body in order to stop the wound from worsening. The people who surrounded chef and accountant on the lake had dispersed by now. Since the three mountain lords were gone, they certainly wouldn't dare to remain. They had hurriedly followed Zhou Ye and the others back to Profound Yang Mountain. Chef and accountant didn't chase their opponents as there were only the two of them. If they pushed the enemy too far, they might fall into a perilous situation instead. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and the proprietress were locked in a fierce battle, Chef anxiously screamed, "Oh, no. The proprietress has lost her rationality and is fighting against Yang Boy. What should we do?" Accountant yelled, "Don't hurt her, Yang Kai. Wake her up immediately." "I'm trying," Yang Kai replied while dodging the attacks. However, he wasn't sure how he could make the proprietress regain her senses. If this matter dragged on, she would fall into critical danger. It would be terrible if she was left with some irreversible damage. Inside the garden, Huayong and Shu Mudan gazed silently at the water mirror. Through the reflection, they could see two figures engaging in an intense battle in the sky. The area around the lake was a mess. The barrier around the lake had stood for thousands of years, but it was now almost destroyed due to this one battle. After observing for a time, Huayong wore a helpless smile and muttered, "Is this really a battle between Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters? It looks more like a clash between those Seventh Order Masters." Shu Mudan added, "Lan Yurua seems to have been affected by the monster chi in that scarlet armor and lost her mind. It's the best chance to lend her a hand now, husband. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." After giving it a thought, Huayong nodded, "You're right, my wife. Please come with me." N. Shu Mudan nodded gently and retracted the mirror, then they leaped into the air together and flew out. A moment later, the fog separated and revealed the figures of Twin Spirit Island's island masters. Upon seeing them, chef and accountant appeared vigilant. Shumudan hurriedly said, "Please don't be nervous. We mean no harm." Huayong added, "We were cultivating in seclusion to comprehend a secret technique, but it never crossed our minds that such an astonishing battle had taken place outside of Twin Spirit Island. Now that Madame Lan is in danger, we have a secret technique that might be able to help her regain clarity. Please allow us to use it on her." After exchanging glances, chef and accountant immediately figured out the couple's intentions. Earlier, the proprietress brought them to Twin Spirit Island in order to seek shelter with the island masters and ward off those from Profound Yang Mountain. Unfortunately, Huayong and his wife were not willing to interfere in this matter, so they refused to meet them. Cultivating in seclusion was just an excuse they had come up with. Now that those from Profound Yang Mountain were forced to leave, and Yang Kai and the proprietress had showcased incredible strength, this couple must have been worried that those from First In would hold a grudge against them, so they hurriedly came out to offer assistance. Despite the fact that chef and accountant understood all this, they didn't point it out as the most important thing right now was to wake the proprietress up. As such, chef lowered his head without hesitation. "If you're able to help my proprietress, we'll owe you a favor." Accountant added, "Please lend us a hand." Huayong nodded in return, "We'll begin right away." Then, he exchanged glances with his wife. After a nod, he fished out a flute while she sat cross-legged. As she waved her hand, a zither appeared on her knees. The pleasant music of the flute and the zither sounded and permeated the air as it whisked across the area like a pair of invisible hands. The music seemed to have a soothing effect wherever it went. The island masters of Twin Spirit Island were experts in the Tao of music. The melody coming from the flute and zither were soft, which soothed the mind and soul of those who listened to it. Both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, and the music they were playing was targeted at the proprietress, so it was fairly effective. While they were locked in a pitched battle, Yang Kai could feel that the proprietress had suddenly become less violent, and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. It was apparent that she was starting to regain her senses. All of a sudden, she turned her head and glowered at Huayong and Shumudan with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The next moment, her monster chi surged as she charged towards the couple with her sword in an imposing manner. Huayong was stunned while Shumudan paled. They had witnessed how formidable the proprietress was, so they knew that they wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. Furthermore, it wasn't appropriate for Shumudan to fight in her current condition. Therefore, after only a short moment of hesitation, Huayong dashed towards his wife and draped his arm around her waist before returning to Twin Spirit Island. At the same time, he yelled, "Her mind is completely controlled by monster chi. We're unable to help her." After they crashed into the barrier, the fog moved and concealed the entrance. Upon seeing that, chef and accountant stomped their feet on the ground with exasperation. A relentless proprietress turned her sword into a beam of red light and slashed across the fog. In an instant, a huge gap was carved out and revealed the view inside Twin Spirit Island. Seeing that she was about to attack again, Yang Kai charged towards her and widened his arms before confining her to his embrace. Yang Kai was incredibly strong, and as he embraced the proprietress, the scarlet battle armor on her body started cracking. With her hands restricted, she let out a bestial roar and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Feeling that a piece of his flesh on the shoulder had been ripped off, Yang Kai groaned. As he endured the excruciating pain, he yelled, "Proprietress, forgive me." Then, he bent his head backwards before forcefully smashing it into her forehead, delivering a vicious headbutt. Following a loud thud, the proprietress almost fell unconscious. Hong hong hong, after 3 more headbutts, Yang Kai started seeing stars as well, but he could feel that the woman in his embrace had calmed down a little. Without hesitation, he took off her helmet and threw it away. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers and pushed his divine sense, transferring his soul-warming lotus to her. He wasn't certain whether the soul-warming lotus could help the proprietress at this point, however, since she couldn't even recognize him as she beat him up, it was obvious that her mind had been heavily affected by the monster chi. The soul-warming lotus had an incredibly soothing effect, so it might help restore her mental clarity. It was the first time Yang Kai showed the soul-warming lotus in public since he obtained it. This kind of supreme treasure could not be exposed easily, or else it would attract some unnecessary attention. However, since the proprietress was in danger, he had no choice but to do it. Yang Kai could feel the proprietress shuddering as the soul-warming lotus entered her body. Following that, the redness in her eyes receded like a tide as her gaze became clear again. An elated Yang Kai to know that the soul-warming lotus had started taking effect. A moment later, the proprietress darted her gaze around as her vision focused. She seemed a little lost while staring at the man. Yang Kai placated her by saying, "You're fine now." The proprietress batted her eyes, but upon realizing something, she started struggling. "Let go of me." An uncertain Yang Kai asked, "Are you sure you're awake?" The woman glowered at him, then he let her go. Following that, she shook her figure a little, whereupon the scarlet artifact armor on her body turned into a layer of blood mist and disappeared into thin air. The sword she had been holding in her hands was also gone all of a sudden. However, at this moment, the proprietress seemed to be in a terrible state. Her aura was unstable, and her entire figure was crimson as a metallic tang exuded from her body. Apparently, the side effects of activating the blood monster battle dress were quite intense. The redness in her skin was caused by the burning of her own blood essence. Chef and accountant rushed over before looking worriedly at her. "Proprietress." "I'm fine," she shook her head. Still anxious, they stared fixedly at her. The proprietress saw this and burst into laughter. "I'm really fine. I just need some time to recuperate." It was only then that chef and accountant breathed a sigh of relief. The fog around Twin Spirit Island separated as Hua Yong stepped out of it again. However, this time, Shu Mudan wasn't by his side this time. He was still reeling from shock. Earlier, he and his wife were unable to suppress Lan Yurua's monster chi even though they had joined forces. Instead of calming her down, they had only drawn her aggression towards them. Left with no other choice, they could only retreat to Twin Spirit Island. He couldn't figure out what this strange young man had done that could allow Lan Yurua to return to her senses in such a short time. However, it wasn't the right time to inquire about this issue. Since his expression of goodwill didn't yield any results earlier, he naturally wanted to make up for it this time around. Therefore, upon his appearance, he immediately said in embarrassment, "Congratulations, Madame Lan, for overcoming this crisis. My wife and I are truly sorry that we were unable to help you in any way as we were too weak." The proprietress shot him a dispassionate glance. She was vexed at the fact that Hua Yong didn't even bother to meet her despite the fact that she had brought chef, accountant, and Yang Kai to side with Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, if she were in his shoes, she might have done the same. So, she knew that he had done nothing wrong. After all, they were neither friends nor relatives to begin with. They only had one discussion during her previous visit, hence, it was understandable that he wasn't willing to invite trouble to himself. Although her mind was a mess earlier, she could still faintly remember what was going on. Certainly, she was aware that Hua Yong and Shu Mudan attempted to help her with their music. After a nod, she said faintly, "I appreciate your thoughts, Island Master Hua." Yang Kai gazed at Hua Yong and asked, "Island Master Hua, my proprietress desperately needs a place to recuperate. Will you please open your doors for us?" Hua Yong replied, "If you're okay with it, you can recuperate on my Twin Spirit Island." Faced with this sixth-order open heaven realm young man who was able to use a divine manifestation, he didn't dare to be negligent. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded by this young man while Gung Qing and Zhou Yu were forced to retreat. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, perhaps only the head mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain was a match for him. Hua Yong already had the intention to express his goodwill, so he naturally wouldn't turn him down at this point. "Good." Yang Kai nodded his head and turned to look at the proprietress. With a pale face, she coughed but didn't reject the idea. She indeed needed a quiet place to recover. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, all other places were unsafe except for the headquarters of the three great forces. After all, she wouldn't want to be affected by the astral wind while she was trying to heal herself. The fog moved again and revealed a passageway. Hua Yong warmly led the way while Yang Kai and the others followed the proprietress, stepping into Twin Spirit Island. Shu Mudan, whose belly was bulging, came over and greeted them in an elegant manner. The proprietress' injuries needed immediate treatment. Even though the soul-warming lotus had soothed her mind and dispelled the monster chi for her, her condition would exacerbate if she didn't start healing herself soon. therefore, after only the briefest of small talk, Huayong immediately arranged a secret room for her to recuperate in seclusion. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai said, "Please take good care, proprietress." A stunned chef asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai grinned, "To pay a visit to Profound Yang Mountain." Chef exclaimed, "You want to head to Profound Yang Mountain?" Accountant was shocked as well. To the side, Huayong dissuaded him by saying, "Please don't be impetuous, little brother. Profound Yang Mountain is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and they have many strong masters on their side. Although you're formidable, you won't be able to deal with so many people on your own. Besides the fact that Gengqing and Zhouye are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, the head mountain lord Maoshi is just one step away from the 7th Order. He is the strongest person in the shadowless cave heaven." Yang Kai arched his brow. "He's the most powerful here? I should meet him, then." Chef worriedly tried to change his mind. "Young boy, why don't you wait for the proprietress to recover? You can't go there on your own. If anything happens to you, how are we supposed to explain ourselves to her?" Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Although the people from Profound Yang Mountain are strong, they can't possibly harm me. I'll be back soon." The young man's arrogance stunned Huayong. Even though Yang Kai had indeed showcased incredible might in the battle just now, Profound Yang Mountain was deeply rooted in this place and wasn't easy to infringe upon. If he wasn't careful enough, he would lose his life there. However, since they were not friends or relatives, Huayong reckoned that he wasn't in any place to keep dissuading him. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Do you have some wine, Island Master Hua?" Huayong became startled for a moment before fishing out a gourd from his space ring. "This wine took me over 300 years to brew." "Is it strong enough?" Yang Kai asked. A proud Huayong replied, "It's definitely strong enough." With a smile, Yang Kai carried the wine gourd in one arm and said, "That's great. See you soon." After finishing his words, he shot into the sky. Chef said anxiously, "Be careful." As Huayong watched him leave, he slowly shook his head. "Little brother Yang is pretty feisty." He sighed, then turned to gaze at chef and accountant. "If you need anything, just inform my subordinates, and they'll handle it for you. My wife and I will stop bothering you." "Many thanks." Chef and accountant cupped their fists at him. Up in the air, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved towards Profound Yang Mountain at full speed, space principles swirling around him. In order to deal with those from Profound Yang Mountain, the proprietress had paid a hefty price. If it weren't for Yang Kai having the soul-warming lotus with him, she would have lost her mind to madness. Certainly, he wouldn't let those from Profound Yang Mountain off so easily. If it weren't because the proprietress needed help, he would have chased after them instead of waiting until now. With that said, it wasn't too late to pursue them. He was a master of the Tao of space, so none were comparable to him when it came to the speed of fleeing or pursuing enemies. On top of that, Yunfei Bai was severely wounded, so although Gengqing and Zhouye were not injured, having to drag the former with them would slow them down significantly. Yang Kai was confident he could intercept them before they returned to Profound Yang Mountain. 3 figures were seen rapidly flying through the air. They were the 3 mountain lords who were in a rush to return to Profound Yang Mountain. Gengqing and Zhouye supported Yunfei Bai's weight on either side as they moved at the speed of lightning. Yunfei Bai still coughed up boiling blood from time to time, and there was also a black flame burning around the wound in his chest. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could only suppress the flame to stop his wound from worsening. He was unable to disperse it. Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank fire element power that could burn all of creation. Unless Yunfei Bai had an element power in the same order that could restrict the flames, he would be unable to resolve it in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to return to Profound Yang Mountain and seek the head mountain lord's help. Or, he could spend a painfully long time recuperating in seclusion to resolve the crisis. While he looked very battered, his eyes were filled with resentment. His chest was injured twice. 1 month ago, he had underestimated the young man, who successfully launched a sneak attack on him. However, this time, he was wounded in a frontal clash with him. He could not figure out how the young man could go from the 5th Order to the 6th Order in just 1 month. Did he conceal his cultivation previously? Or did he really achieve an ascension after 1 month? He had a feeling it was the former. The young man must have a method to conceal his cultivation, which made Yunfei Bai misjudge his true strength, resulting in the series of setbacks he had suffered. Yunfei Bai was completely vexed, thinking that he had to be more careful when dealing with that strange young man in the future as he was pretty cunning. As his emotions fluctuated, his wounds became irritated and he sprayed out a mouthful of boiling blood. "How are you, second brother?" Zhouye asked with concern. Yunfei Bai shook his head. "It won't kill me." Gongqing let out a sigh. Many of the top cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain had taken part in this siege. Initially, they thought that they could easily defeat Lan Yurua and her small group, but not only did they become battered, they had also lost quite a number of subordinates. With that said, their siege this time wasn't totally unfruitful. At the very least, they had found out Lan Yurua's true strength as well as that of the mysterious young man. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, that young man was able to use a divine manifestation, which was simply inconceivable. They reckoned that they had to report this discovery to the head mountain lord so that he could be prepared. One of the reasons Profound Yang Mountain had become the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven was that they had the highest number of sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Secondly, the head mountain lord was truly mighty as he was just one step away from the seventh-order open heaven realm. If it weren't because resources in the shadowless cave heaven were scarce, he would have broken through already. However, now, there came a young man who was able to use a divine manifestation in the shadowless cave heaven. He was probably just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Faced with such a foe, they had to put their guard up. While pondering on these issues, Zhouye suddenly took a glance behind her with concern. "Will he come after us?" Gongqing replied, "I don't think so. Lan Yurua must have used an artifact that comes with extreme drawbacks, so she should be in a terrible state. That guy will have to deal with her instead of coming after us. Moreover, we're not pushovers." The reason they had fled was that Yunfei Bai was injured, so they had to bring him back to heal. Their wariness of Yang Kai and Lan Yurua came second. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone bellowing from behind, "Yunfei Bai, where do you think you're going?" Zhouye's expression changed as she turned her head, only to see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the horizon. The ray of light kept flickering, and with every flicker, the distance between them shortened significantly. It wouldn't take long before the ray of light caught up with them, so she exclaimed, "He's really coming after us." Gongqing bellowed, "That brat is going too far." Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, and they were undoubtedly the most powerful great force here. All of the mountain lords were famous and formidable. There had never been a time when they were chased down like they were beat dogs. He turned his head and ordered, "Stop him." The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters, who had been following the three mountain lords, sported bitter expressions upon hearing that. Earlier, Yang Kai easily killed 9 of their companions and even injured the second mountain lord, so how were they supposed to oppose him? However, they wouldn't dare to disobey Gongqing's order, so they forced themselves to stop and took up a formation to await their enemy's arrival. On the other hand, Gongqing and the others kept flying towards Profound Yang Mountain at full speed. Yang Kai's figure kept flickering as he watched Gongqing and the others flee. Popping off the lid of the wine gourd, he lifted it to his mouth and downed a large swig. After he was done with the wine, he threw the gourd away, shattering it on the ground below. While feeling tipsy, Yang Kai raised his spear as his murderous intent surged. Slowly moving forward, he shook his head and declared, "I'll only say this once. Scram if you don't want to die. I won't spare anyone who dares to get in my way." Yang Kai became increasingly overbearing as he flew forward, his aura erupting as it covered the sky and caused the clouds to welter. The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters were horrified as many of them subconsciously took a few steps back. As they recalled the sight of their 9 companions being killed, they started shuddering. Just then, a thin and tall man yelled, "What's there to be afraid of? He's on his own while we have so many people on our side. As long as we make a move together, there's no way he..." Before he could finish his words, he gasped as Yang Kai, who was supposed to be kilometers away, abruptly appeared in front of him, their faces almost touching. Yang Kai belched and puffed out a breath filled with alcohol at him. The person was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so he was pretty agile. He immediately leaped backwards in an attempt to widen the gap between Yang Kai and him. However, the next moment, his expression was transformed by fear as he realized that regardless of how much he moved backwards, Xianxia remained standing right in front of him. The view around him never changed one bit, as though the space around him had been extended infinitely. Near distant horizon. Following Xianxia's sharp rise in cultivation, the power of the secret techniques he could use had improved proportionally. He was already able to enter the 6th order Yunfei Bai when he was still in the 5th order. Since he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master, there was no way a 5th order master like this man could escape from him. This tall man was apparently a resolute person, so upon realizing that he was unable to flee, he roared and surged his world force before sending out a divine ability at Xianxia. His companions around him also made a move at the same time. At that instant, the lights of divine abilities erupted as they flew at Xianxia. Water reflects the moon. Xianxia shouted as a full moon rose behind him. The moon cast a glow on all of them and sent chills down their spines. Their divine abilities seemed to have been frozen as they moved forward like snails. The tall man and the others were soon covered in a layer of frost, causing them to shiver like quails in the winter. Additionally, shields with dragon patterns on them started appearing around Xianxia. A dragon pressure could be felt coming from these thick shields, and every dragon had its head connected with its tail. Dragon shields. Upon activating these two secret techniques, Xianxia thrust out his spear in rapid succession. Wherever the spear shadows passed, time seemed to freeze. When Xianxia retracted his spear, the tall man and the others were rendered immovable on their spots. It wasn't until this moment that their divine abilities crashed into the dragon shields around Xianxia and caused them to flicker. In the end, they couldn't harm him one bit. The louder you shout, the quicker you die. Xianxia swept his spear across the air, then the people standing in front of him exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Holding the spear with one hand, he swept a cold glance over the survivors in an imposing manner and asked, "Who else would like to make a move?" All of them fell silent as they stared dazedly at Xianxia. Gulps were clearly audible, and all of their eyes were filled with terror. Although Xianxia had previously killed 9 of their companions just outside Twin Spirit Island, they were still astounded upon seeing the same thing now. They knew that they might be able to stop this young man from going further if they joined forces. After all, he was only one man regardless of how powerful he was. On the other hand, they had many people on their side who could fight. Nevertheless, given the power Xianxia had showcased, it wasn't hard for him to kill 10 or 20 of them. No one was willing to be the unlucky one. After what had happened to the tall man, none of them dared to say a word. "If no one is making a move, I'm leaving." Xianxia snorted and walked off. His chest felt like it was burning due to the alcohol as his murderous intent was rampaging. All of them looked despicable to him, and he had the urge to kill them with his spear. However, since these people were not willing to make a move, Xianxia didn't have a reason to flare up. Furthermore, his destination wasn't this place. The people separated to the sides as Xianxia safely passed through the crowd. It wasn't until Xianxia flew off that they breathed a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. One of them exclaimed, "High-rank powers." All the powers that guy showed were high rank. They couldn't detect anything before Xianxia made a move, but once he did, they realized that both Xianxia's water reflects the moon and dragon shield secret techniques were derived from high-rank powers, to say nothing of the fact that he had previously showcased Golden Crow casts the sun, which was a divine manifestation exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. "It's no wonder that he's so powerful," someone remarked. Since all the element powers he refined were high rank, it explained why he was so formidable. "What should we do now?" a woman asked, looking lost. Deng Qing told them to stop Xianxia, but other than the tall man and the others from his group, the rest of them had never made a move. They couldn't explain themselves when they returned, so it was expected that they would be punished. However, if they never returned, there was nowhere else they could settle in the shadowless cave heaven. Faced with such a dilemma, they weren't sure what to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back to Profound Yang Mountain first and accept punishment. It was still better than wandering around the shadowless cave heaven. Gongqing and Zhouya, while supporting Yunfei Bai's weight, kept looking back. Upon realizing that Xianxia was nowhere in sight, they set their minds at ease, thinking that he had been intercepted. In the end, it seemed their subordinates were not really useless. One day later, profound Yang Mountain came into their sight from a distance. Zhouye breathed a sigh of relief as she patted Yunfei Bai's back and gently said, "Hang in there, second brother. We'll reach home soon." Yunfei Bai nodded his head, his face still as pale as a white sheet. He had been trying to stop his wound from worsening while returning to the sect, however, Golden Crow's true fire was indeed incredible. The dark flame that was burning in his chest made him feel unbearable pain. All of a sudden, Gung Qing looked forward and sported a doubtful expression. "Who is that?" There was a figure standing like a dead tree on a mountain peak in front of them as he gazed silently at them. As their eyes met, the figure curled his lips into a scornful smile and pointed his spear towards them before yelling, "You're too slow. Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" The color drained from Zhouye's face. "It's him." Gung Qing was stunned. "Why is he here? How dare he get in front of us?" They had been moving at full speed, and even though Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, he shouldn't have been ahead of them. Moreover, they had ordered several dozen subordinates to stop him. Had he broken through the defense of several dozen people on his own? Furthermore, this place was very near profound Yang Mountain. Once they got into a fight here, the head mountain lord would be able to lend them a hand within moments. When the four great mountain lords joined forces, no one in the shadowless cave heaven was a match for them. Therefore, how could Yang Kai have the guts to intercept them here? While Gung Qing was still lost in his thoughts, he saw Yang Kai coming at them with his spear as the latter bellowed, "Yunfei Bai, suffer death." They were unable to describe how amazing the attack was, as it ignored the obstacles of space and seemed to shatter the world around it. Although it was an attack that was aimed at Yunfei Bai, Zhouye and Gung Qing felt as though they had been targeted as well. The three mountain lords were dumbstruck. Zhouye immediately wielded her sword while Gung Qing used his most powerful divine abilities. Ignoring his own injury, Yunfei Bai roared and summoned a scroll, on which the characters started moving and turned into beams of sword chi before they shot out. Hong hong hong, explosive sounds were heard as halos of light filled the sky. The three mountain lords were forced backward as their eyes trembled. "How is that possible?" Zhouye exclaimed. Although the three of them had joined forces, they were almost unable to parry the young man's strike. All of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, so how was it possible that this young man was so much stronger than them? When the young man suddenly awakened and lashed out outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, she didn't directly confront him as she simply launched a long-range attack before dragging Yunfei Bai away, so she hadn't been able to properly gauge his strength. It wasn't until they traded moves now that she realized how horrifying Yang Kai was. His world force was clearly far denser and more vigorous than hers. After the attack, Yang Kai didn't stop as he unleashed his supreme limitless spear art to the extreme. Like a waterfall, the spear shadows rained down and engulfed the three mountain lords, each shadow containing a terrifying world force within it. Certainly, Yunfei Bai and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent as they were extremely on edge already. Although they had tried their best, they still found it difficult to parry the bombardment of attacks. Every strike was as violent as lightning, and the rich dragon pressure that filled the air around them was disrupting their focus. Previously, the Azure Dragon Spear was just a sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hands, however, since his ascension to the open heaven realm, he was able to bring out its true power. During his breakthrough, Yang Kai merged his small sealed world with his small universe. His small sealed world had a rich heritage to begin with, and he had further enhanced it with remnants of the blood monster cave heaven. As such, he managed to greatly enhance the background of his small universe, allowing him to fight against seasoned open heaven realm masters from the outset. However, without the Azure Dragon Spear, he couldn't possibly battle against three powerful masters on his own. After all, their thousands of years of accumulation were not just for show. The reason the proprietress was able to achieve that was that she had made use of the blood monster battle dress. In a battle between open heaven realm masters, the heritages of their small universes mattered the most. The barrage of attacks dazzled Yang Kai's opponents. Zhouye and Gung Qing were in a better state as they were still relatively uninjured. On the other hand, Yunfei Bai was in a horrible state. He had been burned by Golden Crow's true fire to begin with, which caused his strength to plunge significantly, and presently, half of Yang Kai's attacks were targeted at him. If Gung Qing and Zhouye hadn't gone all out to protect him, he would have been killed by Yang Kai already. Despite that, he was still in a perilous situation. The young man kept targeting him, as though he was determined to end his life, which caused him to groan in pain. After barely more than 10 breaths of intense battle, the mountains around them had been completely destroyed. The air was filled with dust and debris, and the world itself seemed to have turned pale. The black golden crow's true fire burning on the tip of Azure Dragon's spear made the 3 mountain lords extremely wary. After what had happened to Yunfei Bai, Geng Qing and Zhou Yu wouldn't dare to come into contact with Golden Crow's true fire, so their movements were rather restricted. The space around them seemed to have become viscous as well. It was apparent that the young man had used a space secret technique while attacking them. Who dares fight outside Profound Yang Mountain? A stern voice was suddenly heard coming from Profound Yang Mountain, then a gigantic figure that seemed able to cover the entire sky rose from the central peak. With a pair of grim-looking eyes, he stared at the people in battle. Yunfei Bai, who was warding off Yang Kai's attacks with difficulty, yelled pitifully, "Big brother, save me." The giant eyes narrowed, and when the person realized what was going on, his expression turned furious as he bellowed, "How impudent, boy." After he finished speaking, the figure shrunk before a ray of light shot out of Profound Yang Mountain. It was apparent that the head mountain lord, Mao Zhe, was trying to come to their rescue upon realizing what was happening. Geng Qing and Zhou Yu were elated. The 3 of them were unable to fend off Yang Kai's attacks, however, things would be different if Mao Zhe joined them. After all, they were fully aware of how powerful their big brother was. With a spear in his hand, Yang Kai took a glance in the direction of Profound Yang Mountain and snorted, then he swept his weapon across the air to force back Geng Qing and the others. Following that, his figure flickered and he appeared right in front of Yunfei Bai, who was still spitting blood. A flustered Yunfei Bai immediately tried to retreat. Yang Kai stared coldly at him and silently used near-distant horizon. At that instant, the space around them extended infinitely. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing as people's thoughts became jumbled. Yunfei Bai was horrified to learn that he was unable to widen the gap with Yang Kai regardless of how hard he tried. He could only watch as Yang Kai came at him with his spear. Faced with this spear thrust, he felt the aura of death engulfing him. He roared as the scroll in his grip shone brightly and all the sword chi it could unleash condensed together and clashed with the Azure Dragon spear. Since Geng Qing and Zhou Yu were assisting their second brother from the side, they were also affected by the disturbance of near-distant horizon and time principles. Although they were able to break through it after just a moment, what came into their sight was the life-and-death clash between Yang Kai and Yunfei Bai. "Boy! You dare?" The head mountain lord was heard roaring from a distance. An unfazed Yang Kai infused more power into his Azure Dragon spear and a deafening dragon roar reverberated across the sky, causing the condensed sword chi to shatter. Following a whoosh, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Geng Qing and Zhou Yu became rooted to the spots as they looked dazedly forward. Head Mountain Lord Mao Zhe landed in front of them with a livid expression. Just 3,000 meters in front of them, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand as he remained in an aggressive posture. In front of him, Yunfei Bai widened his eyes with fury as he froze in place. He was unable to move because the spear had pierced through his forehead and stuck out from the back of his head. The robust defense of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master became as thin as paper when confronted with the Azure Dragon spear. The black golden crow's true fire was still burning on the tip of the spear and like a million snakes, expanded from Yunfei Bai's forehead to the rest of his body. Time seemed to have stopped flowing at that moment. Yunfei Bai's eyes darted around erratically. Although he was lethally injured, he didn't immediately lose his life, which went to show how potent the vitality of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was. However, his face kept twitching due to the excruciating pain. In front of him, Yang Kai's clothes were all ragged. There were countless wounds on his body that crisscrossed one another. Every wound was left with very pure sword chi, and the largest wound showed that he was almost cut in two through his chest. His entire figure was dyed gold due to his golden blood. The final desperate attack of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no joke. If it weren't because Yang Kai had a sturdy defense as a half-dragon, he would have been cut into countless pieces. As Mao Zhe watched the sight silently, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior brother, if you have any demands, just name them. This monarch won't turn you down as long as he can fulfill it." He called Yang Kai boy before he arrived at this place, but upon seeing that Yunfei Bai's life was in his hands, he politely called him junior brother. Yang Kai turned his head and flashed a smile at him. Can I really make any demand? Mao Zhe replied dispassionately, as long as it doesn't cross the line, anything is acceptable. What if I want you to trade his life for yours? Can you do that? A hint of fury flashed across Mao Zhe's eyes. You're funny, junior brother. Please think it through. The person you're trying to kill is the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain. If you kill him, you will be our enemy, and all of us will never let you off. However, if you release him, you'll be our most honored guest. Are you trying to threaten me? Yang Kai arched his brow. Mao Zhe impassively replied, I'm just speaking the truth. Why do you keep spouting nonsense? My only goal here is to kill. Yang Kai suddenly roared and gripped his spear, surging his world force into it. Yunfei Bai widened his eyes, and before he could react, his head exploded. The headless corpse convulsed as blood spurted out from his neck before collapsing to the ground. Gongqing and Zhouye were stunned. Their second brother was killed right in front of them. Although Mao Zhe had come to their aid, Yunfei Bai's head was still exploded and he died a horrible death. It had been thousands of years since they met, and it never crossed their minds that they would part ways for good on this day. At that instant, they still couldn't believe what had just happened. This place was just several hundred kilometers away from Profound Yang Mountain. They were practically home. All of a sudden, they started to suspect that Yang Kai had deliberately decided to intercept them here, otherwise, he could have chosen another, more convenient location. The only reason he would do this though was to lure the head mountain lord out of Profound Yang Mountain. As they turned their heads, they saw Mao Zhe sporting a livid expression. His narrowed eyes gleamed with a dangerous glow as he ordered coldly, kill. Certainly, Mao Zhe couldn't tolerate the fact that the second mountain lord was killed right in front of him just outside of Profound Yang Mountain. If he put up with this, he would lose all face. Therefore, right after Yunfei Bai was killed, Mao Zhe immediately attacked Yang Kai. Zhouye and Gongqing came to their senses, and as their eyes turned bloodshot, they clenched their teeth and charged towards their enemy from both sides. Yang Kai guffawed, good. Let's fight. Without backing down, he lifted his spear and dashed towards the three of them. In an instant, a series of clanging sounds were heard as they fell into a fierce melee. All of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and as their world forces collided, the entire shadowless cave heaven fell into turmoil. People from Profound Yang Mountain looked in the direction of the battle with horrified expressions. As the four figures flew around in the air, the lights of their divine abilities blossomed. It was as though both parties were determined to completely destroy the other. However, Yang Kai seemed to be on the losing side. Previously, the reason he was able to fight against three people on his own was that Yunfei Bai and the others were restricted in their movements. Yunfei Bai was severely wounded to begin with, and in order to protect him, Zhouye and Gongqing were not able to fully use their powers. Nevertheless, things were different now. Without Yunfei Bai burdening them, Zhouye and Gongqing had no more constraints and were able to fully utilize their powers. Furthermore, the head mountain lord was significantly stronger than the wounded Yunfei Bai. As soon as they traded moves, Yang Kai could feel that even though he had merged his small sealed world with his small universe, the richness of his world force was still not comparable to that of the head mountain lord. He indeed lived up to the expectations of a person who was just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had no intention of retreating. As a master of the Tao of space, his mobility was vastly superior to others in the same realm. At that moment, the three mountain lords didn't have a way to lock down Yang Kai, so although they could hurt him from time to time, it didn't matter to him given his physical strength and restorative power. The head mountain lord bellowed, "Stop jumping around like a monkey. How disgraceful." Yang Kai ignored him as he swept, stabbed, and slashed with his azure dragon spear. Spear shadows fell on them like rain, and every attack carried a horrifying force. Gongqing and Zhouye were terrified as they didn't dare to directly meet these attacks. After half a day of intense battle, Mao Zhe suddenly furrowed his brow. That was because he realized that as time passed, the young man's strength was steadily increasing. Compared to half a day ago, this young man was significantly stronger. Initially, this young man could only jump around to dodge their attacks, but now, he was able to counterattack while defending himself. This kind of tendency became increasingly conspicuous. Xianxia couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, the reason Yang Kai managed to make it to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was that he had consumed a world fruit. However, be it the Fifth Order or the Sixth Order, he had only just broken through, so he didn't have enough time to solidify his cultivation. He entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven right after he ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and while the battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai had slightly stabilized his cultivation, it wasn't complete. Then, he cultivated in seclusion to refine a world fruit and ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He hadn't even solidified his Fifth Order cultivation when he rose to the Sixth Order, so his cultivation was pretty unstable. Nevertheless, the intense battle Yang Kai was presently engaged in was perfect for strengthening his foundation and consolidating his cultivation. This kind of fight was much more effective than simply cultivating in seclusion. It could be said that as time passed, the power he was able to showcase would intensify until he reached his current limit. That was the reason Xianxia had this strange feeling. The four figures darted around. One moment they were in the sky, and the next moment they were on the ground, then the same process repeated. Wherever they went, the ground cracked and the sky trembled as their world forces continuously clashed with one another. Zhou Ye's eyes trembled as the figure who was flickering around the three of them shocked her. All of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but why was this young man so ridiculously strong? She initially thought that since the head mountain lord had joined them, there was no way this young man could resist. To her surprise, it turned out to be a difficult battle. There were probably over 100 wounds on the young man's figure, and some of his bones must have cracked. Nevertheless, instead of growing weaker, he only became stronger with each passing breath. She also realized that it was getting harder for her to parry his attacks. All of a sudden, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Are you using us in this battle to adapt to your new strength?" After a long fight, he finally figured out that the young man must have just ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so he wasn't familiar with his own power yet. That was the reason the young man became stronger as the battle dragged on. Upon that realization, he roared in indignation, "Brat, how dare you!" He was just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so he was practically unmatched in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. If it weren't because the young man was proficient in the Tao of Space, Xianxia was confident he could easily defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, it was never easy dealing with a master of the Tao of Space, as it was simply impossible to corner one. This was what made the young man before him so arrogant. After realizing the young man's intention, it was expected that Xianxia was infuriated. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "You're touted to be the strongest cultivator in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, but this is all you've got." After he finished speaking, he retracted all the spear shadows and fell silent with a solemn expression. Then, he yelled, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Following that, a bird was heard cawing while a great sun rose from his back. Deng Qing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out, big brother! This brat possesses a divine manifestation." "What?" An astounded Xianxia looked up, and when he saw the magnificent great sun, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was indeed a divine manifestation. A Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master was able to cast a divine manifestation. Xianxia couldn't believe what he was seeing. While Xianxia fell into a dazed state, Yang Kai had integrated himself with the great sun and charged towards the head mountain lord. Xianxia immediately retreated. Although he was very close to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he wouldn't dare to directly meet a divine manifestation. After all, this was something only high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were able to use. However, his efforts were futile. He was instantly engulfed in space principles as near-distant horizon infinitely extended the space around him. "Water reflects the moon," Yang Kai roared. A full moon appeared out of thin air as it cast its icy glow across the land, causing a chill to shoot up everyone's spine. The sun and the moon appearing together was a miraculous sight. The three mountain lords stared dazedly at the sky where the dazzling great sun and the ice-cold moon rose and set in a seemingly endless cycle. The immense power coming from the swirling cycle seemed to engulf the entire universe. Everything in this world seemed to have been covered by this gyro formed from the sun and the moon. As the cycle spun, those present at the scene felt as though they were traveling across time. Coupled with the space principles that Yang Kai continuously surged, It formed into an extremely profound spacetime warping effect. It was an entirely new power that Xianxia had yet to use. A force that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth came over the three mountain lords, and they immediately surged their world forces to try to defend themselves. Following a deafening boom, a huge halo of light erupted. It was as though the entire world had shattered at that instant. The energies of the spinning sun and the moon exploded and sent shockwaves out across the entire shadowless cave heaven. The forces of scorching heat and bone-piercing cold clashed and formed into an immense destructive power. Everything at the center of the explosion was seemingly wiped from existence. A moment later, a figure, whose clothes were ragged, shot out of the light with a horrified expression. He was none other than the head mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain. As expected of a man just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he was still able to escape alive despite facing such an attack. Nevertheless, his pale face and the blood at the corner of his lips clearly indicated that he was wounded. Presently, he was holding Gongqing in one hand and Zhouye in the other. Compared to him, Gongqing and Zhouye were more severely wounded and had passed out. Moreover, their bodies looked like they were being corroded by a strange power that continuously ate away at their vitality. This odd strength was profound and unpredictable, alternating between hot and cold, turning their skin from red to blue randomly. The condition they were in was extremely strange. Still reeling from shock, Xianxia took a look in Xianxia's direction, only to see that the young man had fallen into a dazed state. With the spear in his hand still outstretched, Xianxia seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while a mysterious light that contained some profound secret swirled around him. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he realized that the young man had comprehended something about his grand Tao during this life-and-death battle. If he interrupted Xianxia now, the latter would surely suffer an immense loss. However, Xianxia was too terrified of the attack just now and didn't have the courage to create trouble for Xianxia. With Gongqing and Zhouye in his hands, he shot towards Profound Yang Mountain and activated its grand array as soon as he was inside. In the center of the battlefield, the chaotic force slowly subsided. Xianxia stood there silently as he comprehended the explosion of power just now. The Tao of space was the foundation on which he built his Tao seal, and it could be said that his mastery over the Tao of space was unrivaled. Nevertheless, when it came to the Tao of time, he had always been an amateur. After ascending to the open heaven realm, he had his own small universe in his body. There were the manifestations of golden crow casts the sun and water reflects the moon in his small universe. The rising and falling of these celestial entities granted him a deeper understanding of the Tao of time. Both the Tao of space and Tao of time were extremely esoteric and abstruse grand Taos. The average person would be extremely fortunate to comprehend even the slightest bit of either of them, let alone master both. It was only thanks to some rare opportunities that Xianxia managed to achieve this. In fact, he had never thought about merging these two grand Taos into one. It wasn't until he engaged in a life-and-death battle with the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain that he gave it a try on a whim. Xianxia never imagined the results would be so shocking. Space principles and time principles had perfectly blended together through the integration of golden crow casts the sun, water reflects the moon, and near-distant horizon, forming a brand new divine ability. A glint flashed through Xianxia's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Let's call it Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel wasn't complete yet, and had plenty of room for improvement. Nevertheless, this divine ability contained an entirely new power, something akin to space-time strength that combined both space principles and time principles. However, it wasn't the right time to think about this. Xianxia raised his gaze and looked at Profound Yang Mountain. The three mountain lords had returned to Profound Yang Mountain and presently, the grand array was activated in full defensive mode. Many people were seen moving around as they got ready to face a formidable enemy. Xianxia snorted and placed his azure dragon spear over his shoulder before striding towards Profound Yang Mountain. With a grin, he called out, "Do you think you're safe hiding behind this thin wall? Since you dared harm my proprietress, I'll destroy your entire sect today." Seeing that Xianxia was coming over, Xianxia, who was standing on a peak of Profound Yang Mountain, bellowed, "Don't go too far, boy." He had returned to his home territory and activated the grand array, but Xianxia still pursued them as though he was determined to destroy them, which infuriated him. Prior to this day, Xianxia had never expected that someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, it was in a 3-on-1 fight in his favor. He had joined forces with Geng Qing and Zhou Ye earlier, but after the battle, the two of them became injured and passed out while he was scared out of his wits. Where does this brat come from? 1 month ago, second brother said he was just a 5th order open heaven realm master. Since he was in a rush earlier, Xianxia didn't have the chance to ask about what had happened. There was no way a 5th order open heaven realm master could break through to the 6th order in just 1 month and showcase such horrifying power. If Xianxia knew that the other party was so formidable, he would have been more polite. However, now, those from Profound Yang Mountain had fallen out with him, and even the second mountain lord was killed. It had turned into a blood feud that could never be resolved. In just a moment, Yang Kai arrived at Profound Yang Mountain and saw a thick light barrier surrounding it. Thrusting his spear into the light barrier caused a dent to form, but it soon recovered. After probing it lightly, Yang Kai nodded. Although the grand array here wasn't as profound as his own 9 heavenly layers, it was still quite extraordinary. After all, Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years. Their heritage which had been accumulated over the years couldn't be underestimated. Nevertheless, since Yang Kai had arrived at this place, he would not back down easily. Then, he looked up at Xianxia, who was staring coldly at him atop the main peak, and grinned. The smile was so eerie that Xianxia felt his chest tightening. What is that brat trying to do? Xianxia muttered with a frown. Before he could figure it out, he heard the young man yelling, "Dragon! Transformation!" A deafening dragon roar was heard, then a gigantic golden dragon head manifested behind Yang Kai's back before disappearing into his body. Following that, a series of cracking sounds were heard. As the sounds rang out, the gazes of those on Profound Yang Mountain slowly lifted and filled with horror. They were rooted to the spot as they witnessed the small figure of a man rapidly transform into an enormous monster. The creature was covered in dragon scales and his hands had turned into razor-sharp dragon claws. The dragon tail behind him swung heavily, and the dragon horns on his forehead looked as though they were made from pure gold. His whiskers flapped in the air, and as he breathed, the entire world seemed to pale. If this 4,000 meters long creature wasn't intimidating enough, the colossal spear in his claws was capable of freezing everyone's heart. Yang Kai's azure dragon spear was now a 4,000 meters long weapon, matching his own length as it gleamed with a terrifying glow. As rich dragon pressure permeated the air, those on Profound Yang Mountain found it hard to breathe even though they had the protection of the Grand Array. Dragon Clan! Xianxia exclaimed as his pupils contracted to the size of needles. Impossible! Yang Kai shook his head as the scorching breath he puffed out seemed able to burn a hole in space. As he raised his gigantic spear, he roared in a thunderous voice, "Taste my spear!" He bluntly pushed his spear forward, whereupon a gale brought up all the sand and stones around him. The cultivators on Profound Yang Mountain screamed, panicked, and ran about randomly. Not daring to be negligent, Xianxia quickly fished out the array jade and focused the Grand Array's power to defend against this strike. The long spear fell heavily on the Grand Array's light barrier like it was a giant tree. Following a loud boom, a deep indent was formed on the light barrier as its glow flickered wildly. Yang Kai roared and exerted more force with his hands, but he was still unable to penetrate the Grand Array. The horrifying shockwave coming through the Grand Array shook the entire Profound Yang Mountain, causing many cultivators to fall to the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators even started bleeding, looking quite battered. A moment later, the light barrier bounced back, pushing Yang Kai away as he was forced backwards several hundred meters. As he arched his brow, Yang Kai praised, "Truly incredible." The heritage accumulated for over thousands of years by Profound Yang Mountain was indeed extraordinary. The Grand Array was so sturdy that Yang Kai wasn't able to break it with one strike. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he stepped forward in an imposing manner. Xianxia widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Junior brother, please stop. We can talk this out." Yang Kai cackled wildly, "There's nothing to talk about between us." Then, he heavily struck the light barrier once more. Following that, some people were heard grunting. In one of the array nodes, 3 mid-rank open heaven realm masters, who assisted Xianxia in maintaining the Grand Array, sprayed out mouthfuls of blood as their auras withered. It was apparent that they were injured by the horrifying force coming through the barrier. Xianxia looked at them and felt his chest tightening. Then, he turned to gaze at Yang Kai, and upon seeing that the latter was preparing to strike again, he said through gritted teeth, "Junior brother, the shadowless cave heaven is only this big. Don't go too far lest we meet again in the future as enemies." Xianxia snorted and roared, "Why must I worry about the future? Today I will destroy Profound Yang Mountain and sacrifice all of you to my spear. We won't ever see each other again." Xianxia was so exasperated that he almost spat blood, but there was nothing he could say to refute him. Following a series of strikes, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, who assisted in running the Grand Array and its several array nodes, all became injured as their auras dimmed. Some of them had even passed out already. A resentful Xianxia had the urge to go out and fight Xianxia to the death, but he didn't have the guts to do so seeing as the other party was so imposing. They were defeated earlier even though the three mountain lords had joined forces. Now that Gung Qing and Zhouya had passed out and he himself was injured, there was no way he could be a match for Xianxia on his own. Xianxia let out a sigh, then performed different hand seals to mobilize the Grand Array's power. Now, he could only sacrifice some of the outer peaks by shrinking the protection range of the Grand Array. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to ward off the other party's horrifying attacks. Following a strike, the light barrier broke apart as Xianxia continued pushing his spear forward and jabbed into a peak, which caused it to shake and almost collapse. Xianxia took a glance with his cold-looking eyes and realized that some of the peaks were no longer in the protection range of the Grand Array. Only a small area in the center was still protected by the light barrier. Upon seeing that, he knew that Xianxia must have given up on the outer peaks to protect the center. By doing so, not only would Xianxia consume less energy, but he could also focus the Grand Array's power to better fend off Xianxia's attacks. Xianxia snorted, then his dragon pressure permeated the air as though it had materialized, which caused the surrounding space to become extremely heavy. On the peaks that were completely exposed, the cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain shivered like quails without a home in the winter. All of their eyes were filled with horror as they watched the behemoth approach them. Xianxia directly swept his spear across one of the peaks. As the cultivators shrieked, a terrifying world force surged and broke the peak into halves. Stones rolled down what was left of the mountain as the peak crumbled, plunging its inhabitants into turmoil. Standing in the center of the Grand Array, Xianxia widened his eyes with fury. Profound Yang Mountain was the foundation he had built in the shadowless cave heaven. It was also one of the safest places in the shadowless cave heaven from the astral wind. If this place was destroyed, Profound Yang Mountain would cease to exist. Without this shelter, no one would stay there and obey his orders. Hong long long, more peaks collapsed. Xianxia's arrival was no different from a doomsday for them. He kept on destroying the peaks with a power that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. The peaks that were exposed outside of the Grand Array were soon turned into ruins. Just when Xianxia was about to sweep his spear across the last peak, he stopped as his gaze fell upon a certain figure. She was a woman who was standing still and silently gaping at him. Instead of feeling terrified about her imminent death though, she looked as though she was about to be liberated. "It's her." At first glance, Xianxia could recognize that she was the one who had secretly looked for him and gave him the directions that led to the proprietress' whereabouts. At that time, he speculated that she must have been forced to become Yunfei Bai's plaything for reasons that were beyond her control. That was the reason she secretly gave Xianxia a hand. It was thanks to the directions in the jade slip that he was able to find the proprietress and the others. After giving it a thought, Xianxia moved towards the peak and thrust his spear into the ground before his giant figure turned blurry and disappeared beneath the mountain. The people inside the Grand Array gazed at Xianxia as they had no idea what he was up to now. All of a sudden, the mountain started trembling, as though an immense force was coming from beneath it. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he thought of a possibility. The next moment, as all of them widened their eyes in disbelief, the mountain slowly rose into the air. Beneath the mountain was a gigantic creature whose nostrils puffed out a scorching breath as he hoisted the mountain on his hunched back. Following a great roar, the figure straightened up. All of them couldn't believe their eyes while Xianxia's pupils contracted. This man actually lifted a mountain. What kind of horrifying power was required to do that? Although mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily showcase immense power, they had to use the world force in their small universes to achieve that. Rarely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds was able to literally lift a mountain like this one using solely physical strength. At the very least, it was the first time Xianxia saw someone capable of this. Following that, Xianxia shook the mountain and roared, "All you ants crawling on this mountain, scram!" The cultivators on the mountain started falling and crashed to the ground. The quiet woman, who was originally standing on the peak, happened to fall down in front of Xianxia, who gently then let out a breath and sent her over 100 kilometers away before she lightly landed on the ground. Xianxia shuffled towards the center of Profound Yang Mountain. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. His movements were initially slow, as every step he took would leave a huge mark on the ground. However, after several steps, he started running in light steps as his figure bent forward a little. Inside the Grand Array, Xianxia had his expression change drastically as he bellowed, "Activate the Grand Array's full might now." As soon as Xianxia gave this order, he heard Xianxia roaring as the latter hurled the mountain, which was on his back, at the Grand Array. The expansive shadow blocked the light out of everyone's sight. Those from Profound Yang Mountain immediately focused the Grand Array's power to defend. A loud boom rang out as the mountain crashed into the Grand Array and formed a huge dent on it. The light barrier kept flickering as though it would shatter at any moment. Following that, Xianxia brought down his spear on the Grand Array and worsened the dent in the light barrier. Xianxia roared, "Do you really want to kill us all, brat? Do you think this monarch is afraid of you?" Xianxia had crossed his bottom line by appearing determined to wipe out Profound Yang Mountain. "Come then." Xianxia pushed out his spear, "Fight with me if you have the gall." Xianxia was so infuriated that he looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. As the ground shook, the light barrier appeared dimmer than before. The horrifying force coming through the air caused the cultivators on Profound Yang Mountain to turn pale and stagger. Spear shadows poured down on the Grand Array like rain and caused it to flicker even more wildly. Xianxia was terrified to learn that even though he had shrunk the protection range to consolidate the Spirit Array's power, it was still nearly impossible to fend off the other party's violent attacks. Under such a bombardment, it would only take half an hour before the Grand Array of Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed. Xianxia reckoned that he had to make a move now. It would be too late by the time the Grand Array was shattered. Having made up his mind, he said through clenched teeth, "Come with me and kill this brat. Whoever can behead him, this monarch will promote to the position of 5th Mountain Lord of Profound Yang Mountain." Upon finishing his words, he flung away the array jade and charged out towards Xianxia. Many cultivators followed him closely. Although they were wary of Xianxia's strength, they were tempted by Xianxia's promise. Since Xianxia had made such a declaration in public, he wouldn't go back on his word. If one of them was lucky enough to kill this gigantic monster, that person would really become the 5th Mountain Lord. As they flew into the air, those from Profound Yang Mountain were totally united at this moment. Before they even arrived, the lights of their secret techniques and artifacts started blossoming. All the attacks contained the world forces of these open heaven realm masters as they bombarded Xianxia. Ignoring this barrage, Xianxia swept his several thousand meters long spear through the air, seemingly cutting space in half. As he aimed at the area with most people, he yelled, "How dare mere ants act so impudent in front of this king?" The spear's might was overwhelming. The clever ones had quickly dodged it while the sluggish ones got struck in midair and directly exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Following the attack, those from Profound Yang Mountain started backing down. As they looked at the blood rain pouring down from the sky, they were no longer as hot-headed as before. The wave of secret techniques and artifact attacks peppered Xianxia, causing him to stagger backwards. Although a 3,000-meter-long dragon was intimidating, being so large made it nearly impossible for Xianxia to dodge incoming attacks. All of those attacks were powerful secret techniques sent out by Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, other than the divine abilities of the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that could slightly harm him, the rest of these attacks were essentially negated by Xianxia's dragon scales. Even the attacks from 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't damage his foundation as they were only capable of leaving some small flesh wounds. It was a well-known fact that dragons had superb defense. Xianxia stepped forward while kicking the peaks in front of him, sweeping his spear across the mountains below. At that instant, there wasn't even a single person in a radius of several kilometers around him. Wherever he went, the cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain would immediately flee. Xianxia was infuriated as he attempted to boost morale once more, but his efforts yielded no results. Xianxia turned his head and extended his claw towards him as He said with a grin, there will be no more profound Yang Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onwards. As space principles undulated, the claw ignored space and distance and directly grasped Mao Xia. Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand and a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from his palm. Nevertheless, the next moment, an immense force exploded inside his fist. Then, Yang Kai felt an excruciating pain as a bloody hole was formed on the back of his hand, out of which a ray of light shot. It was Mao Xia, who was formerly grasped in his claw. As his dragon blood dripped onto the ground, Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge hole in his claw, one through which he could see the ground below. However, it didn't bother him one bit as he swung his hand and roared in a thunderous voice, "Good, you indeed live up to your reputation as the strongest master in the shadowless cave heaven." It was impossible for an average master to break through Yang Kai's flesh, but Mao Xia had easily done just that. Otherwise, he couldn't have gotten rid of his restriction. As Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest started bulging as it was filled with air. Right after Mao Xia got out of the death grip, he shot towards Yang Kai. As his world force surged, he rapidly formed a set of hand seals and sent out a powerful divine ability towards him. However, when he saw Yang Kai's posture, Mao Xia felt his chest tightening. Sensing an impending crisis, he immediately dodged. Fire dragons. Flaming breath. As Yang Kai roared, he spat out a jet of black flames. As the scorching fire shot from his mouth, it burned down the sky and ground without distinction. As Golden Crow's true fire permeated the area, Mao Xia's divine ability was vaporized. In an instant, the remaining spirit peaks of profound Yang Mountain were engulfed in Golden Crow's true fire. Under the scorching heat, the peaks started melting into lava. Yang Kai swung his head around as the fire coming from his mouth swept out. Many of the cultivators, who were unable to dodge it, were burned and fell from the sky shrieking. Mao Xia immediately retreated and narrowly escaped from the Golden Crow's true fire. He hadn't forgotten about the unconscious Gung Qing and Xianxia as he held them in his hands. It took Yang Kai a moment before he stopped spitting fire as his chest shrank back down to normal size. With a scornful gaze, he looked up at Mao Xia, who was floating in midair. Mao Xia felt his heart sinking as he watched the dark flame burning through the mountains. He knew that after this battle, profound Yang Mountain would be completely destroyed. Just like what Yang Kai had said, there would be no profound Yang Mountain in this shadowless cave heaven from today onwards. He narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of monster his second brother had offended. Not only was his second brother killed, but profound Yang Mountain was also destroyed alongside him. Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed at Mao Xia. His message was clear. "Come fight with me." Mao Xia looked down at him, then took a glance at the unconscious Gung Qing and Xianxia. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "This monarch shall never forget what has happened here today, and will one day settle accounts with you." Following that, his figure started fading. Yang Kai bellowed, "Do you think you can run away?" He thrust out his spear and penetrated Mao Xia's figure, but he felt like he had struck nothing but air. Mao Xia remained looking dispassionately at Yang Kai as his figure shattered and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and frowned, for he was unable to locate Mao Xia, as though the latter had disappeared from this world. He shook his head and remarked, "How strange." In fact, he was fully aware that as a seasoned Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Mao Xia must have some trump cards that could save his life. If he was determined to flee, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to stop him despite being a master of the Tao of Space. With that said, Yang Kai had achieved his goal through this battle. He managed to kill Yin Fei Bai while the latter was fleeing and even destroyed profound Yang Mountain. It could be said that he had gotten revenge on the proprietress' behalf. The figures around him gaped at him in horror. They were the surviving survivors of profound Yang Mountain. Since the head mountain lord had fled, they were now at a crossroads. Certainly, they wouldn't have the guts to go against Yang Kai. Even the head mountain lord was defeated, so how were they supposed to be a match for him? However, where else could they go? Profound Yang Mountain was where their foundation was. Presently, the dark Golden Crow's true fire was still burning through everything, so they didn't know what to do even though they wanted to put out the flames. When Yang Kai shot a cold glance at them, they became horrified and subconsciously stepped backwards, worrying that this guy might slaughter them to the last. Fortunately, Yang Kai only snorted as his humongous figure shrunk and returned to his human form. With his spear resting on his shoulder, he shook his head and declared, "He fled just because he can't beat me. What a useless guy." Then, he leaped into the air and disappeared into the distance. It wasn't until Xianxia's aura was completely out of their perception range that these surviving cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain let out a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. As they exchanged glances, they had no idea what to do now. Meanwhile, Xianxia landed on a spot that was 100 kilometers away. With Azure Dragon's spear over his shoulder, he squatted on a certain hill. There was a woman standing silently nearby. Noticing the movements, she looked up and met with Xianxia's eyes, whereupon she subconsciously took a few steps back. As she pressed her lips together, she saluted Xianxia in an elegant manner. "Yunfei Bai is dead," Xianxia said. The woman never responded to him, as though she was born mute. "Many thanks for your directions some time ago," Xianxia said and got up. Then, he swung his spear and jabbed it into the ground. "If it weren't for you, I couldn't have easily found my proprietress." "That was the least I could do," the woman replied gently. "Where do you want to go?" Xianxia asked as he looked in Profound Yang Mountain's direction. "That place is destroyed, so can't go back anymore." The woman seemed lost. After giving it a thought, she shook her head. "I'm not going back, and I don't know where I can go." Xianxia suggested by saying, "There's astral wind in this shadowless cave heaven, so if you don't look for a safe place, your small universe will collapse one day, costing you your life. Since Profound Yang Mountain is gone for good, you can either go to Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island. I'd suggest that you go to Twin Spirit Island because I'll be staying there for the time being. If you go there, just tell them my name." "Right, my name is Xianxia." Then, he leaped into the air and headed straight to Twin Spirit Island. The woman remained on the spot for a while before she saluted in the direction Xianxia had left, then she turned around and headed in a different direction. It took Xianxia one day to return to Twin Spirit Island, but before he even landed, the fog faltered and revealed a passageway as a figure came forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Yang." The person was the Open Heaven Realm Master who greeted the proprietress previously. He must be stationed here following the Island Master's order. He had also seen Xianxia showcasing his might just outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, so he admired the young man's power greatly. In response, Xianxia nodded. The man continued, "The Island Masters have said that you can enter as soon as you return. The Island Masters are truly thoughtful." Not long after Xianxia stepped into the fog, he turned around and asked, "Where's my proprietress?" The person replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Senior. Madame Lan is recuperating in a secret room, so she should be fine. After you enter the island, someone will lead you to her current residence." Xianxia nodded and shuffled inside. Upon entering Twin Spirit Island, he immediately caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. The island was as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day, which was a stark contrast to the desolateness of the outside world. There was an innocent-looking woman awaiting Xianxia. Upon seeing him, she saluted him and led him to the proprietress' room. A while later, Xianxia stopped in his tracks in the deepest part of a bamboo forest on Twin Spirit Island. There were some simple-looking bamboo huts here and the place was pretty serene, so it was indeed suitable for recuperation. Chef and accountant were seated with their legs crossed just outside one of the bamboo huts. Upon hearing the noise, they opened their eyes and looked up. When they realized that it was Xianxia, they became elated and got to their feet. Xianxia waved his hand to motion for the woman to leave, then he shuffled forward and took a glance at the bamboo hut that was covered in a barrier before asking in a small voice, "How is proprietress?" Both of them shook their heads. Chef said, "She started recuperating in seclusion right after she came here. We don't know how she's doing." Accountant shot a glance at Xianxia with his usual hollow-looking eyes. "Are you injured?" Certainly, Xianxia couldn't be completely unharmed after a battle with Profound Yang Mountain. Besides the fact that the back of his hand was burst through by Maoxia, he was also struck by the divine abilities and secret techniques of many Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, since he had a sturdy physique, these injuries didn't matter to him. "I'm fine." Xianxia shook his head. What was that strange artifact armor she wore? Although the armor was powerful, it had some serious drawbacks. The proprietress couldn't even recognize Xianxia and had attacked him as a result of the wild monster chi the armor gave off. If he hadn't used the soul-warming lotus at the most critical moment to restore clarity to her mind, she wouldn't have easily come to her senses. After a sigh, Chef replied, "We don't know what it is, but proprietress calls it the blood monster battle dress. We have no idea where she obtained it, nor had we seen her use it prior to that battle. It was a first for us too." Xianxia frowned. "That's a terrible thing. She shouldn't ever use it again." Chef replied, "You can try convincing her when she comes out. Let's see if she'll listen to you." Then, he thought of something and gazed at him doubtfully. "By the way, how did you go from the 5th order to the 6th order in just 1 month? Moreover, hadn't you just ascended to the 5th order?" Accountant gazed at him with suspicion as well. When Xianxia previously showcased his 6th order open heaven realm might, even Chef and Accountant were flabbergasted, not to mention Yunfei Bai and the others. They thought that they were mistaken, but Xianxia had indeed defeated Yunfei Bai and the other mountain lords, a feat only possible due to him being in the 6th order. Upon inspection now, they could confirm that Xianxia's aura was really that of a 6th order open heaven realm master. Certainly, Xianxia didn't think there was a need to hide anything from them, so after giving it a thought, he asked, "Have you ever heard of world fruits?" In one of the palaces on Twin Spirit Island, Huayong clenched a communication bead in his hand as a myriad of expressions came over him. When Shumudan saw that, she asked in puzzlement, "What happened, husband?" Huayong replied, "Xianxia is back." Shumudan asked with a smile, "So what if he's back? Why do you look so apprehensive?" Huayong explained, he had said that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but now he's back barely a few days later. So, did he actually go to Profound Yang Mountain? Shumudan said, "Whether he went to Profound Yang Mountain or not has nothing to do with us, does it?" Huayong burst into laughter. "My wife, people always say that a woman will become foolish when she's pregnant, but I didn't believe it. However, when I see you now, I think there's some truth to the saying." Shumudan glared at him in a charming manner. Huayong coughed and went on to say, "He previously vowed that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but it is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and head mountain Lord Maoxia is just 1 step away from the 7th order open heaven realm. Furthermore, Maoxia has a lot of formidable subordinates working for him. If Xianxia really went over there, how could he have come back safely?" "He didn't go there, then," Shumudan remarked. Huayong fell silent. If Xianxia had really gone to Profound Yang Mountain and then returned safely, his power would be horrifying. Shumudan suggested by saying, "You can just send someone to Profound Yang Mountain to find out what had happened. I'll only take a few days to make a round trip." Upon hearing that, Huayong nodded, "You're right, my wife." Shumudan glowered at him, "Who is the foolish one here?" "It's me. It's me." Huayong put on a fawning smile, then he ordered one of his subordinates to head to Profound Yang Mountain to investigate whether there were any traces of recent battle. If Xianxia really went to Profound Yang Mountain, he would have engaged in a fight with Maoxia, so there must be some traces left. After putting away the communication bead, he said, "My wife, please follow me to meet Xianxia." Regardless of whether he went to Profound Yang Mountain or not, the power he showcased is more than enough for us to be wary. Since there's also Lan Yurua, I'm worried that Twin Spirit Island will not be the same again. Upon finishing his words, he let out a sigh, for he wasn't sure whether this kind of change was a blessing or a curse. Both Xianxia and Lan Yurua were in the 6th order open heaven realm. If they joined Twin Spirit Island, they would definitely become the 3rd and the 4th island masters, which would strengthen their collective power. By then, those from Twin Spirit Island wouldn't have to be afraid of Profound Yang Mountain and Unrivaled Guild anymore. However, if Xianxia and Lan Yurua weren't willing to live under the rules of others and insisted on becoming the head and the 2nd island masters, the couple would have no choice but to give in to their demands. The couple had been married for a long time, so Shumudan immediately knew what was on her husband's mind when she saw him sigh. Then, she draped her arm around his and comforted him by saying, "You don't have to worry about it, husband. We've had some contact with Madame Lan, and it's obvious that she's a reasonable woman. I believe that even if she joins us, she won't make any rude demands." Huayong still said worriedly, "I hope so." Outside the bamboo forest, Chef asked in disbelief, "You consumed a mid-rank world fruit. It's a precious item that can make a mid-rank open heaven realm master directly ascend to the next order. It's rumored that a high-rank world fruit can even allow a high-rank open heaven realm master directly reach the next order. Accountant lamented, it's no wonder that you're able to make it to the 6th order in 1 month. You were previously unconscious, so I guess you were refining the medicinal efficacies of the mid-rank world fruit instead of recuperating. Am I right? Xianxia nodded. Chef's eyes seemed to be glowing as he rubbed his palms together and put on a fawning smile. Do you have more mid-rank world fruits? Nope. Xianxia spread his palms. I only obtained 3 mid-rank world fruits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yu He and Lu Shui respectively had 1, then I consumed the last one. The smile on Chef's face froze as he landed a slap on his thigh in exasperation. How wasteful. Lu Shui was just a 4th order open heaven realm master. Why did you let her have it? Xianxia explained, we were faced with a formidable enemy at that time. If she hadn't broken through, I would have been killed. I had no other choice. Chef widened his eyes as he appeared to be heartbroken. After giving it a thought, Accountant said, no wonder He was able to reach the 6th order so soon. It's because she had consumed a world fruit. Some people are coming. The 3 of them immediately stopped talking and looked outside the bamboo forest. A moment later, 2 figures came into their sights. They were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. The trio hurriedly greeted the couple. Huayong came over with a smile and cupped his fists. You're back, little brother Yang. I just returned. Xianxia saluted him. I was worried about my proprietress, so I rushed over to check on her instead of visiting you two. Please pardon my lack of etiquette. Huayong said with a smile, what are you talking about, little brother? Madame Lan is injured, so it's only natural for you to be worried about her. I don't mind this kind of formality. In fact, I'm truly honored that all of you are my guests on Twin Spirit Island. After a small talk, all of them took a seat. Huayong asked, did you just come back from Profound Yang Mountain, little brother? Xianxia nodded, that's right. Huayong's brow twitched, but he still asked nonchalantly, how was it? After pondering on it for a moment, Xianxia replied with a solemn expression, Maozhi was truly strong, so it wasn't easy to deal with him. A glint flashed through Huayong's eyes as he said with a smile, Maozhi has been in the 6th order open heaven realm for a long time. If it weren't because resources in the shadowless cave heaven were so scarce, he would have ascended to the 7th order by now. When my wife and I arrived at the shadowless cave heaven back then, we exchanged pointers with him and realized that he was truly formidable. Many years have passed, so his strength must have only increased. Xianxia nodded, the open heaven realm really requires much accumulation over a long period of time. Then, he turned to look at Shumu Dan's belly and put on a smile, it seems that you'll soon give birth to your child, madam. Shumu Dan gently stroked her belly and replied with a smile, it's still too early. Perhaps it'll take me another year or 2. Huh? Xianxia was shocked, I thought that pregnancy only lasts for 10 months. The size of her belly suggested that she would soon give birth, so why would it take her a year or 2? Shumu Dan explained smilingly, that is only the case for commoners or weaker cultivators, junior brother Yang. Given my cultivation, it isn't so easy for me to bear a child. In order to give my child the best possible future, I have to build a solid foundation in my belly for the child. Therefore, pregnancy lasts much longer. Huayong said with a smile, this child has been in her stomach for over 3 years already. Upon hearing that, Xianxia, chef, and accountant were dumbfounded. Although Xianxia and the others were powerful mid-rank open heaven realm masters, they had never come across a pregnant open heaven realm master prior to this, so it was expected that they knew nothing about it. As they gazed at Shumu Dan's bulging belly, they tooted in amazement. After a bit of a chat, Huayong and Shumu Dan left. Before that, Xianxia and the others were told that some people were standing guard outside the bamboo forest, so they could just tell them if they had any requests. Xianxia thanked them and personally saw the couple off. Nothing major happened in the following days. The proprietress was still recuperating while Xianxia had gained immense benefits as a result of the great battle he fought some time ago, so he needed time to sort through them. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel especially needed some improvement, which couldn't be achieved in just a day or 2. Chef and accountant had to recuperate as well. Therefore, all of them remained silent in the bamboo forest. A few days later, the proprietress stepped out of her room. The three of them, who were standing guard outside, immediately opened their eyes and gazed at the second floor, only to see a charming proprietress standing there, looking down at them with a smile. All of them were elated as Chef exclaimed, "You're awake, proprietress." The proprietress beckoned to them, "Come up." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and stepped into the room. The trio made a beeline for the bamboo hut and went upstairs before staring at the proprietress with concern. Xianxia suddenly frowned and said, "Proprietress, the monster qi around you." She was still evidently shrouded in monster qi, which was the same as the aura exuded from the blood monster battle dress that she wore previously. Although it was now significantly weaker, it couldn't be underestimated. The proprietress explained, "It'll take me a long time before I can dispel this monster qi entirely, but I'm fine now. It was thanks to you that I was saved." If Xianxia hadn't used the soul-warming lotus to cleanse her knowledge sea, she would have ended up in a horrible state. She could have been transformed by the monster qi and become a real monster who had lost all sense of self. After she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow and looked doubtfully at Xianxia. "Why are you in the sixth order open heaven realm now?" Chef hurriedly replied, "Proprietress, let me explain." This brat had some world fruits. Upon hearing his explanation, the proprietress figured everything out and nodded, "You had quite the opportunity there." Then, she recalled that Xianxia had previously obtained some innate open heaven pills born in the universe furnace in the blood monster cave heaven. She couldn't help but be amazed at Xianxia's luck, for he was always able to obtain things that were rarely seen in the world. Furthermore, the soul-warming lotus was still inside her body. She wondered where he found this kind of supreme treasure. However, since he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and ascended to the sixth order, it had slightly made up for her regrets. Xianxia was originally a fifth order open heaven realm master, so his limit in the future would be the seventh order. After consuming the mid-rank world fruit though, his limit would be the eighth order. If he had a chance to obtain a good enough amount of innate open heaven pills, he would then have hope of ascending to the ninth order. With that said, once the universe furnace appeared, it would lead to a period of turmoil, so it wasn't easy to snatch such pills. After returning the soul-warming lotus to Xianxia, the proprietress said, "Follow me to meet the island masters of Twin Spirit Island later. We'll probably be staying here for a long time. Since this is their territory, we have to show them due respect." "Yes," the three of them replied respectfully. In the main hall of Twin Spirit Island, Huayong was seated on the master's seat as he widened his eyes in disbelief while an equally shocked Shu Mudan was seated just beside him. In front of them was a fifth order open heaven realm master who was reporting his findings to them. The open heaven realm master was the subordinate that Huayong had sent to find out what had happened in Profound Yang Mountain a few days ago. Upon his return on this day, he immediately reported to Huayong what he had discovered. However, Huayong found it hard to believe what his subordinate was telling him. "You say that Profound Yang Mountain is now engulfed in pitch-black flames, all of its spirit peaks are destroyed, and the ground has been cleaved apart? It's been completely destroyed?" "I couldn't believe it either, but that was indeed what I saw," the fifth order open heaven realm master replied with his head hung low. "The traces of an epic battle are everywhere around Profound Yang Mountain. There are also some remnant fluctuations of world forces." "Yin Feibai is dead?" Huayong asked again, "And even Maoxia fled after he was defeated?" "I didn't see it, but that was what I heard." "Where did you hear this news from?" Huayong inquired in shock. The fifth order open heaven realm master replied, "It was the people from Profound Yang Mountain who told me about it. After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, those open heaven realm masters had nowhere to go. Some of them left with the mountain lords, and no one knows where they are now. Others didn't know what to do next. When I arrived to investigate the situation, they saw me and came over to express their willingness to join Twin Spirit Island. I heard the news from them." "Where are those people now?" Huayong asked. "I wouldn't dare to make a decision, so I told them to wait outside the island as I had to report the matter to you both, island masters. They await your decision now." "Tell them to come in," Huayong ordered. The person nodded and dashed out of the hall. A moment later, he led 7 people into the main hall. The strength of these people varied from the third order to the fifth order. Upon entering the hall, they appeared apprehensive and afraid. Huayong found them to be familiar, so he reckoned that they were indeed from Profound Yang Mountain. The shadowless cave heaven was only so big, and the three great forces had coexisted in this place for thousands of years, so even though Huayong didn't know their names, he had at least seen some of these people before. The person at the front was an elderly man in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. He stepped forward and cupped his fist at Huayong and Shimu Dan. Xianxia greets the island masters. You are Xianxia? Huayong asked. The elderly man nodded his head, yes. I'm going to ask you some questions, so you'd better answer me honestly. If you dare to lie to me, you know what the consequences are. Huayong bellowed with a solemn expression. Xianxia hurriedly replied, please ask me right away, Island Master Hua. This old master will definitely tell you everything he knows without the slightest omission or deception. Huayong nodded gently and questioned, is Yunfei Bai dead or alive? Xianxia said, the second mountain lord. I'm sorry. Yunfei Bai is dead. He was killed by a young man wielding a spear. His head exploded. As for what the young man's name is, this old master has no idea. Are you serious? Huayong widened his eyes as he felt a chill running down his spine. Yunfei Bai was the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain. Just like Huayong, he was a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, so how could he be killed just like that? This old master saw it with his own eyes. As Xianxia spoke, he couldn't help but shudder as though he recalled something terrifying. What about the other mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain? Huayong asked again. Xianxia shook his head. After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, the head mountain lord disappeared with the unconscious third and fourth mountain lord. This old master has no idea where they are and how they're doing. Tell me what you saw that day in detail. Not daring to be negligent, Xianxia immediately narrated everything he saw back then. When Huayong heard that Yang Kai had intercepted Yunfei Bai and the others just outside of Profound Yang Mountain, he widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking that a madman had arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. How did the young man have the guts to do such a thing on his own? He had single-handedly dealt with the mountain lords and eventually killed Yunfei Bai. Even the head mountain lord was unable to stop him in time. In the following battle, even Mao Zhe was no match for him as he had to return to Profound Yang Mountain and take advantage of the Grand Array, seemingly not daring to meet the young man head-on again. Nevertheless, the relentless young man turned into a 4,000 meters long dragon and even lifted a mountain which he smashed onto Profound Yang Mountain until they were unable to resist. In the end, the young man-turned dragon spat out Golden Crow's true fire and burned the entire Profound Yang Mountain to the ground. After the head mountain lord went missing, the young man then nonchalantly left. Xianxia was pretty articulate, so he was able to retell what had happened in a vivid and descriptive manner. As Huayong listened to him, he couldn't help but visualize the epic battle. After Xianxia finished speaking, the main hall fell into dead silence. A dazed Huayong remained seated as a myriad of expressions came over him. Upon Yang Kai's return a few days ago, he had indirectly asked him what happened in Profound Yang Mountain. At the mention of Mao Zhe, Yang Kai only said that the head mountain lord was worthy of his reputation. Therefore, Huayong thought that Yang Kai's trip to Profound Yang Mountain was unfruitful, but he hadn't expected that the outcome was actually the opposite. Yang Kai had killed the second mountain lord, injured the remaining mountain lords, and even destroyed Profound Yang Mountain. So, what did he mean when he praised Mao Zhe for being strong? Huayong couldn't help but think that a great change was about to happen in the shadowless cave heaven. Over thousands of years, even though there had been some grudges between the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, they were able to coexist peacefully. That was mainly because resources in this place were scarce, so no one was willing to get into unnecessary fights. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had tacitly remained at peace with one another. Therefore, even though there were only 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Twin Spirit Island, which meant that they were the weakest among the three great forces, they were still able to exist for such a long time. That was because in order to swallow Twin Spirit Island, Profound Yang Mountain or Unrivaled Guild would have to pay a hefty price, and the rewards might not even be worth it. However, now, even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yunfei Bai was killed while the injured Mao Zhe had gone missing. There was practically no one in the shadowless cave heaven that was a match for Yang Kai. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and given the power Yang Kai had showcased, both Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island wouldn't be able to resist him. The young man was able to single-handedly turn things upside down in the shadowless cave heaven. If Xianxia had the intention, he could easily become the overlord of the shadowless cave heaven. Unless all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shadowless cave heaven joined forces, no one would be able to stop him. Xianxia wondered what was on Huayong's mind as the latter's expression repeatedly changed, so he called out in a gentle voice, "Island Master Hua." It was then Huayong's gaze refocused. Xianxia said, "Island Master Hua, please show us mercy. Now that Profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, we have become homeless. If you can accept us, we will pledge to be loyal to you both until death." "We're willing to be loyal to you until death." All of them pledged in unison. Usually, if these people asked to join Twin Spirit Island, Huayong would have been elated. There had never been a change in the status quo in the shadowless cave heaven over the years. The cultivators from the three great forces would never hop to a different one. Therefore, in order to strengthen one's great force, they had to wait for newcomers to come into the shadowless cave heaven and immediately lure them in. For example, as soon as Xianxia arrived, he came across Ma Tianyuan, who right away tried to recruit him. Although the powers of these people in the hall varied as they were in the third, fourth, and fifth order, they were all still open heaven realm masters in the end, hence, they could increase Twin Spirit Island's overall strength. With that said, there were rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. There would usually only be a newcomer every 8 to 10 years. That was the reason there were only such a small number of cultivators in the shadowless cave heaven. Xianxia and the others wanted to join Twin Spirit Island, but Huayong didn't feel pleased one bit as he was still reeling from the shock of the fact that Profound Yang Mountain had been destroyed, Yun Feibai was killed, and Maosha was injured. If he was previously wary of Xianxia and Lan Yurua, he was now terrified of them. Furthermore, Xianxia had some grudges against those from Profound Yang Mountain. If Huayong accepted these people, would Xianxia be displeased? The worries in Huayong's mind made him feel apprehensive. Seeing as a myriad of expressions came over Huayong, Xu Mudan knew what was on his mind, so she called out gently, "Husband." It was then Huayong came to his senses and took a glance at Xianxia and the others before waving his hand, "Have a rest first." He didn't express whether he agreed to let Xianxia and the others join Twin Spirit Island. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded and led the worried Xianxia and the others out of the hall. While Huayong was still anxious, someone rushed into the hall and cupped his fist. "Island Masters, Madame Lan wishes to meet you to thank you for allowing her to stay." "What?" Huayong stood straight up. "Madame Lan is coming. Is she on her own? Or is she coming with her subordinates?" The man had no idea why the Island Master appeared so alarmed, but he still replied honestly, "Madame Lan has her 3 subordinates with her." Huayong's face stiffened. Xianxia alone was terrifying enough, and now Lan Yurua was coming as well. Xu Mudan asked, "Why do you look so anxious, husband?" "Although Xianxia is a powerful man with incredible methods, we have never offended him. In fact, we've given him a hand. He probably won't harm us." There was a bitter smile on Huayong's face as he replied, "I understand what you mean, but you're fully aware of the situation in the shadowless cave heaven. No one has ever left this place before. If Lan Yurua and Xianxia stay on Twin Spirit Island, there won't be a problem in the short term. However, will they still be willing to act as subordinates in the future?" Xu Mudan said with a frown, "Perhaps you're overthinking, husband." Huayong shook his head, "I think we have to put our guard up." His anxiety infected Xu Mudan as she said worriedly, "What should we do, then? Are we not going to meet them? They're already here on Twin Spirit Island, so it's not like we can avoid meeting them forever." Huayong knitted his brows for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "I guess we have to play it by ear and find out their intentions first. If they insist, we'll have to give up our positions to them." He sighed. Then, he waved his hand and told his subordinate to welcome Madame Lan in before taking a seat. A moment later, the proprietress led Xianxia and the others into the hall while Huayong and Xu Mudan rose from their seats. After they greeted one another, they sat down. Huayong asked with concern, "Your injuries were fairly serious, madam. But now, you look glowing. It's obvious that you're on the mend." The proprietress replied with a smile, "Many thanks for your concern, Island Master Hua. My injuries have stabilized, so I just need some time to recuperate." Hua Yong said smilingly, although Twin Spirit Island isn't big, it is quite peaceful. You can just stay here to recuperate. The proprietress smiled faintly, I'm worried that we'll bother you both. Xu Mudan shook her head, there's no need to be so formal with us, Madame Lan. There are rarely visitors on Twin Spirit Island. We're honored to have you here. Both of them were women, so they had some common interests and soon entered into a jovial chat. Hua Yong stole glances at Yang Kai from time to time and realized that the latter remained standing silently behind Lan Yurua as though he was really just a subordinate. He was shocked as he wondered how charismatic Lan Yurua must be that someone like Yang Kai was willing to work under her. They didn't look like a couple either, so a romantic relationship seemed unlikely. It seemed that Lan Yurua was the leader, so as long as Hua Yong could appease her, things would be easier. After they chatted for a bit, Hua Yong suddenly asked, what are your future plans, Madame Lan? Upon hearing that, the proprietress put on a bitter smile, to be honest with you, Island Master Hua, it has only been a year since this mistress arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so I know little about this place. Now, I just want to recuperate, so I don't have any plans yet. Hua Yong probed, if you're fine with it, why don't you join Twin Spirit Island? There are only a small number of safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, and Twin Spirit Island is one of them. By staying here, you'll be safe from the astral wind. The reason the proprietress brought chef and accountant to Twin Spirit Island was precisely for security's sake. At that time, Yang Kai was unconscious, and she was unable to deal with Yun Fei Bai, Gung Qing, and Zhouya on her own, therefore, she wanted to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island. Although Hua Yong didn't immediately accept her, she had expressed her intention to join before, so now that Hua Yong mentioned it again, she would appear capricious if she turned him down. Before coming to this place, the proprietress had already pondered on this matter, therefore, upon hearing Hua Yong's words, she smiled and nodded, many thanks, Island Master Hua. This mistress is more than happy to join Twin Spirit Island. Hua Yong guffawed, it's wonderful that you're willing to join Twin Spirit Island. Just like my wife and I, you are a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so we'd like to appoint you to be the 3rd Island Master. Just when the proprietress was about to agree to it, Yang Kai, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, I don't think it's appropriate. Hua Yong's face stiffened as his smile froze. Xu Mudan was also anxious as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face, but she didn't ask why Yang Kai turned them down. He must have his own reason for saying that. After a gulp, Hua Yong stared at Yang Kai and asked, what do you mean, Brother Yang? He called Yang Kai little brother the last time they met, but now it was Brother Yang. Apparently, Yang Kai's status in his mind had changed over the past few days, but no one cared about that small detail at the moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Twin Spirit Island got its name because there are 2 similar-looking islands. In that case, there should only be 2 island masters. Why is there a need for a 3rd island master? Upon hearing that, Hua Yong felt his heart sinking as he asked in a bitter voice, what do you think we should do about it then, Brother Yang? Yang Kai batted his eyes, wondering why this man even asked such a question. As their eyes met, Hua Yong looked away and gazed at his wife's bulging belly, then he let out a long sigh, good. Since you have such an intention, Brother Yang, we'll grant your wish. I hope that you'll give us a place to stay on this island, considering that my wife is still pregnant. His words puzzled Yang Kai. A befuddled proprietress stared at Hua Yong and asked, what do you mean, Island Master Hua? The furious Hua Yong thought that they were trying to usurp his great force, and now they were even taunting him like this? Since Yang Kai had said that there shouldn't be a 3rd island master, he apparently didn't want to be under anyone. Hua Yong wasn't a match for him, and he had to take care of his wife and unborn child, so he had no choice but to give in. While he remained silent, Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked with a frown, are you misunderstanding something, Island Master Hua? A dejected Hua Yong stared at him and questioned, what do you think I've misunderstood, Brother Yang? Yang Kai burst into laughter, are you thinking that since I've said there should only be 2 island masters on Twin Spirit Island, it means proprietress and I want to take over your positions? Hua Yong balled up his fists, isn't that what you meant? It was then that chef and accountant realized what was going on. As they exchanged glances, they smiled helplessly. Yang Kai shook his head, you're overthinking things, Island Master Hua. This Yang doesn't have such an intention. By saying that there should only be 2 island masters, I mean the proprietress is not going to join Twin Spirit Island, nor will she become the 3rd island master. It's not what you think. You're not going to join Twin Spirit Island? Huayong widened his eyes. Yang Kai said, this Yang just hopes that you'll give us a place to stay while we look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. After all, we won't be staying here forever. An embarrassed Huayong blushed heavily. He couldn't be blamed for having such a misunderstanding, for he had always worried that the arrival of Yang Kai and Lan Yurua would change the current affairs in Twin Spirit Island. That was why he was overthinking. Furthermore, Yang Kai's words were pretty ambiguous, which naturally aroused some suspicions. Now, Huayong finally realized that he was reading too much into things. However, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he was able to regain his composure quickly as he said with a solemn expression, "Are you going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. Huayong sighed and explained, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but I'm worried that no exit to the shadowless cave heaven exists. It has been over 10,000 years since we arrived in this place, and the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain Maosha and the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild have been around for about as long. If there really was an exit, we would have discovered it by now." "That's right. We've been looking for the exit for countless years, but we haven't found a clue yet," Shumudan said. "There's no harm in trying." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Huayong bit his tongue when he saw the young man's expression and nodded, "Since you're so determined, this Hua will stop dissuading you." In fact, he had met many people like Yang Kai before. Every newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven was determined to find the exit at first, but after several tens to hundreds of years, they would lose hope and accept their fate. "If you can really find the exit, please bring my wife and I with you when you depart." Huayong cupped his fists with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded, "If I can find the exit, and both of you are willing to leave with us, we can take care of one another on the road." "I shall offer my thanks in advance then." Huayong put on a smile, "If you're fine with it, I'll give you the bamboo forest that you've been staying in and assign some people to tend to your needs." The proprietress nodded, "Many thanks, Island Master Hua." Huayong took a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, if you ever decide to join Twin Spirit Island one day, we'll be more than willing to give you the positions of Head Island Master and Second Island Master." It wasn't certain whether he was sincere or not, so Yang Kai didn't respond to him. Yang Kai didn't have the heart to join Twin Spirit Island to begin with. The reason he had arrived at the shadowless cave heaven was to bring the proprietress out of this place, so he wasn't willing to stay here for long. Moreover, he was a newcomer who hadn't gained a footing, so even if Huayong and Shumudan were willing to give up their positions, it wasn't like Yang Kai had the necessary authority to lead this great force. What's more, although others couldn't find the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, it didn't mean he couldn't. After all, Yang Kai had found his way into this place, unlike others who had accidentally fallen into it. The proprietress was still troubled by the residual monster qi in her body, so she needed a quiet place to recuperate, hence, the 4 of them soon left. As Huayong watched them leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai and Lan Yurua didn't have the intention of taking over his great force, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. However, this was only temporary. Just like what he had said to his wife earlier, there wouldn't be a problem in the short term. Nevertheless, a long time later, once Yang Kai and Lan Yurua realized that there really wasn't a way to leave the shadowless cave heaven, they might develop some ill intentions. Then, he suddenly became energized as he said, "My wife, it's the chance for us to strengthen our power." A puzzled Shumudan inquired, "You mean, Maosha and the others are missing, and Profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, so there are a lot of people who have lost their place to stay. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, only Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild can take them in. Those from Unrivaled Guild might not be aware of the situation yet, so we should take action quickly." Following that, he turned around and told his subordinate to bring Xianxia and the others over. After a jovial chat, he directly agreed to let these people join Twin Spirit Island. Xianxia and the others had nowhere to go, so they were feeling apprehensive. Upon hearing Huayong's words, they were ecstatic. Then, Huayong ordered them to invite their friends and family as he welcomed them to join Twin Spirit Island as well. Xianxia and the others were grateful and soon left Twin Spirit Island to look for their friends from Profound Yang Mountain. Upon their persuasion, many of the cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain were soon absorbed into Twin Spirit Island, which significantly increased their power. Inside the bamboo forest, the proprietress was recuperating in seclusion while chef and accountant had respectively selected a bamboo hut to cultivate. Both of them had ascended to the open heaven realm right after the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. Strictly speaking, it had only been a short time since they achieved an ascension, so they needed a large amount of time to solidify their cultivations. That was the case for Xianxia, as well. He had to consume a lot of open heaven pills to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. While cultivating, he also studied his new sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to improve it. Since his venture into the cultivation world, Xianxia had rarely cultivated in seclusion, for he didn't need to do so much in the past. In fact, the speed at which he traversed the martial Dao was extraordinarily quick. Every time he broke through, it would only take him a short time before he would take another step forward. Therefore, he didn't have to cultivate in seclusion to refine various resources like what the other cultivators did. The speed at which he cultivated was rapid to begin with, so if he just sat there and cultivated in seclusion, it would actually destabilize his foundation. Therefore, every time he achieved a breakthrough, he would go out and get into fights to solidify his realm. However, the open heaven realm was different. When a cultivator reached this realm, he or she would need a lot of patience. It took time to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe. It was expected that Xianxia wasn't used to this. He had attempted to refine open heaven pills when he was a 5th order open heaven realm master, and the rate of consumption was shocking. Now that he was a 6th order open heaven realm master, he realized that he needed even more open heaven pills, and the results were not even as good as before. Hence, he decided to refine some resources and realized that it was much more useful than refining open heaven pills alone. It was only now that Xianxia realized why open heaven realm masters were still crazy about procuring resources of different orders, especially the resources that matched their own order. Refining these resources was significantly more efficient than refining open heaven pills. Xianxia initially didn't have a lot of resources with him because his previous spoils were all given to Bian Yuqing. Those in Void Land required a lot of resources after all. Now, however, he had the resources he had snatched from Tijing and the other ambushers. The contents of the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were mind-boggling as there were countless materials of different orders inside, even including some high-rank ones. However, half a month later, Xianxia suddenly stopped cultivating and frowned as though he was pondering on something. A moment later, he got to his feet and headed to the adjacent bamboo hut, then knocked on the barrier lightly. Soon, the barrier disappeared and Xianxia stepped inside and went upstairs. Presently, Chef was seated on the ground with his legs crossed as he looked doubtfully at him. "What's wrong?" Xianxia took a seat in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "I'd like to ask you something." Chef extended his hand to motion for him to ask right away. It was then that Xianxia told him about his cultivation process over the past 15 days, then he frowned. "Although it's not conspicuous, I have a feeling that something is wrong. If I keep on cultivating like this, I feel something terrible will happen to me." A speechless chef shot him a glance. "Although I have no idea what resources you've been refining, it seems you haven't been trying to harmonize your yin, yang, and 5 elements." "What do you mean?" Xianxia arched his brow with a humble expression. After a sigh, Chef explained, "You rushed to ascend to the open heaven realm, then you immediately entered the shadowless cave heaven, so it makes sense that no one told you about what you had to take note of after you broke through. Fortunately, you've realized the problem early, so it's not too late to correct it." A shocked Xianxia asked, "So, there's really something wrong with my cultivation?" "It's a minor problem." Chef waved his hand to motion for him to be at ease. "The small universes of open heaven realm masters are formed from condensing the yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then splitting heaven and earth apart in our bodies. The reason open heaven pills are able to strengthen our small universes is that these pills also contain a balance of yin, yang, and the 5 element powers. It could be said that every open heaven pill has a bit of world force in it. Once you consume open heaven pills, you're essentially refining the world force in it. That's how you can fortify your heritage." Xianxia nodded his head to indicate he understood. Open heaven pills are refined by alchemists, so they contain some readily available world force. However, raw materials are different. Refining a fifth-order fire element material only adds fire element power to your small universe. Since that's the case, you'll have to refine the other 6 elements to balance your yin, yang, and 5 elements again. Only by maintaining this kind of balance can you increase your world force and improve your cultivation. Then, Chef shot him a glance. You only refined materials from 1 or 2 elements instead of all of them, right? It was then Xianxia realized what had gone wrong. I see. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with his cultivation method, but he was unable to figure out what it was. Upon hearing Chef's explanation, he now understood. Just like what Chef had said, he didn't try to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements, which caused an imbalance in his small universe. There wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if he didn't correct this issue, it would eventually destabilize his small universe. Once that happened, it would have serious consequences and take much effort to fix. So, when we refine cultivation materials, we should do so after collecting a complete set. It's the ideal way, but you can also try to collect those materials while refining one of them. However, you have to make sure that the entire set is in the same order. Chef paused for a moment. You're familiar with the water barrel theory of the open heaven realm, right? Xianxia replied, the shortest plank in the barrel is what decides the order an open heaven realm master can reach directly. That's right. Chef nodded. The water in the barrel is like the heritage of our small universe. Cultivating in the open heaven realm is akin to increasing the height of the barrel. All 7 planks have to be heightened at the same time. Just one of them won't do. Xianxia kept his fists with a solemn expression. Many thanks for your teachings. Chef grinned. It was the proprietress who taught me all this, otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it either. You've suffered a setback because no one taught you, that's all. Xianxia nodded. His decision to ascend to the open heaven realm was rushed, so no one was around to teach him what to do after he succeeded, and he was left trying to figure things out on his own. Chef went on to say, after making it to the open heaven realm, it's time to slowly build up your small universe. As he spoke, he patted his rounded belly. If you manage it well, you'll become powerful, and vice versa, which is also why there's a huge gap in power between open heaven realm masters even in the same order. In order to increase the heritage of your small universe, you can either refine open heaven pills, materials of different orders, or other sources of world force that match your own. Either way, this all takes a long time. You're now a 6th order open heaven realm master, so you're able to refine mid-rank materials up to and including 6th order ones. Given the current heritage of your small universe, you're still unable to refine high-rank materials. With that said, the higher the order of a material, the more useful it'll be to you. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had experimented over the past 15 days by refining materials of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th order. Given his 6th order cultivation, he was able to refine all these materials quickly. The benefits of 3rd order materials were almost negligible. 4th order materials were slightly better, while the 5th order ones were much better. He hadn't tried to refine a 6th order material, so he had no idea how effective it would be. Nevertheless, he reckoned that it would be terrific. Although he had snatched the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven masters and obtained some high-rank materials, he was still unable to collect a complete set of 6th order materials. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to ascend to the 5th order at that time. After returning from Chef's place, Xianxia immediately attempted to harmonize his yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to get rid of the hidden dangers in his small universe. He had ample resources with him, so he didn't need to be thrifty. As he refined a lot of 5th order materials, not only had the heritage of his small universe improved, but his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation had also been solidified. While refining these materials, he didn't forget to improve his comprehension of his sun and moon divine wheel. However, since this divine ability involved an entire new space-time strength, he had no idea where to start. Therefore, he could use a wisp of his consciousness to study the movements of the celestial entities and the passing of time in his small universe in the hope that he would be able to comprehend something out of it. 2 months later, Xianxia stepped out of his bamboo hut. The proprietress was still recuperating. She was left with some serious backlash from using the blood monster battle dress, so it wasn't easy to dispel the monster chi in her body. On the other hand, chef and accountant were cultivating, so Yang Kai decided not to bother them. After leaving a jade slip behind, he dashed out of the bamboo forest. It had been 3 months since he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. Now that his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation had been sufficiently fortified, it was time he searched for a way out. Yang Kai had to return to Void Land to take charge of everything. On top of that, Yu He and Bai Qi must be worried about him. However, before he tried to look for the exit, he had to visit Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. They had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, so they must be aware of everything in this place. Perhaps they could give him some useful hints. Hua Yong hospitably greeted Yang Kai in the reception hall. During this period of time, Twin Spirit Island had accepted a lot of open heaven realm masters from Profound Yang Mountain, which greatly strengthened them. As the island master, Hua Yong appeared to be glowing. "Are you going to look for a way out, Brother Yang?" Hua Yong appeared solemn upon hearing Yang Kai's intention. Yang Kai nodded. "Since we can enter the shadowless cave heaven, we must be able to leave as well. I'm going to look for the exit. Do you happen to have any clues, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong was quite eager to see Yang Kai leave. The young man was horrendously powerful and had destroyed Profound Yang Mountain. The fact that he was staying in Twin Spirit Island was a potential concern. Moreover, if Yang Kai could really find a way out, it would be beneficial to Hua Yong as well. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't attempt to stop him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong suddenly dipped his finger into his tea and drew a circle on the table. Yang Kai looked doubtfully at him. Hua Yong pointed at the table and said, "If this table is the entire shadowless cave heaven, this circle represents the region the 3 great forces are able to operate in." "Well, there are only 2 great forces now." Yang Kai took a glance and pondered on it. "You mean you haven't fully explored the entire shadowless cave heaven?" Hua Yong shook his head. "It's impossible to explore the entire shadowless cave heaven." He pointed at the center of the circle and said, "It takes half a month to go from this place to the edge of the circle. Basically, the astral wind will appear once every month, therefore, once you reach the edge of the circle, you have to hurry back, otherwise, you won't have a place to hide when the astral wind strikes, which will destabilize your small universe." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, with their respective headquarters as the centers, the people from the 3 great forces can only move around in a range that they can go back and forth in 1 month. "That's right." Hua Yong bowed his head. "Once, many years ago, the 3 great forces cooperated and mobilized all of our subordinates to look for a potential exit. Unfortunately, we were unable to find anything within the range that we could reach. It will likely be extremely difficult for you to look for the exit. There were many people in the 3 great forces and they had been trying for years but still couldn't find a clue about how to leave. It had only been a few months since Yang Kai arrived in this place, so it was impossible that he could do something that the 3 great forces couldn't after millennia of trying." On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes seemed to be glowing. "In that case, the exit might just be outside the circle. The other cultivators could only move around within the circle, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind." However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it at all. If the exit was really in a place that was outside the circle, he would be able to find it sooner or later. Hua Yong said. Mao Zhe thought the same thing. He even hypothesized that the source of the astral wind might be where an exit could be found. Why would he say that? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. Hua Yong replied, he suspected that the astral wind isn't native to the shadowless cave heaven and instead comes from the outside world. Therefore, the place where the astral wind comes from must have a passageway that leads to the outside world. Perhaps he's right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. If that's really the case, there won't be any hope for us. Hua Yong smiled helplessly. Can anyone resist the astral wind and reach the exit? Even if the person can leave the shadowless cave heaven, no one can guarantee he won't fall into the source of the astral wind. By then, he won't be able to save himself. His worries were not unfounded. If Mao Zhe's speculation was right, once a person left the shadowless cave heaven, they would immediately fall into the origin of the astral wind. The wind that was coming from the outside world was already horrifying enough, so its source would definitely be even more terrible. However, while others were unable to bear the astral wind, Xianxia wasn't afraid of it. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Do you happen to know the direction the astral wind comes from?" Although Xianxia had experienced the astral wind several times now, he had never paid attention to the direction it came from. An astounded Huayong gazed at him and asked, "Are you going to search in that direction, Brother Yang?" Xianxia replied, "I have to give it a try since the exit might just be over there." Huayong stared at him in stunned shock for a time before a look of admiration filled his face. "You're a pretty audacious man. Since you're so determined, I won't dissuade you. However, once you leave Twin Spirit Island, you'd better be careful of the astral wind. Once the wind rises, you have to look for a place to avoid it." Xianxia nodded. After the direction was pointed out to him by Huayong, he turned around and left. Huayong saw him off and wished him success, then he watched the young man disappear in the direction he had pointed out. A glint flashed through his eyes as he shook his head. There was no doubt that Xianxia's venture wouldn't be fruitful. Although he was powerful, there was no way he could resist the astral wind. It could be expected that he would return in a month or two looking battered and defeated. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Xianxia headed in the direction Huayong had pointed out at full speed. More than 10 days later, Xianxia stopped in his tracks and sensed his surroundings, then he became ecstatic. That was because the wind was blowing towards him. He was certain he was outside of the circle Huayong had drawn after more than 10 days of moving forward. After all, he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who was also a master of the Tao of Space, so he was much faster than the average Open Heaven Realm Master. Presently, he was worried that he might be heading in the wrong direction as he didn't have a way of fixing his bearings. Since the wind was blowing at his face though, he could trace it back to its source. A moment later, the wind became stronger. Xianxia could clearly feel that the astral wind had directly entered his small universe as it swept his world force away and began wearing down his heritage. In the next instant, a gigantic ancient tree appeared behind Xianxia. The tree crown was so vast that it was as though it could cover the entire sky. As the branches hung low, a burst of vitality filled the air and the astral wind was immediately blocked outside of the tree's range. Xianxia still had no idea why his towering evergreen divine manifestation was able to block the astral wind, but he speculated that the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree was simply powerful enough to ward it off. That was the reason he had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island. Other cultivators could only move around in a range that would take them half a month to return to their headquarters from, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Xianxia was immune to it. When the astral wind came, he just had to use his towering evergreen to fend it off. After identifying the right direction, Xianxia flew against the wind, the manifestation of the gigantic tree hovering behind him. 1 hour later, the astral wind stopped as all the noise died down. Xianxia, who was moving at full speed, stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. That was because 3 rays of light suddenly rose from a hill on the horizon and dashed into the distance. They happened to be heading in the same direction as him. Xianxia was shocked as he hadn't expected to come across anyone here. It was said that the cultivators from the 3 great forces couldn't come out this far, so supposedly, there shouldn't be anyone in this place. After all, there was nowhere in this region that could ward off the astral wind, so it must have affected these 3 people just now. As Xianxia stared intently in their direction, he suddenly burst into laughter. "So it's them. Did they decide to take such a big risk?" The 3 rays of light were actually the mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Maoxia, Gengqing, and Zhouya. After giving it a thought, Xianxia realized that it wasn't surprising that they were here. Since Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, they had nowhere else to go. They obviously wouldn't go to Twin Spirit Island as the proprietress and Xianxia were there, so they would only embarrass themselves if they did. It was impossible for Unrivaled Guild to accept them as well. Although there were 3 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild, Maoxia and the others also numbered 3. If they were accepted, conflicts would arise in Unrivaled Guild. Maoxia wasn't known for being unreasonable and ruthless, but he also had his pride, so the 3 chiefs would be worried that Maoxia would covet their great force. Since these 2 places wouldn't welcome them, Maoxia and the others really had nowhere to go. Huayong had said that Maoxia was the one who suggested that the origin of the astral wind was probably an exit to this place. Since there were no other safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, it was only reasonable that Xianxia would take a risk and go against the wind to look for the way out. Nevertheless, Xianxia had never expected to bump into them here. He never intended to hunt them down, as the reason he destroyed Profound Yang Mountain some time ago was simply to get revenge for the proprietress. Since Profound Yang Mountain was gone, Xianxia and the others had become as pitiful as stray dogs, and there wasn't a need for Xianxia to add insult to injury. However, since they were heading in the same direction, they would meet up sooner or later. Half a day later, Xianxia and the others seemed to have noticed something as they looked behind them. Zhou Ye's eyes trembled when she looked back, then she exclaimed, "There's someone following us, big brother." A stunned Xianxia turned his head, then he widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. It's Xianxia. End of chapter 4408. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.